heaven is casted into the medium that is causing the movement on everything. This is the background that the everything is in, like the
A
particles of air and
background.
gases.
But this is
Yeah.
the thing,
The
though.
answer is quark, anti-quark pairs.
This is the thing, though. What you're saying, anti-quark pairs. Okay, so
Quark,
this is the,
anti-quark pairs.
so this is the thing. You're saying that if we pulled everything out, then there's still something left. But can you pull everything out?
Yeah, because you cannot remove heaven from above the system. That's the thing. You cannot remove the construct in place completely. That's impossible. But you can remove the air, right? You can remove the air. You can remove
Can you?
the gases, the particles.
Can you?
God could, right?
Okay,
I mean,
now you're appealing
He's
to a
talking
deity.
about why are you so emotional, bro? Just relax.
I'm asking because now you're appealing to a deity, and so I'm talking about in nature. Can you pull everything out in nature?
I don't think so because I think in the test that Larry is referring to, they try to remove everything, right? And they still pull something out of it. I mean,
They
I
tried
guess
to
they
remove
can't.
everything. They couldn't remove everything because it's a partial vacuum, and they still pulled something out, which was probably part of the partial vacuum, meaning that
Yeah.
it was more air.
There's no such thing as a partial vacuum.
Okay, so
It just
basically
means
what
a
we're
not
talking
perfect
about
vacuum.
is quantum foam, right? Anybody can do their own research on quantum foam. It's the so-called virtual particles that pop in and out of existence, right? The 0 point energy that's always in a system, the vacuum catastrophe, the thing that gives us that number with 120 zeros after it, is all the same thing. Vacuum energy, 0 point energy, virtual particles, quantum foam, they ether, whatever the fuck you want to call it. I don't care anymore.
Isn't this still a hypothetical though? Does that mean that they call that
No.
virtual? Yeah, it's because they call black dark energy is a hypothetical.
Okay, so just because Lawrence Krauss has this theory about this 0 point energy phenomenon and how it goes against his theory for gravity, therefore he wants to make it like a virtual thing, it's actually a misnomer. It's not virtual at all. It's actually detectable. That's why we call it 0 point energy, because in a system, there's always going to be some energy in it. You can't suck out all the vacuum energy. There's still energy left behind, even though there shouldn't be any energy because there's no material in the box.
I mean, all you're doing
Can
is
I
sucking
explain
out
this a different
gas.
way? Can I describe this a different way? So let's just pretend that we do our best to make as high powered of a vacuum as we can make in a chamber. So there's very little air inside, and other than that, nothing else. Now, when we measure the magnetic fields that exist inside the vacuum chamber, there's a persistent magnetic field that exists even when there's seemingly nothing there. There's still magnetic field. So I think that's what they at least might be referring to as the ether. It's the background that exists when you evacuate everything that you possibly can.
But we know what that is, though, right? We know that's the magnetic field.
Yeah, but the question is, where is it coming from?
From
Isn't
heaven.
that coming from the earth?
From heaven.
Well, anyway, the point is, it's not coming from anything that's in the vacuum chamber, or at least seemingly not.
That vortex that the magnetic field you see expressed, that vortex is being caused by heaven, by God.
Okay, well, that's a claim.
No,
I'm just gonna say
that's
unverified.
unfortunately, you can't say that because God created the Creator created the creation for creation. You can't say that's just saying. Well, God is the one that is that holds everything together, gravity, yada yada
Yeah,
yada.
he made the whole
That's-
construct.
It doesn't matter. I mean, God created nature for
It does
nature.
matter. If it didn't matter, you wouldn't be able to say what you're saying. It does matter.
No, it doesn't. That's not.
Yeah, it does.
Because if God created God, okay, what you're saying that God created all
does
this
matter.
sin. Oh my God, why are you so? What can I say? Finish my stuff.
Why are you so emotionally invested into?
Why are you emotionally invested that you can't let me finish a sentence?
You don't let me finish a sentence.
Wow, really? Go ahead, finish your sentence. Then I'll go.
I'm done. Go ahead. Finish your sentence.
Fuck off, Jamesy.
Hey, fuck off, elbow.
Oh man, just just bring a little bit of love, kindness, compassion to this. 'Cause that's what Jesus Christ wants, and I'd like to introduce Grant Alt.
Hey, Elbow, get off your high horse.
If you want to
Get
click
up my
that
high
page,
horse,
please
my
hit
ass.
us up.
Because I mean,
gotta
you're
fix
saying that I
that
can't.
here.
Oh my God! You're saying I'm not letting you finish your sentence, so I stopped so you could finish your sentence, and then you're saying you were done. I just want to go back to the globe, man. Go ahead and have your religious beliefs.
No, you're the one that wants to go back to the globe, onto the globe.
Really?
You're a globe believer. Yes, you are.
Oh, okay, sure.
Elbow, this isn't
Sure,
a religious thing.
It is a religious thing.
No,
Yeah,
in the
Elbow, you are
article,
religious.
He's hold on, guys, relax. In the article, he was talking about how he was doing this thing, and it produced so much energy that they thought that they had accidentally discovered some kind of new superconductor, because this thing created so much energy. We were like, wow, what the fuck was that? So basically, what I'm trying to tell you, what this article is trying to tell you, they pulled too much energy out of this vacuum. It's like, where did all this energy come from? It's like, how do we have all this energy without a battery? Well, it's like, well, it was in the vacuum. What the fuck do you mean the energy was in a vacuum? Usually energy is in like a battery, in something, right? It's charged in something physical. But this energy came out of seemingly maximum nothingness. That's what it says in the article. Maximum nothingness. So
So can you
maximum
elaborate on that?
Yeah. So
yeah,
So wait,
the
I got a
maximum
question.
amount of nothingness that you can have, and it's kind of hard concept to grasp, I'll give you. The maximum amount of nothingness that you can have, there's a limit to how low you can go. You can't go to zero. That's why I keep saying vacuums don't exist. There's particles and energy that you can't get out. Even if you were to suck out all the particles, there's still energy there that you can't get out.
So can you use this that you're describing? Can you use this energy to power a light bulb? Take for instance.
Yes. That's why they
Yes,
said they
you
thought
can.
they had discovered some sort of superconductor. So this isn't something that's like the globe that you can't see. This is like something that you can plug up to shit. What they
Okay,
did
so
is
where-
they
you show this.
Yeah. Who
you
is
read the
demonstrating?
articles about it.
I mean, I
It's
can
the
read
Schwinger
words,
effect.
but I want actual practice. It's
No,
easy in practice.
I'm sorry, bro. I don't have a Casimir device in front of me
So I
right
mean,
now.
Well, then it's not
I'm saying perhaps. I mean, okay, I'm
I
not
don't
asking
have any
you.
superlattice.
I'm not asking you to do it. I'm asking you, can you show somebody actually doing this?
Well, I mean, this was just a few months ago, so I'm sure there's going to be stuff coming out soon. And you know what? Maybe it's wrong. Maybe it's
Sounds
completely
like a
wrong, and there
story,
was an
man.
anomaly.
Sounds like a
But
Clover.
I'm just reporting on what the articles are saying, bro.
Right. I mean, did they remove the magnetic field?
No, it doesn't have anything to do with the magnetic field.
Well, the magnetic field is kind of an energy, isn't it? I mean, it has the ability to pull stuff towards the north or whatever.
All right, so think about it this. The magician has on a hat. He puts on the hat, it looks like an empty hat. But when he pulls a rabbit out of it, you know that it wasn't an empty hat, right? That's
Right.
what these scientists are doing. They got an empty box, but they're pulling stuff out of it. So wait a minute, the box wasn't empty. You said that it was an empty box. So how are you pulling stuff out of it? So that's what these scientists are doing. Well, let's not call it science, forgive me. That's what these philosophers are doing.
I'm saying, you understand where I'm coming from, okay? Because you can pull up the medium, but can you pull out the magnetic field, right? Because it's still the magnetic
No,
field is a vector that describes the magnetic influence of moving electricity charge, right?
Elbow, I don't even think that's part of the idea. Pulling out the magnetic field with these. I think a vacuum chamber would be better described as an evacuation chamber than a vacuum chamber, because there's no such. Just like Hank was saying, Larry was saying, there's no such thing as a vacuum chamber.
Right, but he's saying that they pulled out some kind of energy, and is it
because they're using energy to evacuate the chamber. And then in that process, it creates energy the other way, which is not the other way. It's the same thing. They're using energy to pull and push at the same time.
right? But isn't our magnetic field is considered a DC field?
I don't think the vacuum chambers really have anything to do with the magnetic field.
I understand, but the energy, he's saying that they pulled some kind of particle that had energy in it. Is that not what you're saying, Larry?
Yeah, he said he could power a light
Yeah,
bulb.
they pulled out. Okay, so
Sure, I mean,
before they've seen these particles, right? And what happens is there's a separation in charge, and these particles appear, and then as these particles get close together, they cross cancel that charge and they disappear, right? That's why they call them virtual particles, which is kind of a cool name, but don't get focused on the name. It's a misnomer. Well, what they done this time is they pulled some particles out and they separated in polarity and charge, and then they didn't collapse back in on themselves and they stayed in this realm, or they stayed usable. So what they had was so much energy, they were like, wow, what did we do here? Was this some sort of superconductor? How did we get that much energy? We didn't put that much energy in. So that's what I'm saying. Like, if you read this article and you believe what the guys are saying they did, right, then they either violated the first law and they pulled something out of nothing, which we know that happened, or they pulled something out of something. So what is that something? Well, in the article, they call it maximum nothingness, which is a funny way of saying that we couldn't empty the jar and we pulled out some stuff that we didn't even know was in there, and we got to put it in a cup and walk away with it because it was permanent particles.
And that's not the first time they've done that, Larry. That's not the first time they've done that.
So where on
can you post the article so I can take a look at it, Larry?
Yeah, I want to look at the article too as well. But what I'm trying to say, okay,
the first thing I did.
They pulled some type of energy out. But did they account of removing all the electromagnetic?
I'm looking at it now.
The magnetic field energy that's actually flowing at all times. That hasn't been able to even being blocked off by the Faraday cages or anything like that.
So I don't know all those questions. They didn't answer that question in the article. If they did, I don't remember it. So,
right. So right. The question. Let me just put my question correctly. So, did they account for the electromagnetic field that's around our Earth?
I'm assuming they did, because if they pulled energy out of a magnetic field, then that would be like, well, duh, that's happened before. They wouldn't say the Schwinger effect was proven true after 70 years.
Okay, so we need to figure out how did they got rid of that, because you can't even get rid of it with a Faraday cage.
Check this out. I'm going to read the first couple of paragraphs in that article that Hank posted. I mean, Larry posted. It doesn't matter. You don't mind if I say Hank every once in a while?
Couldn't care less.
Whoever said you can't get something from nothing must never have learned quantum physics. As long as you have empty space, the ultimate in physical nothingness, simply manipulating it the right way will inevitably cause something to emerge. What? Collide two particles in the abyss of empty space, and sometimes an additional particle antiparticle pairs emerge. I mean, this is the kind of stuff they're doing in quantum physics on Earth, by the way, not in space.
So now that it's kind of settled down a little bit here, and it's going to be a little off topic, I want to introduce Jones Kage. That's my friend who got me into all of this. When I did my introduction, that was who I was mentioning. And my wife is here as well. Crafts Alt is my wife. She don't really voice chat much with anybody. She don't really do anything, but she will introduce herself for everybody, so y'all know this isn't a bunch of spam bot stuff I'm trying to accomplish here.
Yeah, it's kind of we're a bunch of, so far, like the past 30 minutes, it's just been flat earthers arguing with each other. But it's not like.
Yeah, welcome to the show. Don't mind us. We disagree on quite a bit.
Don't be shy.
Thanks. Myself, I'm Craft Snuggles' wife.
Good to meet you. Awesome.
But I'm just listening in here. He kind of speaks for our household. You know, I will chime in here and there. as when I feel comfortable. Thanks,
Awesome.
guys.
Good to meet you.
Thanks. Good to meet you all too.
Oh yeah, she has her own account, so that's Crafts Alt. We'll give you the ladies' night role, so you can. There's a bunch of ladies in this server, so whenever you want to join and speak to them, they might be the Fridays they do the ladies' night, so you might be get accustomed to the server a little bit through that side. Let's see.
Yes, sir. Appreciate that.
Yeah. Welcome.
So I had a quick question for Larry. When you say that they created particles out of seemingly nothing or not particles, where, like, what kind of elements? I'm a little confused on what the definition of a particle is. Is this material that we're speaking of, like something falling
I
into
don't
the
think so.
category of the periodic
I don't
table
think
of
so.
elements?
No, I don't think so. See, you got to think that these people are atomists and have a narrative, right? So they're trying to convey a message to you, but you have to dodge the narrative of the hijack, right? So basically, they're not creating particles from the periodic table. What they're describing is positively and negatively charged somethings that popped in
Word of my
and then
mind.
neutralized each other and popped back out. See, that's what the quantum foam thing is. They popped in and popped back out. It's like, where'd they go? What the fuck was that? Well, this time when they did it, they popped in and they stayed for a while. And they were able to like harness this energy rather than grasping at the ghost that just said hello and now it's gone. They actually caught the ghost and stuck it in a jar. It's kind of a stupid way of saying it, but I'm just trying to like give you a way of thinking about it, right?
I'm trying to follow you, but I just don't understand what you're describing.
I get
Or what
it.
it's supposed to
Larry.
demonstrate.
Negatively and positively charged, entities that usually pop in and out of existence. Like, look up quantum foam. There's some gifts that you can see where there's this vacuum of space and this fluctuation of energy kind of foams up out of nothingness and then foams back out like beer bubbles.
Isn't it
They're there for a
essentially
second
kind
and they're
of-
gone.
Isn't it sort of built on light, where light energy that they manipulate, in different experiments or whatever? Isn't that sort of what they're doing, and taking the results and making? I mean, it seems like they're just like, I don't know. They're trying to figure out creation itself?
Yeah, but the thing is, people are trying to science heaven and the input from heaven to the medium that we're in, and that cannot be done. You can't science that. So whenever you talk about heaven, the people start getting triggered. Oh, no, that's not science. You're a glober.
Well, that's what I'm saying, man. This is them trying to figure out how God did it, but they don't believe in God, so they're trying to figure out how it could have happened. Happenstance, 4.5 billion years ago.
Well, you can't science everything, can you? Right? You can't just science everything.
You can't science 4.5 billion years. I know that.
Exactly.
Gemsy, nothing in the last few minutes of what you said has made any sense to me. But
Yeah,
I'm not
nothing
one
that you
to
said
deny
ever
that
makes sense to me, so it's all
I
good.
think ultimately we're all on the kind of the same page, but we're just kind of talking past each other sometimes. It's all good.
Yeah, you don't sense it. Exactly. Your senses are not gonna tell you, right? That's
Tell me
fine.
what are you
I
talking
mean, if you
about?
try to understand,
What are you talking about?
I'm trying to ask you what you're talking about.
What are you talking about?
I'm not talking about anything. I'm asking you what you're talking about.
Hey, Orion, talking to you is like talking to a brick wall, so I wouldn't even use my energy to do so.
Okay, so I'll just like
Just pull
you
some
don't
off
even know-
the ether.
this is
Yeah, you can't science heaven. Is that difficult to understand?
I never said you could.
Okay, so why doesn't it make sense? Because you can't science it?
No, because just what you're saying doesn't make sense. Period. That's it.
Okay, yeah. You can't science heaven. Okay, it doesn't make sense.
Where are you getting this?
Sorry, is this a religious server or a 24/7 flat Earth server?
Yeah, I get it, Elbow, because you follow QE, and QE is your godfather or something,
Nice.
and he doesn't like the ether. That's why you don't like the ether. It's okay.
I'm trying to learn. Wow, I follow QE. Amazing. Wow, that's an amazing analogy.
Yeah. It's like people mention ether, and you start like, "What are you guys talking about? You guys are Globers." Like, yeah,
I
you are
want actual proof and stop believing in
you can't have
stories. That what you're giving me is a story, bud.
Hey, but
That's all it is.
You can't have
hold
it.
on, Larry was trying to give you an example of what they're talking about in quantum mechanics. And,
Hey, but
There's
first
something
QE
similar
has
to
to
what
agree
Elbow-
for Elbow to agree. So,
So I need no, I don't. Then I was asking Larry if they. Well, I'm asking you actual questions about things that are already here.
and then you
that
say
can
we are
actually figure
Globers.
out. Well, if you have a belief and that's what you want to go with, yeah, go ahead.
You have
You
a
can have a
belief.
belief.
You might as
You're
well
a
be.
Glober.
You can have a belief. I said,
You can have a
yeah.
belief.
I didn't call you a Glover. I just said you might as well be a Glover.
I
You
love
are a
hearing
Glober.
Elbow and Larry, Elbow and Jamesy argued. I love that shit. It's funny.
Wait until we start speaking Spanish.
Oh
I
yeah.
screwed up and lost permission to the text chat. I
If y'all
apologize for
start
that.
speaking
Jones
Spanish,
said
I'm gonna
he's trying
smoke a
to
little
say
bit.
something. Is there a way?
Hey, Krasmogel, you don't have to apologize. That's the bot. The bot is gets triggered by certain words. So keep it PG-13, like Drace was saying, because there's a lot of words that will trigger the bot and it will give you the tension. But don't worry about it. It's a temporary thing.
Okay.
Have you typed a curse
Again,
word?
I know I didn't have to apologize, but I am sorry for that. I will take that crap to my Discord.
Yeah, if you type a curse word in chat, sometimes it's only like a 5 minute timeout, and then you'll be able to type again.
It's the bot. It's very sensitive.
Yeah, it just depends on what role you have and all that kind of stuff. But, yeah.
Oh no, that's cool. Yes. No, I'm gonna follow y'all's rules. Y'all please keep it sensitive. I know this is a very sensitive thing. So, sorry, Jones is trying to interject here.
We're
But
sensitive.
he can't get in on it. I don't know what's going on, or maybe if somebody can help him out.
Mic check.
Yeah, is that you, Jonesy?
That's me.
Hey! All right, so this is the guy that got me in on everything. Whatever happens is this guy's fault. Come on, Jones, say something.
Hi.
Hey, good to meet you.
Hi.
Why are you screaming?
Talking in the chat. I was just, BSing in the chat.
Jones is
Trying to
always asking me
say
why I'm
stuff in
yelling.
the conversation.
Cool. Welcome to the server.
I
Thanks
don't
for
know
having
why
me.
I'm screaming. Jones is always asking me why I'm yelling. No, I'm just a naturally loud person.
That's cool. I don't think you're screaming. It's cool.
Actually,
yeah,
I don't
that's
think
because
it's screaming.
Helio is always
All you gotta do is
Not always.
change the volume of each individual. If you think they're too loud, just fix the volume, and then that will fix it.
No, it's usually from a person who wasn't heard as a child. Just kept on talking to their parents until their voices got so loud.
Dang, dude, we putting it down, huh?
Our resident Joker is here. Just vote.
Nah, that's not cool. So when we get back on the topic of flat Earth here, the last thing I was, because y'all know I've done had about 7 shots of 90 proof here. I'm pretty litty, like a, yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
Big
okay.
Shitty City.
Hey, but you
Yeah,
invited,
there you go.
yeah, Crass, you brought somebody here. Yeah, it's cool, man. So let's get back on track. I mean, quantum physics, that's a little bit over a lot of people's heads, so a lot of people don't really understand what we're talking about.
I don't think quantum physicists know what they're talking about. So.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
I am not a quantum. Matter of fact, I was having a conversation with my friend in my Discord, Berkeley's, today about quantum computing. Okay, because like everybody's going over to the crypto thing and all this and all that, but that's a whole other thing. That's not entirely flat Earth thing. Stace, hold on. I'm sorry. I'm going to get off of this. I'm going to help my wife.
Hey, I'm a quantum scientist.
That dude is all over the place. He's excited.
He loves.
So we're
life,
going
man.
back to saying
Yeah,
Ether's not.
I'm freaking excited. I love all this stuff. I want all the information I can get my hands on. If we could prove some stuff, let's prove some stuff. Dude, as far as we know, recorded history only goes back really a good 200 years. And we know history is written by the victor. And that means everything we know as human beings, and we are all human beings. As far as I know, there's not a cow, dog, or freaking cat talking in this Discord. Am I wrong?
All right,
Wow.
Crafts.
I'm an astrobiologist.
Your other friend said that you accused him of yelling, which is kind of no, it's cool, Crafts.
You got it backwards.
Well, if you're trying to prove something, you will never prove it either.
You kind of got that backwards.
Okay, well, whatever. And then someone said, "Oh, Helio yells." Well, sometimes I do.
I said that.
Yeah, I know.
Why'd you call me someone? I'm more than someone.
Is that better for everybody?
No. You're
You're kind of low, but
your volume was fine. Don't take the
No,
criticism.
your volume was
harshly.
fine.
It's
Whoever
who
was
you are.
triggered about,
No,
whoever was triggered just can adjust
your volume back where it
locally.
was. Yeah, don't. I was just messing around. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I get it. I get excited when I talk about it, especially when I'm sitting here popping shots. You know, I pulled an 11-hour shift today at a sawmill. I'm kicking back, popping shots. I'm ready. I'm ready to talk about some flat Earth stuff here. Let's figure this world out, boys. What's up?
Hey, I'm a woodworker too, man.
Plains the loudness.
is the ether part of flat Earth?
Is this like a Helio 3.0 or something?
Jones, get a real mic, dude.
Yeah, Jones, stop fucking around and get a real mic.
Is ether part of the flat Earth?
How is ether part of the flat Earth? What do you mean? Because it's
No,
trying
you
to hold
cannot
stuff
use
together.
that.
The number that gives us
How is the
120
fog or
zeros.
something? Keep it simple. Kiss me, stupid.
Hey, Crafts, you invited him here. Let everybody else talk to him, please.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. I'm gonna be quiet now. Let's
No,
go.
that's cool. If you don't mind, I'm just, if Jones has some questions. I don't,
No, who brought up ether real quick?
Elbow knows about it.
No, I'm asking Gemsy, bro, because Gemsy says the ether is just
Okay, we're not having this argument between Ahmad and a gold. No, we're not doing that tonight. We got some new blood here.
not having an argument. What's the role?
I didn't bring it up. I was just going with the flow.
Because you guys can fight anytime. We got some new blood.
Listen, I didn't bring it up. I was going with the flow.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier.
I
What
figured.
started this was that the dude asked who brought it up. I thought we couldn't say ether. I don't know. So
No, everything's fine. Everything's fine. I'm just clearing up
okay.
what the malfunction.
The thing is,
was.
if you say ether, some people get triggered because I don't know why. But
okay, we're good.
Oh, well, I don't know why.
Okay,
Trigger.
No.
I'm not a gun.
Crafts, what do you believe the shape of the Earth to be and why?
I don't know what the shape of it is, and I don't know what the shape of the Earth is because I haven't seen it and explored it with my own eyes and my own hands. I haven't physically done it. We don't have any physical, actual proof. We, as a society, do not have the functioning proof. And what I mean by that is that you could show me videos and pictures of people doing all this TikTok and whatever the heck it is that all these people are doing, but we can't take 1,000 people and record every square mile of the ocean. What is the deal? And then when we question that, we're crazy. It doesn't make sense.
Okay, so what you're saying is you have some questions, and they're not getting answered by
for sure,
by what is the popular belief.
Exactly. And then when you, not you particularly, but when this side of the conversation, and when I say this side, I mean the flat Earth, because I'm not trying to offend anybody at all. That's not what I'm here for. So when the other side presents the information, then you have what is considered quote unquote the primary side, because let's be realistic here. It's what's considered mainstream and what's not considered mainstream, or whatever spin you want to put on it. Okay, and it's always, this one side is always right and this other side is always wrong, when we all can agree that science should always be questioned. There's no doubt about that. And when we're talking scientifically, when you speak scientifically, that means that's everything in life. That's everything we all know as life. So everything should always be questioned. And with the technology we have today, if you're telling me any country on the face of this planet can launch an ICBM and pinpoint it on a peppermint, on a little peppermint I could put in my mouth 2,000 miles across the globe and hit that peppermint that I'm holding in my hand with pinpoint accuracy, why can I not have high-def live streaming of everything that's going on without graphical errors, particularly in space when you have this quote-unquote ISS right next to what you tell me is an in-space orbiting satellite? I can't get good cell phone reception at work, but you're sitting next to a freaking satellite. You can't send me a live video feed that isn't choppy and doesn't create these graphical glitches, and I am supposed to buy this crap?
They actually showed you what it looked like. Everything would melt down. That's the whole point. They're trying to keep society together, and the way they do that is to brainwash the masses. That's really all it leads down to. They only give us what they want to give us, and they always say the military's like a decade or two ahead of us in technology. I mean, they're going to always hide something from us. They don't want us to advance. That's the point. They're trying to hold us down.
Right. And when I talk to everybody else, because, like you, Jones, you and me, we've been talking about this stuff for a long time. That's why I always use you as an example. And when I tell these guys, like, hey, when I was 13 to 15 years old, I'm sitting at home and I'm watching a History Channel documentary on the American CIA, right? And I know there's other nationalities in here. That's why I break it down like that. And they're telling me 25 years ago that my governmental spy agency, the Central Intelligence Agency, is so advanced that they could take a listening device the size of literally a pinhead and just insert that into the concrete of a building, that it will draw the power from the moisture in that concrete of the building. And you can hear what everybody's saying because sound is frequency and vibration, right? So it's picking up all the vibration. And this is 25 years ago. And when I watched this documentary, I blatantly remember it saying that they had this technology in the 1960s. So that's when I tell everybody we're a bare minimum of 20 to 30 years behind our world governments. And when I say our world governments, I mean everybody, every governing body on the face of the quote-unquote planet, plane, surface, globe, whatever you want to call it. And then with everything that goes on in today's time, because all of you can ask Jones, I laughed at Jones when he first told me all this, and when we first met and all that, and I told him he was crazy. Did I not, Jones? Told you he was crazy. But I just
still, what everybody says.
Yep, I still told you, hit me with this information. Let's talk about this because, again, and I apologize to everybody, we can all work together. We're all human beings. Let's figure out what's going on. And I feel like we're all held at a standstill because when you talk about flat Earth, of course, Antarctica becomes into the discussion, right? The 60th degree latitude or whatever it is. In Antarctica, where none of us can explore, and the only thing you could do is buy these really super expensive tour tickets, and then they're gonna spank your bottom with some baby powder and rub your belly when they feed you full and take you on these little tour guides or whatever. But again, you can't take thousands.
They're keeping you safe from the polar bears, bro.
Keeping you safe from the polar bears, bro, because you can't take thousands of people, even though when you Google it, how many people come up missing every year just in the United States alone, which is my own domicile. You can't take 0.0001% of that who come up missing a year, which is thousands of people, and literally record this entire expedition of everything that's going on. You're telling me that this is what it is, and this is the only explanation for what it is, and that's it. You shouldn't question that.
They explored all that stuff during Operation High Jump, man, a long time ago. They already know what's over there. That's why they don't tell you about it, and that's why everything's limited information when it comes to Antarctica.
So what's Operation High Jump?
Look it up real quick. I don't have all the details, but I mean, that's them exploring.
The U.S. military's declassified exploration of Antarctica. They had to get past the ice wall.
All right, so Operation High Jump is the U.S. military's expedition to Antarctica, correct? So what other information do we have about that? Because again, I'm the type of person, dude. I don't care if I had an arm ripped off and I'm bleeding out right now. If I'm capable of going, I want to go. I want.
You ain't capable, and you're not allowed. You don't have enough pool in the world to be able to go and do that on your own. And even if you tried, by saying and talking about it so much, if somebody catches wind of it, they'll just make sure you don't go in whatever way they decide to do that. It's not that easy. You know what I'm saying? That's why everything's strict and the information's strict. And that's why there's stuff like this where people talk about all of this. The information is scarce. And that's why it's frowned upon when you talk about it to other people, you know, who aren't used to this. Because I'm sure everybody at one time was like, oh, yeah, globe, solar system. I believe all of that. And eventually, when you really start peeling back the layers of what the world is and society as a whole, you know, that's when you start realizing the world for what it really is. The symbols give away too much stuff, man.
The symbols do give away too much stuff. You're right about that. So, like one of the David Weiss videos I watched in the channel and in this Discord, the new release videos, he was talking about how he went to and I don't know if this is the politically correct term or not, to the old folks home and started talking to, retirement centers. There you go. He went to the retirement centers and was talking to these. It was in his video. It was specifically the older lady, right? That was talking about how she was being taught flat earth in school and yada this and yada that, and then all of a sudden it changed, right? And anybody who went against the particular quote unquote narrative at the time was punished. And I have personally myself heard stories similar to that from older generations from myself. Not
your grandmas and grandpas are alive. Talk to them. They have more information than the school books do. They know what really happened. They lived it already.
Yes, and that's the thing I do implore us all to do is go out and talk to them older. I don't have any grandparents alive anymore. All of my family is dead. I'm the last. That's it. We're the last for the family, and that's it. So I do implore, and I've been kind of thinking about that too, about just going and doing that for myself. Because this information is lost information, and as we grow as a population, as a populace, we can all come together. That's the funny thing when you get to talking about geometry, flat earth, and all this and all that. We're all connected, right? That's the funny thing about what's called the quote unquote great awakening with the flat earth, because everybody talks about how there's so many more flat earthers coming out because we're all waking up to what's going on around us, right? Just like if you say, hey, we're on the interstate traveling at 50 miles an hour and we jump out of the car and the car continues to go, but we don't continue to go. Well, that's explained by quote unquote gravity. Well, that's explained by the median is what that's explained by. And we don't know what the median is. Okay. Because
any pilots in here?
Right? Yeah. Are there any pilots in here?
Or anybody fly small planes or anything?
Volt is a pilot, and he gave you the mic, so he has to reply to you on that.
Wait. I'm not a pilot. What the fuck? Sorry, bud. Not a pilot.
You pilot this conversation, so go ahead, take control.
Pilot RC planes.
You don't want these guys? Yeah, I've piloted RC planes. You don't want these guys talking anymore, Jempsy? I think they're doing great.
No, but they're asking for pilots.
They're convincing me.
Yeah, but I'm used to
a flat earther now.
You know,
I'm not trying to I'm just trying to carry the conversation on because I'm trying to learn and I'm trying to be here with everybody. Because again, you're talking to a dude. Jones is what I would consider my best friend. I worked my butt off, being tipsy as heck, trying to get him in here and all this and all that. We've known each other for about 5 years. We met playing Call of Duty. Black Ops 4 and Blackout. We've been gaming together. We're, like I told y'all, we're a bunch of gamer dads, and that's why we suck at games, because when we're sitting there playing a game, even though we're like, hey, let's be serious, we're talking about all of this stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Real quick, how old are your kids?
My son is 7 years old, and my daughter is 12 years old, going to be 13 years old December 14th.
Congratulations, dude. Good job.
Well done. Someone got to do it.
Not even kidding.
Come on, Jones, pipe up. Don't be shy now, dude. I can't call you the other
No,
dude.
I
got mad.
you kinda like letting it out because you realize this in the past few months, and obviously you've been looking through a lot of information and kind of expressing that here, and that's great. Good for you.
It's been a lot of information, and man, it's just. Listen, I dry wood for a living. I dry up to 250 million board feet of wood for a living, and I got to keep a lot of data in my head and stuff. And then when I go through all this flat Earth stuff and everything, it's tough, dude. It's tough, especially when I keep holding the lifestyle that I hold. When I get off of work, like y'all are catching me after an 11-hour shift today. I'm just trying to relax, but at the same time, I feel like I can't relax because every time I cut a corner in reality, life, the earth, and everything as we know it, everybody's trying to swindle somebody.
He just got deeper in the rabbit hole. He doesn't know how to quit digging.
Yeah, I don't know how to quit digging. That's it, man. Because, I come from a very hard lifestyle, and every time I cut a corner in the past, it was a junkie trying to outwit me or outsmart me or trying to get over on me, and I could always see past that. But now I got somebody who holds a piece of paper stating that they're the smartest person on the freaking planet. And then when I tell them, hey, man, it doesn't make sense, and they look at me go, oh, well, you just couldn't understand it because you're not smart enough. That's not acceptable to me. That's not acceptable to me. That's not acceptable.
Everybody in here,
you can always find a way to explain something.
Is everybody in here in agreement that there's a firmament?
No, I don't think everybody is. Most of us are.
Most would agree there's some kind of containment.
What if you call like firmament as a barrier? If that counts?
Yeah,
I like to say snow globe. I think that's the easiest way for me to describe it to people, even though they look at it crazy when I say that.
The fact is we've never seen it, touched it. We only can infer it's there from gas pressure.
Did you guys know that they tried to shoot like rockets and shit at it?
Operation Fishbowl? Operation Fishbowl. Yeah.
Yeah.
It started with Operation Dominic.
Dominic. Okay.
Fishbowl.
Jones, please keep in mind, and I didn't keep this in mind. It's just a friendly reminder. I don't even know if I should be doing this, but this is, if you look at the top, it says live stream. This is a 24/7 live stream on YouTube.
Oh, interesting. That's cool.
So the FBI is listening.
Amazing.
They're always on your side, so it's okay.
Yeah.
They're the good guys.
They never stop listening.
Right? Glowies be glowing.
FBI, open up!
Yeah, see? They've been ready. They've been ready.
So I am FBI too. You know why? Because I am forever being inquisitive, and I want to always ask questions about what's going on forever until the day that I die, because something's got to make sense to me. And that's why when I first came in here, I was asking, everybody like, hey, like what's the religious belief here? Because I legitimately, I don't want anybody to believe or think that I'm trolling anybody. When you deal with Craftsmoogle, you're getting who Craftsmoogle is. So I'm coming to you who I am, and I'm saying I don't believe in religious. I appreciate and I am receptive of all the information that's being presented to me, right? So when I'm being presented with all this information from whoever it is, if it makes sense, it just freaking makes sense. And there's a lot of things that can be explained, and there's a lot of things that cannot be explained. And when you question the unexplained, they call you crazy. So it's just like asking a magician, like, hey, how did you do that magic trick? Oh, I could never tell.
Really quick, I've got a question for you, Kraus. Why I understand you didn't want to offend anybody, but why would it be important what people's religious beliefs are?
You gotta hold on. I was taking another shot.
Hey, as an agenda,
all right, shots. Yeah, I'm like 10 shots deep right now. We going in, bro. It's like Lil Wayne. All right.
Did you hear my question? Yes,
your question was why would I be so concerned with hurting people's feelings, basically on the religious part, right?
Mostly about the religious, like I don't think you care very much if you hurt people's feelings in general, but on the religious part, you seem to be more concerned about it. Why?
I really don't care if I hurt your feelings because that's who I am as a human being, and because of my acquisitive nature, and that could, if you go back to a basic psychology route, that could also be possibly because of how I was raised as who I am. When I keep going back to religion or anything else, that's mostly out of respect for other people. And I feel as if you give the people that you're dealing with the respect that they're not only demanding but deserving of, then you could get the same in return.
Okay, I understand all that. That makes sense.
Okay.
That's normal parlance and generally the social contract.
Okay.
But why do you do that in every room you walk into?
Yes.
Not you walk into the room and you're like, you kick in the door. You're like, "What's up, MFers? What religion are you guys?"
Yep, pretty much. Yep, yeah, I do that at work.
I'm mill wood, and God made that wood, and I'm just,
Hey, you hear my wife over here? You hear my wife over here? So you know I'm not bullshacking you. You know what I'm saying?
Nobody believes that you walk into a room and just start yelling about shit like that. So
who's yelling? You hear her?
That's his normal voice. That's his everyday inside voice.
I can't hear it. He does it here every day. So
that's not my normal inside voice. But anyway.
So yes, what you see right here is what you get. The only time you do not get this is when I am in my professional workplace environment, and I tone it down at work, right? Because you're not supposed to discuss religion and politics and all that nonsense at work. But at the same time, again, I really don't have a filter. And I've had guys at work want to fight me over this religious conversation.
Yeah, I usually wait. If I only wait for people to ask me about it before I would talk about it at work.
You definitely don't want to be the flat earther at work. Definitely not.
Well,
unfortunately,
what's really cool about being the flat earther at work? What's cool about being the flat earther at work is they won't ask you about it.
No, that's not what happens. They always question me. They want to debate. They want to know if I have all the answers every time. Like they always want to see how much I actually know.
I have answers, but they never ask me about it.
So no. That's the thing is we
go ahead.
We all
go
have
ahead. Go ahead.
We thank you. We all have all the answers.
Yes,
they might not be right.
I would add to that and say that everybody in today's society, especially with the newer generation, everybody thinks they always have the answers, right? Everybody's a Google U graduate, of course.
Actually, TikTok University.
Yeah, TikTok University. Cool. Yeah.
I love like waiting for the.
So just the only religion you shouldn't insult here is just the Ether religion. Just keep that in mind.
Oh my God! Shut up! Shut the fuck up!
I would never insult any religion except for Satanism, because if you truly believe in evil, my heart and what quote unquote people would call a soul has no room, place, or value for you in my life. That's how I feel.
Satanism is basically just self-service. Let me see what I can do for me. Give me.
Yeah, okay. Satanism is the worship of self. Luciferianism is the worship of the devil.
Oh, yeah,
it's a worship of self, ultimately.
Yep, I don't put any terms or I'm really trying to be as politically correct as possible because I want to encapsulate everybody into it, right? So the basic necessity I could describe it as right now would be the all good versus evil, right? So when you talk about flat Earth, it's flat versus global, right? It's always this side versus that side. That's why I have to come at everybody and say, hey, man, about the only thing I can't put up with is people doing evil stuff. And everybody knows what's right and wrong. Everybody feels that in their heart. Everybody. If you don't feel what's right and wrong in your heart, what value or place do you have in society? In my humble opinion, you really don't. But that's getting off the flat earth topic.
Crafts. Yeah, sure. And what we try to keep it to is the scientific proofs and our opinions and understanding of it in this room particularly. I mean, there are plenty of other places to talk about religion and all that kind of stuff. We do bring it up as an addendum, sort of, to some of the ideas, but for the most part, we want to keep it on.
If asked and in context. If asked and in context.
Yeah.
But I'm right. I think you're right. Regardless,
because it can go ever. If you get a room, this many people in a room, if you get this many people in a room talking about religion and their backgrounds and stuff, you're going to have 100 different stories, you know. But if we go by, you know, what we understand about what they're saying about the, you know, the solar system and the creation of the universe, then we can stay relevant as long as we can, you know, as much as we can, you know, without, we're always going to have, you know, personal bias toward it, but, you know, and that's going to come up. But for the most part, we're talking about, you know, what they're saying about it, you know, about the solar system and what we've experienced here, you know, being in Flat Earth for several years now. So that's what we try to keep it on, you know, in context, so that we're not just looking like fools who's just making stuff up. You know, no, we do understand the solar system.
So, Helio, are you 100% a flat earther?
Yes.
Okay. Would you
care?
Would you? Oh man, you globe breather. Would you just dude, just start regurgitating stuff at me and let me talk to you? Come on.
No, Deuce is doing a good job. I just want to put you back on topic because I've been in, you know, I'm a spiritual person, but as far as this room, I'm just saying it's more focused on the physical universe.
Helio, I thought you were going to say you're a spirit-filled born-again Christian.
He doesn't want to tell you.
I wasn't going to say that.
He's a legend, actually. He's an actual Flat Earth legend. So.
Wait, Helio is?
Yeah, Helio is a legend.
Yeah, no, I've heard people talk about him, but I've never actually seen him. I don't even think he exists. You're right, he is a legend.
He is a legend.
Motherfuckers.
He's like Australia. It doesn't actually exist on Flat Earth.
Hey, Deuce.
Hey, Tim. Coming down from Never Never Land.
I'm just a character playing a part.
I'm trying to take
the land down over.
I'm trying to get Crafts down like 5 levels so he can just like listen and participate instead of just like, I'm excited. Just like,
hey, Helio.
So what happened
how we
to
feel about you sometimes, brother.
So what happened to Australia? What, it just fell off?
I got thick skin. You know, you guys can say whatever the fuck you want.
Australia got evaporated into the ether. Oh.
No.
If Australia goes too much further south, there's going to be some battle cruisers like, turn around. Australia,
back on course.
Look, I'm always hyped, bro. I'm always hyped. So let's get back to Flat Earth here. Let's talk about Flat Earth. Let's talk about the universe, right? Right?
Yeah, I'm smelling what you're stepping in, bro. I was just
giving my 2 cents. It ain't too stinky, is it? I almost smell like roses, like I climbed a mountain.
Amen.
What universe?
Yes, what
the
universe?
One that you just spoke.
So when you talk to Crafts Moogle, me, a third person, I'm insane, right? So when you talk to me, all right, so I'm literally telling you guys, and again, I'm not trying to crap on nobody. I literally, when I met my wife, I told her we don't discuss religion, we don't discuss politics, science is science. So the science of the matter is that I'm sorry, this isn't what I believe, and this is what I'm not telling nobody to believe this, but the science of the matter is we all live on a globe, right?
Wrong.
Right.
Wrong.
Just what they tell you.
Right.
And so that's what you told your wife when you first met her?
Yes, and she can contest to all this. And so like Jones asked me one day,
that up, mate.
Jones asked me one day, he goes, well, what is gravity? And I told him, I said, gravity's gravity, dude. The law of gravity is that everything falls at 9.8 meters per second, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
And we already went over that like 2 hours ago. But
yes, we already went over that like 2 hours ago. But I always have to keep going to all of these questions. And the reason that is because we have no definitive way to prove this. This is why I'm telling everybody, as a race, as a species, we can all work together to do something, to prove something. Power in numbers, right?
Oh, no. Not this again.
Don't say the word again or he'll show up. Fuck, guys.
Oh, crap. What did I do? I'm sorry. What did I do? What is it?
Don't say it 3 times.
What did I do?
You said species.
Like Reese's species?
Exo signing in right now. Here.
Exo, come on. Get in here, Exo.
Get it on, Exo.
Clarify this.
I love you, Exo. I'm only joking.
I mean, does
I
species
love it when he comes in.
does species have to be like? Couldn't it be microevolution? Species.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Everybody, just go on mute. Just wait.
He said micro.
Whoa! What did I do? What happened?
He said
That
you
was
didn't
a
do anything.
microaggression.
That was. He said microevolution. Oh fuck.
Yeah, definitely summon him.
Opened a can of worms, huh?
77 Con is he must be somewhat new here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
He fucked up.
When I listen to like the debates, that's all they say is like, "Oh, it's macro and micro and." No,
I guess I don't know.
No, any change over time is evidence of evolution, but you don't see any evidence of change. You don't see any evidence of change over time.
Any change is not evolution, in my opinion. It's epigenetics.
Yeah,
Okay,
that is.
So we're
that is.
saying as a race, what I don't know. I don't even know what term to use now. So you're saying as a
Yeah.
conglomerate,
Are we doing
right?
this 2 days in a row? Are we doing this 2
I
days
don't know.
in a row?
What are we doing? What are we doing? I don't know. I don't.
I would have to say we are a kind, just like all the other kinds.
Yeah,
on the
mankind.
earth.
Yeah, like kind. Yeah, maybe.
Oh dang, dude. Yeah, I guess we're gonna do this as many days in a row as newbies pop up, right?
You'd have to. You got to always. You got to keep on clarifying your position. You have to continually justify your position, because if you can't hold it, it's not worth holding.
That's it. Holding the hill, right?
That's my job.
So don't let it get quiet now. Back to flat Earth. Tell me, convince me, make me a 100% flat earther here. Why is the Earth flat?
Here we go. Here we go, Krav. Have you done any local observations at all?
I've done what you could call "quote unquote" local observations my entire 37 years of existence.
No. What I mean is rigorous observation, which you wrote down the observation height, the distance to your observed, landmark, the distance that you saw, how much curvature you should be seeing between the two, what was the temperature, what was the humidity, what was the dew point, that kind of observation.
No, sir, never in my entire existence.
Okay, well, that's the first place you need to start. Is first you need to observe your local surroundings yourself. Get to a vantage point above your, local stuff, whatever it be, trees, hills, buildings, and find a landmark you can find at the very horizon that you know what it is. Find your distance from that to yourself on Google Maps, if that's what you're using. And then you'll need to figure out your elevation from sea level. And hang on a second. Use this one. This one's pretty easy to use. It's not the best, but it is one of the easiest to use. It's on GitHub. Go ahead and pull that up on your phone, and it will give you an approximation of what the Earth curvature should be between you and your observed object. From there, you'll be able to see whether or not you can actually see curvature, or the curvature that should be there or not. And so when you say we need to find proof, really it's an individual proof, because you really need to prove it to yourself. Doesn't matter who you take this to. It is as rigorous as you make it. They're not buying what you're selling. So finding proof, as you say, is incumbent upon each person, because you shouldn't be listening to stupid people on the internet, right?
All right.
Or on TV, or on Netflix, or wherever.
Right. No,
or your own
I
head
smell,
sometimes.
quote unquote, smell what you're stepping in. So you're basically telling me, okay, so based off of their data, which their data is the curvature, find a basic landmark. So to make it easier for me, because I'm a little tipsy right now, I have my own Discord. No offense, okay. And I have the next 4 days off of work, so I'm gonna revisit all this stuff because I've done taking the time to introduce and interject myself into you people. So I've got
not too deep, I hope.
No,
4
this
inches is our max.
Whoa.
You people, what do you mean?
What? Oh, you people, I mean flat earthers. I have no problem saying that.
Thank you.
So I've got Ayatollah, Sin, and Aether Chris that joined my Discord. Oh my. Right? And I have no problem. I will share any information, data with anybody, right? This is who I am as a person.
Did you copy this link for yourself and put it in your own Discord?
Yeah, it's actually saved. It's actually saved on my browser right now. And as you guys can see, because I don't care. I'll post all the data. You guys can DDoS, whatever. I don't give a darn.
Really quick,
Nobody's gonna frickin'
hang on. Don't get hung up on little things. I'm gonna go ahead and give you another one. It's more generous to the globe as it calculates. It calculates it a little differerently.
Right.
But
Okay.
It is slightly more generous to the curvature. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That's all I need, because I'm very basic. I'm being very basic and very simple right now because I'm inebriated. Correct. Okay. So and plus we're 24/7 live stream. So KISS, keep it simple, stupid. Right. The office. Whatever. Dumb joke.
Sure, but as far as all the math goes, can you, if we gave you something more complicated, could you understand it?
Yeah, I would make it a point not only to understand it, but to try to make it make sense. And this is what I challenge everybody in here tonight. I'm going to tell you where I live. I live in a place called. No. Listen.
You're inebriated. You're inebriated. I don't want you to.
You're gonna get muted.
You're gonna get muted.
Okay, well, I get muted. I live in Texas. What major landmark would I find in Texas?
That's actually really easy. Yeah, if you're in Dallas, you can easily go on top of the buildings or one of those buildings.
So just find any building in Dallas, right?
Yeah, as long as you're over the general larger buildings, as long as you can get a little higher than those, you're good. And find, just look out towards Denton or what is that other city right next to you? Damn it.
So any building larger than the supposed curvature of the proposed data, correct?
Well, just any building larger than your natural surroundings, whether they be buildings
taller.
Yeah,
you mean?
Yeah, taller than your surroundings, such as
I already knew he's from
the
Texas
other buildings
from his accent. But anyway.
Yeah, I thought he was gonna give out his old address and stuff. I was like,
no, you're gonna get my address. You're gonna get my address. You're gonna have to dark web.
I was about to pull up, man. I live in Houston, man.
So any building taller than the natural surroundings that would combat curvature. Is that a better way to put it?
It's not combating curvature. You're just combating. You're getting to a height at which you can see around your local surroundings. Not necessarily curvature, just like hills, trees, just any obstruction, so that you can see off into the horizon.
God dang it. I've tried to work this in a way so that when I post it in my Discord and I wake up tomorrow morning, I'm like, oh, God. Oh, that's what I got to do. Because I'm telling y'all, you don't know y'all just don't know what I'm willing to go through to collect undisputable data. Right, because the end goal of science. I've been outside
Disputable data of what? Give us at least what you can so far of some. What are we looking? What data are we supposed to be looking at?
I want to see
globe versus curve or whatever.
I want to see curvature with my own eyes. So how can I do that with the equipment I have? The only equipment.
God. You said you're willing to go through anything. You willing to go through about 9.5 hours worth of Texas scenery?
Yeah, another Texan talking to you right now, Larry. Tell him.
Yeah, I went to Corpus Christi. You can.
If you're at Corpus Christi, you might as well just go from look from Corpus to San Pedro.
I'm not in Corpus. I'm in Texarkana, Texas, and that's not really where I'm at, but close enough.
Yeah, well, yeah. So you're landlocked. You're not near the sea.
Right. I'm stuck in a valley, right?
Yeah, I'm in
just go up to a hill.
I'm in Arkansas, so
yeah, he can easily go to the Ozarks.
Hate Arkansas, but yeah, no, I've been through the Ozark. Actually, grew up in Arkansas and moved from there. Hate the state, but love y'all. Let's continue.
Okay, yeah. If you're in a valley, that's really easy because you can just go to one side or the other and get to a hill, look off into the distance, find a landmark, figure out your distance from that to that, or from that to you.
Okay. So okay. No, I'm in a complete understanding. Document my local surroundings, based off of temperature, height, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. It may take me some time. I will gather this myself from a person on the fence that just joined you guys, all of you that just joined y'all and just started talking to you guys. And I will, over time, present my own data that I can come up with. And I'm more than willing to discuss this with everybody.
Yeah, and what's really cool about where you're in Texarkana, if you travel west, flat as shit. Travel south,
man, it's super flat.
Pretty flat. It's pretty flat everywhere.
I mean,
almost all the way flat if you travel south or west from where you are in Texarkana. It's like there's some hills, but there's. I mean, I'm gonna like a lot of times we go over oceans because that's where the claim is that the Earth is a globe, and so we go to the shore and look for this curvature of Earth, right? But you can't find it when you go there.
Well, that's regardless. You got to look yourself. It doesn't matter if you can't find it.
Sure.
The whole point is the action.
And to be honest, it's really
gosh darn it, I can't type where the flying fish hook on whatever lens and moose.
Yeah, sure.
Whatever. Chris V, you said right Patman Lake. What about it? That is close to me. So what are you saying about that?
What's the length and
Rose? What are you talking about?
Principle. It's really more of a principle to understand than it is like. It's like if you think the horizon is the curvature of the Earth, then you've missed the argument altogether. It doesn't matter if you're landlocked, looking at hills and the sunrise, sunset. If you're at the ocean watching the sunrise, sunset, you've missed the principle altogether. So it doesn't matter where you live. When we talk about flat Earth, we're talking about something else. Now, when people talk about the globe Earth, well, the sun wouldn't rise or set if the Earth wasn't a globe. That's what they say, which is completely untrue, because they have in their mind that the sun is 93 million miles away, and you would only see it set because you're the third rock from the sun moving away from. You're spinning away from it, moving, in an orbit around it. And this is their idea. We know this is This is what I was taught when I was growing up, and to be honest, it didn't totally make sense to me, but it seemed plausible. But it's completely implausible to me now. Doesn't matter where you live, whether you're landlocked or live near an ocean.
It also don't matter if you're black or white.
It also, yes.
Thank you, Michael Jackson.
It doesn't matter if you're black or white. Hey, I got it out. You guys continue. I'll shut up for a little bit.
I honestly expected better out of you, but it's okay.
Better out of me.
That was kind of bad.
Yeah, better out of you.
Oh, man, I can continue. Do you want me to?
No, not if it's going to be that fucking bad. No. Hey, JQ is new here, right? Children of the Corn. What is Children of the Corn role? What is that?
You know those possessed children from the movie when they're possessed?
Yeah. Are they? They're not really possessed though. They're just embodied demons.
Okay.
They were born. They're like gay people. They were born that way.
No, gay people is actually parasites. They're actually possessed by parasites.
Okay.
How is that funny, Deuce? Tell me a Deuce.
I've never heard that before. Do you have any documentation of this?
Gay essentially could mean anything, right? Just
actually, the life cycle of the parasites, they want men to, do that to the other men because they
not
they
procreate.
can pass. The life cycle of the parasites. They need damn Helio. They need to have that contact with the shit. So that's why men want the anal sex. The parasite is controlling the host to feel that he wants to do that. Have you seen parasites actually?
I've seen a lot of stuff.
Damn, who's been drinking tonight, Jamsey or me?
Yeah, I think it's
Bro,
funny.
This is actually verifiable. Parasites inside the living beings,
urethra?
they will manipulate the host to do weird shit, like being
like
gay.
those rats do with like toxic plasmosis, yeah.
Like wanting to do that to other men or allowing other men to do that to you, yeah, that's parasites.
Do you have any documentation of this, Jimsy? I'm asking you.
So the
yes.
plasmosis makes a dude more like a dude. He wants to be like.
Hang on, guys. Hang on.
Getting that from I don't remember hearing that from Stephen King's rendition.
So I'm not to cut anybody off and back to flat Earth here. My friend Hercules, he's actually an engineer and whatnot. He lives in Spain and stuff, right? Like this guy is a 100% like science is science, and I'm always throwing this stuff at him, especially in my Discord, right? So he throws me this. He just not too long ago. Remember, he's in Spain, so whatever. It's like 2:40 a.m. for him right now, right? And he throws me this link right here. This Earth curvature calculator that he threw me, is this pretty much the same data set with the two links that you sent me?
Hey, Krasmugel, every single Earth curve calculator, if it doesn't line up with the 24901 circumference of Earth, is wrong. Because
he doesn't want the wrong one. He wants the right one. The correct one.
They're all wrong. Well, anyway,
they're all wrong.
I
mean, they're all wrong because there is no actual curve of the Earth.
Yeah, there's no curvature of the Earth. I'm just saying, it's like, which one's right? If they all line up with the 24901 circumference of Earth, you can make up everything you want to about, the Earth being third rock from the sun with that circumference. And, but the Earth curve calculator is that. There should be a hump of water between you and the observation. Doesn't matter if you're looking 5 miles, 10 miles, 30 miles. I mean, where's the hump of curve? It's not a joke, really. It's just like, you live on the Earth. Have you ever seen the curve? And you admitted that earlier. You said, no, I've never seen the curvature of the Earth.
Never seen it. The only curve
All right,
I've ever
you're not
seen
going to
is
see it in this Earth curve calculator either. You're not going to see it in this Earth curve.
Helio, I think you don't want to answer his question. He said that his friend is an engineer in Spain and sent him this. He's.
My bad. You guys continue with it. I just wanted to explain that.
No,
that
you
the Earth
continue.
curve calculator is not going to prove anything. Go ahead.
No, you continue.
What's going to prove a virtual thing? But anyway,
I'm steadily talking, and Ayatollah Sin and Aether Gress can contest it. I'm steadily trying to talk. Please speak your voice, please.
No, so Omni Calculator is it's okay. It's a good one as well because this is by some calculator company that gives you the Earth curvature. So, you could definitely make your measurements and see if it coincides with their calculations.
Still virtual all the time.
Yeah, that's not the point. The point was that he's trying to, his friend is showing him a calculator to calculate the Earth curvature, and he's going to try to do an observation or a measurement to try to see if it coincides to each other. But they don't.
They don't.
We know that he's trying to prove it to himself. That's his quest right now, dude. Do you understand that part? Helio?
No, I didn't catch any of that because I was in my Discord chatting with Bert.
I get that, Elbow.
I was talking to Helio, but
no, that's cool. Yeah, but it's just cool. How about hey, who was that was talking about the Earth curve? Chris or Crafts, bro. Pick a friend. You guys find a lake and go like 10 miles away and try to show this Earth curve calculator because water's flat, right? And just go on each side of the lake, take a mirror, put it right on the shore, and bend it towards the sun. See if your friend on the other shore can see it from 10 miles away.
Cool.
You know, when he's...
Don't bend it, tilt it. Don't bend it. Because if you bend the mirror, it might break.
The Globers agree that the water's level.
That was a bad word to use.
Right?
Tilt
Don't even the
the
Globers
mirror and see if you can see if you can see the reflection from 10 miles away when you're both standing right on the shore of the lake. That would be it's like if the Earth is curved from 10 miles away, you wouldn't be able to see it.
Well,
that'd be.
You're not supposed to see it.
There would be a hump of water
to us, right? I get that. That's something I could do with Jones because we live in the same state, or if any of you live in the same state. I'm not trying to mass murder you. I got a mortgage and shit.
No, Elbow lives in Houston, Texas,
Hey.
He'll do it with you.
You live too close to the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, bro. I'm not going that direction.
Too close to the Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
I feel your pain, my brother. That's cool. I don't even need you. I can do it with Jonesy. It just might take some time. But yes, I am 100% dedicated and willing to collect data and provide this data. I just need to know how to go about collecting this data to make sure it's right. And obviously tonight, I'm of course not of the right mindset. That's why I'm counter posting this shit in my Discord. When I come back to the shared dream, right? Then I'm like,
shared dream. The shared dream is that we're all trying to figure this out, right? Go ahead, brother.
Can I ask him what's your Discord about? What's the topic in your Discord?
Several topics, man. We're mostly just dad gamers, right? So I don't care. Here, look here. Here's a screenshot of my Discord in your chat right now.
Share the link in the live stream voice text. Share the link.
Okay, I'll send the link. Okay, I've shared it several times.
I'm just flattered just joining your Discord.
Here, I'll edit it to be permanent. Whatever. It never expires. Whatever.
Do you think us flat earthers should come over there? Even if I'm not a gamer, should I come over there and talk to your gamer buddies?
No. It's a gamer.
No.
Gamer.
Please, no. You don't have to do that. No. If you want to, everybody's.
No,
I can't share. I guess I can't share links in here.
They can come here.
What I'm saying is, Yes. I agree with you. If any, this is like Jones. I fight like hell to get Jones in here. I fight like hell to get my wife in here to make sure everything's working. We're going to talk about this shit here. Now, I do have a channel on my Discord called Expand Horizons. Okay.
How you mad, bro?
And we talk about all this stuff, Flat Earth, Tartaria, everything. And then my primary channel is called An Open Discussion. And we will literally talk about everything. And the only time you will get banned out of my Discord is when you're actually just being an ignorant person and you're like, no, F you, you're stupid. Yeah, you're gone out of here, dude. We just trying to talk. Whatever.
That's cool. Hey man, and that's pretty much the same scenario here. We, since we're live streaming 24/7, we want to keep this listenable for the people that are listening here. Did you know that you're being live streamed right now on YouTube?
Yes, sir. I know I'm being live streamed on YouTube. That's why I'm really trying to be
on Twitter.
Okay, that's cool. That's why I'm trying to be really politically correct. This ain't even about me.
No.
I'm just sharing all the information I'm accessing right now, so everybody knows.
As long as everyone's cordial, we can promote everyone's site. Whatever. Even if it's just that. When you come in here and ask us questions about flat Earth and whatever, and this is not. Nobody here is trying to convince people of flat Earth. They come here to ask us questions. When nobody new jumps in, you probably heard us earlier arguing with each other about different topics. We don't all agree on everything, but when it comes to flat Earth,
especially ether.
Well, to be honest, it's the first time I've ever engaged in voice chat with any of you.
Yeah, it's been not even just ether. I mean, it's spirituality, all that kind of stuff. No, I
don't believe in ether.
Well,
you love it.
Oh, why wouldn't you believe in ether? No, we're not going to do that. Anyway.
And look, Jones is back in here now too, and even he can attest. 8:49 p.m. at night, every night when we play Call of Duty together or whatever we play, I'm like, it's 8:25, it's late, I gotta go, and I'm here late with you guys. This is something that literally touches my quote unquote soul, my fabrication, my everything as a human being. I want to know.
Are you gaming right now while you're talking to us?
Nope. I'm here talking with you.
Is Jones gaming while he's listening to you talk to us?
Nope, Jones is on a PS5 and he's on a phone, so he's in here listening. With a phone. Yep.
All right. See, what I'm having not an issue, but I like you, brother. But you invited Jones, and every time he tried to talk, you started talking over him while he was trying to ask some questions.
Yeah, he learned from you, Helio. Every time somebody starts talking, you start talking over them. Yeah,
I'm the biggest asshole in the room, apparently.
I'm sorry.
I know.
That's why I keep saying I'm sorry. I'm loud and I talk. Jones knows I'm not trying to talk over him. Jones, you can have the floor for the next 30 minutes. Here, I'll mute myself. I love y'all. Let me hear.
Damn, he gave you a time limit.
Well, we might be missing a couple.
I was actually looking forward to hear from Jones.
Hey, Helio, someone else was trying to say something. Go ahead, Timbo.
We just might be missing a couple of people just before they run off. There's Lister, who's got listening pass, and JQ.
We have Andrew. Andrew is new. I give him VC verified earlier.
So let's calm it down a little bit and introduce some new
Let me unmute the new people. We're gonna unmute. Andrew has a VC verified. Andrew, if you're there, you can open your mic and say hi.
Hello there. I'm just doing work. I'm probably not saying anything.
Cool, man. All good, all good. Lister, you've been muted. If you want to open your mic, Lister. Andrew, earlier you were working and had to leave, and now you're working again. Are you working all day and night, Andrew?
For the moment, yeah. It's kind of crunch time for holidays and all that.
You got 4 jobs? That's truly American.
No. Y'all hate this, but I'm in like academia, so.
Hey, we love
trying to-
academia.
We
We
don't
just don't
hate
like
academia.
education without demonstration. Like if I taught you how to fish, I wouldn't just give you some theoretical like bullshit about some hyperlooping fishing lure. No, I would demonstrate practically this is how you fish.
Yeah, if I want to teach you how to fish, I wouldn't be talking about fishing alien fishes in Mars, right? We'll do it here practically in
Yeah,
reality.
so as long as you're not an astrobiologist or something like that, because that is a degree you could have chosen. I don't know if that affects the legitimacy of other degrees, but that's just my
If you don't mind sharing, what is your? You say you're in academia.
Mm-hmm.
What
Yeah.
subject?
So I do like theoretical work on like modified theories of gravity.
Whoop! There it is.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, let's hear all about
So,
it.
yeah, we would love to share when you get some time, but I'll be a gentleman, like you said. You were working.
He's
Yeah,
working.
let's hear it and just have one person talk to him. I reckon that'd be great. Great to hear.
Yeah, Larry can
I
talk
would like
to
to
him.
hear Larry talk
Yeah.
to him about his modified theories of gravity.
But you're not here. He's busy at the moment. He's working. So
I know he
Yeah.
said he's busy.
Yeah, he's busy, but he can give us 5 minutes, right, Andrew? You can.
Talk about this modified theory of gravity that you're talking about.
Yeah, I mean,
I
if he's
guess.
modifying gravity, he knows that gravity doesn't work, so that's a win so far.
Maybe
He's
he
too
doesn't
busy.
want to talk about it. He might be too busy. It's all good. Who else?
We have Helioskeptic. He might be a glober. Or a globe
Maybe
dart.
he's busy. Maybe his modifications didn't work.
Hey, here's my model of reality. In
No,
case
thank you.
guys didn't know already. There we go.
We have Momo.
We have
Mono.
flat sun.
Wait, Helio. We have new people, Helio. Mono. Methyl. Are you there, Mono?
I am, yeah.
Hi, what brings you to the Flutter Discord, Mono?
Right now, I'm making a landing page for my personal website, and it's late at night, gotta have something audio,
Yeah.
I don't want to listen to music because it distracts me too much.
Well, I
All right.
hope you enjoy your listening, and good luck with your entrepreneurial spirit.
Yeah, if you're curious about what we're talking about, it's really good that you're listening. By the way, I mean, if you love, what we're talking about, if you just want to listen,
You don't have to love it, Mono. You don't have to love it. You can listen and not love it. But if you have any questions, you can open your mic.
Sure.
Same with Andrew and the new people. Whenever you guys want to open your mics, you're welcome to.
Sure, every time.
But you don't have to love it because Helio said so. Okay.
No, you don't have to love it because, I mean, oftentimes, it seems like it could be what is the word?
Sea level.
Gravity is the word, Helio. Gravity.
The gravity of the situation might seem intense for you. There you go. Thanks for helping me with that. The gravity of the situation might be intense for you, but if you're really curious, we can tell right away if you're really considering what we're talking about. We have answers and questions ourselves, so you'll be able to, you found us, so these answers aren't always forthcoming, but sometimes they can be very profound. Continue, gentlemen.
So, for all the people in here that are just listening, I would like to make a little speech, right? So, basically, this argument's been going on for 2 years, and what it boils down to, judging, by the title of the Discord, is whether there's curvature or not, right? And this argument, for a long time was like, yeah, there's curvature, boats go over the horizon. That's the geometric horizon that boats are going over. And we were like, no, we can see too far. And they were like, yeah, but that's refraction. Okay, well, if it's refraction that's giving us the distance to the horizon, and the horizon is moving to and fro from points that we should be able to see if we lived on a ball to way beyond points that we shouldn't be able to see if we lived on a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles. So the problem is that if they're measuring the distance to the horizon based on refraction, then that's not a geometric horizon, is it? Because geometric horizons don't move out way past 10 miles when they're supposed to be 1.22 miles away at 1 foot off the surface of the Earth. So we've made these measurements for the past 7 years, but anytime you hear them saying refraction, basically they're admitting they have no geometric horizon. So what does that leave you with? Well, that doesn't leave you with any firsthand primary knowledge of the globe. In fact, that's why we're here. So we don't want you to believe any of this stuff. Of course, you could look at the photographs of Mount Conahu, which is like 273 miles away, the longest photography ever made, not by flat earthers, by the way, just regular people trying to set records with cameras. Or you could go to the beach and make these observations yourself with, just binoculars or even your own eyes and a cell phone and maybe, just a little bit of research and a Earth curve calculator. And you can see for yourself that, I'll be damned, the geometric horizon isn't where it's supposed to be. Why is it way the fuck over there? Am I looking around a corner? Because that's what they're saying you're doing. You're looking around the curvature of the Earth, like holding a basketball at your nose and seeing the other person on the other side of the basketball with their nose on the basketball. Like, you can't see past the curve of the ball. Like, you can't see through humps of water, but for some reason you can. So you have to decide whether yourself, does light bend at the same rate as the Earth, curving at 8 inches per mile squared? Or is it just look flat because it's flat? So that's for you to decide. Go do your own research, for fuck's sake.
That's a really good meme right there. I like that. And I say that because the other videos I watch when it talks about curvature of the Earth, right? And then they take like the the Nikon P900 or whatever it is, and they get to zooming in, and it shows you that when you zoom in with that camera, which by the way, it comes down to what the human eye is capable of processing versus what the digital eye is capable of processing, which is what a human built, correct? And then the digital eye is letting your human eye, because we built that, to see beyond what is quote unquote the curvature of the Earth, right? So when they zoom in and you're seeing that ship on the ocean, how it really did not. And I have to say it like this, man. I can't help but to be so passionate about it because I saw it with my own eyes. And then they zoom in, and then you're seeing the freaking boat, the bottom, everything of the freaking boat. But I'm supposed to believe there's a curvature?
No, but if we calculate refraction assuming the radius, then it all makes sense.
Calculations aren't measurements. Assumptions aren't facts. Yeah, I know, but you can't build your orthodoxy off of assumptions. Thanks.
That was sarcasm.
It was also bait.
That actually pissed me off because I was like, it took me a while to figure that one out when they're like presupposing the radius with their little refraction calculator.
Yeah, that's the very thing in question. And then they're using terrestrial refraction. It's circular logic. You can't reason like that.
Me too. That was a solidification of with me when I found out that they never had a measurement of the radius. Like, what? Bang. That's it. It's all over.
I just still think it's hilarious that people are like, the government would lie to you? Like,
when have they not?
I don't know, Hank. Remember when I was a kid, they told us that everyone had the potential to become the president. So it's like people have these types of expectations still. You know, this sort of gullible mindset that, like, you know, no one's lying. Everybody, if there was any wrongdoing, someone would speak out. You know, I remember when I used to think like this.
well, I mean, it is true. You know, all you need is to be born in America. And my father gave me a small loan of $1 million. Oh, that's all.
Now, if someone tells you you have potential to be the next president, it's an insult.
Well, you got the potential to be pre-diabetic. How about that?
We'll go 2024.
Don't you ever disrespect me like that, son.
Don't everybody get quiet at once?
When the doctor tells you you're pre-diabetic, you're like, yeah, I'm also pre-dead too, Doc. You're very astute. Jesus.
Yeah, agreed. That's all. Yeah, agreed.
When they say the government is lying, they mean the other party.
Oh,
Free party, sir.
Yes. So when
My government is not lying. My party is not lying. The Republicans.
So what is your government? What is your party? You don't even have to use the term government. I'm cool with the PC term party. What is your party?
My government is all about mind control. I'm definitely into like governance. Yeah, I like to control my own mind. Just so you know, I'm not really into controlling other people's minds. That's up to them. But yeah, governance, like self-governance, I'm all about that. You know, I don't want to like cause any accidents on the freeway or anything, cause anybody harm, injury, or loss. So yeah, I'm actually very pro-government. Just I like to govern myself. That's all.
Self-governance.
Well, personally, I think Biden is great.
Personally, I think every government is lying. That's how I feel. Every government is lying. They're all lying. It's all.
Yeah, but why would they lie? They don't have anything to gain.
My mic was open. My bad, guys.
Money and power. That's why they lie. Money and power. Because nothing can seem to make sense, and there is no proof of anything. In any side you choose, there's no absolute, definite fucking answer for nothing.
But someone would speak out. If they were lying, someone would say something.
It's flat Earth. Remember that. Don't cuss.
That that lady who was speaking, your microphone's really hard to hear.
Oh, that's because she's on an iPhone X, brother. I'm on the desktop.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. Let me look at some settings. Yeah.
If the government was lying, the media would tell us for sure.
Yeah, they would tell us on the news if they were lying.
Man, you need me to buy you a lollipop, bro?
My government in Australia doesn't lie.
Definitely not.
How do you want me to receive that?
That first year in 2020, watching all the videos in Australia, I'm like, holy shit, that sucks.
Wait, can we get a refresher? Like, what?
Yeah, I remember when Candace Owens was like, whoa, what's going on in Australia? Like, they got a pretty impressive growing. We should go and invest.
Whoa. From what the information that's presented to me, I have a pretty fair idea of what's going on in Australia. But as an American, it's not my place to speak on it because I'm not living it firsthand. And I couldn't even shut up for 30 freaking minutes. I suck. I'm sorry.
That's kind of weird that you said that. Nobody asked you to do that, but that was a contract that you created for yourself and then violated. I don't know why you did that, bro. But don't worry about it.
Well, we are supposed to avoid that certain subject, right?
Yeah.
It's a good idea.
Yeah, we don't like to talk about Lauren.
We all know what's going on here. So, well, not all of us. Most, I'd say 50% of the country knows what's going on.
Oh man, hey, this has been great. I love all of y'all. It's 9:07 p.m. for me, Texas Central Standard Time. I've got to go to bed. I feel great. I hope all of y'all feel great, and I'm definitely want to get back into this conversation later, particularly when I'm of more sound mind and body. And yeah, y'all. I hope y'all look forward to hearing from me.
Drink some water. Good night.
Yeah, I was going to say, next time you come in, maybe have a couple less fireballs.
Oh, man, I love Mario. Fireballs.
I'm looking at the moon, and I just have one thing to say.
See the star next to it?
All right, I'll catch y'all later though. But I mean, from a dude that just talked to everybody in this Discord, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, from a guy who just came in here tonight and literally I poured myself out like a freaking gravy on mashed potatoes. Literally, is what I did. And man, I appreciate
that gravy.
Yeah, I slathered that gravy thick as heck too, boy. And y'all know, everybody knows I skip through the terms because it's all about being a basic human being, and I really appreciate the reception. I really appreciate the conversation. It's been more than welcoming, more than humble, more than loving, and I'm gonna catch y'all later, man. I love everybody in the world. I love everybody, and I hope y'all have a good night.
All right, man.
Swell.
Come back
Damn, I wish I got
anytime.
to hear about you earlier. Damn.
See ya.
Good stuff.
I think he's related to Heliosceptic, but they don't know it.
I think actually he's related to Demok, but maybe that's a whole family that got going on over there.
Heliosceptic.
Yeah.
Hey, Dave's Fault, where you been? I haven't seen you in a few months.
Yeah, where you been? Where you been, Deuce?
And what does your name mean also?
You should have that conversation recorded by now.
Does it mean God willing, doesn't it? Deus Vult.
That's right.
Also, like, Larry, is your name Larry? Because Hank was a really cool meme for a while.
Well, you can call me whatever you like, but I can no longer afford any lovely titles or personas. I'm only a man.
Fair enough. I'm just going to keep calling you Hank.
Any of you guys see the moon tonight?
It peeked through the gray clouds.
Yeah, I saw the moon, and I figure it's definitely a globe.
Right now,
like it's right
Mars
there.
is behind the moon from where I'm at. So there's an occultation of Mars, they call it.
Behind the moon?
Yeah.
Wait, repeat that? Sorry.
Currently from Los Angeles, about half an hour ago, 20 minutes ago, the Mars was right next to the moon, and the moon slowly covered up Mars, and so now Mars is behind the moon. Although places like Mexico City, you can still see Mars.
And why moon is full during the night?
What do you mean? What are you asking?
Why moon it's shining during the night?
Three-dimensional geometry.
What?
If you put the sun and the Earth, moon, if you kind of understand where they are in relation to each other, full moon happens.
Where is the sun when is moon full during the night?
On the opposite side of the Earth.
On the opposite side of the Earth.
Right. So during
Where
full
is
moon,
where is the opposite side of the full moon?
during a full moon, the moon,
Do you
Earth,
have
and sun.
do you have a full moon now?
Yes.
I have also. I'm in UK. Where are you?
Los Angeles area.
Are we opposite of the moon, both of us?
Right. Now here's a question, Sasha. How come you can see Mars but I can't?
Not as far away as we think it is.
Here is the question: how I cannot find the curvature and you can?
Difference in epistemology.
No. I'm
Because you can't find the curvature. So.
I'm speaking about physicality in nature.
Sasha, how come you can see Mars and I can't? Do you have any answer for that?
I don't see Mars. I don't look in the sky.
Oh, okay. How come someone
what is Mars?
How come someone in the UK could look up in the sky if they were outside and it was sufficiently dark and see a red light near the moon right now?
Because it's not a globe. Because that's why.
I think because is in the sky.
Okay, then how come I can't see it here?
I don't know.
I would say that's
because it's not a globe. That's why.
Matt, I think Kimbo had a great answer. He said, maybe it's not that far away. Why is that not acceptable to you?
I think that the moon is not that far away.
All of it.
That could work.
No.
I have another question for you, Matthew. How far away? How much drop we have from the delta of the Nile to the source?
The delta is lower than the source, and so the source. I don't know what the difference in elevation is, but a couple hundred feet maybe.
And if I am on delta, how much drop I have to the source?
Drop it like it's hot.
Well, delta is at the bottom, and so the source.
Yeah,
is
but I'm on the ball. I'm on delta of Nile, and I'm looking now to the source. How much drop I have to the source?
The source is a higher elevation, not a lower elevation.
I'm on the ball, Matthew. I'm on delta. I'm looking to the south of Africa. I'm on the north. How much drop? Are you saying that Africa is not curving from the north to the south?
Oh, so if you're at the delta and you're drawing a straight line, yeah, then it will curve below that straight line.
No, it won't curve anywhere. Drop value is irrelevant. Drop value is because hold on, Sasha. I don't know if you realized what he just said. He said, because the moon's not that far away. That's what he said. I just heard him say it.
Moon. I'm speaking about river.
Yeah, we were talking about the moon earlier, and you started talking about the Nile. But yeah, so Helio, you're right.
This was like 30 seconds ago. I just heard you say it. You said the moon is not that far away. I mean, that far away, do you mean relative to something, or do you mean that it's actually not?
I just mean that the fact that I can't see Mars and somebody in the UK can is because the Mars is quite a bit farther than the moon.
Okay, so relative to Mars, the moon is not that far away.
I was saying relative to us, the moon is not very far away.
Can I repeat my question about Nile?
My bad. Sorry, Sasha. I'm sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
How much curvature we have from Cairo to the source?
Probably several miles, or maybe dozens of miles.
That mean that river from delta it's dropping down to the source.
If you're talking about relative to where the delta is, then yes. But if you're talking about elevation, which is what matters and what makes rivers flow, then the source is higher elevation.
Yeah, of course, source is higher. But if we have the drop rate in 3,000, I don't know, kilometers, how much is Nile? That means that elevation it's going down.
No, the elevation. On the globe model, the elevation is relative to the center of the Earth.
All right, well, let's ignore the model for a second. If you see the moon and Mars in the same sky.
Can I finish this with Nile, please, Hugh?
No, Helio's not gonna allow you. You can't finish it.
No, I'll shut up. I promise this time.
No, Helio, don't shut up. Go ahead, Helio.
No.
I want to
all right, well, just 30 seconds.
Delta is point A. Source, it's point B. The Nile, it's, I don't know, 3,000 kilometers or more. Doesn't matter, but it's a lot.
You can't even judge that. So,
yeah, but doesn't matter, Helio. It should to be curvature, like a 3, 4, 5, 6 miles of curvature, even more.
According to Matthew, but no.
It's kind of funny, like every time someone says something, Helio thinks that people are talking to him. He has to reply, no matter what, no matter who, he has to reply. Even though Sacha is speaking to Matthew, not to Helio. It's kind of funny.
I'm okay.
I was actually trying to follow. Shut up! I was trying to follow the example that Sacha was bringing and try to come to a conclusion about it, but it's not allowed. Thanks, Helio.
Let's see if the whole conclusion leads up to what I was saying. Let's see.
Yeah, because you brought it up, right? So we have to reach to your conclusion, not to whatever the other guy was trying to say. No, yeah, go ahead, Helio. Explain it to us. Since you're the one that's trying to bring the point now. Go ahead.
If we're talking about relevation angle, cross
relevation angles.
Well, relative angle, when it comes to like Mars is here, Moon is here, and then it's all triangulation as far as what you guys do.
Helio, you think you're capable of when someone brings up a topic and asks a question to someone else that is not you? Can you allow them to kind of like have a back and forth instead of you just have to jump in the middle like they're talking to you?
No. My bad. I'm being a dick.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys.
Smoke break.
I'm making cigarette.
So I was walking down the street the other day, and this guy was like, "Hey, I'm walking here," and I was like, "Well, I'm walking too." It's like, "But you're blocking the sidewalk." Oh, it's so funny.
Sorry, Sasha and Matthew, continue the convo, please. I apologize for interrupting. My bad.
How dare you?
I thought y'all were talking about water flowing uphill. Is that right, Sasha?
Yeah.
I thought only Globers said that stuff. I changed my name to Hank Water Flows Uphill one time.
Water flows uphill?
Yeah, I sure did, because they were saying it. I was like, y'all crazy.
Sasha, can you start over the example with Matthew so I can hear both sides?
Listen to this.
The direction of the current of the river it's coming from the source to the delta. You don't have a river where direction of the river it's going from the delta to the source. Is that correct?
So the source is about 1,000 miles away. So something like 100 mile drop.
Doesn't matter. You can take even smaller river. I'm asking you this question, Matthew. Does river its direction of river it's coming from source to the delta or from delta to the source?
From the source to the delta. So from the higher elevation to the lower elevation.
If I'm on the delta, that means Nile is good example because it's long distance river. That means that river should to drop because I'm on the sphere, but it's dropping to the source.
Right.
And why is not going in that direction?
Because the direction of the river flows from higher elevation to lower elevation, not specifically around the curve of the Earth according to the location of the delta.
Oh, that means doesn't matter because that river should the curve like a 4, 5, 6 miles.
Yeah, according to my calculations, it's like 870 miles as the crow flies from the source to the delta, something like that. And the curvature from the delta, from the perspective of the delta, the source would be 95 miles below the curve on the Earth.
95 miles. That means we have 95 miles of curving water, opposite of direction of moving boat.
Right. That's right.
Okay. Can we use logic now?
Okay.
Common sense.
Sure.
Use it.
Even though the source is 95 miles below the curve from the perspective of the source, at the source, the direction of down is different, and since it's a higher elevation, the river flows from high elevation to low elevation.
I have to interrupt. He said below the curve. What does that mean?
How delta can be a lower elevation if source it's
Sasha cut it.
It's 95 miles down.
Yeah, if you're standing at the delta, from that perspective, the source is 95 miles below the horizon from that perspective. Now, if you're looking at the differences in elevation, the elevation is relative to how close it is to the center of the Earth. And so it's from the perspective of the center of the Earth. So you're looking at it from two different perspectives.
I'm looking for that means that on the surface doesn't curve.
The elevation is higher at the source because it's farther from the center of the Earth.
Elevation you cannot measure from the center of the Earth. You know that?
That's how we Globers do it. I recognize that you do it differently.
Can you try? I will make a hill. Okay. I will make a hill in front. Let's say on one hill. I will not tell you how high it is, and you will measure that hill going to the center of the Earth.
No, that would be kind of hard to do.
And how it's easier to do?
It's easiest to compare it to the elevation around the hill, so you can see how high the hill is.
Or really?
I mean, yeah, using surveying equipment and known elevations, that kind of stuff.
Using the base level 0?
Using some base level of the altitude around the hill, sure, yeah.
0? Because if we have 0, then we can measure something up, 0, and then up it's 10, 20, whatever it is.
Yeah, you could use 0 sea level as the base level if you like. Yeah, sure.
That means that we don't need to use center of the Earth.
No, you don't need to. Right.
We can use sea level.
Right, that would work.
Can we use sea level for the elevation of the rivers?
Right, you can.
And why we are not using that in my example when I asked you?
I would say that you are. I mean, the sea level, the elevation above sea level of the source of the Nile is higher than the elevation of the delta of the Nile, according to above sea level.
And if I move left to the Atlantic and make 2 straight lines, one through the Atlantic and one through the all Africa, that Nile, that means that both of them will curve the same rate.
Well, if they're straight lines, they won't curve. They'll just go straight.
But we have sea level, and here it's not. There is no elevation. It's sea level on the left side, and then there is Africa, and we have, land and elevation.
Right. If the Earth is flat, then sea level follows an exact straight line. If the Earth is curved,
which sea level? From the left side or from the Mediterranean Sea?
Well, so sea level in the globe Earth model means something different than sea level in the flat Earth model. So there's two different things.
And what sea level mean in real life, without thinking about flat or globe?
What do you mean? You have to determine whether you think the Earth is a flat or a globe before you understand what sea level means, because it means different.
Exactly.
Oh, really?
Exactly.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah,
really.
two different things.
Here's what he's saying. There's the flat Earth model, which we have never proposed a model. Nobody in here has, and you can attest to that, Matthew. So the globe Earth model says that the Nile River flows north from the south over curvature, and they have the Nile Delta there in Egypt. Come on, bro.
Yeah,
I
that's what it says. You're right.
Yes. All right.
But that's
Continue,
not
gentlemen.
That's not real. That's not common sense. You can say that you are measuring from the center of the earth, but you are now in reality on the Nile, and there is shoot a curve. That's a river, but doesn't curve. It's on the same level.
Yeah, so common sense isn't always a reliable guide to truth. So just because something violates common sense doesn't mean it's false.
Well, how about reality?
Reality sometimes conforms to common sense and sometimes doesn't.
How about knowledge about sea level?
I would say that's an example where it doesn't follow common sense.
What about knowledge about horizon?
Some things are common sense and some things aren't.
For example,
can you elaborate on that though? Can you elaborate on the sea level not following common sense?
Right.
So you're saying that the globe is nonsensical, everything about it. Yeah, that's correct.
No, I didn't say
nonsensical.
I said violating common sense.
Isn't the globe like the opposite of what we experience everywhere? Horizontal, level plane, the ground is not moving, your senses are telling you that, and the globe is claiming the opposite of what your senses are pointing out.
Right.
Telling you. So the globe claim is a nonsensical claim.
I wouldn't call it nonsensical. I would just say that sometimes it doesn't.
It's the opposite of your senses.
Right.
So nonsensical.
Or the opposite of common sense, according to him.
Opposite of common sense, not conforming to your physical senses, right?
So what reason do we have to believe that the globe version of sea level is the actual version of sea level that exists?
Yeah, so that presumes that the Earth is a globe. Obviously, you can't use that to prove the Earth is a globe. You would have to assume that the Earth is a globe, and then from that assumption, your definition of sea level would change. So,
okay, should we assume flat Earth when we say sea level?
If you're going to say sea level, you're going to have to define which kind of sea level you mean. Sea level on a flat Earth.
No, Matthew. You said now. If I say sea level, you said if you say sea level of the globe, you need to assume. Does I need to assume sea level on the flat surface? On the flat Earth?
Yeah, so if you assume the Earth is flat, then you would say that sea level is a straight line.
Why I need to assume if something is saying it's word sea level?
Yeah, it's not really an assumption; it's more of an observation, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah, sure. I mean, where do you experience sea level? And nobody experiences sea level as described or described, right? Now, when people are sailors or pilots, they just fly over sea or travel over sea, with a boat. They go from one port to another port, over from one airport to another, or a ship port to another. They're considering, whether it's through the air or through a boat, they just land at a port. I mean, you wouldn't just like, hey, I'm an explorer and I'm going to go and try to. Some people have been. They call them discoverers, right? It's like, I'm just going to leave from one port and see what I can find, somewhere.
Sometimes any port in the storm. Any port in the storm, right?
Yeah. But as far as that being the curvature of the Earth, they're not necessarily traveling that way. I don't know why you would say something like that, Matthew.
I think that we will have in dictionaries for sure sea curve. It will call like that, and all people will learn that from, let's say, 2,000 years ago. If we find out that the Earth is a globe, we will never call sea level. We'll call sea curve every time. Because it's curving. We cannot call sea level something what is curving.
Yeah, actually, that's a good suggestion. If if they had anticipated that this would be an issue and that people would be arguing globe versus flat, maybe it would have been a good idea to sort of separate those words and say
we cannot use horizon like that things what the meet the sky meets the ground. We cannot call that horizon because it's not horizontal, It's curved.
Except Matthew, I think that if the Earth were a ball, we wouldn't call it sea level. We'd call it the curve, I guess, or something like that.
Yeah, that's actually probably a good idea if you're trying to distinguish between the different ways of looking at it.
And we will
I think it's just maybe historical that we call it sea level instead of sea curve.
And horizon we will call curvizon because it's not horizontal, it's curved.
Yeah, that sounds weird to me, but I suppose you could call it that.
Yeah, I know that word. It doesn't exist, but we should to call that we are wrong with beginning. Why we give the name all of things going
can I
to the
interrupt you for a second?
Yeah.
I think in this context, it kind of means since it's an ocean and liquid and everything, it's like a level of a liquid in a container, or like blood sugar level or something. It's just trying to put the quantity of the thing.
Level only means one thing. It doesn't mean more than one thing.
I mean, when you say like my blood sugar level is some number, I don't think it really means like there's a flat surface.
Right. Does it mean when your blood sugar level is at a certain level, that level is one thing. It isn't a parable, or it doesn't have a concave to it. It's one level. If you put it in a beaker amongst your plasma and your platelets, you'll see the level of the sugar at one level. That's why it's called level. It is a horizon.
Scale, balance is the true meaning of level.
No, we are not speaking about.
I just posted the etymology of the word. It shows the roots.
Yeah, we are not speaking about levels in games or levels in. We are speaking about sea level.
It looks like they changed the definition of level in the last few months or something. Because it used to be like having no part higher than another that forms to the curvature of the Earth, which is a contradiction. And then now it's like a horizontal plane or line with respect to the distance above or below. It doesn't. It's a really broad definition now. Strange.
I think they may have done something or attempted to do something similar with the definition of gas pressure, trying to take the word container out of the definition of it.
Kind of just makes it more obvious for people that are actually looking for the truth.
Let's go back
exactly
to
why I use etymology on everything to define it, because they change all the definitions and meanings, but if you look at the etymology, it shows you the roots. So that's why I use that to frame the narrative with, because the fucking meanings and the definitions, shit, they change that every month. But with the etymology, they can't. They cannot change that, because they would confuse themselves if they did.
Something that's even more difficult to change than that is what can and cannot be demonstrated. So in a certain
I take that back. They can change it. I guess they can. I don't want them to. But
remember, one thing they can't change is what someone can and cannot demonstrate. So they can change the definition of gas pressure, like how I just described. But that doesn't make it so a glober can come in here and demonstrate gas pressure in the X value form due to gravity without a container. That doesn't make it so they can do that. Which means that you can still prove the globe model wrong. Or, prove that they can't prove it right.
Well, to be fair, gas has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
Oh yeah, I mean the heliocentric, the part where
that's fine.
The gas pressure on the surface of the Earth is caused by gravity.
Right, I agree with that, but it has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
Let's be honest. Let's go back 30 years ago, and let's let's say that this is Discord about sea level.
I was around. We did not have Discord.
Yeah, I know.
I'm just fucking with you, Sasha. Go on. I'm listening.
Yeah. 30 years
All
ago.
right, this next test may involve trace amounts of time travel.
30 years ago, let's say we are on debate in not on Discord, somewhere, and we are debating sea level.
Yeah.
We are not speaking about globe or flat earth, nothing. Everybody will say this sea level is flat.
Yeah. There would be no discussion.
Yeah.
That would be would be commonly accepted.
You will ask the child on the street, what mean level, and he will say level is flat.
It's the universal datum across the world that we use.
Yeah.
For all engineering, the universal datum will always be sea level.
That's normal.
Deuce, what mean elevation in English?
Elevation is your elevation above or below sea level.
Good.
Your height above or below sea level.
That means only that.
Right.
Okay, great.
But altitude is your distance above the surface.
Matthew said it was the distance from the center of the Earth.
That's preposterous. Nobody knows where that is.
This is interesting because in Croatian language, it's saying properly this. You have in English one word, it's saying elevation. In Croatian language, I will translate how it is. It's like this. Nadmorska visina. Height above the sea.
Yes, that's exactly correct. Or below, because you can have negative elevation.
Yeah. Because when people in news, in television, I watch it television, and some guy said, I am now on 300 meters above the sea level.
Mm-hmm.
And but he's saying that like I'm 300 meters elevation.
That's 100% correct.
But the sea next to China, it's below that elevation. Whatever.
Right. If we're to say altitude, you can be at 5,000 feet in altitude and 10,000 feet in elevation. Simply because if you're in somewhere in Colorado, you're going to be, around 5,000 feet above sea level, and then when you go up, you're 5,000 feet above the surface of where you left. So that's 10,000 feet in elevation and 5,000 feet in altitude.
Okay.
I like turtles.
So that plane reading gives it off land or off sea level?
It depends because you have two different altimeters, and one of your altimeters is a radar altimeter, and the other one is what's that, Timbo?
Air pressure. Yeah, the other one's air pressure.
I don't know. I thought one was radar and then one was the overall.
Yeah, there's depending on the type of the plane, like there are up to 2 or 3 radar altimeters, sometimes up to 4 air pressure sensors, and GPS altimeters.
And is that giving us height off the land below or off sea level?
Yeah, the radar altimeter gives you the distance between the ground literally under you, and the pressure altimeter gives you the distance based on the value that you set in the plane. And those values you usually call the control tower, or there's databases that are constantly updated. For example, at 10:30 in the morning, at some airports, the air pressure is like 28 millibars. I mean, they usually in the aviation world they're using a millimeter mercury, so they're inch mercury. So, for example, a few inch mercuries, I don't know what's the unit smaller than inch, but equivalent of millimeter in or millibars. So they import 28 millibars, and that either raises or decreases the altitude readout based on the pressure altimeter. That's usually used for landing near airports. Pilots usually don't
the pressure
use
altimeter. Oh, sorry. Go.
No, go on. Really wasn't.
So the pressure altimeter is calibrated in the morning from where it leaves.
Not in the morning. It's constantly calibrated via contact to control towers or the airline or whoever's operating the.
It has to be constantly updated because it's always changing.
Yeah.
And so you're not going to know.
And a few feet in aviation really does matter for safety.
So you don't really know what height you're at.
Not really, no. From sea level.
The GPS altimeter has a constant readout no matter where you are or the temperature, whatever. It's always a constant.
If I take an airplane and fly 100 meters above the sea level for 200 kilometers, what will happen after 200 kilometers?
I don't 200 kilometers upwards altitude.
If I take a plane and go above the sea level all the time, 100 meter elevation, and going straight 200 kilometers, should I be the same elevation or I will be more up?
It depends. Literal elevation or what your instrument panel is telling you.
No, my instruments will telling me that I'm not changing elevation.
Yeah, exactly. Depending on what type of instrument you have, and the weather at the day, at the time, at the hour, your elevation might change. Even about a few hundred feet.
Let's say
if you go over a hot or cold area, windy, moist. Moist.
Yeah. Let's say it's changing elevation in 25 meters, something like that, not more. I'm asking what will happen if I'm on a globe. When I reach the 200 kilometers, I will be the same. I will be 100 meters above the sea level, or I will be more above the sea level.
Oh, I can answer that. If you're 100 meters above sea level in an airplane, and then the airplane goes in a perfectly straight line on a globe. Then after 200 kilometers, you would be 3.1 kilometers above the sea.
Okay, I have a video. Matthew, I have a video of the guys. They put a drone to show I don't know if they want to send a packet or something, and they are not changing elevation. They're on the same elevation all the time.
Yeah, I said a perfectly straight line, not same elevation.
I'll probably measure a straight line in the air. Can we do that? No, we can't do that. So this is a nonsensical conversation.
Yeah, they have altimeter, Orion. They have instrument inside of.
But that's not measuring a direct straight. That's not measuring an accurate straight line.
Of course, I'm telling you this only. In 200 kilometers, that aeroplane changed only 25 meters of elevation, not more. And he's telling me that I will be 3.1 miles in the air, but I'm 125 miles in the air.
Well, just remember, Sasha, just remember, an airplane is not a measuring device. At least as far as measuring the surface of the Earth goes.
Doesn't matter. I'm flying over the sea level.
I kind of see what you're saying, Sasha.
Let me just translate to regular American English. He's trying to ask you if the airplane is following an arced pathway or not, is what he's trying to ask.
There we go.
I will post you the video.
Is that a Wolfie video?
Obviously, us globe believers think that the airplane is traveling a curved path.
Ugh. Matthew, you got to change your language. Just say you. You don't have to say us.
No, all globe believers. Everybody who believes in the globe thinks that the airplanes are traveling along.
Matthew,
Can we go back to the,
Matthew, do you believe that? Do you believe that horizon cannot exist on flat Earth?
I don't know. That's sort of speculative. I'm not sure.
Yeah, you'd have to be on a flat Earth to know that.
Because there are many globers thinking that horizon cannot exist on flat Earth.
That's plausible. I understand why they're saying that.
No, you don't.
Yeah, because they say that it just goes on forever and ever. Like, eventually the atmosphere would become so hazy that you would never see the transition.
Okay, how would like horizon on the flat Earth?
What are you asking? If I would speculate about how the horizon would work on a flat
let's say if Earth is flat, how will look horizon?
I would think it would be fuzzy and not a sharp line, but again, that's speculation. I don't know. Is my basic answer.
Really, but look at this devil. When we look the horizon on the globe, it looks flat.
It's a sharp transition.
But look at this devil. If we have the flat Earth, then we cannot have flat horizon.
I guess I'm confused about where you're going with this.
I will repeat. We are on the globe, and we look the horizon, and it's not flat; it's curving.
Not by much, very tiny bit.
But it's
hard to see.
Now we have flat Earth with the horizon, but we cannot have that.
Oh, I see what you're saying. You like a curve from left to right. Yeah, there'd be a slight difference, but it's going to be hard to see with just the naked eye, I would think.
But you can see it from you to the horizon by the apparent horizon. That makes no sense, Matthew. Your distance from left to right is far greater than your distance from you to the horizon.
Right.
Wrong. You can't agree with me you're directly disagreeing with yourself.
So on a globe,
for fuck's sake, how do you not get this? Do you not recognize a vanishing point of all optics?
Yeah, the vanishing point, the direction you're looking, everything gets smaller towards that vanishing point.
And what happens past that vanishing point?
You can't. If it goes too far, you can't see something due to angular resolution.
Your angular resolution, your visual your optics cannot resolve that object, whatever that object being, including the horizon.
Right.
That's why we call it an apparent
Can I interrupt
horizon.
you for a second?
Yeah, I don't know why you couldn't.
I mean, if the object
why are you asking if you already did? Go on, I'm listening.
I mean, if it's really bright to you, well, it might be smaller than the angular resolution that your instrument can observe. If it's really bright, you still can't see the shining.
Yeah, like you can see airplane lights from 10 miles away, even though their landing lights are smaller than the angular resolution of your eye. So if it's nighttime, you can still see airplanes far away. That's a good example.
Is there a vanishing point on those?
There is, but it depends on how bright the light is, and so glare.
Of course it does. I wasn't arguing that. Of course, in the brightest light, there's still going to be a vanishing point on it.
At some point, sure, yeah.
Not to some point. All the way, there's going to be a vanishing point.
Always.
Let's never act like light is infinite, because that's preposterous. And stupid. It's actually stupid.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Now I got to ask if I can ask another one. But no.
Go ahead. I'm ready.
So it's really for him though. Like if he had taken any classes or seen any information related to perspective, like art type classes in relation to perspective.
Matthew?
Yeah, I've taken, like basic level art classes way back in the day. And my understanding of perspective is that as things get farther, they get smaller. They go towards the vanishing point.
Yeah.
How could any object get smaller just by going away from you?
Appear smaller.
And thank you.
No, I like that. You're
troll is
you're
troll. I'm sorry.
We need to be like careful with our words here.
Matthew, do you agree that because of refraction we cannot see curvature?
I think refraction sometimes influences what we see. It depends on the weather.
Yeah, and because of that we cannot see curvature because of refraction.
Sometimes we can, sometimes we can't.
Oh, we can see the curvature?
Well, like the black swan.
How can you determine whether or not you're seeing the curvature or not?
I don't think you can
how do you tell which one's
refraction
which?
to prove it.
No.
How do you tell which one's which?
You can't really. That's why I think that looking at the horizon isn't a good way to distinguish between the two.
What is?
Other evidence, like looking at the sky, sticks and shadows.
Looking at the stars to see the surface of the Earth is your other evidence.
Right.
Looking at the stars to determine the surface of the Earth.
Is it refraction proof for the globe?
No, refraction does not prove the globe.
Why are you invoking then all the time refraction?
It explains certain observations.
What explains? That it's hiding the curvature.
That sometimes observations look the same. Sometimes it look like they're hidden behind the horizon, sometimes not. For example, the black swan example.
In black swan example, refraction hiding curvature.
Yeah, sometimes you can see it, sometimes you can't.
Val, that's anti-Semitism. That's anti-Semitism.
I'm asking you, does on black swan example refraction hiding curvature?
Yeah, so for example, I would say refraction on the left-hand side of the picture I just posted is happening, and there's less refraction on the right.
That it's hiding the curvature. Okay, in which case you can have the flat surface that refraction hiding?
No, you're absolutely right that it cuts both ways, and so that's why
That means that we can use refraction also, that hiding the flat surface.
Right, refraction cuts.
Okay. Can we now finally finish and say the same thing like for Eratosthenes, that in both case could be refraction in the flat surface and curved surface?
With Eratosthenes,
I'm saying like Eratosthenes, shadows can work on the flat surface and on the globe surface.
That's correct. They work both.
Can we say the same thing? Can we say the same thing for refraction?
Yes.
Why Globers putting refraction like that?
Why constantly invoke it?
Yeah.
Just as an explanation for observation.
But if it works for both, then it's moot.
It's not a proof, it's an explanation.
I said it's moot. It doesn't matter. If it works on both, then it's a moot point.
Yeah, it's a moot point, like a cow's opinion. It doesn't matter.
Wow.
Sorry, I'm like quoting France.
Very pithy.
Matthew, are you a member of any secret society?
No.
Matthew,
that would be a secret. That would be a secret. Answer tell you anything? Like if I'm not, then I would say no. If I am, I would also say no. So I don't know why you ask.
What, Matthew? Why are you here?
I enjoy like chatting with people about interesting things.
Do you feel guilty about teaching children lies?
Oh, I would feel guilty if I thought I were telling lies. Yes,
Matthew. Why are you here though?
Because I enjoy talking about this type of stuff.
But why are you here?
In this you're
room?
Talking about. You're asking me 3 questions in a row and thinking to get a different answer. You want me to come up?
I have every single time I've ever asked you. Every single time I've ever asked you, you've always given me a different answer. But tonight you refuse to?
A multitude of reasons, maybe.
I'm throwing out the coin. I want the monkey to dance. Please. Now, why are you here?
He's giving you every combination he can't do anymore.
Just because it's good practice for teaching. Like if I can be a good teacher, then talking with you guys is good practice.
What do you think about us?
Wait a minute.
Oh, yeah. So you're gonna bully the kids,
Okay,
right?
so
Beat the kids into submission.
he doesn't want to be the teacher caught off guard who doesn't know how to argue against flat earthers, and he knows that if he hangs out with us, the steel's going to sharpen the steel. So whatever copper or lead they bring against him at the school, he's been sharpening his shit with steel, so he'll be able to defeat any student flat earthers.
Well, I got some steel for him. I was just wondering, the picture on the right that you posted from QE, right? Do you agree with Walter Bislin and Mick West about that being the globe and standard conditions?
I don't know which conditions, because QE didn't mention on his website. He just said that the same that picture was taken from the same location with the same camera at different times. The point.
Well, you know how. Yeah, go ahead.
The point being that atmospheric conditions change what we observe.
Okay, I was just wondering if you agree with Mick West and Walter Bislin. They made a simulator based off of those two pictures, right? And they said that the one on the right is the globe in standard conditions. I don't know. Maybe you haven't seen that.
That sounds reasonable. I wouldn't care to speculate without looking at their.
Matthew, can you tell me which atmospheric conditions making physical water behind oil rigs?
Yeah, a little bit.
To know which is the standard. Which is the standard we're supposed to use?
I would generally think that the one with less distortion is probably closer to physical reality. So the one on the right, but again,
that's what Mick West thinks. So do you think that horizon on the right? Do you think the horizon on the right is at 1.3 miles?
I don't know. The point of showing those two pictures is to show that they're different. That's all, and they're clearly different, right?
I know that. Yeah, okay. I see that. That's your point. Yeah,
Matthew, they are different. I will tell you how they are different. In the right one, you see the horizon. It's before the oil rigs,
right?
And on the left one, horizon is behind the oil rigs,
right?
So, in which one the water is not physical?
Probably in both of them, because they're both the apparent horizon. You can't see the actual.
Are you telling me that water between two oil rigs is not the water? That's something optical?
I'm saying that we're looking at an optical effect, and
I'm asking you: is it that water between two oil rigs physical or optical?
Optical.
Optical. And Matthew, thank you for your how to say everybody. I mean everybody will say this is physical water because that oil rig is in the water.
So Matthew, I want to ask: do you think that horizon on the right is 5 miles in front of the closer rig? Or the water line.
It's hard to tell how far it is. It does seem like it's closer than the oil rig, but it'd be hard to speculate.
Would you say 5 miles in front of it would fit?
I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know the distances off the.
Matthew, that means if I take a boat and go in direction of the oil rigs, I will disappear.
I'm trying to get to a point, Sasha.
Sorry.
Yeah. So it would have to be 5 miles in front of the rig for that to be representative of the globe in the claimed standard conditions. I think it's definitely not 5 miles in front of that rig. It'd have to be at 1.3. The rig is claimed to be at 6.2.
Yeah, the interesting thing is that those two pictures are different. Like trying to figure out specific numbers is a different question. My point is just that they're different. That's all.
Yeah, I see. That's our point, that it fluctuates and that the horizon isn't limited by geometric Earth curve. But anyway, I just wanted to know what you thought of the Mick West refraction simulator that he built off those two pictures. But if you're not really familiar, then it's not the conversation to have.
I mean, I've actually seen those oil rigs with my own eyes through a telescope from that location.
What did you see? Where was the horizon?
It looked more like the one on the right.
Okay.
Unless I went up like 6 to 12 feet, there's stairs that go down there, and then it looked like you could see more of the bottom of the left one.
Well, that one on the right is a black swan too, and it looks to me like the water line is almost at the rig. I would give it 5 miles to be safe, and still to have that the globe would have to have a radius of 70,000 miles, or they need an apparent radius of that much. So if that's going to be standard refraction, the standard is still pretty crazy. Well above 7/6, I would say.
Yeah, maybe a little bit more. Yeah, who knows? I mean, it is right over water, so that complicates it a bit.
What do you mean? Yeah, maybe more. Are you agreeing with him? I don't understand.
I'm agreeing that refraction it is a factor in both of those pictures.
Well, basically, what I'm getting at is that there is no evidence of the claimed standard. Even when they show us a picture that's supposed to be evidence of the standard, it's still a black swan that falsifies the radius by a magnitude and a half or so.
It's called ideal conditions.
It only falsifies the idea if you assume that the light is going in a perfectly straight line. If light can bend, or the path of light can bend, then...
No, but they're saying it's a standard, right? So we should be able to go out most days and see this standard. But when they try to show us an observation supporting the standard, it completely blows it away. So what kind of standard is this when it can't ever be seen?
Hey.
Yeah,
but you agree, but Matthew, you agree also because of flat surface could be that we could see more than 10 miles, but because of refraction we don't see more. You know, we can see more flat surface because
if the Earth is flat, then you could see more, and the left-hand picture would be...
Yeah, but refraction is hiding that more. You know, we cannot see more because of refraction.
Hey guys, Lulu can't speak for herself, but she wants us to go to mono. She wants to get mono.
Okay.
Mono.
Like a bug chaser?
What the hell?
What? I don't understand.
What do you believe the shape of the Earth to be, and why?
Why would you wish that upon us?
I don't know who Lulu is, and I just
don't worry about it. Just please try to just try to answer my question as accurately and concisely as possible. Mono, what do you believe the shape of the Earth to be, and why?
Well, really, I think as of now, I think it's a globe.
Okay. Why?
Like, why specifically? I mean, many reasons.
Give me one. Give me your best one. Give me one that is irrefutable to you.
Damn, you threw him a curveball.
Yeah.
I'm asking simple questions. I want you to formulate a reasonable, concise gas pressure. Okay.
Yeah,
now, what about gas? Okay, that's fine. What about gas pressure? Says to you that you live on a globe.
If you have like a pressure sensor, like a barometer, I think that's called in English.
Mm-hmm.
And you take it from, a base of a building.
Okay.
And you go up always, the pressure drops the higher you go.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so how does that inform to you that you live on a globe?
Well, hypothetically saying if Earth was a globe or a sphere or flat or any shape, for that phenomenon to happen, and for it to not reach equilibrium, right? So if you want that to not mix all together and reach a single pressure status, you would have to have some sort of force acting on either acceleration or gravity or etc., whatever, or electrostatic force, even magnetism in some cases, right?
Sure.
So you'd have to have some force acting on the gases in the atmosphere.
Right.
I mean, electromagnetism and it's pretty easy for us to detect, right? We can detect both static electricity.
I don't disagree with what you're saying. I don't disagree with what you're saying at all. What I'm asking for
and nuclear forces
is how that
I was getting
informs you that it's a globe.
I was getting to it. And between all, there are 4 forces in the
we don't need to go over those.
Yeah,
How
whatever.
does that inform you the shape of the Earth?
There
Or
has to
inform
be
you the shape of the
there
Earth?
has to be something preventing those gases from reaching equilibrium. So it could either be accelerating upwards.
Okay, so your actual hang on, stop. Your actual evidence of a globe is gravity?
Yes.
How does that
Effects of gravity, not the existence of gravity itself.
How does that make the Earth a certain shape? Oh, how does that prove to you the shape of the Earth?
So so we have a downward pulling force because of the air thing that I mentioned, right?
No, we don't have.
Anyways, we're not going to get
Yeah.
caught up
concluding based
in
on
gravity. I want to know exactly how that informs to you the shape of the Earth. Enlighten me. I want to understand. How does the existence, in your mind, of gravity inform to you what the shape of the Earth is? Elucidate. Bring it out. Show me.
Well, there are a few. I'm just going through like what could be the best demonstration example point in this like conversation.
Okay, hang on.
Let's just give
You have a preconceived notion of what gravity is, and you've already talked about electrostatics, electromagnetics, and that's all well and fine because at least you're thinking, well, it might not be this, it might be that, and that's good. I'm glad you're doing that. But if you have a supermassive shape, in your mind, mass attracts other mass or bends concepts like space-time. So if you have a massive object, regardless of the shape of that, it could be a pyramid, it could be any number of shapes, it could be a cube. But how does that inform to you that it's a globe? That's what really confounds me. It could even be
you're not gonna like what I'm gonna say.
You go ahead. I'm listening and I'm waiting. Because everything with a supermassive shape has to be a globe?
Yeah.
So what?
I mean, yes, everything with a supermassive shape has to be a globe. If you
that's the
gravity.
common understanding. That's the common understanding. You're not blowing my mind. Why would I not like it? You're not saying anything.
No, I was gonna mention a torsion scale.
Okay, go ahead.
But when you said like anything with supermassive mass would, if we assume that gravity does exist and mass does whatever,
if we assume that the understanding of space-time warping, how does that make a globe? I understand, mass attracting other mass, making a globe, but that's superseded by space-time. So how does space-time make a globe?
So, like Earth, any planet, whatever, they're made of matter, right? Like solid matter, usually, or gas, whatever.
Maybe, I don't know. We've never seen a planet, or we've never been to a planet, so we don't know.
Not a planet, just a supermassive object of unknown status.
Okay. Have you ever seen this as an experiment? Have you ever done an experiment to prove your hypothesis here?
No, I mean, you specifically mentioned why would a supermassive thing turn into a sphere?
Right.
Or a globular object, like not specifically a sphere or something.
Globular. You can say globular. Yeah. Okay. We're off in the weeds into esoteric stuff that you can't prove and I can't possibly experiment on.
I was going to continue.
No, I don't want you to. Let's get back down to Earth. Let's get back down to Earth. The place we live.
Sure.
What do you see when you look out? Do you see any curvature?
Like look up or look out? I couldn't hear you.
Yeah. Either way. Do you see any curvature? If you look in any direction, do you see any curvature?
Not really, no.
You don't observe curvature, and I agree with that.
No.
Now, do you ever feel any movement?
No.
No, you don't. let's talk about movement for a second. You can agree that going around in a circle is different than going around going on a straight line, right?
Yes.
So all momentum
Because if
explanations,
you're going through a circle,
all momentum
being subject to
explanations,
acceleration.
A constant acceleration.
Yeah.
Right. So all explanations about momentum given for this for this situation are faulty because they're all showing people going in a straight line, right?
Yeah.
Such as planes or trains or whatnot.
You are subject to acceleration, yes.
Constant acceleration. And would you assume you would feel a constant acceleration even if it was a minuscule amount?
If it was tiny, I don't believe so, no.
Really? So if I turned you just ever so slightly in a circle, you don't think you would feel that if you had your eyes closed?
If I was like, what do you call it? Like a
you have mechanisms
platform.
on each side of your...
rotating platform, yeah.
No. You have. Let's not talk about plasmas because that's another
platform,
state
not
of
plasma. Just
platform. Yes, on a platform. If you are on the outside of a rotating platform, even a small rotating platform, and I'm turning you just a little bit, do you think you would feel that acceleration, that constant acceleration?
Depends on like how you define a little bit.
Yeah, you would. Well, let's say a half a mile an hour.
Like no. Like give me not like linear measurements of speed, but angular measurements because
rotations are
going around
measured
the
in
center.
RPMs.
Okay. So let's say 50 RPMs.
Well, of course, you would definitely feel 50 RPM.
Would you feel it at 20 RPMs?
Yes.
Would you feel it at 10 RPMs?
Yes.
Would you feel it at 5 RPMs?
I mean, then again, it is all depends on the scale, but I would still believe, like on a reasonable human scale, yeah, I would still feel that. 5
Would you
RPM.
feel it on at a half an RPM? If you were going
I mean, depends
around
if
that
the circle is really small
in a minute.
I think I would still like if the circle is small, I would still feel it. Yeah.
Would you feel it at half that speed? If you were going a quarter of that circle in a minute?
Yeah, I think I would.
Okay. I think you would too. And I agree with you 100%.
But I can't be sure if I would feel it like if you were going like on a, like even if the circle was like quite small or like an eighth of an RPM, I'm not sure if I would feel it.
Well, let's just say it's 5 feet.
Okay, yeah.
In diameter. It's easy.
Yeah, like I don't know, like if I would feel like 1/16 of an RPM or something like that.
Okay, and
I'm not sure.
How many miles per hour do you think that would be? Because I understand that you're measuring your angular rotation with RPMs.
Yeah.
But you're in a constant state of motion because you have a constant state of mile per hour in each direction, in each radii off that circle.
Yeah,
right?
but since
that acceleration is actually that acceleration, if let go at that point, would be felt in miles per hour, not RPM.
Yeah, but depends on how big your circle is. Like at 5 feet is way different than at 500 or 1 foot.
I agree, but nonetheless.
I mean, but since you only
1,000 miles an hour is
since you only feel acceleration. Yeah, if you only feel acceleration, let's discuss it in topics of meter per second squared.
Let's not. I don't use meters. Meters are for the devil. It is a begging the question fallacy. We're discussing whether or not the Earth is a globe. Right.
It's almost 77,000 feet per minute. So just break that down. Whatever it is.
Or like whatever unit of. Okay, let's discuss it in unit of
16
length measurement per unit of time measurement squared.
16.6
so we take out all
miles per minute.
Whatever out of it, just unit of measurement per unit of time per squared. or whatever you want to use.
Okay.
Do you think that we are rotating?
Yes.
In which case we can prove that we are stationary?
Great.
In which case we can, if we are moving now, in which case will be that we are not moving?
Sorry, I don't. I'm not sure if I quite understood your statement.
Sasha, let me rephrase it for you. What he's trying to ask you is, if you're believing that the Earth is rotating, then what can anyone ever show you that would falsify that belief? Is that an immovable belief, or can it be falsified for you? Is the question, and how so?
I mean, I'm thinking of experiments that would falsify it. For example, like if you have like a really good gyroscope, I guess maybe with that you could.
Yeah, I like it the way Sasha asked. If you think that our experience is stationary, is explained to be not that, then let's say you were deceived, how would you ever know? What method would you use to determine that it is stationary? Seeing as that non-action has already been hijacked.
Like a really, really good gyroscope, or
how so?
Or trying to reflect but it would really if I really had access to super expensive equipment reflecting radio off the moon.
And?
Excuse me, I couldn't hear your.
Continue.
How we prove that we are?
No. Continue.
Like, is your question is that how would using a gyroscope or bouncing off radio waves could?
I'm looking for a method that would determine that you actually are stationary. Like you just.
I mean, if you have a gyroscope that has a really, really low rate of drift.
But isn't the point of a gyro is that it doesn't drift?
No, I mean, a perfect gyro would not drift at all, but gyros do drift.
Are you saying that the drift is because of an imperfection of the mechanics?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying? So
yeah, like depending on the. So and like good gyros have less drift.
If there's a defect in the gyro, then how can you use that as a standard?
Oh yeah, because you can also measure the defect. If you have like the same gyroscope and you run it like a few times, right? You're not gonna get a consistent defect out of it. It's just gonna be your real data is just going to turn into noise, not a drifted version of itself. Not in a single run, but in multiple runs. So if you overlay, for example, the charts. You would get a relatively clean line, slowly turning into noise, and the rate would depend on the quality of the gyroscope.
And you're saying deviation would prove that you're not moving? That's how you would prove it?
Hey, what's up?
No, I'm saying like.
So
gyro, especially the gyroscopes that I can afford, are not.
But you understand, right? That's a method that ballers claim they use to know that the Earth is moving. Are you saying you would use the same method to determine that it's not?
Yeah, I mean, if I had a good gyroscope, I was sure it would have a really low rate of drift or really low noise. I would turn it on and it would give me 15 degrees of drift per hour.
That is in the case of the rotation. He's asking you a case of the stationary.
And if I didn't see any drift beyond like the normal tiny fluctuations, which is noise. They're like pointed at a certain direction. I would say it's not rotating.
Are you saying that gyros is proving the rotation of the air?
But wait a minute.
I mean, I don't think you can use just one method to prove it, but I think it would be something towards stepping towards.
It sounds to me like the statement you just made was an affirming the consequence fallacy.
Did you say that with a gyroscope we can measure the rotation of the air?
If you have a really good gyroscope, yes, we can.
Only if you assume that the drift is due to
right now we don't have one, but in the future we could, and then you're saying it's future proof?
No, I mean those gyroscopes already do exist. They're just outside of my range of affordability.
Stop questioning. Hey,
I want to, Elijah. This is very important for me. I want to understand the gyroscope. Is it invasion of gyroscope?
Why are you asking about the gyro? Why does it? Get it?
Because he said that
you have a gyro. You dump the story and you focus on the message, right? Because if I were to give the method of a gyro first, no. If I made up a story and then showed you the effects in the gyro, does that mean the story that I gave you is true? Or are you affirming that it's true because of the effects that you see in a device? So I'm just saying, the statement he made sounds like an affirming the consequence fallacy. How would that be helping you determine that the Earth is stationary?
I mean, if it does not drift the expected amount consistent with what I believe, then I would doubt my beliefs and maybe turn against them. But
you're not affirming. You're not even. How would you? You're saying that hypothetically, if it did something else, then that would be proof that but you can't do that. That's not proof. Like if I say, well, if I did this, I'd have $1 million. It's not. That doesn't mean anything.
You're just assuming the cause of the drift in the first place.
Yeah.
Which is just affirming that the Earth is moving. It's not. You're just saying, well, if that wasn't the case, then I guess it wouldn't be moving. That's just saying the opposite of what you've already affirmed.
And again, I didn't state like it's a proof, right? It's just one of the experiments that one can use to build up confidence towards one topic.
Do you understand that it falls into the category of a low standard of evidence? Like, it's a low piece of evidence, so it would only mean anything to you if you had a low standard of evidence.
For example, and if you also one with an experiment, you just list the other factors that could affect your reading. For example, maybe there is some magnetic distortion around your area that if you have like a spinning gyro, like a physical spinning gyro, and I don't know, there's magnets or whatever around your area, maybe those drift effect. And the process of elimination, you try to go around all the effects that could change the results of your experiment. At least all the one that you and your teammates can find. And if you can eliminate all of the effects, all of the stuff that could affect the experiment that you're not trying to experiment on, and if you could eliminate all those things, or at least account for them in the final calculations, one would arrive at the conclusion that you either are missing something massive entirely. For example, the universe is counter-rotating at, 15 degrees, or we are standing at, for example, the North Pole is stationary and everything's spinning around it. That explanation, or that something spinning, yeah. That is what the final conclusion would be if you had accounted for all the...
Answer your question?
Sure.
What do you know of any time in the past when anyone's ever directly measured the axial rotation of the Earth, the alleged axial rotation of the Earth?
Like,
do you understand my question?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
I have some examples, but the good ones rely on believing on satellites.
Oh, that would also involve believing in the vacuum of space too, right?
Yeah, I mean, but since you can actually see satellites moving around with your own eyes, it's kind of...
No, bro,
Yeah,
you
but
see
you
it on
can't see
TV.
them
You see
from
the...
Sorry.
All you see is a light in the sky that someone told you a story about. You don't know
No,
what
I
it
mean,
is.
depends on the
buddy,
type of... excuse me, let me continue, please. If you have a really good telescope, not like tens of thousands of dollars, like a single grand or something like that.
Okay, that's irrelevant. Listen, you just said
you could actually
satellite.
see the satellite.
Yeah, listen, your
question.
Question. Are you seeing the satellites from your own eyes from the vacuum of space? Are you in the vacuum of space looking at the satellites? Yes or no?
I mean, you are looking at them, but not from the vacuum
I
space.
asked
It's
a yes
usually
or no
from
question,
on the ground.
dude. Listen, I asked a yes or no question. I'd like a yes or no answer, please.
Yes, you are seeing the satellites with your own two eyes.
From
or
the
usually
vacuum
one
of
because
space? From the
No,
vacuum
not
of
from-
space.
no. That would be quite
So
expensive.
it's a no, right? Is it no?
Yeah, not from the vacuum of space.
Okay. So in a court of law, this story you're talking about falls under the category of hearsay. We don't have any. We can't do anything with hearsay. Hearsay
Okay,
is
not hearsay. It's like saying like if you witness a crime like through a window or not through a window, that's basically your argument. That's not hearsay.
No. Stop.
You're arguing your bad faith.
He asked you about
Listen,
nation.
he doesn't have. Listen, he doesn't have an argument. You have a positive claim that you're supposed to provide evidence for. So to say, well, I would have to utilize satellites is a begging the question fallacy. That's not an argument. That is just what you're doing based on the formulation of your argument. So
No, I was just saying it's one of the better, more accurate methods of measuring the rotation of space, not the only argument.
I don't want to have to get louder, get a better mic. I don't want to have to do that. Don't say no. Say I'm not begging the question, and here's why. Because you're not about to justify why you are begging the question. So if you want to defend yourself by saying no, I'm not committing a logical fallacy, and here's why, you have to use the formulation of the argument that you use to justify that it's not a begging the question fallacy. The reason that I'm saying it is a begging the question fallacy is because when you said satellites, clearly you're talking about presumably orbits around the globe.
Yeah, and if you had listened to my argument, you would notice that before I mentioned the satellites, I said that the best examples are from the satellites.
I guess you thought I was bluffing. I guess you thought I was bluffing. You can't control yourself. And I don't want to be rude, and I don't want to be mean, which means you're just going to have to be amicable if you can. So the reason I said you're begging the question is because the orbit around the globe The thing that you're trying to prove would be begging the question. You're going to be needing the radius for that orbit, which you didn't prove, which is the thing you're supposed to be proving, the geometry of the Earth. So now you're going to use the assumption of the geometry of the Earth to prove the geometry of the Earth. No, that's circular reasoning, or better known as begging the question. Do you have a rebuttal to that?
Yes, I do. Before I mentioned satellites, I was asked that if I have anything on the history of people measuring the rotation of the Earth. And for a few seconds, I got silent, and then I said, one of the best examples that I can think of are from satellites. And that's not good. I mean, it actually stated that, like, that is one of the best ones that I can think of. Not that I'm going to use them right now. What I was going to say, but before you change, everyone focused on either the existence or that I have personally seen a satellite, is that you could also use a pendulum.
Okay, so looking at a satellite and begging the question is not a measure of Earth's actual rotation. It's just a circular argument.
No, I said that was just an example that I want.
Well, it's not an example that is pertinent. It's not going to.
Will you please let me finish my sentence before you interrupt me saying I was?
He said pendulum. Okay, so how are you going to rule out everything else that could be causing the pendulum to move?
But hold on, fraud. Hold on, fraud. I didn't just interrupt you, fam. And if I got to go back into the live and hear you interrupted me instead, you're just going to be out of here, bro. What? Again, I'm just not you, fraud. I just want you to be reasonable because I'm being reasonable with you. I'm not being mean. I'm not being rude, and I'm not cutting you off. And you've cut me off at least 3 times in this conversation so far. To defend yourself, something that yourself is not on trial. We don't need you to defend anything. You just have to have the conversation and be amicable about it. I just don't like passive aggressive bullying. That's what the world is on right now. But yeah, pendulums. Go ahead, Fraud. That's what I was about to ask about.
Is Mono looking in live stream voice text and reading what we're typing, or is he not?
Is that guy even still in here?
I guess he got upset. Like, I don't know what it is. Like, they'll talk to you for hours if you let them commit logical fallacies, but when you actually try to treat the actual cause of the symptoms, they run away because they think that you're being unreasonable. Well, I really didn't interrupt this guy. This guy's interrupted me multiple times. And I've been very straight in saying, well, this is the fallacy. Here's how it's the fallacy. Are you going to defend by, I don't know, giving some attempt at a justification for how it's not? He's going to just say, no, it's actually, it was just an example I was going to use. Well, and not if it's a fallacy, then we can just forget about that. He wants to be mad because he wants to explain why he brought it up. I was here. I know how to follow the conversation. I heard you.
So can I continue now? Is everyone done?
I don't know. I was waiting for you to talk about pendulums. And again, don't try to step in on me because I'm just going to mute you.
Mono, are you okay now?
So, okay. First of all, fortunately, this is on a live stream, so on YouTube you can go back and listen to when I exactly started my argument. And second, about pendulums, you get a pendulum, right? Whatever, like a heavy weight on a string, a good string, hopefully. And if you're trying to be more scientific about it, then you would hopefully do it in a vacuum chamber.
Why?
But the problem with pendulum, because air currents, first of all, because air steals some energy from the pendulum, and second is that maybe air currents are will what's the English word? Disturb the path of the pendulum. Maybe it's not a complete, like you can't be certain of it. So since you can't be certain of its effect, you just try to remove it completely
by decreasing the density, right?
Yes, to a negligible amount.
That's interesting.
You're still affirming the consequent.
Right. And then how do
he
you?
didn't make an argument yet.
All right. I'll let him get there. Yeah.
I mean, I didn't make the argument because you interrupted me, unlike you had said that you haven't. But about
again,
how effective removing the vacuum.
Again, other than right now, did anybody else hear me just interrupt him? Or am I going crazy? I am smoking a split.
No.
Because I know the other
maybe
guy.
Instead of the people asking,
the other guy.
people check the YouTube live stream, because that's completely recorded, not hearsay. So anyway, I was saying, if the Earth is in fact rotating, and if you have a pendulum running, you would, and if you have a laser attached to a pendulum on a phosphorus line, or somehow you have a method of tracking the path of the pendulum over time, you could see the path of the pendulum rotating around the point that the pendulum would hang from if it had not been moving at all.
Okay. All right.
In relation to the enclosure.
So you assume that you eliminated.
Let him finish.
I don't know. Go ask your question.
Well, I want to know.
No. Is that it? You put down a pendulum, you kick it off so that it starts moving, and then there's a precession. So what?
So if we assume,
right,
in a theory that the Earth is in fact rotating on an axis.
We can't assume that. That's the thing we're trying to prove.
Let him fucking affirm the consequent. So
actually, that is exactly how the scientific method works. We have a theory, and we come up with an experiment, and our theory predicts a result for the experiment. And if we observe that result in the experiment, it's not 100% proof, but it's a step towards maybe coming up with more experiments, etc. But it gives more credit to the theory.
Now I have a different understanding about the scientific method, and that's fine. So I know I wouldn't be needing to commit any logical fallacies to carry out an experiment or to propose a hypothesis or an assumption. An assumption is different from presumption, because with an assumption, then the experiment is the thing that validates or invalidates the assumption, okay, or the hypothesis, okay, versus a presumption where you presume your outcome and then you observe exactly the setup that you decided you would set up to see the thing that you're claiming is a result due to axial rotation in this case. What I just said was affirming the consequent. So your epistemology, or what you understand to be science, includes fallacious reasoning?
Was that an actual question, or?
Well, it was fallacious reasoning, and you said, no, it's science. Well, if you're going to call that science, it includes a logical fallacy. Because you call something science
Expecting an
doesn't
outcome
make-
from an experiment is a logical fallacy.
Well, you didn't. The first thing you need to do an experiment is have a hypothesis, and the hypothesis is the assumption of the cause of a natural phenomena. What natural phenomena have you observed? I mean, they don't. We don't just say this in here as flat earthers.
I mean,
there are people that state that like literally with this 2-year thing going on, all these papers coming out with these doctors saying you can't just use what's the word, correlations. That's not how science works. They specifically state that you need to recreate an action in nature to determine that what's going on with the patient is what's going on with the patient. They need to know what's happening. Now, there are pseudo doctors and there are doctors.
Correlation doesn't equal causation.
It's the same thing with food. It's the same thing where you have to determine the cause of an effect. Correlation, as far as I've seen in many of these different fields, are very explicit in this. But you're telling me that what you call science involves an affirming the consequent fallacy. And I just don't, what's the justification for that?
so can I continue now?
What do you mean continue? I asked
so
oh, bro, don't do it.
You assume that experiment is something random that I came up with, but so I'm gonna go into more detail. Maybe that's gonna be slightly better.
No, I was trying to stop.
That pendulum experiment, for example.
You're not being reasonable. You can't say, shall I continue, after I asked you what was the observed natural phenomena and you went stone silent.
Observed natural phenomenon is, for example, let's see that I see that at night when I go out, the stars all rotate on a central axis. I could form a hypothesis that either Earth is rotating or they are rotating around. Yeah.
What central axis? What? North Pole?
Yeah.
You've stood under the North Pole?
No, but you can look that they are rotating at a line that, no matter the shape of the Earth, had gone. What do you call it in English when it's like 90 degrees?
Yeah, I get that, but that's a natural phenomena. Something's happening.
Yeah, so that's a natural phenomena that one observes.
But here's the thing. Like I said, the hypothesis is just what you assume the cause of a phenomena is, and you're not. I don't think that you're running experiments to validate or invalidate the cause of star rotation. Because all you're going to do is create another setup where you watch a pendulum process and then you're just going to say, this is the evidence for that. You didn't manipulate anything. In both cases, all you did was observe something happening. You, as the researcher, didn't actually have an independent variable to manipulate at all.
I think if I point the connection between the reason that the plane of the oscillation of the pendulum might or might not move in experiment and the rotation of the stars, maybe the argument gets a little more clearer for everyone. If I see the stars moving around an axis, I could come up with a hypothesis that either the stars are rotating either on a surface or on their own, etc. Either if they are moving or we on the Earth are moving around that central axis. So
How
if
is
one
that
could go on with any of these two.
how is that how is that a hypothesis? So the independent variable, or the variable that you presume is the cause that you're going to change, is what? Or are you saying that my understanding of what a hypothesis is different from what you're doing, which sounds like an affirming the consequent fallacy?
Hey, Elijah.
Yo.
He may be able to vary and manipulate the spin of the sky or the Earth, which that would be awesome if you could do that.
Maybe.
So is everyone done?
Is that what you're going to do? Vary the spin of the sky?
Well, I asked what your independent variable was, and I was waiting for that. And I said, unless your epistemology is not what I understand the scientific method to be, and what I've detailed as a hypothesis, because what you've proposed sounds like an affirming the consequent formological fallacy. Why do you keep going stone silent and then waiting to say
because everyone is kind of, they get pissed when you start talking even remotely close to the point that they wanted to start talking at the same time. So,
I gave you a dichotomy there, so that because it's a point of clarification, dog. Are you refusing to clarify?
If no one else is going to talk, I'm going to say that in the experiment that we mentioned, I don't know who said that, but you could either, since you actually do not know if either the stars are rotating or you are rotating, the experiment would be to come up with something that you believe, or actually based on previous experiments, would be affected by either of those things. For example, you could stick a really tall pole in the sky, and that's not a good experiment, but it's an experiment. And if you hit the moving stars and you measure like a deviation in the pole, if the pole was somehow scraping on top of the dome, that could be your assumption, and that would be an experiment. That doesn't mean that you are trying to come up with something that based on the knowledge that you already absolutely believe in. No, it's just saying that if I'm looking for the word, just haven't. Sorry, my English isn't my native language. I'm having trouble finding words.
It's okay. We're giving you the time.
It is not the fallacy that you mentioned, because you aren't going based on a notion. You aren't putting the notion that stars are on a rotating disk or whatever as the basis of your experiment. Your experiment is to see if they are such. It's not the basis of the experiment. It doesn't require it to function in any way.
Well, number one, it's not an experiment, though, because that's the point of clarification that I'm asking for. Because from my understanding, in a scientific experiment, you have the testing of a hypothesis. It has to be a valid hypothesis in order for you to test it. That's why I asked, are you contending with what I just said?
It does not have to be a valid hypothesis. That's why you're testing it.
No, a valid hypothesis is an assumption as to what causes a natural phenomenon. So what I'm asking you is if you disagree, because what you're saying is an experiment is not what I just said is an experiment. Now, I know that the scientific method is a specific method. It's very clear, cut, and dry. And then I also know there's a definition called pseudoscience, and that's anything that is not ran through the scientific method, but proposed as science. So you're saying something is an experiment, and when I hear the word experiment, I hear cause and effect. Do you disagree, or do you agree that in an experiment, you have to validate a cause and effect relationship based on the hypothesis that you built?
Yes.
All right, then. That being said, you haven't given a valid hypothesis to then go and experiment.
I was under the assumption that in our theoretical example, the theoretical scientist's valid hypothesis is that the cause for the rotation of the perceived rotation of the stars above the central axis is because of Earth's rotation around an axis. I believe that was the original assumed hypothesis.
Yeah, but there's no way to test that hypothesis. And it's not valid because it's just
so if
begging the question. It's just begging the question.
Alternative hypothesis would be.
Yo, did I interrupt you at all? Did anybody interrupt you at all? That's not a valid hypothesis. There's no way to test the movement of the. You would have. The premise has to be known. You have to know that the Earth is moving, not presume it's moving. That's the point.
I'm trying to.
Do you notice that all of your globe arguments start with the assumption of the globe in the first place?
So,
say what?
Hey,
if the
can I add something on here?
Yeah, I'll pass it off, guys. Thank you very much. I don't mean to bore you to death.
No worries.
Okay, so hey, I think it's the mushroom head guy, right? I don't know how to pronounce that name, but I'm from Nepal, okay? So if we live on a globe, let's just say, how can you see the moon from America, Nepal, and Australia at the same time? Just asking you a question, okay? If anybody would answer it, I'm okay to accept it.
He's welcome to reply to that. After that, the lady wanted to ask something, so go ahead.
Did you say Nepal as well?
Yeah.
America, Nepal, and hold on, let me see where. I don't even know where Nepal is at.
That's why I was wanting to ask our little friend over there. So, because I'm from Nepal, it's in the middle of India and China, and United States is in the north hemisphere, just opposite to it, and Australia is in the bottom south hemisphere. So, if let's just say if we lived on a ball, give me a scientific reason, or let's just show illustration. How would you see the moon on the sky at the same time? I have done it with my friends. Just a video chat and say, hey, do you see the moon on the sky? Boom, there you go.
I think Matthew can answer that.
So I don't think it would be easy demonstrating that over voice and nothing else.
You know, you can see the moon from Australia and America at the same time, right?
Yeah, I did hear your question. I'm just saying that it would be almost impossible to demonstrate that over just voice.
No, I'm saying what would be the reason? Maybe you have a
the reason or how it would be possible to observe the moon at the same time from different locations, for example, Nepal or United States, Australia, etc., would be extremely difficult, almost impossible to do on voice.
But it will be simple if it was a globe. The moon would be just sticking outside the atmosphere.
Well, that's not. Well, I'll say this. I don't think like all of the places that you can see the moon from America, the bottom half of America and Australia, to me is not a stretch. Like I don't see anything wrong with that.
No,
And
there
that's
is definitely something wrong with that.
and that's exactly. Now you just got to open Google Earth and consider how far away the moon is. It's not that
No,
big a deal.
yeah, no, it is. I'm in North Dakota.
But the problem with the question is that it already we already can see that, and it's like all they would have to do is just beg the question of the sphere and say it's no problem. And in my opinion, it doesn't seem to be a problem.
Yeah, me too, bro. We are the same pace.
Yeah, it's not a problem. Me and when the eclipse was on, I'm in Australia and Kiwis in Canada, and we were looking at the same eclipse. So, problem with that?
Well, it's happening right now.
Canada's pretty high. Hold
I
up.
don't know what the hell you guys are thinking about. You cannot see the moon in America, in North Dakota, and in Australia at the same time if it's a fucking globe. It's impossible to do that. And I've done that. So I'm just trying to say to you guys, if you can see both of them at the same time in both continents, it is fucking flat. There's just no way around it.
Well,
It's flat.
I'm opening Google Earth right now. If you could be right, I don't know. But I will say to the point that he made about it being hard to do on a voice call. I mean, we do it all the time. It's like 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 15, 20 of us at a time from all different points of the world at the same time on video. In some of the chats down below this voice chat, because they have the permissions to share your screen and actually share your camera also. And so we all at the same time made observations simultaneously. So it's not like it's hard to do right here. We've done it, just to let you know. So. Why isn't my Google Earth opening though? This is a blow.
Do you have JavaScript or stuff like that disabled?
Mono, can I ask you a question?
Go on.
What do you think? Why these people think? What is the main point? Why these people think that Earth is flat?
So this is. I don't want to say it since this is going to be on YouTube Live and they might remove your stream or something.
Well, it's a simple question. What do you think?
But I can tell you in text over private messages, but I don't want to say.
You don't want to say why people are flat earthers?
Tell us.
I will tell you. You can, for example.
Oh, wait, guys, wait. I'm sorry. Y'all might be right. I never looked at it from this angle. Because you know how you have Google Maps, right? And if you use your two fingers, you can kind of like make it look more side on than aerial. So when I was looking at these 2 points before, I was looking at it from like more of a top down perspective, but I kind of looked at it from the side just to get like the actual curve and the angle of the continents, and I don't know. This kind of does seem impossible. Thinking about it. I don't know, man. Because if you put a little, we're gonna have to go down to the bottom chats and do a little scribbling on Google Earth one day. Because I don't know. I'm still thinking it's possible. Because based on the altitude of the moon that they presuppose,
No,
if you
no,
give
right.
them,
You have to shrink it down to a basketball. Shrink it down to a basketball and a golf ball, right? And hold a golf ball over a freaking basketball. No, I don't care how far you go out with it. You cannot see it from the fucking bottom. It's just not going to fucking happen.
Yeah.
So you have to look at the Earth as a basketball and the fucking moon as a golf ball and do the experiment in your damn room. It's just not going to happen.
Or alternatively,
It's not a light giving object. Supposedly it's coming from the sun, right? So it doesn't have its own light, right? So it's reflecting sunlight. So if it's going further and further out, it's not like it's a flashlight as a beacon. It's not shooting light down like the laser. Okay, it's not the same thing. It doesn't have its own heat source.
The moon doesn't have its own light. You see, that's what you're saying?
Yeah, well, that's supposedly, right? So people believe differently, but so I'm not saying that's exactly what's going on. I'm just saying that's just supposedly reflecting the light of the sun. Okay, other people might say other different whatever. It doesn't really matter. But what I'm saying is you cannot see if you're in Australia, which is at the bottom, and I'm in North Dakota at the top, and I see this all the time. I see the sun and the moon in the sky all the time. I've done an experiment with a buddy in Australia to see. Because when the moon, dude, the moon's up at freaking early in the morning when I'm up. The moon is still there, and the sun is there, and the sun is just now setting, and then we're just not rising up. And now it's on. Now it's the other way around. Now the moon is coming up as the sun right before the sun sets. You get like an hour of the moon and the sun in the sky at the same time, where you can see it because the sun's not so bright, drowning it out. But it's still there regardless. But we got a full moon right now, and I have it on video, both of them in the sky at the same time. Because I document this crap because idiots like this will hop on here and say, oh, well, the Earth's round, but they can never explain that way. You cannot explain seeing the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time, or the moon being up for someone at night in Australia and for me in the day. And I'm seeing it. You know what I'm saying? So there's no way you can do that on a globe. It's freaking possible. It's just impossible. The moon is supposedly 1/4 the size of the Earth. So I don't care how far you take it out, you still will not see it from the bottom. It's just not going to happen. At the same time, someone's seeing it from the top. It's not going to happen.
Mono, again, I asked you that question because that is important question, because we will tell you what is the main point. But I want to know, what do you think that is the main point? Reason why?
I told you that since this is going live on YouTube, I believe there's a chance that...
Just answer the question.
For example...
Sure, I can tell you. The reason is that...
Everybody's open-minded over here.
Yeah.
I'm more concerned about the YouTube moderation team, but since you insist... there are many government agencies, and some of them named, some of them without names, some of them operate even outside governments. There are international bodies working for profits of corporations or certain groups of people, rich families, etc. Well, they don't want conspiracies against them. For example, there were many conspiracies about what was its name, the project that CIA were running in the 50s and 60s. So they realize if they create and popularized conspiracies that are so outlandish that people would, label anyone that believes in conspiracies as a tinfoil hat wearing person who cannot be trusted, or whose intelligence could be easily doubted, or I don't know, something that would be so outlandish that people who just discredit all conspiracies, they realize if they created some of these conspiracies and spread them enough, everyone that believed in any conspiracy would be bunched up with these groups. So they created some of these conspiracies, and they still advertise them and distribute their messaging, etc., all around the internet and outside. So,
sorry, can I interrupt you?
Basically,
not yet. Not yet.
Let him speak. Let him speak.
Oh my goodness! Really?
No, go on. I think I'm done.
Oh, that's not
the worst answer I've ever heard.
That's not the answer of my question. My question was, what do you think?
No, he didn't. You asked him a question. You asked him a question just now. You asked him a question. Sasha, you asked him a question just now before he said what he said? Because I missed it.
Yeah. Elijah.
Yeah, he didn't answer it either. It wasn't the same answer.
What was the question?
Elijah, I asked him this question: what he thinks that is our main point, that we think that is flat. He was speaking about conspiracies.
He did. He thinks that the government created this.
He thinks we're the government or something.
Let me ask you a question.
We're following the government psyop.
Let me ask you a question. To say something isn't the case, like say somebody says something exists and, other person says, give me evidence, and then they say, well, this is the evidence, and they go, no. Is that a conspiracy? Oh, here we go again. It's not fucking Regis Philbin Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, dog. Like,
just yes or no answers.
I mean, when I stated conspiracy theory, I meant like as in.
No, I didn't ask you to clarify. I didn't ask you to clarify what you said, bro. I waited for you to finish, not for you to rehash what you said. I asked you a question. I guess this is why Sasha was cutting it as well, because she wasn't answering his. My question to you, before you attempt to answer Sasha's question, this question I want you to answer first. Is telling someone that you don't believe them a conspiracy?
Well, you believe that the other person that's telling you something that you do not believe and making you or forcing you to believe it, they're conspiring against you. So yes.
Why? No, first of all, don't stereotype me, fam. If you tell me the earth is a globe and I tell you I don't believe you, is that a conspiracy?
Yes.
How?
Because if that were the case, all the government bodies and research institutes, every other government would be conspiring against every other citizen. I mean, that's where the word comes from.
That's what you're saying. Me saying that I don't believe you. How is that a conspiracy? Just because if you don't have evidence, what that would mean is there's these people somewhere obviously conspiring to propagate this message. What the fuck does that have to do with me not believing you? And how would that confirm that I have created a conspiracy and not believing you? Justify that.
Well, it's not a one person thing. It's creating a whole discourse and community. Which, in some cases,
I mean,
excuse me.
I mean, that's a feeling, sure. This is a Discord. We're all here of like mind that we don't believe you. Some of us are crazy. Some of us have our own theologies and philosophies that may or may not be justifiable. So what? How is this specific question, how is any of us, even if it's all of us, saying we don't believe you or anyone with your same attitude towards or worldview, how does that make any of us
I think your audio cut out.
how does that make any of us conspiracy theorists? We're not creating a theory. We're just saying we don't believe you. How is it?
I think in my my argument, I would be the conspiracy theorist, and some people in this community would be the conspiring party.
So I'm right. He's saying we're victims of a psyop created by governments. Is that what you're saying?
Not victims, but perpetrators.
He's saying
we're the perpetrators of it.
He's saying that we're saying that, and that's not a conspiracy. The evidence or lack of evidence would make it a conspiracy. But flat Earth, how does that make flat Earth a conspiracy? Because you said the CIA would put out such a conspiracy, so crazy, that it would break down communication to the point where everyone would be hyper, let's say unreasonable for lack of a better term right now. And they're all getting into conspiracies because of this one conspiracy that the earth is flat. Well, first of all, the earth is flat is not a conspiracy. The questioning of the validity of the moon landings, the vacuum of space, the geometry of the surface of the earth that we walk on, being in question is not a conspiracy, friend.
Can I ask him Sasha's question but restructured?
Yeah.
What do you think the basis? What do you think the basis of our premise is?
Can you elaborate a little bit more?
What do you think the basis for our premise of Earth being flat is?
You must be conspiracy theorists.
So you know what? Listen, Mono. We all came here because we know the Earth is flat. That's how we got into this room, not because we came into this room because we're conspiracy theorists.
I mean, I'm certain that many members in here were paid by the government to be here, but
let the other guy ask the question again. What was your question?
My question?
Yeah.
Well, it's basically the same as what Sasha's asking, which I think is a genius question.
I do too.
And it's one that we should have been asking the whole time. But
yeah, because it's coming to the point.
What do you think? Yeah. What do you think is the basis for the premise of Earth being flat?
You can say you don't know. You can ask us. That's also a possibility.
I would say it would be different for everyone, but generally, like a more shared part of it would be like I'm talking about those who are genuine believers, not government agents or employed or whatever. But for genuine believers, I think a shared part of it would be that message or the commonly believed fact that the Earth is globe, it's not the most tangible thing.
Wrong.
So you think we're in here because the Earth is a globe?
No. He said okay. Maybe he said he thinks we're in here because we think the Earth is not a globe.
Yeah.
That's not guessing why we think it's flat, bro. Like, if you don't know, just ask.
What I got from what you said was
I think
Hold on, Mono. What I got from what you said is that you think we're most of us are here because we think the globe's an unrealistic possibility.
Yes.
Correct.
Correct, brother. That's why we're here.
But that doesn't answer the question. Even though it's red herring, it might be true. It doesn't answer the question, though.
Yeah, why are we here? Why do you think we're here?
Yeah, that's
or what's our reason? That we didn't just wake up one morning and just go, "Oh, the Earth's flat." Okay, we all believe the Earth's flat. We have a reason for it.
I do love that they think that's how it goes, Todd.
Maybe we should encourage them to ask individuals in here that question.
Well, but no one ever does. That's why the question's so good.
Yeah, nobody asked that question.
Yeah, no, I know, but I'm saying
I know the answer
give him a chance. What I'm saying is, let's give him a chance to ask us the question. Why do you think the Earth is flat? And let's see if we can just want to even ask the question to begin with.
Yeah.
May I? First, the reason is that believing that the Earth, if you want to do every experiment on your own, everything on your own, it would be slightly difficult to prove the generally accepted model that we have today. And it requires a certain degree of trust in institutions, first of all.
Faith.
Second is that
it requires faith.
This is a religion. I would go with trust.
Hold on. Wait, hold on, buddy. We're just following the conversation. Did you hear what I said a second ago?
That was a hint.
Well, he doesn't care about that. That's the thing.
Did you hear that?
He doesn't care about that question, and it doesn't really matter because you're asking him a question.
Let's let him skirt away from this. He's trying to let's not let him skirt away from
words in his mouth. He never asked that question.
No, but listen. Yeah, hold on, Fraud. We're asking him. Does he know why we think the Earth is flat? Basically.
No, that's not what this guy just asked him, though. He asked him.
That's what Sasha and the other guy asked him. I'm sorry if I don't even know.
I understand that one. Yeah. He hasn't answered that to this point. I mean, that was asked like an hour ago.
We're trying to get him to answer it.
Well, he can. If he does, listen, and this is the problem with the philosophy of people who think like this. We're asking you if you know our position ultimately. If you know what the axioms or the premises are. And you're guessing. Because so far, it sounds like none of us in here have had the chance to tell you because you don't know empirically. In order for you to know, you would have to be able to regurgitate what we told you our premise was. Why the hell are you trying to guess if you don't know?
Mono, I can help you. Ask anybody.
Hint. Ask the question.
And question
Yeah.
is this:
So we are.
Elijah, Orion, give me a second. Elijah, why you think that Earth is flat? It's so easy question. Elijah, Fraud, why you think that Earth is flat? Orion, why you think that Earth is flat? Sasha, why you think that Earth is flat?
Okay, let's let him pick one.
Can I go?
Yeah,
Be real quick.
No, not yet.
No. I'll answer the question real quick.
No.
No. We want him to pick one of us. We want him to pick one of us, say our name, and ask, why do you think the Earth is flat?
How many more hints do you need?
Yeah, because right now he's Googling something.
Yeah, he is.
Let him.
No, he's waiting for us to be quiet. Give him a fair chance. This is not an easy conversation to have.
You will not find on Google why people on 24/7 think, because nobody wrote that.
Give it to him in 3 words.
I can't even find a specific porn search. It's always some other shit. You think you're gonna figure out why we think the Earth is flat from that? We don't even know if he's Googling, guys. Come on.
Is he still in the room?
Okay, let's give him the floor. Let's hear what he has to say.
Okay.
So he basically asked me if I had an idea why. I believe if I had an idea why you believe that the Earth is flat, or no, not that. He asked that if I had an idea why you are here, not specifically that the Earth is flat.
Yeah,
not that I wanted to know or something, and I would assume that the answer to that question would be like what idea I already had in my mind about that answer, not that.
Okay, so that clarifies things. So we're asking if you empirically know our.
No, I don't empirically know why you're
I
here.
think it might change from an individual.
Do you want to? We're almost there. Would you like to know?
If you can do it like in the 5 or 6 minutes, because it's really, really late and I'm done with my project.
Well, let's forget it then. Don't even. Why? It's so precious. It's such a diamond. It's such a privilege to be here with us. Why on earth would you want to do that? Don't cheapen yourself.
Yeah, why don't you want to know?
No, it's. I'm just talking to the other guy that wants to give it to him real quick in 5 minutes, which any of us could. But
not 5 minutes. Not 5 minutes.
You gotta take time, because sometimes it's so much beautiful. Sometimes it's so much bliss and hope. You never know.
No, not 5 minutes.
It's just
3 words.
We don't even. Why? Because
Elijah,
it would be super disrespectful. All I'm saying is you could do what you want. I can't tell you what to do. I'm just saying it would be super disrespectful that I done sat here and smoked a fat spliff, was chilling, had mad conversation, and for an hour you guys have begged him to ask this question, and only now is he gonna say I only have 5 minutes. That's disrespectful. You don't reward that with anything. You tell them have a good day. That's what I would do. You can do what you want.
Well, I would rather give. I mean, I understand where you're coming from. Me personally, I'd like to just give him the answer in 3 words.
How about you do that, and then I talk to him after that?
Yeah. So here's the deal, buddy. The reason that we're all sitting here thinking that it's flat is because it is.
I thought you were going to say Earth measures flat.
All right. Hey, do you want to respond to that, or what?
It was nothing to respond to. To keep it real, it was just an assertion. It's not effective, because at this point if we're in here critiquing arguments and fallacious reasoning because you want to get it out in 2 seconds, it's going to force you into fallacy, specifically because he doesn't have the time. But then he's going to try to probably red herring you and stay ultimately longer up until somebody points out, hey, wait a minute, the actual point was this, and then he's gonna go, all right, guys, I gotta go. And it's like, you guys already know the drop. Why are you gonna do all that? I mean,
Well, yeah, it's a good point. So maybe like, we observe. I would say in a different way of saying what was just said. I would say I observe the Earth is flat, and I do not have any measurement of curvature. So to the best of my knowledge, it's flat. This may be a more simple way of saying that. But I was just going to simply ask him, can you ask any one of us why we think the Earth is flat?
That your answer was consistent with my belief, and I think it's actually really, really late now. So I want to thank everyone and call it good night.
Come on back later.
I will.
After all that,
I don't think it's worth it to have told him that, to say, all right, guys, that confirms my belief, gotta go. Don't you feel like
you're all fucking conspiracy theorists?
Yeah, well, he was going to think that no matter what you said to him then. He had his mind made up before he asked you a single question.
So why tell him anything? Like,
Well, I'm just reporting back from what I've seen of the Earth, so that's where we got it from, the Earth.
We have
We didn't get it from
YouTubers
a
that
book.
reply, and we can talk to them too.
I mean, if I did believe that you, instead of going on based on your own measurements, you just randomly believe in it,
no,
that would be thinking you're stupid. So I did actually believe that you had your measurements and your reasonings.
That's right.
Is he still here talking, but
you
not
did think we randomly believe it.
He said you confirmed that you guys are conspiracy theorists. I'm out of here, and now he's sitting here.
Well, he said a pretty cool thing just now, though. I mean, did you guys not hear it? It was pretty cool. I appreciate that.
So have you measured the globe yet?
I mean,
hold okay.
Actually, I have measured the effects of it, but someone ping me, no, not ping me, just send me a private message or ping me the next time you're on VC and I'll tell you.
So you measured the whole globe?
I measured something that would be impossible if that were not the case.
Well, then you better tell us about it.
Yeah, that's what I said. Like next time, just ping
Don't
me.
keep it a secret. Don't keep it a secret.
Yeah, just ping me or
we don't need any clips.
Send me a private message or something, and I will.
This server's been here for 8 years looking for what you just said that you had. Now you say you have it, but you'll give it to us later. Don't do that.
Like tomorrow is like that's not that late.
We out here. Just think about it.
Mono, just name the effect at least.
Mono, but listen this, you can give us to that tomorrow, but today, now.
Okay, sure. I have 10 minutes there. I think I can compact the thing, but I gotta do it pretty fast. So while I did mention satellites, and you said that those are then again, a few seconds ago, I said I observed something that would be impossible if this had not been the case. There are things called software-defined radios. They're like basically radios, but
yes, I have one. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, have you done it? Any of you by yourself? Any effect?
Yes, exactly. I have done it by myself. That's why I said, like, I personally have, like,
I have two. I have two.
Do you have? I gotta talk real fast. So, if you have, what do you call it? Gimbaling. Is that correct for like a gimbaling antenna? Like antenna on a falling mount. If you put if you have like a dish, not like a omnidirectional antenna, but a receiver dish. Put it on a gimbaling antenna, that it can follow or track a point across the sky. And you tell it to follow a satellite's path, and a satellite that specifically crosses somewhere above your head. You can actually observe the Doppler shift consistent with the supposed velocity of that said satellite coming in towards you and then moving away from you. I have done an experiment.
You're just begging the question again.
Yeah.
Oh my God, brother. Oh my God.
Mono, do you know what we can show you? We can show you the surface of the Earth measures flat in reality.
Completely flat, over water. all the way flat.
But to add to that though, that's the first thing that they would have had to done is measure the surface to be a ball before they could even have the satellites that you're talking about.
Yeah, you need the R value. So we need the methodology for obtaining the R value.
If you can't give us that, and all you can give us is this story, then this story cannot be true. That's it.
That's a good story, bro. Make a thought movie out of it.
I mean, it's really cheap. You can do it on your own if you're interested.
You're not getting it.
Mono, can you do it on your own? Go to the beach and make a look into the distance. And if you find a drop, you will have the globe. It's easier than satellites because you don't need satellite, you don't need equipment. You go to the beach, some photo camera, good one, or
the results that you'd get would be the same regardless of the shape of the Earth.
Oh, really?
Almost.
So have you seen the water curve, surface curve? I've never seen it.
That means that on every observation on 10 miles, it will be 66 foot of drop. Is that true?
Then again, a refraction allows you to see up to 3,000 kilometers from a 30 or 40 meter elevated area over water. So
you're not answering his question again.
I don't think that's a reliable method.
One thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth.
Thank you, Bill Nye, the science guy.
So
I hate that guy. He's a hack.
You think that you can see 3,000 kilometers on your ball, which you should only be seeing
under very specific conditions,
feet.
Yes.
Well, how would you know that in the first place? The ball would have to be measured in the first place, demonstrated and shown in the first place before you can start talking about how much further you can see than what you should be able to. So how was it done in the first place?
I'm saying that hypothetically, if that were the case, you would be able to see that much. So seeing a lot would not necessarily refute its existence.
How would you know that without the ball in the first place to test that on?
You could scale the atmospheric models over a smaller distance and use computational modeling to extrapolate from that.
And if you don't model reality 100% accurately, which would be impossible to do, then what?
Yeah, you would have a variation. For example, if it could be 4,000 kilometers or 1,000 kilometers, you could have a big variation, but it couldn't be orders of magnitude. It wouldn't. You don't have that much error.
So you've got a simulation.
Whoa. Time out. Whoa. Wait. If the geometric horizon is supposed to be 1 mile away and it's 10 miles away, that is orders of magnitude in proper context and proper math.
No, I was saying compared to the simulation that you would have.
Well, I'm not talking about a simulation. I'm talking about the reality of seeing.
Yeah, that is an order of magnitude. Correct.
Okay.
For the radius, it's 2, by the way.
I'm with the water. I've never seen a water surface curve. How can it curve, bro? Come on.
So if you haven't had this ball, yeah, if you haven't seen the ball in the first place, then how can you know what can possibly happen on the ball? Why don't you just get us the first measurement for the ball so that we can know that all these things that you assert actually do take place on it?
I mean, we could make assertions about if we were living on a what's it called, like when it's like a bowl type concave surface. I mean, even though it's both of us do agree that it's not the case, we could still make assertions about it.
Nothing to do with it.
We can't, because you should be able to measure that.
There's nothing to do with what I said, though. I said, why don't you just get us the measurements that determined it to be a ball in the first place? Because that's what everything you're saying is based on. It all has to be a ball to begin with for any of it to follow. So where are those?
You are absolutely correct.
Yeah, that's what we need.
Yep, there's
Where did
no
this
such
all
thing.
come from? Right? Where did this come from? How did anybody know it was a ball in the first place to get the orbital mechanics to launch satellites and do all these things? Where does that knowledge come from?
You lost that technology.
1969.
I guess over time,
Mono, we're
alternate
getting to
methods
the
were
basis
ruled
of
out
why
one
we're
by
flat
one.
earthers.
There's no curve.
Actually,
one
I
can measure
stayed more than 10 minutes that I said I would.
Fair enough.
Mona, another question. Did you see any video or example of that?
Example of
flat surface?
I don't quite understand what I mean right now.
Did you see any video, some of flat earthers presenting flat surface and telling there is no curvature?
I believe I have.
And you decided that that's bullshit?
And what do you think about that?
Actually, I learned a whole massive deal from flat earthers, to be honest.
Okay. And why we see so far?
I mean, you're going to say that it's not valid, but again, refraction.
Refraction. Can we, does refraction hiding the curvature?
Yes, the horizon that you see at almost all
okay.
times is not the real horizon. It's just...
That means that it's refraction is hiding the curvature.
It's refracted horizon, yeah.
Okay.
And sometimes exaggerating it.
Okay. Can refraction hide the flat surface?
Yes. You could
Why
actually, if you lived on a flat world, refraction could make it appear spherical.
What?
At sometimes.
You know that you can't have a refracted ball unless you have the ball, right?
No, I mean, if you lived on a surface like a flat world, refraction could make it appear that, for example, boats are going under the horizon.
Okay, that doesn't matter though, because you know that you can't.
I mean, I'm saying refraction goes both ways.
That means that you cannot invoke refraction.
Yeah, it goes back to what I said.
Yeah, I'm saying that refraction and stuff that
you need the ball
with it cannot be used.
So Mono, when boats go beyond the horizon, that's an optical effect. They're not blocked by a geometric, hump of Earth.
Well, I do believe that
physical hump.
They if we did not have an atmosphere, that would be the case.
But
distortions are so great
in your lived life experience, if you go down to the shore and you observe a boat and then it goes out of view, is this an optical phenomenon or it's caused by physical obstruction?
It could be either, and since it could be either, I can't make assumptions based off of it.
But
I would never use boats going over the horizon as an argument because it's baseless.
The assertion that there's curvature, a hill of water from your perspective, blocking things as it descends in elevation from your perspective. That's not something anyone has ever experienced. Like you can't say refraction is the reason. No one's ever experienced the claim that we make. Because if you see a boat at 10 miles and the horizon is 20 miles, 30, wherever the fuck it's at, there's nothing blocking the boat, fam. What does that have to do with refraction? There's nothing blocking the boat. The boat's still there. Likewise, in the simulator, when they try to recreate the Black Swan, the only way to recreate it is to use a flat earth. You know that fake little image they have where they have the water in front of the oil rigs? In the simulation that they try to explain with refraction, that's using a flat earth. When you use a globe earth, guess what?
No, my bad. I have that backwards. So when you use a globe Earth, then you have the geometric horizon in front of the oil rigs. So you increase the refraction. All you do is make the Earth bigger, in essence, and you extend the distance to
sometimes
both.
smaller.
Listen, you extend the distance to both the oil rigs and the horizon, which is why in the simulation, the horizon is still in front of the oil rigs until you switch it to planar mode. And then you get the black swan. So, again, there's no obstructing these physical things when they're 3 miles away, 6 miles away, 10 miles away. Nothing is obstructing it. There's no elevation change from your vantage point. There's no curvature. We just see stuff. It's there. We see it. It's not behind a wall of Earth curve. We're not just looking at an image. We're not looking at a boat sail off, and then all of a sudden we're not looking at it because it went 3 miles. And we're laying on the ground with the camera zoomed in at 1 foot. It doesn't all of a sudden at half a mile go into 1 mile and then become an image, when in actuality it's descending beyond the curvature. It's mathematically there. It doesn't make sense.
I mean, this was way more than 10 minutes, but in response to your point, like from the moment that the boat is super close to, like, you're touching it, its image that you see of it has been transformed by the atmosphere to the moment that it goes off to very higher distances. And even though it could be below, I mean, it could, your view, your direct line of sight view could be obstructed by water or land, or if it's like a car on a flat surface.
So I have a question for you. Why are us flat earthers here now? Now let's see if you can answer this one.
Well, I mean, I think we had this discussion a while ago.
So you still think we're just conspiracy nuts and we're not measuring flat surfaces, and it's really
I think you are measuring flat surface. I mean, if you were just randomly saying stuff, that would make you like stupid, and I would never say, like, even though I don't agree with what you say, like that Earth is flat, I cannot disagree that you are making some good observations. And
how do you disprove measurements, bro? What's the rebuttal for that? What's your rebuttal for that? If it's measuring flat, what's your rebuttal for it?
Yeah, he's made the curvature unfalsifiable at the surface level. His ad hoc explanation of refraction for all situations.
He doesn't even understand what refraction is. You can't have refraction in one medium, retard. You can't.
You absolutely can. You can have refraction in a tiny medium.
Hold on.
Like your own vector. We can try it.
How are you going to refract light in water? How are you going to refract it? If it's in water, how is it going to refract?
You went full retard, man.
If I shine a laser in water, how's it going to refract? What's going to cause it to refract?
Differences in density and temperature of different parts of the same medium.
So, what?
It's not gonna. I mean,
what is wrong with you, bro?
Shit.
Are you fucking serious right now? Are you talking about, like, all right? So, like, if I shine a laser from Florida underwater to Antarctica, and I hit ice, what happens then?
It's always travel straight, bro.
What's going to happen when it hits the ice? Is it going to refract before it hits the ice, or is it going to refract once it hits the ice?
It's been refracting all the way because a liquid
So it's been
is not a
refracting all the way.
consistent
It's still going to
medium.
hit the ice, is what you're saying. So it's still going to go in a straight line.
It's not going to go on a straight line, no.
Oh, so how's it hitting the fucking ice?
The ice is really big.
In my head, I'd be scratching while my thoughts were busy hatching if I only had a brain.
Can we take it easy on the clips?
The light is curving through the water around a ball from Florida to Antarctica.
Man,
First of all, you can't have a laser that powerful.
Again, listen to yourself.
Dude, he's still missing the core point here, which is that there's no ball to refract. You still haven't shown any. So who cares? You can't apply refraction to something that isn't there.
And here's the other question. All right, at what point, when I shine a laser in the atmosphere, does it start to refract? What distance?
The moment that it leaves
At
the
what
optics.
distance? Okay, so now I have a laser light on my fucking M16. Okay, now I'm pointing it at that target, and it's 30 degrees over there. It's 70 degrees over here. Is it gonna reach that target?
Yes.
Amen.
Why?
Hey.
Because I assume the target isn't that far away from you, and
So at what distance? At what distance does the light start to refract?
the moment that leaves the optic, but the further
At
you
what-
go,
at
the
what distance
effects
is
of
he gonna
refraction
miss?
will be more amplifying.
At what distance is he
Why?
going to miss?
Why would it suddenly be more amplifying?
Stop.
No, not suddenly.
He
It's
didn't-
just
he's
it's
not.
bigger from the moment that it starts.
Listen, at what point is he going to miss the target? What distance?
There's so many factors. I have no way to put a number on it.
When have you ever heard that happen?
Guys, wait, fraud.
Can
fraud,
we do
wait.
this one at a time, please? Y'all mess like this is
No,
in my head.
I like Fraud's question, but Fraud, you're almost letting it go already. He didn't answer the question, because we're talking about an actual projectile, okay? It's going from point A to point B. Okay? So the point is, if he is actually descending, it doesn't matter what the light makes anything look like. If I ask you at what distance is he going to miss, then you should have an answer that's definitive based on the geometry of the hill he's going to be hitting instead of the actual person.
No, I think the original question was like he on a laser light.
Yeah,
Like
it's
on a
the
rifle.
laser that's attached to the gun. The laser targeting system. So what I asked him
It should be refracting. It just said the laser refracts through the atmosphere. There should be a certain distance where that laser is so refracted that it's imaginary, and the bullet is going to miss it.
Like you're still shooting the laser at the person, but at some point that laser and that person is only going to be an image and not actually the person because of refraction. At what point
not
is
at
that?
some point, not at some point, even from touching distance, it's an image, but the discrepancy between reality and the image is so little that it won't matter. But at some point, it will cross that threshold.
You see, he's not getting it.
Yourself, you're like a
And that threshold, I cannot put numbers on because
no, it's
Is he one of those? Is he one of those?
It relies on so many variables.
Are you one of those paid people you were talking about?
I know.
Listen, it's a purely geometry question. That's the list. What's up with y'all? Listen, and here's why. Because if you live on a physically curving surface, then it doesn't matter what it looks like. At some point, that person that's walking away is going to be at an elevation that's going to block the top of his head. Okay? That's a physical thing, regardless of what it looks like.
That's not the topic that we're talking. I think you misunderstood.
But that is what Fraud wants to know, because he's asking at what point is it refraction when I shoot this motherfucker? Like, when am I not going to shoot him while still aiming at him and seeing the laser hit this dude on the head? But when I shoot, it's not actually going to hit him. What point is that? It's a purely geometric question.
Right, bro. It's go straight.
It's not a purely geometric question because depending on the atmosphere, the temperature, anything, it could be curved up, curved sideways in any direction.
Snipers don't use that.
We're just talking about the dispersion.
Why y'all talking in the background of him like this? That would have been. This is such a great YouTube clip to hear him not answer this very specific question. And he's trying to tell me that what Fraud asked is not what Fraud asked, and he'd rather answer some question about the moment light leaves, if it's not directly touching it, at every distance, there's some, who gives, like, let him say it, because that's the silliest shit I ever heard.
It could be refracting sideways, up, down, or anywhere, all over the place, he said. But
yeah, I'm saying
the refraction that he's invoking actually has specific requirements, and I don't think he understands that.
Even on a flat Earth, any shape of Earth.
Listen, Mano, the military doesn't understand it then either. Or do they have this refraction calculator that they use when they target using lasers at 200 miles away?
Can I add something? They actually do have calculations for that. Especially, for example, targeting pods and aircraft use a really low frequency infrared laser, because the lower the frequency, the less is a laser affected by mediums.
Yeah, so
they use a
laser.
So
they use a laser, is what you're saying?
So it can go further distance because there's a light attenuation problem, fam.
He doesn't understand that, dude. Light diffuses.
It's okay.
Do you understand that light? Do you understand that light diffuses over distance? Do you know what diffusion means?
It does diffuse, but for the quality of the optics that the military has and their lasers.
Also, what does it do? Does it diffuses and it does what? As it moves through the atmosphere, it does what? It's spread. It spreads, right? It becomes wider.
It creates what do you call it?
You sound like a retard.
The pattern. I'm looking for the word in English.
It was just vaguely insulting him in the distant background.
Okay.
I don't know what it's called in English, but it's like circular patterns within each other. Yes, it does create that, but for the lasers that military is using and the distances that they're using in targeting pods, for example, that I mentioned specifically, distance of at maximum 100 kilometers.
Because they were talking about the Navy, so just so you know, you actually changed the example. He was talking about the Navy. I know you're talking about planes, and he's in radar. He's talking about the military. I mean, he's talking about the Navy using direct line sight lasers. Like, why do you do this? I don't get it.
Navy.
Why do you talk about refraction of a ball that you've never shown us in the first place?
And you call us conspiracy nuts.
Yeah. All you've given us are excuses why you can't see it or show it to us, instead of actually showing it to us.
Yeah, how would I show it to you?
Well, it'd be pretty easy, because if it existed, you'd just walk outside and point to a geometric horizon or measure drop over distance of the surface.
Dude, he couldn't answer at what point where he missed the target. Like, I'm fucking weak. He said it has to do with the atmosphere and this, that, and the third. Fam,
yeah.
Are you gonna curve bullets too? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm no disrespect, for real. I'm floored.
I'd just like to say, Mono, so it's clear for you that we all in here are just humoring your position because it's all based upon something you haven't definitively proven in the first place. You need to understand that.
All he's telling us is why we don't observe the ball. He hasn't given us one reason why it is observable.
So basically, he's saying the Earth is flat.
Yeah. Just with extra steps.
Well, I mean, you could observe the ball if you wanted to personally.
You just told us.
No, I personally want to. I personally want to. So now you're going to tell me how I can go do this personal.
Yeah,
you did hear him say though that because of refraction up to 3,000 kilometers, you can see anything in it.
Dude, Elijah, that's not even what the Bislin calculator says. If you max out refraction,
I know, but I'm talking about what he's thinking in his mind. Like you got to accept what people think to communicate with the issue is that he's not accepting anything we're saying. It's like he's not even hearing us. It's like he's having a conversation with his own stereotypes and characters of what we would be saying. Like it, and
he's talking to his own script.
His own position is absolute in his mind. All he has to do is just defend it.
And light is just doing whatever it needs to for us to see absolutely anything and the ball or the globe to still be true.
So let's just remove that. Let's just do something that I couldn't say refraction, right? Let's just remove that possibility. Wouldn't that be great?
Yeah.
So radio waves are almost unaffected by refractions because their frequency is just doesn't interact with the atmosphere that much.
You mean like lasers are awake? Yeah, go ahead.
There is still a refractive index for radio waves.
Yeah, there is, but it's much less than refractive indexes.
Radio waves will not curve.
Which means
yeah, exactly. They will not curve. That is true. You're absolutely right. They will not curve.
Which means it shouldn't be able to. You shouldn't be able to hit a target at 10 miles.
Yes.
Hold on.
We could use a directional antenna.
Hold on. Stop right there. Just slow your roll. The reason that I'm saying so the radio waves shouldn't hit a target at 10 miles because
if you're using a directional antenna.
What the fuck is your problem? Like
I'm really sleepy.
You literally interrupted me at the same point when I told you to stop it the first time. You don't think that's weird?
I said I was going to sleep like 30 minutes ago, and I went up. I really should be.
Are you interrupting me to go to sleep, or are you interrupting?
No, I was just wanted to make my point quicker so I could.
Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that in the middle of me talking.
Well, I guess if I don't want me to do it, I'll just go.
If I don't want you to interrupt me in the middle of talking, you'll just go. That's very prickish of you.
He needed an out, and you gave him it, Elijah. Well,
he needed the out. He took
off
it.
of you.
No, but I mean, bro, you listen. If there's a minimal amount of refraction, then it's gonna be hitting the geometric horizon. There's nothing to talk like. What the dog? Help me, help you, guys. Because I know he left. That's the conclusion. Less refraction. Okay, then hypothetically, it should be hitting the geometric horizon then. Right? It's because of refraction that the geometric horizon is not where it's supposed to be, right? So if he's using radio waves, then it should be very easy to shoot them 10 miles out where we know something will be 66 feet underneath the drop in elevation from their point. Right?
Right.
Matthew? Wrong? Right? Wrong?
So the military can hit targets 200 miles away? I thought it was only 100.
Speaking of radio waves, Marconi says he hit one 10,000 miles away. Doesn't it need to refract more to do that if it's a ball?
That 24,000 feet of refraction, or 200 feet, around there.
200 feet. 10,000 miles.
Sorry, 200 miles.
Yeah, it'd be, yeah, right.
That's a lot of refraction.
Whatever the model needs. Slap any Band-Aid on it needs.
Where the hell is everybody? What the hell happened?
Well, our entertainment just left.
Oh, sorry. Carry on.
No, I'm saying they saw you coming, dude. They scouted.
Oh, fuck, man. Dude, gone. I see like 40 people in here and nobody's talking. I thought I would never get a word in.
No. Buddy that we were talking to for like 2 hours just left.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Nobody knows what to say now.
Okay. I saw K96 was muted. Was he hot micing or something?
No, he was. He just didn't tolerate the Glober that well. I guess we could probably take him off mute.
Yeah, he's off mute now. But anyway,
yeah, he was not happy with that guy.
Hey, did you get triggered? K96, did you get triggered? Don't get triggered, man. It's not worth it.
So I just thought about something. Why did he hold on? So I repeated somebody saying 66 feet in 10 miles, which is fucking insanely wrong. Why did? Huh?
That's right.
66 feet at 10 miles it's correct.
Is that correct for real? For real?
Yeah, that's just the pure 8 inches per mile squared drop. Yeah, without any observer height.
That sounds like a lot. Like see the thing is, you see what
spliff, wasn't it, Elijah?
No, but I'm realizing now that what they've done is like completely complicate something that is like, this is actually a very simple thing to prove. Like, what the fuck? Wait a minute. Like, well, yeah. If the claim is refraction and there's less, like you can't. If you use like an infrared laser or something, like you shouldn't be seeing something.
Pair of binoculars. Shit.
I mean, it's that simple. They say, well, we need to do all this, and we don't have to do shit. But I mean, if we did want to do something, yeah, you shouldn't be able to see shit.
Right.
At 10 miles. What?
Yeah, no boats, no.
Pretty much.
Yeah, a lot of shit you wouldn't see. Certainly wouldn't see the shoreline across.
Nah, 66 feet. I don't buy it.
That's what it is, man. Do the 8 inches per mile square.
That's a lot. Like, man, that's way too. That's a lot.
It is simple, Elijah. It's only their sophistry that complicates anything. The flat Earth was proven centuries ago. We know this.
Wait a minute. I mean, I know we've been saying this, but I know we've said it before. Like, we have the whole laser thing, and why is everybody doing 20 and 30? Like, what? It's just 66 feet of fucking 10 miles. What? Everybody can go home. It's not even.
Yeah.
That's insane.
That should be easy to measure.
Right. And I agree. I mean, are we talking about the flat versus curve, 24,901, compared to what we should or should not be able to see, with the oil rigs. And that's not the only observation across Earth that we can compare and contrast with the idea about the said curvature or circumference of Earth. It's not the only one. Even though we use the Black Swan thing, that's not the only one. There are hundreds of examples.
Does everybody remember the buoy or the boat, whatever that was? Because mind you, these oil platforms are like fucking, if I'm not mistaken, like 200 feet high.
Yep, so much for the old boats over the curve.
But the boat, that the little boat in between them. Remember that? Or what? I don't give a fuck what it is.
Yeah,
I know it's not 66 feet high.
Well, it's in between the rigs, so it would be somewhere around probably like 7-8 miles or something. So it wouldn't quite be 66 feet, but it'd be like probably 40, 50 feet of drop.
Listen, whatever the fuck it is, it's not 20 feet high. I promise you.
Yeah, you're right.
Like it's not 20 feet high. Well, it's not 30 feet high.
Well, shouldn't they consider, at least that, there's something there. What we're talking, it's like globe, flat, curve, flat. It's like, and that's
Helio. Can you record? Can you do a clip of the last how many hours was it? 4 hours?
3, 4, yeah.
Please. You always say you're gonna do it and you don't do it. Can you the last 4 hours? Can you do a clip?
So, were you talking the last 3 or 4 hours with someone that's significant?
The mushroom guy. It's got a mushroom icon.
Yeah, Helio, if you just go back to the last time Matthew spoke, and then when that ends.
Matthew. So you want
Which
me
about 2.5 hours ago or so.
You want me to record where Matthew was talking to you?
No, skip that. But if you find where Matthew's speaking, find where he stops. That's right when the conversation begins with the mono guy, right up until now, or 10 minutes ago.
Check it out.
Thanks, Helio.
I'll try. But hey, check this out. What you're going to have to do is give me a timestamp. See, what I do, I have a timestamp at the bottom of the video for Central Time scrolling. You're gonna
Are we live right now?
Yes.
Have we been live for the last 4 hours?
I'll get the timestamp, Helio. I know it's probably a bit much for you.
No, because I'm worried now. I'm like, what if we weren't even recording for like half of the time?
No, yeah, the entire thing is recorded the entire time. I'm asking you, tell me where you want me to start it.
How do you do that can you do that on a live, or do we have to wait for the because you can't get a timestamp until this live stream is ended, right? Unless computers are different. I don't know.
No, not the way I have it set up. No, you can actually pull up the video.
I don't think there's a
back. You can scroll back. You can fucking scroll back. Hey, if you guys want to know something, you can actually pull up the live video, scroll back to where you want me to start the video, give me the fucking timestamp, and tell me where you want it to start, and send me the message with the timestamp, and then I can actually capture that if you want that to happen.
What's the name of the channel? What's the name of the channel?
Name of the channel is 24/7. Well, it's 24. No, it's not Helios Skeptics. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live stream, not the other channel that Bob the dickhole guy fucking shut down. Anyway, hold on.
Exclamation mark.
You guys just fucking sit here and play around all day as if you're not paying attention to what the fuck's going on. Anyway. Hey, do you want me to record a portion of if you wanted me to record a portion of where you were talking to someone?
Flat Earth Dude posted, and it's on 2 hours starting.
Thank
From
you.
that-
Thank you, Flat Earth Dude. God damn.
He did it, and it
That's
started.
not it. No, that's not the fucking video.
It is. It's starting from 2 hours, minus 2 hours, how to say.
Okay, cool. Well, maybe that's it. I thought you guys were talking about something that happened earlier tonight. Are you talking about another? So. Hey, Elijah, were you talking about something that happened earlier tonight or another video?
I said to you, Flat Earth Dude posted.
I was asking Elijah.
Oh my God.
Elijah left, Helium.
Man, get your drunk punk ass off this fucking thing. Go smoke a cigarette, dude.
I'm about to. But you guys gonna ask me for some content that I recorded like 7,500 and 7,000 hours of content, and you're gonna ask me to capture a portion of it? You know, give me a fucking break. You guys pay more attention to it than I do, so fucking A. I do the best I can to actually help everyone else to actually, you know, capture the content. I don't pay attention all the fucking time when I'm doing this 24 fucking hours a day. I do sleep sometimes, and I do other shit. So, fucking A.
A whole lot of bitching I hear.
I send it to Elijah. Don't worry.
All right. All good. All good. If I fucked something up for 15 minutes or 15 hours, you know, fuck it. It do what it do.
Hey guys, can you clip the last 10 minutes of Helio bitching?
Please do that and put it up on Bob the Shitholes channel. Bob the Dickhole or whoever.
Hakuna Matata. What a wonderful phrase.
And call me friggin' the fucking dickhead, you know, that friggin' bitches because I try to record everything that you motherfuckers are doing all the time on here. You know, call me a shithead, you know.
Don't worry.
You're not doing it right 24 hours a day. Who the fucking do it, you know?
Because every little thing is going to be all right.
It is. It is. And I agree with you guys. I ain't pissed. I ain't pissed about it. Fucking love you motherfuckers. Y'all motherfuckers, I recorded for you. You can find the clips. What the hell?
Hey,
Can't
I
you
don't
just cut this tomorrow anyway? Like, you don't have to do it
Timbo.
tonight anyway.
Shout out Timbo. He time stamped it 2:10:48. Thank you, brother.
I hope everybody's having a good night tonight.
Yeah, that's just it's just as Deus is asking him his first question. That's where it starts.
That's it. We got some new guy in here, man. It's got no rolls. He's got a crazy symbol there at the bottom. I don't know what the hell that thing is. He's got the knight for an icon for his profile. You guys want to unmute him, check him in, or something like that? Maybe not. Maybe not. All right, that guy wore you guys out, huh? That last guy, I didn't even get to hear him. Shit.
Hello. Hello. What's up, guy? Night, man.
What the hell happened, T-Wad? What the hell happened?
Yeah, I don't know, guy.
I don't know.
The night suit on.
The night suit, man. You have no roles. He has no roles. You're welcome to talk. Welcome to 24/7 Discord, Flat Earth.
No rolls, boot him from the server.
That's it. He's gone.
Don't we just don't. Oh, fuck.
Why you so rude?
That was rude, man.
Don't scare me.
What happened?
He scared me.
Somebody with no roles just got kicked out, man.
I was just joking. I didn't mean to actually do that.
That's happened.
Well, Helio, it's 2 hours. It's like start from 2 hours.
2 hours? 2 hours, 10, 20 minutes? So, yeah.
Like 2 hours. Just start at 2 hours.
He went to have a smoke, I think. All right, what else is going on, man? Hey, I heard somebody bitching and complaining that the moon pictures coming back from this moon rocket are kind of really good, actually. Has anybody looked at those, the new ones?
Dude, it's as hard for me as it is for everyone else to find out, with these 12-hour videos where it started and where it ended.
2 hours ago. I mean, 2 hour mark, Helio.
It doesn't matter to me. You're the one looking for it. I don't give a
2 hour mark, Helio.
What?
That's the timestamp.
Okay. Of what?
Of this live video.
Well, you're going to have to wait till it ends if you want to.
Oh, you fucking asshole. That's the first thing I asked. Elijah, I send it to you.
When this video ends, then you can timestamp it. Yes.
Elijah, I send it to you. I know where it is, but he's telling us what I asked him initially. Don't we have to wait till this ends?
My bad. Sorry about that. But yeah, you have to wait till the video ends to actually timestamp and record it. Yes. And that will be in about 4 hours.
Good night. I'll see y'all in the morning.
All right, Elijah.
See you later.
We'll get it tomorrow, man. We'll figure it out.
I doubt it.
I mean, was it that good? Because if it's that good, I'll grab it. Fuck it.
I thought so. Deuce Vault was here. He made an appearance. Yeah, it's always good to have.
Who was here?
Deuce Vault. Deuce Vault.
All right. That's excellent. Okay, well. I'll go back and check
Stay blessed, man.
Here's another option you can do. You can open the video on your computer and turn off the live stream and listen to the entire conversation and record it, and then put it up on your YouTube channel.
Oh, so you're saying instead of you doing it, I can do it?
Hey, you could actually like scroll back, record it with your PC, and mute the live stream and just listen to it, but record it with your PC, and then and record the video, put it up on your YouTube channel, and then you'll be able to promote that, as what happened. But if there's a section of the live stream that's happening during the 12 hours that I do every single fucking day, if there's a section of it, you can say, hey, I want you to capture a section of it. I'll do the best I can to capture a section of it, and then we'll try to. Or you can do that yourself, maybe, because the live stream is available for everyone. I mean, nobody's going to give you a strike or anything like that. If you were involved in a section of it, I don't even know what you're asking here.
Fuck.
You already know what. See, Elijah, you already know I do. I just record 12-hour sections of what we do here. If you want to record a section of it, it's available. That's all I'm saying. You can grab it. You can grab a section of it, put it up as it doesn't matter if it's 20 minutes, 30 minutes or an hour, and put it up on your freaking channel. I don't give a shit. I mean, you could actually record it live while you come in here and talk about it, and then put it up on your channel. I don't give a fuck.
You're right about that. You're definitely right about that.
Yeah, yes, I know. Thanks for confirming that, because I've been saying that the whole fucking time. I've been doing it for 4 years. And I've always said, if you come in here and you want to talk to people, you can record it, put it up on your fucking YouTube channel. Anything you recorded in here, if you want to come in here and you want to record us and whatever, if you want to have a conversation with us, put it up on your live stream. Nobody here is making fucking money. Put it up on your live stream. Fucking put it up anywhere. Record it. If you want to capture it, you're going to have to do some fucking work if you want to do it off the live stream. Because I'm just accidentally, but purposely recording 12-hour live streams. You can pick and choose what you want to fucking clip out. I mean, that's going to take a little bit of work. Am I going to do the work for you to find out when you actually started talking? It's like as a favor. No, not that. It's not the way it's going to work for me.
Oh, but it's a pain in the ass on Android. I can actually.
It's not Android. No, I can do it on my fucking PC, but I'm not going to do that. I mean, I'm not going to. I mean, I don't even know where fucking Elijah, what clip he's talking about that I want to save. He's going to have to find that shit on the clip. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and waste my time fucking trying to figure out which clip Elijah's talking about. No, I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, I actually have to screen record or audio record if I want to do that. I can't.
Yeah.
I can't.
Yeah, why don't you do that, Elijah? Why don't you do that? If you, I'm not going to do it. This is live 24 hours a day. Well, if you think this is good, let me hit record. Fucking do it. Don't fucking ask me.
You didn't know it was going to be good.
Dude, I mean, that kind of shit pisses me off sometimes. It's like, oh, I'm going to do this. No, I'm not going to do it. You know, I'll give you a timestamp and you can fucking do it yourself. But other than that, I ain't going to fuck with it.
Wait, this could be a good one. Let's. Ah, shit. It's crap.
Crap. No, it's crap.
It's crap. Oh, this could be it. Let's press record. Oh, shit.
Shit, it's just 24 hours. It's like if we all spent time. Oh, this is a good clip. Let's see what timestamp we can make a little video for us. No, we're not going to do that fucking shit.
Hey, happy Pearl Harbor Day, everybody.
Celebrations.
Happy Pearl Harbor Day. I call it.
It's past that. We're after.
We're
No, you're in California, so fuck you. It's past Pearl Harbor Day here in Central America.
All right, we got full moon tonight. Check it out. Good. It's full. There was some kind of star on the left of the moon tonight when it was closer to the horizon. And when I just got out here, now the star is on the other side of the moon, man. It's on the right side. I don't know what star it is, but it's pretty cool. I have no explanation for it. But it's interesting. It's the last full moon of the year there, boys and girls.
Wait, are you saying you don't have a model?
I don't have a model for how that was going to work out, no. But I experienced it, so I can say I saw it. That's about it. Just like I can see the sun come up every day. Do I have an explanation on all that? No. Get out of here. But you got one. Yeah, it's a burning ball of gas with no oxygen. How's that work? Can you show that to me here in the lab? That'd be cool. Show me a burning ball of gas without oxygen, please. Thank you. That would be just great. I'll be here. If you could hurry up with
George Harrison said, "Here comes the sun."
Here comes the sun. Here comes the sun, little dog. Yeah, that's a catchy tune, man. Catchy. So yeah, man, the moon thing's kind of like weirdly weird, man. It's like most of the pictures are this new Artemis shit. It's a pretty CGI. They're blurry. It's pretty weird, man.
I can type a sentence into a stable diffusion deep dream generator, and yeah.
You get the gas burning without oxygen?
My point is all of the pictures that they bring, you can just kind of type in a sentence to get it.
Yeah, there you go. It's all over the place, man. This thing's... Huh.
No, I mean, there's stable diffusion. Artificial intelligence can just make those images.
Yeah. Right, yeah. Yeah, some of them look pretty interesting. But some of them are just like shit. And I'm like, what the heck? Anyway, I've been waiting for this for a really long time, you know. I've been like, going back to the moon, man. Well, they're saying they went back to the moon, man, and this is what we got. And I just find it interesting. I really haven't had a lot of time to sit down and look at all the pictures, you know, or the videos or nothing, and see what kind of cuckery they're pulling off. But this capsule thing's got like 20 cameras on it, man. They're saying whatever. I don't know.
I think Elijah's snoring. Can anyone mute him?
Do we have a snorer? No. That's never happened before, ever. Wow. What the hell?
Did you see? So it was Mars that was next to the moon.
Was that Mars that flipped over?
Yeah.
It went from one side to the other. Did it go behind the moon? I didn't catch that part. Did it? I don't know, man.
Did you talk Elijah to sleep, Flat
I
Earth
think I
dude?
must have, man. Yeah, I got that kind of voice. It'll put you to sleep, man. Let me go check something, man. I'm gonna check something out here. All right. There was a guy doing a live stream with a telescope tonight, and let's see if I can pull him up here. Let's see if I can zip through it.
What, with the moon?
Yeah, this guy, Take Back Space, he did 3 hours and 16-minute live stream with a telescope. Whoops, don't do that. Don't do that. Volume down there. There we go.
I've been messing around with this soundboard type thing that I've been adding a bunch of files to. I really need a bunch more of the flat earth type clips of people saying cool stuff. Can you guys hear me? I may have. Okay, I didn't know if I need to check and connect again. Cool. I have to manually switch over the to the digital virtual. Okay, that sounds where I can hear myself talk. What the hell?
Well, that's not good. What else, dude? What have you been up to?
I'm just looking for to see if he got Mars on both sides of the moon, like I did. I'm just checking.
So we've got clock.
I wonder if Mars went behind the moon, man. I was curious, but
Clock.
Shit.
Your mic's open, mate. You want to talk?
Yeah. What?
Who's there? Who's there?
Yeah. There you go. Clock. How are you, mate?
Welcome.
G'day.
It's time, Clock.
What's time?
Oh, he's an Aussie too.
All right, you Aussies, man, hit it up. Bust out some fun Aussieisms. Aussieisms?
Are you from east or west?
Uh-oh.
I'm southeast.
Northeast.
I'm west.
Good on
Westie. It's a different country over there.
Basically.
Welcome.
Better than Downsville.
Yeah, welcome.
True. Which side of the argument do you put yourself on? Where do
I
you
put
live?
myself on the globe.
Oh,
Okay.
excellent, man. Cool.
All
Yeah.
right. So,
Yeah.
Good.
go ahead.
I was here just to listen. You guys sounded like you're having a cool argument. Not an argument, sorry. A cool discussion about Mars.
Well, I was out tonight. I got home from work. The moon was coming up. Mars is on the left of the moon. It's like kind of almost a full moon here. And then I went into the house and I was hanging out with the wife. We had dinner. And I come out about 4 hours later, and Mars is on the right side of the moon. And I was like, that's pretty cool. Well, shit, what the hell happened? I missed it. Damn. So I'm just trying to figure out what was going on with that. And
Full moon?
almost a full moon, yeah. I think it's full like somewhere like 3 a.m. my time. It's about 5 or 6 hours.
Are you like a rural area?
No, I live in Los Angeles, California, man.
Yeah,
I would have thought there'd be too much light pollution.
I'm in Southern California too, and the moon is crazy bright. Walking my dog.
It's so bright out there right now, dude. It's like daytime outside, and it's cold as shit too, man. I was like, damn.
Right, so Clock, can you give us your best evidence of why you believe you live on a spinning circular water ball?
Well, I admit that it's really easy to just say it's flat because it looks flat from down here evidence.
Right.
But like specific images where you see the curve going over the horizon, whether it's like a massive salt flat and it's a giant road and you see it curving around, or like those random pylons. What are they called?
Yeah,
There's like
okay,
there's this line of pylons that go over a lake, and you can see the curve in that image.
Yeah, Lake Pontchartrain. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that one.
So, do you think it's not? Do you think it's Do you think it's actually curvature, or do you think it's perspective?
I think it's curvature.
Damn.
Do you? So,
we live on a teeny little.
So when is it curvature and when is it perspective?
Well, if you line up all of the like horizon lines to the vanishing point, I'll call that perspective. But yeah, they don't all line up to the horizon. So
what do you mean by that?
I don't know the specific terms to describe what I've got in my head to you.
Oh, okay. So in your experience, have you ever experienced curvature?
Nah, I'm not really like an astronomer or anything, so I don't really need to.
No, I just mean on the ground. Like, yeah, just, looking out at sea, up in a plane, anything really. Have you ever seen curvature?
I've never gone flying, so I couldn't tell you that.
Yeah. Have you ever experienced movement of where you live?
Nah. Well, isn't the Earth too slow to feel that?
I don't know. We can get to that in a minute. But so you'd admit that when you walk out of your house, your life experience, you experience a flat stationary plane.
Yeah. Well, with your like relative motion and everything.
Yeah.
But like when I go fishing with like my granddad, I'll watch the like skyline disappear from like the ground up.
Yeah, it's just optical though, and even globers will admit that the horizon's optical. But so if you've got a base axiom, well, if you've got a base axiom that it's flat and stationary, wouldn't you need some pretty kind of good evidence that you live on something that your senses tell you opposite of?
Well, optical illusions happen all the time. You can't really trust your senses.
Stationary.
Like
Right.
when I see water in the middle of the road
stationary.
and that's just hot air, that like you can't really trust it, can you?
Can we let's just finish this one kind of subject?
Water and air and reflections. Yeah, I can trust it.
So an extraordinary claim like living on a ball needs extraordinary evidence. When it's contrary to what you perceive in your daily life, then you'd need some type of extraordinary evidence. Now, what's the evidence that it is that way?
Seeing things go over the horizon is pretty good.
Yeah.
Is the horizon?
Yeah, go.
Well, that was just it. Just a real quick question: is the horizon Earth curve?
Pardon? You said that a bit quickly.
Is the horizon Earth curve?
Simple.
Is the horizon Earth curve?
Right.
Yeah.
The horizon is where the Earth curves away and you can't see anymore.
How do you know?
Observation.
Which ones?
Is that what's causing the horizon?
Well, when I go on a boat and head away from the city and I can still see the top of the buildings, I feel like that's
So, what if the
But-
horizon was seen way too far to fit the globe parameters, the dimensions of the globe that they gave us?
Refraction.
Yeah, let's have that's good. Let's have the refraction conversation. I see you guys have it all the time.
Hold on, I'm gonna close my door.
Not
I'll
really.
be back in a second.
So wait, the horizon is.
Give me a
Okay.
second. Sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Timbo. I kind of hijacked that from you anyway. You can just go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's all good. I don't care, man. It's all right.
It's all good.
Well, he's just
Yeah,
conceded.
sometimes I miss things, you know.
It's all good.
Right. Well, I've sat back down. Hello.
Hello.
Cool.
So the horizon is Earth curve, and then we check, and it's not. That's because refraction.
Right. You got it.
Yeah. When you take measurements down low, really close to the ocean, you get your atmospheric ducts.
What measurements? Describe those.
Exactly.
When you take your horizon dip.
Oh, so horizon dip from a horizon that's 10 times, 20 times, 30 times too far to be Earth curve, you're going to use that to conclude that the horizon is Earth curve?
Pardon? When you take the horizon dip, you have to be up high so the atmosphere doesn't mess with your measurement.
How do you know the horizon is actually where it's supposed to be? We're talking about the refracted horizon, so why would you be using angles off of a horizon that you've already seen too far to fit the globe in order to prove the globe? Or measure the globe, I should say, because it's not even proving it, you're just assuming it in the first place.
Pardon?
Well, look, the horizon is too far to be Earth curve, right? And now you're getting angles off of it and saying those angles mean Earth curve. Well, if it's too far, those angles don't mean Earth curve.
We might need to clarify whether we're observing physical or apparent. I don't think he's following.
Well, the apparent one is what you see when the refraction messes with your measurement. But if you go up high, you don't get that. You get your true horizon, and then you get and then you can get your perspective horizon as well.
Sorry, sir, you're incorrect.
I got a video. It's up high, and you can see 1,200 miles.
So, have you ever seen the physical horizon?
Explain what you mean by physical.
Well, the one that is geometric.
The one where the Earth meets the sky.
The real one that you're talking about.
Yeah, the real one.
Have you ever seen one?
No, because I've never been up on a mountain.
Nobody has ever seen the physical horizon. That's
correct.
Kind of a trick question, man.
Hey, would you say that 9,000 feet is high enough?
Sure. No idea what that is in meters.
Okay.
It's about 3,500 meters.
3,500 meters.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we went to 9,000 feet elevation, and we didn't see any globe horizon where it would have been if there was one.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So why would taking angles off of the horizon, which is too far to be Earth curve, give you the Earth curvature rate? I think what's going on is you're making the wrong assumptions about what those angles are. And there is no Earth curve.
Yeah, so it goes back to we have this problem where no one's actually measured the curvature of the Earth, and there's a problem with that because they've given us measurements, they've given us an actual a number that they use.
Do you mean like they haven't gone with a ruler all around the Earth?
Nobody has ever seen or measured the globe, period.
And there's another problem. Your refraction relies on those numbers.
Yeah, because it's an R, 7/6 R. So R is the radius, and if you don't have a radius, you don't have
exactly. You don't have a value. So.
You don't have a value or satellites.
You got no ball to refract.
You got no balls going in space. Balls in space, man.
If you can give us a measurement, someone who's measured the Earth, then and then we can look at that. That might be helpful. Where they actually got the radius from, that would be good.
Well, like, didn't the Muslims do it like hundreds of years ago?
They did what you're just talking about. They did exactly what you're just talking about. They made the wrong assumptions about angles to the horizon, which we can see is too far to fit the globe metrics, and they just assumed that that meant it was a globe.
And then did some calculations and made it work.
It's within 5%
of
no,
what?
It's not.
Of what we did with, of what we found out with technology once we had the technology to do it.
What technology?
It's not within 5%, though. That's just totally wrong. Like, the horizon is 10 times, 20 times, 30 times too far. You know how big the ball has to be for the horizon to be that much further? It's got to be, like, into the millions of miles in radius, and they're saying 39, 59, so not 5%.
All right.
Also, how did Yeah, go. Sorry.
How did your Arab friend Alberuni measure the top of the height to the mountain?
Who?
Alberuni, the Arab guy.
He needed to measure
is
the
that-
height of the mountain first.
Is that the thing where what I'm talking about? Is that what it's originally from?
Yes.
Yeah, that's
he had to
his
measure
name.
the top of the mountain.
That's the guy.
Body, the mountain.
Yeah, they say that he got pretty close to the current figure, they claim. 3950 something or somewhere around there. And he did it by measuring angles to the horizon and to different mountains and stuff like that, but yeah.
Angles
And making assumptions. See, this is what they do. The first thing that they do is they assume the globe, and then they go and look for some way to calculate it with just first having assumed it, right? They never observed it. They never measured it. They never knew it to be a globe in the first place. They just took that as a given, and then they go and they do something that they think they can indirectly calculate the dimensions from.
Well,
I get what you're saying, but it doesn't work like that. Like, there was 100 years of speculation because people thought the stars looked a bit weird, and then they started doing things like that to see.
Okay, if it doesn't work like that, then that means that somebody did directly measure and observe it before they did all these indirect methods that you're talking about. So what was that? When was that? Who did that?
That sounded like you're putting words in my mouth.
Well, you said it doesn't work like that. I said it's never been directly observed. It's just assumed in the first place and then indirectly calculated from things that are not directly Earth curve. You said it doesn't work like that. So if it doesn't work like that, then it has been directly measured and observed. When was that?
No, I tried to explain to you that, like, they didn't immediately go, "Oh, the world is round." They saw some discrepancies that didn't fit with the Earth being flat, and then decided to try and measure it.
Oh, that's a hell of a claim.
So they directly observed the ball, is what you're saying?
No, that's
No,
you're
so they
putting
just
words in my mouth.
so they inferred it yet again. They did exactly what I said the first time.
Yeah, over 100 years.
Okay, well, it's just the same thing I'm talking about then. They just saw things that they didn't think would fit their expectations of flat and went, must be ball, but they've never directly measured or seen the ball. Still.
Or consider other
Well,
possibilities.
I thought it was important to look at it and say they didn't just suddenly decide to do it. They had 100 years of skepticism before they decided to start measuring.
Did they consider other possibilities?
Measure.
Good question.
Well, that'd be fun to think about. If it's not flat or round, what could it be?
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about other possibilities for the phenomena observed that you're talking about on a flat surface, on a plane.
Like you not being able to see things that you think are going over the horizon. Could there be another explanation for that?
Exactly.
So what didn't fit?
Perspective.
What was seen that does not fit in with a flat plane?
Stars. But I know you guys say, "Oh, don't look at the sky."
Yeah, that's not the surface. That's going away from the surface.
I know. That's why I didn't say it.
Sky, bro.
That's why I didn't say it. Thank you.
Earth, we live here on Earth, man. That's what we like to.
Yeah, I know. That's why I didn't say it.
I know. We're not going there. Thank you.
So, what about the stars exactly? Are you talking about Polaris, angle measurements to Polaris, for example?
Ooh, yeah.
No. So the Greek Empire was huge, so they were able to observe how the different variations of the stars didn't quite make sense.
Are you familiar with Matthew Learns? Do you know who he is?
No.
You know Matthew?
Well, I might know what he did, but I don't really remember names that well.
Okay. He's a math professor. He comes in here once in a while.
Okay.
And him and I went out to the beach last summer and measured the distance to the sun using both the globe and flat calculations. And we got 3,744 miles. That's what we got using both methods. And he's a math professor. And he looked at me and smiled and said, "That's the numbers, man. Check it out." And it was cool. We probably spent about an hour and a half doing it, and it was pretty cool. It was right on.
Yeah.
So anyway,
No, you're right.
calculations. He did all of them because he's the math professor. Yeah. But I tracked with him the whole time. I was like, "This is awesome, man." Okay. There was a couple other people there, so we were asking a lot of questions during the process. And he laid it out, man, on a globe and on a flat earth, both. And they both came up with about the same number. Wasn't exact, but it was pretty close. Anyway.
So that's an example of things working on a flat and a curved surface if you do the maths. So can both be correct? Or is maths just something that can make things look correct?
Exactly. That's how math works, man. It's a bit of a trick. It's a bit of magic, math is sometimes. XO he would know about that more than I would, but he's
You seem like a pretty cool dude, Flock. So we're just trying to point out to you that the premise of the... Yeah, go ahead, mate.
Yeah, I like talking to you guys in here, but whenever it's through text, it's like horribly toxic, and I hate it.
Yeah, don't.
Yeah, of course. Don't do that.
Text anybody, man. Don't do that. That's bad. I might say hi to somebody, but that's about it. Like, hey, what's up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't.
So all of these things that you believe in actually come from presumptions. So to get all these things, they had to presume something. So when you presume something at the start, it makes everything else after it false. So that's why we always go back to who came up with the radius or the measurements of the Earth, because if that's not correct, then everything else that follows is incorrect. So that's why we go there.
Yeah, that's good. But it's important to like try and falsify someone's claims. That's why you get Nobel Peace Prizes when you disprove someone.
Well, we do that though, and then you guys tell us that we're just looking at an illusion, right? We show you a 10-mile horizon that should have been 1.2, and you tell us, well, it is a 1.2-mile horizon, but a refracted 1.2-mile horizon. Well, how do you know that? And we never find out how that was demonstrated in the first place. It was always just assumed in the first place, and then reified with calculations based on indirect measurements.
Yeah. I see like a huge problem when people debate with you guys, because people automatically assume you're crazy. So they look at your explanation, and then they say there must be some reason why that exists, and so they put it in the back of their head and they look it up later.
Man, we hope so.
Confirmation bias.
Yeah, because
there you go.
Yeah, there's also the like stigma that if you ever told anyone in your personal life, you might be ostracized.
Yeah.
Yep, happens every day.
Happens a lot, man. It's a great thing, man. And
Lucky I can stick up for myself, so I don't really care.
see how it works. It might work out for you.
Yeah, I'm too social for my own good. I wouldn't survive if I was left alone.
Oh,
I've still got heaps of friends, mate. So
I got
doesn't worry me.
And they take me out for beers and laugh at me and point their fingers and say, "Hey, man!" And even they start noticing all the globes on the TV and shit. They'll be like, "Hey, man, there's the Earth, dude." And I'm like, "Fuck you, man."
Yeah, I like cartoons too,
It's
mate.
kind of fun, man. So yeah, you can have a little fun with it, But as long as you're genuine and you speak the truth, man, nobody's gonna hate you, man. For fuck's sake.
Yeah, exactly.
Speak the truth, man. It's easy.
Oh, that's great. I don't care. Stay away from me. Or I don't care. I'll blurt it out, and then they just like I don't see them for months.
Yeah, my work life's a little bit different. I've got to shut myself up. So
yeah, it can be a little bit of fun. It certainly makes things more interesting. I mean, if you're bored, you can say, "Hey, guess what, man? I'm a flat earther. Check it out." That'll fucking raise some eyebrows in the room. Oh shit!
Hell of a conversation starter.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sitting in a restaurant. Hey, everyone, space is fake.
I love smacking like a bartender, man. Like, hey, yeah, I'll take a pint of the apple cider. But hey, man, I'm a flat earther. And it's just like an instant conversation starter, man. Or they'll fucking say, "Get the fuck out." Then we'll go someplace else. Anyway, have fun with it, man. It's none of us have been to space. We live on Earth. We can check out Earth. It's real simple, man. Gas pressure without a container. That's a funny one. Gas fireballs in space without oxygen. That's a good one.
Remember, it's plasma.
Yeah, but it still has to burn. You can't have fire without oxygen. Man.
No, it's not burning.
Yeah, it's burning. Burning blazes of something, man. Right? Isn't that plasma?
No, it's fusion.
I've used a plasma cutter before, man. I'm pretty sure it's got oxygen going to it, man. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, dude. I mean, obviously, you see, this is the thing. This is what we run into. You guys don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You guys just say shit and think it's real without looking into it. You know what I'm saying? We've looked at a lot of. That's how we became.
You guys have all been here for years.
That's how we became flat earthers, dude. We investigate things.
Yeah, we just check it out.
We don't just accept what human beings say. You know why? Because those motherfuckers lie. Governments lie all the fucking time. All the time, bro. This is not just sometimes. All the time. So
corporations lie.
All the time, right? They tell you take a pill instead of take the actual product. Take the actual plant you came from, right? See what I'm saying? These are the lies they tell you. So it doesn't just it starts really small and it just gets even bigger, dude. You can go to the smallest thing and these fuckers are lying about it. Okay, you know how long they told us cigarettes was fine? Cigarettes kill you now. Took you 50 years to tell you that, right? But yet they market it to children. So I mean, these people are fucking insidious, man. And you're trusting these motherfuckers.
When I was a kid, I gotta say this real quick, man. When I was a kid, you go to the candy store, man, and they had these candy cigarettes, man, in a pack.
Exactly.
Yeah, you
I swear to God, dude.
Prepping you up, dude.
Do you know what they're called? Do you know what they're called in Australia, dude?
Fags?
Fags, yeah, fags.
Fag?
Yeah, they call fags in Europe too.
Something else? What are they called everywhere else?
Cigarettes.
Cigarette?
I'm talking about the candy.
The lolly would just be called a cigarette.
Anyway.
Yeah, but dude, that's the thing. We investigate, bro. We didn't just I want to be a flat earther. No, we're not that fucking retarded, dude. What the fuck's wrong with you, man? We have to
I don't
look
think
at
you do that either.
Yeah, but that's what Globers do. This is what I'm trying. That's what. Oh, I'm a fucking Glober because this guy says this is that. I'm not gonna look into it. He says it. I believe it. That's it. That's what a Glober is. That's what we used to be. We used to be that.
How's it gonna change my life, man? How's it gonna? What difference does it make, man? I still got to go to work tomorrow, dude. Fuck.
Yeah, bro. I mean, just like, dude. I mean, a book's not gonna tell me that the Earth is round. Okay, a book. And some video of some retard sending a rocket up and it cuts out and now it's CGI. I mean, get the fuck out of here, man. I mean, come on, dude. You just gotta look at all the discrepancy stuff that just doesn't add up, man. You know what I'm saying? It just doesn't add up. You look at all of the information that's out there against the Earth being round, and you'll find out, dude. The evidence is so much evidence, bro. It's just so much evidence, and it's physical evidence. It's not imaginary, right? It's physical evidence. Shit you can demonstrate for yourself. Shit you can repeat. You can replicate. You can duplicate. You can't replicate, duplicate none of that shit that they're telling you about the globe. Nothing. You can't do none of that stuff. Not one. Not one. Not one thing you can do to prove the Earth is the globe. You have to get a. You have to become a billionaire. Pretend to send a satellite up or a rocket, or I don't know what to tell you, or become an astronaut and go sign your life away to a cult. There you go. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, there's no way.
How much clock? I don't know how much you know about how NASA got started and who started it and when it.
Satanist. Okay. Alex Crowley.
You got Ron Hubbard. And
just look into the information, bro. It's
crazy.
It's crazy. It goes on a hole that you wouldn't expect to believe is real. You're like, this is not real. There's no way this could be real, and it's real. These guys knew Disney. Walt. All these guys were friends, man. You don't understand, bro, how deep it is. You just don't know until you look into it. It sounds crazy because we're telling you, but when you look at it, then you're gonna be like, oh shit.
By the way, don't believe anything we tell you, man. Don't believe anything we tell you.
Look at it, man. Just look up the shit, man. That's all you got to do. If you're curious,
tons of shit. And if you just go through, like, I mean, just in this Discord, man, you scroll down, astronauts, photography, Antarctica. I mean, this shit goes on forever, man.
Yeah, it's the big list at the bottom of the
eclipses. Gravity, horizons. Yeah, it's a big list, man. Pick and choose what you're interested in and check it out, man. Or if you got more questions, we're here 24/7, 365 days a year. We're even here on Christmas morning. Come on in. Whatever. New Year's Day.
I feel like you should be with your families on Christmas.
Some people are, they live alone, whatever. They come in here, hang out. You never know.
People that celebrate it.
Yeah, we like interesting things. We like the crazy stuff because we look into it. It's funny because, like, if you go back and watch the movie Men in Black, right? Watch that movie, and they, you know how you got the information. He read the crazy papers, like the Inquirer and all of that shit, to find out what's really going on. I mean, that's really what it is, dude. They make it seem like it's crazy. That's how you that's what they do. You know what the defamation of characters, what they do. That's how they assassinate you today.
Yeah, that's true.
People in the news and people that are famous, they assassinate their character, and then they're done. They don't have to kill them anymore. They just kill their career. That's all they do. You know what I'm saying? That's what they're doing now. I mean, they're trying to assassinate Flat Earth by destroying our character. We're crazy. We're this or that. Blah 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 blah. But then when you look at the evidence and the information, what can you do then? I mean, dude, that's why we don't really worry, because we see that more and more people are waking up. That's just it's reassuring.
Yeah, man, it is. It's reassuring. I see a lot of new faces coming in every day. Listen, I talked last 2 nights, man. I talked to a couple of high school kids, man. They're like, "What the hell's going on?" They came in the VC check-in, spent a couple of hours with them. It's like. They left. They go, I got a lot to think about. Like, yeah, you do.
Boom, baby.
Boom.
You've got a soundboard set up.
We do have a soundboard guy in here, occasionally.
Yeah, beautiful thing, man. I mean, like, dude, I swear, because people get off Facebook, but I got back on it, right? You'll be surprised. You'd be amazed at how many flat earthers are on there now. It's ridiculous.
I went on there. I just, started searching flat Earth groups and shit, and I'm just reading the comments and different posts and shit, and I'm like, oh my god, there's 700 fucking comments today. I was like, holy shit! And it was just one little thing, and there's like 700 comments on it. It was, I mean, this, I don't know what it was. I don't remember, but I was just blown away by the back and forth in there, man. It can be a little toxic, like Clock said, man. The text can be quite toxic. It's better to talk to people in person and on the, VC.
You get tone through voice.
Yeah, you get tone, you can get attitude. I mean, if I tell you that, hey, man, fuck off, dude. You guys know I'm kidding, right? Yeah. But if I type that in, fuck off, dude. Yeah, you guys are gonna be like, what do you mean, fuck off? There's a totally different tone, and to hear somebody's audio expressions, and it's just so much better than typing anything. For fuck's sake, for me. I mean, not for everybody. Don't follow me, man. If you want to be a hero, man, just follow nobody. How about that? That's a line from a song. Anyway, Clock, we live on Earth. We can check out Earth. We love Earth. Why? Because it provides all this cool stuff like trees and grass and rivers and mountains and oceans and fish and, and the list goes on. It goes on a long time. But now NASA's given us nothing else what even compares to this place. They haven't shown us one tree on a different body in the sky somewhere. Maybe we'll go to some. No, not one tree, dude. Nothing. Zero. Zip. Nada. There's no other place we're going, man. This is it. We're stuck here. But it's a cool place to be stuck, man. We got some really cool, I don't know where you live, but find a nice park. Yeah, you can find a nice... Even going to like in a high rise and checking out, a nice view of the city or whatever. It's pretty cool. Cool place, man.
Clock, can I ask you why you're actually here?
Yeah.
So I get into a lot of trouble because I like playing devil's advocate with political stuff.
That's not
so
good for you.
I'm kind of... Yeah, that's not good for your health. I'm kind of just like channeling it through here to you guys.
Okay.
Like, I like to argue too much. It's kind of toxic because, like, whenever I disagree with someone, I have to keep going on and on. But
bad spiral, man. It's a bad one.
Coming here to like just have a good argument, get it out of my system is it's helping. It's pretty good.
Well, I don't like arguing. I like having conversations, and this place provides a really good platform to give us adult conversations. Pros and cons of any argument. I think it's handled pretty well here. We get a little out of control now and again, but but there's some great moderators here. They'll reel it in when it gets too crazy. I mean,
yeah,
but.
Occasionally, there's some really good breaks in the conversation where we talk about like certain things, like what if you could go to the boundary and like just stuck your hand in it?
Yeah, we have
like, cool, fantastical ideas that we can't really verify.
We do it Sunday. On Sundays, it's kind of like speculation Sundays. Around, at least it has been for the last few weeks. But come in on Sundays. Lay it out, man. You think aliens are on the backside of the moon, or you can stick your hand through the firmament or whatever? Yeah, bring it. Whatever. Bigfoot. We don't care.
If you watch that one movie, the moon's actually a machine.
There you go. Bring that on Sunday, man. That's when we can talk about it now, but on Sunday.
You're mine.
Hi.
What was that?
I know somebody was playing a music, watching a video or something. I don't know.
What movie is that? Or The Moon's a Machine?
It's that new one where like something's about to like crash into the earth. Like the moon's about to crash into the earth. I can't remember what it was called.
Moonfall.
Yeah, that one.
Moonfall. Yeah.
Okay.
I watched part of it, kind of zipped through it a little bit. I was like, I'm not in the mood. I might watch it.
I haven't watched it. Apparently, it's pretty sad.
I saw it on BitChute, I think. I was just like, kind of speed watched it. Anyway.
Well, never mind.
Yeah. Anyway, no, we like to, we don't like to speculate most of the time around here. We like to know things for sure. And we live on Earth and we can check out Earth, man, because it's right here. We can go outside and feel like we're not spinning and feel like I'm not shooting through space at millions of miles an hour. You know, you can go feel it. You're not.
One thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth.
Do you know who that was? Clock?
No. It sounds like you just don't like the idea of escapism and you want people to stay in reality.
Well,
Bill Nye, the science guy.
I love reality.
Yeah, I never watched Bill Nye, so whenever you guys like come up with just a Bill Nye kid, nah.
No, you're not. Okay, cool. Me neither, man. I never watched the guy either, man. But he said some funny things, man. He showed how boats go over the curb, man. He showed it right on TV to all the kids, and they all like, "Oh, okay." Boats go over the curb, but hey, Mr. Bill Nye, I have a P900, and I zoomed in, and it's still there. It's not over the curve.
Yeah, that's your angular resolution.
And it's still there, and it looks pretty clean on a beautiful, clear day, and it looks nice. Anyway, yeah, I've zoomed in on boats that have gone over the curve many times with my. So there it is. It's gone over the curve. Okay, let's zoom in on it. There it is. Got it. So,
what do you think's going on there, Clock, when that happens?
It's your angular resolution. I think
Angular
that's the right word. Hold on,
Right,
I have
so-
to find.
That's our argument. You can't use our argument. Fuck off.
Hey, that's me.
Wait a minute, man. That's my
Wait.
argument. You can't throw it in my face. No. That's the fact of reality, man. Angular resolution. Yeah. That's why there's no curve, because of angular resolution, man. I mean, that's ridiculous.
You think the boat's gone too far away? It's gone so far away that it's too small for your eye to resolve, but it hasn't yet gone over the curve. Is that correct?
Yeah, and then you do the trick where you zoom in and it comes back.
It's not a trick. It's a fact. It's not a trick, man. It's an actual reality thing. You know? You can actually see it in the camera there. Yeah.
So what if it was documented that the boat or the ship that you're watching has gone far enough that that it should be obscured by Earth curvature, but you can still bring it back into view with the P900? Is that when you rely on refraction?
Yeah, refraction's pretty cool when it's used for like instruments, but like it's pretty annoying when we get to this video.
I know. So if it appears to be blocked by Earth curvature, and that's the conclusion you're drawing, right? So it has to be being blocked by physical Earth curvature that you are not seeing. Is that correct?
Not necessarily.
But if it's refracted,
there's like 4 things it could be. I can't remember.
How much does infrared change the refraction rate? Do you know?
I'm not aware wavelength changes how light behaves.
Right, me either, man.
Depends.
I really was asking because I don't know either, man. Maybe somebody in here knows a little more about that, but from my observations, I've seen through infrared versus just regular camera. Infrared can see through a lot more of the haze and fuzz and distortion and refraction, and it's very clear. It's very clear. It's very high definition. Resolution, I would say.
Yeah, because the atmosphere scatters all like all the other wavelengths.
Yeah, it's a red, green, blue, or is it RGB that gets all converged together? RGB, and
then you get your blue.
But when you cut out the RGB, you're just seeing what is it? It's black and white, is what it is, right? Really.
If we were going to go on a small tangent, and you stick with me here, how do you feel about how in Mars's atmosphere? Stay with me. Let's pretend it's real from your perspective as well.
We're begging the question. Okay.
Go ahead.
No. This is a fun
Mars.
Yeah. So in the middle of the day, the atmosphere looks red because of all the dust, right? And then when it sets, it looks blue because there's finally enough air to make it look like our sky.
There's air? Where's the air being produced? From the rocks?
There's air on Mars.
It's okay. I'm playing along. Okay, there's air on Mars.
I have to look that up. It's not breathable, but there's a smaller atmosphere on Mars, isn't there?
Where does this atmosphere come from? Is it plant vegetation or dead rotting dinosaurs or rivers or where is it?
Good question.
Wait a minute.
Whatever process produces nitrogen.
Wait a minute.
Rocks produce nitrogen? Is that what you're saying?
Not on any old random rocks. I don't know.
Blue pictures that you saw, though, how do you know that they're from Mars? So
they're not pictures.
I'm playing along. We're playing along. So
yeah, we're playing along. This is a thought experiment.
He's got him on the road.
Thought experiment. Hey, if there's rocks on Mars but no plant life and no water, last time I checked, I don't know, man. I've never been there, but anyway, let's say there's no plants. What's producing anything? Oxygen, hydrogen, nitrogen.
If there's no water, then how are you getting rocks? Because rocks are after the water erodes it into rocks.
Good question too. We'll get to that one. Yes, atmosphere on Mars is interesting because there's no plant life on Mars, but they have an atmosphere. That's interesting. Okay, I'll think about that.
I think he needs to think about it.
I don't need
to. Flat Earth dude.
I'm playing along, man. I'm playing along here.
Flat Earth dude. Dude's got something though, bro. I mean, I know for a fact, bro, that boys go to Mars to get more candy bars and girls go to Jupiter to get more stupider. I'm just saying.
So I did want to just talk about how it was cool that the sky is red on Mars, and then once it sunsets, there's finally enough scattering that it becomes blue. So it is the opposite of what you see on Earth. I thought that was cool, and I wanted to talk about that with you guys.
Speculation Sunday would be good for that, but we'll talk about it now too as well. Well, my contention, everybody in here will agree, most of you guys, is that there's no atmosphere on Mars. Because
I disagree, bro.
Because there's nothing to produce an atmosphere. There's no rocks don't produce atmosphere. Last time I checked, but I could be wrong.
You are wrong, bro.
They do fly helicopters on Mars. Last time I checked, did you guys see that last year?
Drone helicopter, yeah, bro. I saw it live, bro. Come on, give this dude some credit, bro.
Emphasis on the lie.
Lie. I saw the. Anyway, does produce enough atmosphere to fly a helicopter. Oh my god, it must be true.
And
Totally.
be able to support parachutes.
And parachutes, yes. And yes.
You know what's weird though is that they're able to get a signal from 67.9 million miles away, right? As we're orbiting at 11 different vectors through the solar system, but they need undersea cables just to go from New York to Europe
All
to
right.
send a signal.
Saints, I'm gonna challenge you on this 11 vectors.
Real good engineering.
I got 11.
I might be wrong, but I'm not the smartest.
No. Somebody, I think it was, I don't know, it was Orion. Somebody said it probably earlier this year or something. 11 vectors, and I was like, I started like going through them, and I'm like, okay, which one am I missing? You know, we got the rotation, we got the tilt, we got the spin. Okay, we got the spin around the sun. I mean, we got we're going around the Milky Way, Great Retractor. We're going around the next fucking, I don't know what. There must be like 5 or 6 more that I'm not thinking of, man. But they're out there. There's a lot of vectors, man. I know that. If there's only 6, man, I'm cool with that too, man. I'm like, okay.
Well, hey, I could be wrong. You know, I was going to get my doctorate in theoretical physics from UCSB, but the very last day, dude, I caught the, you know what, and I wasn't able to complete it. So I'm almost there though.
Oh, you got the cocoa.
Anyway, back to testing.
Cocoa. Got the cocoa. I can't go there. I'm just Mars. Stay with Mars. Can we get back to Mars real quick? Mars is a beautiful light. It was in the sky tonight. It's still up there. I can go look at it right now. It's a beautiful light in the sky, unverified light in the sky, and we cannot verify them. But they are.
What I wonder is if there's Mars rocks, then like rocks are just like, you know, these kind of aggregate minerals, right? These clumps of minerals that come together.
Rocks,
what minerals?
Yeah. Well,
like what
vitamins and minerals, bro? Vitamin minerals.
Old Mars?
Mars minerals. Duh.
Minerals. I read an article.
Gold in Mars.
I read an article in here the other night about, I think Timbo hooked me up with this USA Today magazine article about flat Earth. And we're talking about gas planets. It was a meme that was going around like, hey man, gas pressure without a container. You got any? And it was like
records of the drilling, like the drill testing that you did in Mars surface.
Oh, the drill testing on Mars. Yeah, that's been a minute. I'm not too hip on that. But what'd they find, man? What'd they find? What do you got?
I don't know, man. I'm asking you.
Oh shit, I don't know.
We have rocks. We have minerals. So what minerals are there?
Helicopters on Mars. They got minerals. They left rats and shit laying in the dirt on Mars.
Yeah, just Google Devon Island, man. Just Google Devon Island.
Yeah, Devon Island is up there in northeast Canada. Yeah, Canada. Eh?
I'm not trying to divert off Mars, but did you guys see when they crashed that satellite or whatever into that asteroid? That was crazy.
Dark.
Was that Bruce Willis? That was Bruce Willis, right?
I think he headed that. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah,
and Affleck was there too.
Fuck.
They moved the entire asteroid 1/4 of an inch. It's like 10.
Didn't they move it to Uranus?
They moved it 10 millimeters. Okay.
Wait, so you're telling me that one asteroid freaking hit a satellite, a satellite that's maybe
rocket satellite. Yeah, oh yeah, it did. It hit I moved it like a centimeter.
Man,
They have like live footage of it.
They got live footage of it, man. Come on, how could you deny such?
You can't fake that.
No, I'm not denying anything. I literally just joined this. I literally just joined, like I said. I'm not denying anything right now. I literally just joined and I hear this. I'm like,
not denying, you liar.
How does that work?
No, he's not denying. He just joined. You did not just join because you wouldn't be able to open your mics. You must have been here before, man.
No. Not like, I mean, I just joined the chat right now. That's what I meant. Sorry.
All right. So, well, welcome. I don't think I've ever talked to you, but that's cool, man. Hey, yeah, we were talking about Mars and the atmosphere of Mars. How the sunrise and sunset during the day it's red. When it sets, it's blue. When the sun sets, it turns blue. And here on Earth, we notice the blue sky all day, and then when the sun sets, it turns like reddish, orange, yellowy kind of color. Right? It's the opposite.
Honestly, that's not what's happening at all. What's actually happening is that they're having games on Mars. These like. What do they call them?
Hunger Games, bro.
When not
Eyes Wide Shut.
Red versus blue. These Command and Conquer type, right? Just like what do they call it when they're trial running it? When they're just practicing.
Oh yeah, trial run. You know what I heard is that they were crip walking on their blood clots, bro. That's why it's red and blue.
It's not Bloods versus Crips. That's what they thought initially, but it was actually red versus blue, Team Fortress style. And then you keep on respawning, and then next match blue wins, sometimes red wins, and usually they have one match per every 12 hours. So they last a long time. It's real life combat.
Bloods versus.
It involves fish and Dr. Seuss, right?
It's IRL Call of Duty.
Bro,
you guys
we're trying to be serious here.
IRL Halo. Have some class.
Yeah.
Hey, Flat Earth dude, nobody brings it back to the topic at hand like I do, though. Nobody keeps it on point like me. I'm just saying.
You seem to throw in this diversion of audio waves. They're unmatched. They're unmatched.
They're unparalleled in this galaxy far away.
Yeah.
Anyway, keep it on Mars, you guys. Fuck, come on, man.
Okay. So I got a fact about Mars. This guy who was a janitor at this really one of the best colleges in the world, solved one of the best mathematical problems anybody could solve, and he ended up going to Mars and growing potatoes. This is a real story.
No, it's a fucking movie.
I think I heard about that.
Not a movie, you liar.
Short on TV.
I've seen a movie that's
you've just mashed.
No, that's real.
Just mashed Good Will Hunting and The Martian together.
No, bro. Do you like apples? How do you like those apples that don't fall far from the tree? You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's an American saying. I don't understand it.
Okay. It's astrophysics, bro.
I don't understand. You think the apples are going to fall far from the tree?
No, they're land right under the tree unless it's on a hill.
Why don't they call them apple Newtons? Why do they call them fig Newtons? I'm just saying.
Maybe don't next time.
I love you guys. I don't know what I would do without you guys, dude.
You guys are pissing me off, man. We're on Mars right now.
Mars.
Fuck's sake. Sorry. You guys get so easily distracted. You guys, did you get so much or something? Get to riddling, man. Bust
anyway,
I got ADHD, dog. And I have Asperger's, sorry.
Please.
Okay, South Park. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, Stan.
Yeah, I am a Stan, bro.
Clock. Go ahead, man. Where are we on Mars, man? Talk to me.
What do you mean?
Mars. What else about Mars? Now, we got helicopters, we got rovers, we got sunsets.
God of War.
What do we got?
God of War.
Get the faces? The face?
The face of Mars. Oh, yes.
Yeah, I'm done here.
What about the pyramids, man? You see the pyramids?
It's Mars.
The one in America?
No, on Mars. There's pyramids on Mars. Come on.
Oh, it's the one in Canada. Or is it Alaska?
I don't know.
Isn't that like the world's largest pyramid in America?
Hey, does anybody got the video where they showed Devon Island with NASA out there with their little rover and shit? Has anybody got that video handy?
The parent looking thing.
I think it was Jaredism was like, oh, what do we got here? Huh. What do you do? That's how we discovered it was Devon Island. Is last time I checked, man. But
what was the animal called?
Animal? What animal?
Yeah, remember there's like a little ferret in the what's it called?
Dead ferret or something.
Oh, you're talking about the rat that was running on one of the boosters, right?
No. I'm talking about the little.
We're on Mars,
little,
man.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Saints, stay with me, man. We're on Mars.
Okay.
Come on.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No. Hey guys, there's two different rats. One of the rats was on Mars, and the other rat was crawling around on a SpaceX rocket. Get your space rats right, guys.
Honestly, the SpaceX one, I don't think is accurate. I think it was actually a little rat type.
There's got to be a logical explanation.
Old dude.
Well, what was it? Arctic lemming?
The rodent on Mars looks suspiciously like an Arctic lemming, which are native to Devon Island, isn't it?
Devon Island, yes.
Arctic lemming, also known as the original Mars rover.
Right.
Amazing.
Roving the surface of Mars in search of food.
Mind blowing.
Sounds legit.
I remember looking at the rat on the rocket crawling. I looked at that for like an hour straight, and at the end, I just wasn't sure when I compared it to like the ship before. It looked like stuff would like creep down there all weird before anyway.
What was their official?
I examined that. I decided it wasn't an animal. It was just exhaust.
Oh no, that was a hunk of ice. That was just a rat shape.
It was paint flex, dog.
I think it was just
exhaust or fluid or whatever it was, but it wasn't an animal. That's whoever says it's an animal honestly just hasn't examined it enough.
No,
yeah, it really does look like one at first glance when you look at all the footage.
Yeah, I don't buy it, man. It's some kind of mechanical thing or something. Like I said, exhaust, whatever. I don't know.
You guys know if they ever opened up an IPA on Mars, what it would be called? It'd be called Bruno Mars.
Bruno Mars.
And I drink it every day.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's really good, actually.
Lovely.
About time you crushed one, Saints, man.
Hey, did I tell you what do you call a row of rabbits going in reverse? A receding hairline, big dog.
Not bad.
That's pretty good too.
Give that like a 6.5.
Thank you, bro. Thank you. A 6.66.
You need like 6.6 from the East German judge. Yeah, clock, man. We looked into the whole Mars thing, man. We figured out where they were filming all this shit. It's this little island up near the Arctic Circle called Devon Island. And this is their little setup out there. They got a picture there in the live stream voice text.
You never heard that song by that one group with that guy who was like used to shoot up under a bridge and it goes, Mars may be the final frontier, but it's made in Devon Island. You never heard that song?
Yeah, I've heard it.
I heard that remix.
I've heard
it. Yeah, I created it.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, I did. I'll take credit for that. I'll take credit for that just like Chris M took credit for my Mongo meme. You know what I mean? I'm just saying.
If we're tooting our own horns and stuff, I wrote all of Pink Floyd's stuff.
Awesome, man.
Yeah, how old are you?
Wish you were here, man. My favorite song.
I was like, it was before I was born, so I was like really young.
I was really young.
Hey, Flatter, dude, I got some really good news, bro.
What do you got?
I'm gonna post a picture in the thing. Remember that one thing I told you has been so elusive, and I've been trying to get it for years.
You got the
no. Remember? Remember? Look, I'm gonna post a picture. I got it, bro. I got it finally, dude. I was so happy. Look,
he's pregnant.
Shut up.
No, I'm not. This is real. This is a real picture, bro.
No, he's pregnant. Look at it.
I fucking got it, bro. I was so happy, dog.
This is
because I don't have to go to court now, bro. I'm fucking so happy. Oh, fuck. So my neighbor said she had it, and I fucking licked her plate and her spoon the other night.
I like what you got.
Thank you.
I need some context. What are you talking about?
Dude, so look at the live stream chat. I'm gonna put this in a fucking resin mold and make a hole in it, and I'm gonna wear it as a necklace.
There you go. That's a necklace. Mm-hmm.
Fuck yeah, it is, dude.
Yeah. Anyway,
dude, my mom was so proud of me. My mom was like crying. She's like, "This is one of my proudest moments, son." Seriously, my mom was fucking so proud of me.
The simple fact that you're standing here listening to me means you've made a glorious contribution to science.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Saints, man. I am so proud of you.
Thank you, bro.
You're the best.
Thank you.
So,
dude, nobody in my family's ever accomplished anything like this. You know, my brother graduated from San Francisco University, and my little brother's a millionaire, but like, dang, got shit on this, dog. You know what I mean? I fucking put in my work to get this shit, dog. I wasn't just sitting around hoping, oh, it's gonna fall in my lap. I went out and sought that shit daily, dog. I finally got it, homie.
Congratulations, man. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Done.
So proud of you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I wish everybody else was in on the joke, but you know, it's all right.
You get it though. It's only, dog. When sometimes, bro, when I'm on here, I feel it's just me and you flat. Seriously.
Right. Honestly, you'll benefit from this for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
What?
You'll benefit from this for the rest of your life.
Oh, I know I will. Definitely, bro.
You'll be protected, man. You'll be protected, and you'll be immune. Yes, of course, immune.
I'm still not gonna keep, dude. I licked my neighbor's like, I got it, and I was like, are you gonna eat that? Because she had like half a steak and some quinoa left. She's like, no. I fucking licked the plate and put the fork in my mouth for like 5 minutes, dog.
You're not part of the control group, by the way.
You're not part of the control group, by the way.
Oh fuck. What I wouldn't do. Oh man.
Who's doing the soundboard, man? That's not.
Oh no, but it sounds excellent.
How can you trust it though?
How can you trust?
That's the thing is, it doesn't matter. That you're missing the whole point. I got proof, and that'll get me out of court, dude. I have court this week, so it's like I'm golden, baby. Could my whole life for a time like this.
I got you on the soundboard tonight.
You know, benefiting you for the rest of your life.
I hope so, and my afterlife too. You know what I mean? Yeah, no doubt.
You gotta stay home. You gotta stay home. You gotta get some chicken soup and lots of water. And
no, dude, I'm going out. I went outside, smoked a cigarette, and drank a beer with no shirt on. I splashed water on my chest and my hair and went outside tonight. I'm trying to make this shit last as long as. It's like, you know that one chick who you like always wanted to hook up with, and you finally do, and you're like, oh my god, it's not gonna last long, and you try to do everything in your goddamn power to make that shit last long. That's what I'm doing, dog. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity. I'm milking.
Party, buy a drink for a girl, take a sip, and then give it to her. Spread the love.
Bro, in 9 months, bro. I'll show you guys the fruition from this thing. You know what I mean? I went and got the ultrasound today, bro. It's already kicking. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Shit. Never mind. Congratulations.
Anyway,
stay home. Be isolated.
You should frame that, by the way.
You gotta watch TV. Get some Netflix.
Right, dude. I don't own a TV, but. I mean, I was just trying to keep this shit on Mars, dog. And you guys start talking about getting pregnant and shit. You guys are crazy.
We are crazy, but that's not beside the point. It's the fact.
It's not beside the point. Oh, nice one. I overstand you, sir. I definitely overstand you.
Anyway, back to testing.
Can we test the Mars theory again? I had a hard time with the lights in the sky. I got a hard time.
No.
Hey, do you guys know anything about bicycles? One of the best components for bicycles is spelled Mars backwards, if you guys haven't noticed. I'm just saying, though.
Interesting.
You've heard of that company, huh? Yeah, SRAM, S-R-A-M.
No,
never heard of them.
Never heard.
It's one of the best. It's one of the best components you can buy for like mountain bikes and shit.
We had Mongoose when I was
component or brand.
Hmm.
Component or brand.
Well, it's a brand that makes components. They don't make bikes. They make like gears, brakes. They make like through axles. They make like
That's not part of the test.
Yeah. Anyway,
That's not part of the test, man.
Right.
Just shut down hard by the bot. I thought you were talking about initially like I thought you were talking about like chips, like RAM, static RAM.
Oh yeah, no. SRAM. It's just bike component. Yeah. But yeah, so how about those Rams, dude? The LA Rams. Wow.
What about
Oh Jesus!
How about the World Cup, man? How awesome is that, man? It's so. Who's playing? I have no idea. Never.
I think it's Philadelphia Unicorns, dude.
Unicorns are beating the
Penguins.
Hey, there is a soccer team.
Still, it's a better plan than exploding.
That is a flat earthers, man. Did you hear about that?
What?
There's a soccer.
It's not a Jamaican bobsled team, is it?
Europe, man. They're a bunch of flat earthers. I think
they spent $230 billion on this or $220 billion, something like that, on this World Cup. Imagine how many like Mars and Venus and Mercury expeditions.
Exactly.
We could have went
like
to
half a mission. That's like half a mission right there. That's like you're going to get as far as the moon.
Puts those numbers into my calculator. It makes a happy face.
Really
Who's this guy? He's hilarious.
Yeah, they could have had like Mars missions and all that shit. They could have done some cool stuff. They could have put a camera on the moon with that 220.
They had a less expensive World Cup on the moon.
Dude, fuck. Dude, you guys are fucking hilarious.
I love it, man.
Oh fuck!
Miss.
It's convincing me to go play Portal.
Probably might be a better choice at this point. But
yeah, as soon as Flat Earth dude joins the fucking conversation, bro, this shit spirals downhill. We're like Coriolis real quick, bro.
It's a fact, man. Here comes the dude. Oh shit!
Fuck, bro. This guy's talking about fucking. Getting, you know what I mean? This guy's talking about getting a guy pregnant and everything. Fuck. Oh my god. You're too much, bro.
That's popular these days.
I know.
Mars, though.
Nobody got time for that.
Who's talking about that?
I was trying to, but
I think we're not talking about something.
Did that guy get the answer he wanted about Mars?
Yeah,
I hope so.
Clock never got an answer. I don't think, man.
Poor guy.
I feel bad.
I don't think it's like the sound of one hand clapping, bro. You know what I mean? He'll never get the answer he wants, bro. Unless you just completely agree with him and just say yes to everything he says.
No.
Might even be contrary against that if you're not careful.
It's trip all these kids that want to go to Mars and the moon and shit, and it's like, you guys, before you could ride a bike, you got to start with training wheels. Y'all need to come down to Compton Avenue on a Friday night or Crenshaw. And if you could survive down there, then, you know what I mean? Like, but these kids are scared to even come down to Crenshaw at night, bro. How are they going to survive on Mars, bro? Fuck, it's way harsher environment. I'm just saying, flat out of Compton.
Listen, think about this. This is my hypothesis. Mars is the personified manifestation of Neo's mind state when Morpheus presented him with the pills right before he chose. Red, blue. That's what it is.
Wait, one more time. What was that?
It says the personified manifestation of his thought process when Morpheus presented him with the pills. Before he chose, he's considering one or the other.
I'm sorry, I thought that had something to do with Mars. I was like, what? How did he tie that into Mars?
I'll say it again.
They can move in and out of any software still hardwired to their system. That means that anyone we haven't unplugged is potentially an agent.
I love that shit.
I mean, it would be better if you bought
download theory or whatever.
He presents the pills, but still Morpheus.
Has anybody ever heard of Boston Ray mud floods?
No, but I heard of Boston Creams.
Negative. Shoot the link.
All right. Well, I don't know if you guys know about the East Coast, but they have mud floods in the East Coast. But on the West Coast, we got cuz bloods, homie.
In Hogwarts, we got mud bloods. You get me, bro?
They have windows in the basement too, or whatever.
I feels, homie. I feels. I just want to bottle up all you guys and make you guys into a fragrance and spray it on when I'm in the elevator with people. Does that make sense? I just want to encapsulate. Everybody here has like, oh God, if I could crack your guys' brain open with just a little ball peen hammer and rearrange your brain and get the best parts of everybody's brain and like stitch it together, dude, and like put it in my head, dude. Oh my God, I'd be unstoppable. I'd be unfucking stoppable, bro. God, I love you guys.
There you go. Ethergress. You need It's Alive on your soundboard.
Fuck. I want to see what you guys look on the inside, dude. I want to see what you guys look like on the inside.
You're a psycho.
Nah, dude.
Right.
This is how my mind thinks, dude. You know?
Yeah, I know.
What are you trying to tell me?
You could have said you want to see how we look on the outside.
Dodge bullets?
Yeah.
No, Neo. I'm trying to tell you that when you're ready,
like, what's being worse?
You won't have to.
What's worse? Being a psycho or being gay?
Being gay, bro. Come on.
Exactly.
At least a psycho could reproduce. Being gay, it's all about depopulation, bro. And I'm a guy. I'll put my life down to fight depopulation, bro. No woman, man, boy, or child, no matter what your socioeconomical background or belief is, deserves to perish. Not one, bro. Unless you know you're a PETO, then they can all go to the 9th level of hell, dude, with the burning and gnashing of teeth. Homie, I'm just saying.
The
PETO. I don't say words out loud because I already got the snipers on my head now.
Okay, yeah, it's actually spelled with a D, but I got you.
Yeah, you get the picture though. I spell it with a T, and fucking everybody just needs to catch up. No, I'm just kidding. What did the mama tomato say to the baby tomato?
Every creep and critter has their place, one place or another. I wonder who has to go to Mars with Elon.
Dude, if you guys ever heard of ghost riding the whip? Ain't no motherfucker ever ghost rided the whip like Elon with a red Tesla. That's ghost riding the whip, dog. That's the dictionary definition of ghost riding the whip, dog.
If you had a Satan costume on.
Fuck, bro. Ghost riding the whip. He had a little Tonka truck or like a Hot Wheels thing on the dash, dude. You remember that?
Yeah, that's like you know how up and coming rappers they'll like rent a car and then pretend it's theirs for the music video. That's like what but the car didn't even exist.
I know, dude. I know. Fuck.
Is there anyone here that actually thinks that was real?
I don't think I know it's real because it looks so fake. If it was fake, they'd have much better CGI.
It's definitely real.
Definitely real, bro. Definitely real.
No way they could fake that.
Hell no.
Why would dude? It would be easier to fake that than do all the paperwork and shit like that on it. Why not just go to the moon?
Gravity with even better graphics than NASA, so they could never do that.
No. What would be the point of that? Why would they lie, dude? God, you guys. Conspiracy theories, dude. Ugh.
Seriously, you guys are just like fucking. I don't know what happened to you guys in your lives, but you're just very jaded and like distrusting and weird. Honestly, just weird. Like, who broke your heart and like defiled your trust so much that you just don't believe anything? You know,
Jackie May. She's been gone for a fucking week now, dude.
Yeah,
I don't believe I heard what you just said.
Belong to the streets now. Forget about her.
I know. Easier said than done. Dude, about a month ago, I went full fucking psycho mode. Went over to where she was at, kicked down the door, just fucking started swinging on this motherfucker, dog. This fool's like twice my size. I don't give a fuck.
Sniveling, little worm monkey.
Yeah, it did, dude. Needless to say, it didn't win her heart over. So,
really?
Yeah. Fuck.
It works for me every time.
If I die before you people can pour me into a computer,
she belonged to
Hey,
the
who
street.
said it? Who said it
Leave
works for you every time, bro? Who said that? Who said it works for you every time?
Who knows, man?
Somebody said it, and like, maybe I just didn't. Maybe should I try that again?
Maybe it was Jiminy Cricket, bro. Maybe it was your subconscious.
Did you guys hear? I didn't just hear that. Like somebody said that. Don't fuck with me.
What works every time?
Huh?
Kind of like one of them celebrities.
Who is?
This Jeopardy,
buddy.
Is that
FDS is
Flatty?
famous, bro.
Is that Flatty? Oh, I thought that was Flatty, dude. No, Flatty. Okay, Orion is like my voice of reason. Like he's like the one that says, like, calm down, Flat Nasty. Like, don't do it, bro. You know what I mean? Like he's like, it's like, he's like, all right, think about it before you walk in the store first. Look at the store clerk. He's older than George Burns. And then Flatty is like, fuck that. Do that shit. You know what I mean? Oh my God. Where's Orion at, dude? He always talks me down from fucking jumping off the edge, dude.
Ryan's in the sky, man. It's flying high,
Fucking
man.
Orion, man. If you're listening, Orion, dude, I could use the voice of reason right now. Because Flatty's all in my head, dog. Fucking Orion, dude. Where art thou?
Orion said, "Put it all on black."
He's cutting his belt.
You fucker. I always put on red, dog. God, dude, I love Orion, dude. Dude, Orion's got that voice of like, Orion is like the white Morgan Freeman, dude. If you hear Orion's voice, you're just like, he automatically resets your he resets your rhythm in your body, dude.
Right.
Orion,
He's hella based.
How are you breathing?
yeah. Fuck. Orion would be the best if I did like me calling Paul and Orion would be like, yo, Flat Nasty, dude, you got to stop talking about astronaut piss in your songs. I can't sell this shit. You know what I mean? Kids want to hear about going to the moon and wearing sneakers. You know what I mean? And you're rapping about going barefoot and fucking drinking astronaut piss. Either change the record or it's not coming out. Orion would be the best out of anybody with that voice, dude. Fucking Orion, dude.
Is that what you're doing it for?
Hmm?
Is that what you're after? Is that what you're after? Just sign a deal, make it big?
No, dude. I've already been hit up by somebody that I was like, fuck that, dude. I don't even care if I have 1,000 views or not, bro. If my music can reach one kid, bro, and set him straight, dude, then that's all that it matters, bro. I poured everything I have, fucking thousands of dollars, timeless effort, gotten a fucking 2 fights over the music, dude. Like, I've given it all I have, bro. And now my friend fucking, he doesn't even have a studio anymore, dude. So
I don't know. I was just digging.
yeah, no, I'm not after that. If I really cared about making money and signing a deal, bro, I wouldn't make Flat Earth rap, dog. You know what I mean? It is going to surprise everybody, but there's really no money in Flat Earth, dude. It's a shocker, I know, right? Fuck. Spoiler alert.
About the cheese because he's lactose intolerant, and when the companies come to him, he doesn't care about their hollering or something like that.
Oh, bro.
Bars.
Fucking bars, dog. Fuck. Hey, I took my rap music down to the beach and dropped it on the ground, and fuck, I came back with a Sandy Hook, dog. You know what I mean? Oh, fuck.
You mad at my flow seeing red like Mars, hating it because I got some wicked ass bars.
Yeah, you do.
sick with it, like motherfucking SARS.
SARS. Doesn't SARS sound like something you'd say to somebody in another country when they sneeze? Bro. Yeah.
But I'm better than every Russian leader put together. SARS.
What's up with these presidents over in fucking other countries just wearing like black t-shirts, dude? Or like gray shirts? Like, that's your president? You know what I mean? And I believe everything I see on the news wholeheartedly without question. So it's just like, okay. You know, I guess that's like how they do it over there in these other countries. Fuck.
Yeah, like they're trying to go for that
I like
white.
your style. You make it.
Nothing's black or white.
No, fuck no. It's all gray, dog. It looks gray like splattered brain matter, dog. You know what I mean? After it's been sitting out for a couple hours.
Nasty. Real.
We got Toby Dog in the house. We got Ether Grass. We got Satoshi
Not that one either.
Nakamoto. We got percentage sign to the. What is this percentage to the nth upteenth fucking percentage?
Yo,
oh, you.
got some
That's all you. I just looked at your info. All you have is percentage signs. Fucking funny. That's interesting. I like that.
Yo, do you got some percents?
Fuck, dude. Oh, Jesus.
Percents?
Hey, you know percents, right? Is like it reminds me of like if you were gonna make mints out of persimmons, it would be called percents, bro.
Nice.
I got ball kicker right here, dude. I just have one question, and since Chris M won't fucking get back to me on DM, I'm just wondering why Chris M put that he was the one who came up with that Mongo meme. I'm just wondering. That's all. I'm not going to say anything else.
What meme?
It's a Mongo. It shows Mongo, like with a red beanie, that big fat gray cat with the red tank top. And Chris M put that he created that meme. I'm just wondering why he put. I think he did it just so I'd say something.
Big fat red cat.
No, big fat gray cat with a red fucking tank top and a red beanie.
I don't know this character. What's it from?
It's Mongo, bro.
Is it from a TV show or something?
It's from Heathcliff.
Heathcliff, that's what it's from.
Yeah, go up further in the live stream, dude, and you'll see it.
There's a bunch of old fogies.
I think he did it just so I'd say something, though.
It's from like
He had to. Yeah, he did. I think he did it just. If you're listening, Chris, good job, bro, getting me to bite. He fucking got me to bite, bro. Good job. It's not a believe it or not, it's really not hard to trigger me. Like, fuck, if you guys know me even half a little bit, you guys know, like, there's certain things you could do or say that are, if you guys want me to bite, dude, good job, bro.
Yeah, this is the first time I've seen this character in my life.
Okay, well, I'm not going to say that I created that meme, but I'm not going to not say it either. I'm just saying, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You'll know when the test starts.
Yeah, I know. Flat Nasty wants to get credit for everything. Fuck, bro. If I met me on the street, dude, I'd probably fucking shoot me, dude. Seriously.
Don't press that button. You don't know what you're doing.
Well, fuck, I'll figure it out, dude.
I mean, it's not a button, it's a trigger, but yeah.
Are you that Payo guy, Flat Nasty? Because Smurf seems like something you would have invented.
Wait, say that again? I look like a Smurf.
No. The Smurfs looks like they came from your imagination. 3 apples high or something. But there's that guy who gets credit at the end of the Smurfs, Payo.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Whoever that is. I don't even know if it's a guy. I guess it's not you.
Yeah. It's all. I think he did that because on all the memes I used to make, I'd put FTS at the bottom, and then people would make comments like, people even started making memes saying like, I always sign my memes at the bottom, like trying to clown me. I was like, dude, I put fucking time and effort. Like, I didn't put no effort in that Mongo meme, but dude, I make memes that have taken me hours on the iPad, bro. And of course, I'm gonna sign my name on them, dude. You know what I mean?
Yeah, watermark whatever you want. Doesn't matter.
I know.
I
In
saw
fact, I'm
someone
gonna drop.
post-
I'm
I
gonna
saw
drop a
someone posting
meme.
some of your haiku in some other server. Just saying.
You mean some of my music?
No, I think they just quoted you talking and turned it into haiku, and they said it was theirs.
Yo, imagine you were a Smurf though. Like, what kind of terrible existence would that be?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, well, I mean,
Father's a dirt child.
unless you're Smurfette, dude.
Bro, yeah, you're competing with 98 or 99 other dudes for one chick. That's terrible.
I know. Well, Smurfette was good to go, dude. She, you know what I mean? She never had a problem getting laid, bro.
Man, I'm sure they all ran a train. Okay.
Dude, right? Yeah, I guess she was the manager at the
Biggest
Amtrak
hoe in the
station.
world, Smurfette. She has to be the biggest hoe in the world.
Right. Oh, I posted one. I'm going to
Now
post
they're
a couple of
called
memes. It took me hours to make. Yeah. Hours and hours to make. This meme. Okay, this meme right here. This meme right here took me 4 hours. The one I just posted, 4 hours to make, bro. $4 hours to make that meme. The one above it took like a half hour. But yeah, that bottom one, 4 hours to make that meme on the iPad Pro with the pen tool, dog.
Dude, I'm saving that
I'm
and then
gonna give you some
watermarking
advice
it
real quick.
in my name. That's so cool.
Never have text going like, regular and then also 90 degrees, so you have to like tilt your head. Just choose one, Just have the text like readable.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, I know.
You can zoom into it, like you can literally look into it.
Yeah. It's a pretty intricate meme, though. Like,
there
if
is a lot
just
of
looking at
stuff
the
in
live
it.
stream doesn't really do it justice, dog. But
No.
I'll put some-
That was just my first thing, but there's definitely a lot of detail in this. A lot of fucking third, like, what do they call them again? The third eye pyramid
yeah,
thing.
there's so much subliminal.
Yeah, it's
Well,
still
because,
Sergeant
like,
Pepper
I'm-
Flat Earth memes.
Yeah, I love making memes, bro. I don't like doing anything more than rapping, though. Like when I'm on the mic, dude, I feel like I was born to be there, dog. But
why so bad?
I did this for my friend's YouTube channel, Boston Ray Mudflood. I did that for him. Pretty sick.
God damn, there's a lot of eyes in here. Even eyes in the viruses.
Were you guys on the other night when I was all drunk rapping?
Hey,
Was any of you guys on? Probably not. Oh,
Saturday.
Helio Skeptic just joined, but he's not saying anything.
Saturday there.
Yeah, what? Oh, Julius, what up, dog?
Hey man, are you gonna get your shit on SoundCloud ever?
Bro, like, dude, Jackie May Day Saints was the one that did everything for me, and she's gone now, bro. She left me for a fucking heliocentric. And like, how about, can I send you my songs and can you put it there for me? Like, I'm fucking dumb at this shit, dog.
No, if you give me your fucking, I will put it on. Just give me the shit.
How do I give it to you?
Dude, because I listen to SoundCloud in my car and I want to listen to your shit.
know.
But it's like YouTube sucks. It's like the screen, if it shuts off, you can't fucking, it like fucks all up. And like SoundCloud just keep playing. Like YouTube sucks, man. And the sound, dude, the sound quality is so much better on SoundCloud than fucking YouTube.
Okay, hey, I'm gonna DM you my phone number, and if you want, you could call me from a private number right now. And can you just walk me through it?
Well, yeah. I mean, I haven't ever uploaded. I don't have any music that I've made, but
Do you know how I can? Because like I have one song on SoundCloud, and it was just a fluke. Like I'm like a kid who just pushes a bunch of buttons, and if it You know, like I'm playing Street Fighter for the first time. Like, seriously, I'm fucking retarded, dog.
I do. Yeah, I'll help you out for sure, dude. I can help you out with that.
Can you walk me through it right now? I mean, I'll do it right now if you want.
Well, I mean, like, we can try.
I literally have no idea. I've tried to do it before, and I was like, I think the only one I have like one song on there, right?
Yeah, it's just the
Robney Skiba. Is it Robney Skiba?
No, it's not that. If you named it, I would know it, but it's not that one. It's something else. It's something from more.
So many people hate me for that fucking song, dude. God.
What song are you talking about?
Pissed off.
The Robney Skiba song. Fuck, dude. I'm the worst, dog. Fuck, it shows a picture of Rodney King. Fuck. Oh my god. I destroyed so many people, even some flat earthers in that song, dog. I don't ever try to start shit with no flat earthers, bro. But
you piqued my curiosity. Post the link for your stuff.
Why would you start shit with
I guarantee you there's no C19 mentioned in that song whatsoever. So the only people you might piss off is like Jeranism or Jake the Asshole. Fuck, I don't care though. I mean, I like Jeranism. I met him before. Jake the Asshole though. Jake the Asshole is such a hater, dude. God, dude. But I mean, he used to make me laugh, but whatever. I don't know him personally, but he did play one of my songs. Remember that song? You remember that song where I said, if you don't play this song on your channel, you're dead, to Jake the Asshole? Well, his friend got him to actually play it on the thing.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
It's like, we don't want to take no chances, man. Just play
You
it.
roasted him and he couldn't handle it, and then so he's a big baby.
Yeah, because he tries to make music, dog, and it's superf. You know what I mean? It's hella superf.
I didn't know that.
Jake the Asshole, yeah, but I mean, it's trash, dog. I mean, I'm not gonna beat around the bush, dog. If your music's good, I'll give you. Like Creation Bear makes some good shit. You know what I mean? I'll give motherfucker.
I make some decent beats. I make some trash beats. It is what it is.
Yeah. I gotta listen to those beats, dog. I didn't mean to shine you off, Toby, dog. Anybody goes to that much trouble, dog, I gotta fucking listen to this shit. I've been just going through some shit, dog. Jackie's fucking been gone for a week, dude.
Saying like a zillion.
No, he makes beats. It is what it is. And forget Jackie, that fickle trick. She fucking
for real.
Heliocentric trick.
Dude, she's the one that got me to be a flat earther, dog. She got me into flat earth, dog.
Should be, careful.
She's a real person, dog. You peep my channel, dog. I have a bunch of shit where I go into the store with her and fucking eat pomegranates and shit.
Yo, pomegranates are delicious, though. Real talk.
Hey, I posted a song, Julius. You won't get in trouble for playing it.
You know, getting done and picking out the seeds, it's worth the work, man. Pomegranates are delicious.
Yeah, it is. It's so worth it.
Hey, Flatterday, if you got your DM me, or do you have your login for your SoundCloud? Can I have it?
Fuck. I'm fucking. She set it up for me.
Wait. Time out. As long as you have access to the email that is tied to you, just do a reset password. It'll send you a reset password link to your email. As long as it's tied to an email you have access.
Okay. Hold on.
As long as hopefully she set it up to an email.
Man, it's not cool for Jack to just like leave you high and dry and not know how to like do any of this stuff. Like the least she could have done, and if she thought she was going to be leaving you, was kind of like trained you and got you up to speed, and then left your ass.
Hey, do you guys want to hear? Can you fucking insult to injury? She said that she left me so for my own good, so I can learn how to live as a man on my own, dude. She said, I'm doing this for you. I'm like, oh my god, dude. Fuck.
Not wrong, because you are learning how to do shit now.
I know, yeah. Fuck, I know. Okay, let me go to the SoundCloud.
It looks like we have somebody in here that would like to discuss the shape of this realm that we are currently in.
We don't know the shape.
Wants to take the reins.
Correct. So I'd just like to bring up, well, it appears flat to our senses, correct? But I believe metaphysically it's a double toroid, according to how light refracts. And this is why globers can't take flat earthers seriously, because once you take into account, or you say that it's objectively flat, then where's the end, right? It's just this disc and it's flat and it goes forever. And that I don't think is I don't think that makes much sense.
Are you saying it's objectively a double toroid?
You guys hear me?
Metaphysically, yes. I don't think people take into account the metaphysics and wavelengths and things like that. They believe senses is all there is, which is just incorrect.
Aren't wavelengths physical though?
Hold on.
No, they're not. I believe they're metaphysical.
Like frequencies and the actual
Exactly,
signal.
they're not physical. Sound isn't physical, right?
It's not?
No, of course it's not. That's not the definition of physical.
Does it have physical properties?
Well, that's a good question. Does sound have physical properties? I don't think it does.
You don't think sound has physical properties?
No, he said it does, I think.
Well, is that proof? Do you have proof that sound has physical properties? Because maybe it does have properties, but I don't think it's physical entirely.
Oh, I guess when you throw the word physical in, you could be splitting hairs there. I don't really know.
Yeah, exactly. So it's just
yeah, well, that's the distinction between something that's physical and something that's like concrete or tangible. Physical means anything with physical properties. Light is physical. Signals are physical. Anything that can be detected by physical means is physical. We hear sound physically. It's physical.
So it has something to do with how our senses receive vibrations, right? And that makes it quote unquote physical.
Absolutely.
So all physical means is, the
perceivable by
receiving of vibrations, right? So it's the illusion of our senses, but that's all physical means, right? And it's all an illusion. That's not what the wavelength is in itself.
Wait, how's it an illusion? If our senses are picking it up, how's it an illusion?
I mean, that's a good point, but you get what I mean. Like, the sound itself isn't physical. It's just like experience.
Well, I mean, that's
like
an interesting
paradox type of thing, or like an anomaly, or
no. It's actually an interesting point because then it brings the question like, how is sound created? Is it this like holistic thing where you have like you need a bunch of different like particles of matter vibrating to produce the sound, or does each individual particle produce like a little bit of sound and then it all kind of adds up to be a louder sound that you hear? Is it something?
Particles create sound. It's just vibrations.
I know, but each little particle is vibrating and colliding with another one, right? So you'd think that really deep one is like a
particles don't vibrate. The wavelengths vibrate, and then it's received by the.
How is a wavelength? No. A wavelength is a property of the movement of something, of this thing, right? It's not the thing itself.
When we're measuring frequencies, it's like how fast it vibrates or goes back and forth.
So if anything, wavelengths are metaphysical because it's just like our conception.
Exactly, that was my point.
But the sound itself isn't, and the particle itself vibrating isn't.
Well, that's just the eardrum vibrating, so that's the only physical part that we can come to here.
No, it's all physical. The only metaphysical part is our like quantification of it, our conceptualization of it when we break down into frequencies and wavelengths and distances and stuff like that, because these are units of measurement that we've made up for conveying like this information for convenience, for sharing ideas, right? And being kind of on the same page.
Right, and that's the only way we can understand the metaphysical.
I didn't hear you, sorry, go ahead.
That's the only way we can comprehend it. And
no, not necessarily.
Here by someone.
Well, not necessarily. That's for quantification. We can qualify it by saying, "Do you hear that sound? Yeah, I hear it." We're qualifying that their sound exists, right? Or do you see that color? Yeah, I see it. We're qualifying that color exists. We haven't quantified it to the exact wavelength that it is, or the exact frequency of sound that it is, right? But we've qualified that it exists. So we don't necessarily need the conceptualization for conveying it. It depends on how specific we want to get, how quantifiable we want to get with relaying this information.
Sure, but it only exists once the eardrum receives it and the eardrum vibrates. So the old quote, does a tree make it when it falls? Does it make a sound if no one's there to hear it? Right now, it only makes a sound to the bugs and animals that hear it, and the eardrums that vibrate. Otherwise, it's just wavelengths. According to you, that's metaphysical.
How do you know the tree's making sound to the animals and bugs that hear it when you can't
Because they're
communicate with animals
conscious
and bugs?
beings they have observable physical eardrums, right? So that's
How do you know that? How are you getting this information from the animals and bugs?
I know animals and bugs have eardrums.
Yeah, how are you getting this testimony from animals and bugs? Can you communicate with animals?
I could get an animal, I could dissect it and look at its eardrum, and I could look at a bug, and I'm sure they respond to sound stimulus as well. So I don't understand
So,
that.
dissect. Hold up, you're gonna kill this animal that was in the forest when the tree supposedly dropped. Right? You're going to dissect it, look at its eardrum, and from viewing its eardrum, you're going to be able to see that it listened to a tree dropping?
Yes. I mean,
how?
Why are you arguing against that?
When a tree drops, bro. On this dead deer, when you're dissecting...
Not necessarily a tree, but any sound stimulus. So sound stimulus isn't received unless there's a physical organ to receive it.
I've talked to this dude
Otherwise, it's
before.
Number one, maybe it's a vestigial organ. Maybe it has the organ and it's not using it, right? Like
I've talked to this dude before, bro.
Number two, hold up. Maybe it can hear sound, but doesn't hear the tree falling. Maybe it heard other sound. You can't just assume that just because it hears sound that it hears that everything makes a sound.
Well, not necessarily the understanding that we have or conception of a tree, but they hear the vibrations of that tree.
You haven't established that this tree has vibrations.
Change the laws of physics.
Like there's a lot of
assumptions. Wavelengths of sound.
No, you're assuming a basic assumption of science. You're assuming universality, right? That what applies here applies there, or what have you, without actually ascertaining it for a fact. You don't know that this tree has vibrations.
How are you?
It could be a silent falling tree. It could be the first silent falling tree that you've ever heard about.
We have a heartbeat type of frequency vibration thingy. He's not lying.
But I don't even get why you're arguing against that. Like, this is not even...
I'm just saying, you better check yourself before you
conjecture against it. No, it's like you're saying animals apparently don't hear sound. That's what you're implying.
Yo, you better check yourself before you conjecture yourself.
Now, I'm not a glober, by the way. I'm a flat earther, but...
You're a double toroidal.
I know you before, bro. I've talked to you before.
No, I haven't talked to you, mate.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm a double toroider metaphysically, like I said. So I do believe in quantum mechanics and its findings that atoms and not atoms necessarily, but particles and what we observe, right, as a physical states, like.
Do you believe in superpositioning?
Well, I believe that they are wavelengths until they're observed by the senses. So it's just like sound. That's why I brought that up. And that's why I believe in double
we got
toroid.
Danny 57 in here, too.
Do you believe in spaghettification?
I'm sorry, what?
Do you believe in spaghettification?
Fucking
no, not really. Maybe I do in a sense that there's a singularity. Sure, when we die, we perhaps spaghettify. Sure.
Yeah, we do got a real glober in the code. I'm just saying.
Well, we spaghettify into zeros and ones when we die. That's correct. When the senses are no more.
Does Danny 57 want to speak? We got a glober.
I don't know, dude. I gotta get some dinner.
He's getting SpaghettiOs.
I didn't mean to cut you off, big dog, but we got a glober in the chat.
He's gonna go spaghettify into zeros.
I swear I've talked to that dude, but he says I haven't, so whatever. It is what it is.
Unless your mic's spaghettified, let's get up on it and let's talk about this Earth.
Danny 57, sir, the floor is all yours.
Show me what you got.
What are your thoughts on Mars?
Fuck. Not that again. Jesus Christ. You fucking Toby.
Just like a litmus test.
Right? Fuck.
If they say yes to helicopters, it's over.
Fucking drones, dude. God, dude, I can't believe people believe that shit, dude. But nothing surprises. Seriously, nothing surprises me anymore, dude. Nothing, dude.
I'm pretty desensitized myself to the propaganda and all that crazy stuff.
Yeah. You just see who won the fucking Congressional Medal of Honor. The goddamn from the January 6th thing. One of the cops who won the Congressional Medal of Honor was also the father of Jason Kaufman at the Borderline Bar and Grill incident in 2018, right by my house. So he's been making his rounds. Fuck.
Now, coincidence theorists would say, duh.
Yeah, duh. Right? Fuck, dude. Yeah, dude. These Mongos, homie. That's all I gotta say.
Real life shit, the deepest.
Danny 57's in the chat, dude. He's a certified glober, dog. He's got all them. He's a reality denier, a globe earther. He's got link image embedded role. He used a used globe salesman and a gatekeeper. Wow, dude, I can't even compete with that, dude. This dude will probably slaughter me.
Fuck what you heard say.
Right? Dude, I threw some globers some good bones the other day, dude. The first one was like water droplets, always form spheres. And none of them picked it up, dude. You know? Seriously. I wish I could go back to being a glober, dog. Like, dude, life was so much easier, dog. Seriously, bro. No brains, no headaches, bro. You know? I know that sounds sacrilege, but
whatever you do, don't become a heliocentric, man. They're the worst.
I mean, dude, you can never go back, dog. Come on. It's like it's like once you have sex with a girl, you can never go back to being a virgin, dog. It's impossible. You're never gonna forget what that first piece tasted like or felt like. You know what I mean? So
it's flat.
If y'all ever find a fucking a real flat earther, like real, you know what I mean? Who goes back to being
a real flat earther, mate? Are you a real flat earther? This is my point. So it's flat.
I don't know. I got 1491 tattooed on my knuckles, dog.
All right, bro. To us, it's flat. But the point is, you got to ask what's next. Does it go on? Like, once we conclude this, people have questions. So does it go on forever? Is there apparently more land that just goes on forever? Or is there a metaphysical aspect to it?
Now I know I've talked to you before. I don't care what you say. I know I've talked to you before, dog.
Okay, bro. But my point is, we can't just. The conclusion is flat. We know it's flat.
It's a small world.
And we know it's on a globe. But there's something more to it, right?
I'll touch on it real quick if you guys got like 10 seconds. So,
yeah,
I think it could be something that we can't even really perceive or understand until, like, or ever. Maybe. So, it's hard to really even think about it deeply because it could be something I can't even really think about or understand, which is kind of fascinating about it.
Some things weren't meant to be
my point, man. No, right. But they can be known. No, they can be known. Don't die on that hill, man, because I'm looking into the information and I want to know. Actually, I've almost figured it out completely.
Hey, stop talking over each other.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm just saying I don't know what it is.
Well, I do, and that's why I'm bringing up the double toroid, because that's the next step. That's the next
what do you mean?
Answer.
What do you mean you do, mate? What do you mean you do know?
I'd rather you bring up the double split. One for me, one for you.
Yes, the double slit, exactly correct. And that's what I believe is the next step of proof. Right? So we don't know. We never know
what everything is. Did you just say you know what everything is?
No, I said I know the next step after flat Earth. That's the double toroid, and looking into metaphysics.
So what does that mean? What does that solve?
Hold on, let's give him a chance. Actually, tell us your sales pitch. Give us your 1 minute sales pitch to sell us on the double toroid.
Well, we look at duality in nature. How there's herbivores, carnivores. Look, I can bring it into everything, right? How there's the Earth and there's the stars and the heavens above or whatnot. There's always a duality present. And we look into the double slit, and what we physically observe is wavelengths, just like sound. And wavelengths seem to bend and refract into each other, and they birth themselves, right? So we're looking at a toroidal field, and it's metaphysical, and it's all a projection of a hologram to us. So we're in a holographic system right now. And whether that be for harnessing our soul's energy like the Matrix depicts, which I believe to be true. I believe we're in some lower vibrational energy and we're being fed off of, and it's sort of perhaps a learning experience or something we need to transcend. But we're in a hologram similar to a video game.
Okay, well, I mean,
Okay, so how do we go about confirming this?
Quantum mechanics, science proves it. Well, I don't like using science, sorry.
Bro,
but you get my point.
I honestly don't. It wasn't a very good sales pitch. Like, you didn't actually, you went from, it being wavelengths and stuff to now you have a magical toroid that is like, I forget what term you use, but something like magical almost.
I didn't say anything about magical.
Yeah, well, his double toroid seems to do everything.
We think I'm the only one talking about this. What has to do with electrostatics?
You're saying a lot of words, but they're not making sense.
Well, what makes it, so you're a flat earther, then tell me what's next. And I asked that question, and then told me or someone said, we don't know, we don't need to know everything. It's like, actually, no, we can know. I'm bringing it up to you. If you don't know what it is, that's not the problem.
What if there are things that can't be answered? What do you do then? If you can't answer them, you're going to run yourself crazy.
Things can be answered if you look at it properly.
Not everything can be answered.
But you see, you're going to die on that hill.
It's a subjective
question. I'm happy with this idea.
I live a good life. I'm happy the way I live.
Yeah, well, that's great. That's awesome. But
I don't know how happy
you might be what's next for you. It's subjective.
Some people want to know the full answers, and we have the ability to know the full answers.
But what if you can never find them out?
But you can. You just don't want to look into it because clearly you're shutting me down as if I'm a globe Earth.
We want to see them.
As if I'm bringing you globe Earth, which I'm not actually. I'm bringing you how the flat Earth manifests in our reality and how it can.
What's beyond the universe, Venu?
Beyond the universe? That's a good question. Well, universe, you got to look at the term universe.
Oh, no, tell me, because you said we can find out. How do we find that out? How do we do that?
Well, you can look within yourself. Put simply.
Yeah, seriously. Beyond the universe is the outerverse. And when you look within the outerverse, you find the inverse.
Jesus.
Yes.
Fucking guys, dude. You guys are fucking
redeemed
funny.
yourself. All the previous blunders just redeemed right there.
Fuck, dude. He brought it back and made it make sense for everybody, dude. Thank you. Like, I understand it now.
Well, that's the whole point. All comes from within. And our senses deceive us into believing it's a physical, objective reality.
Bro, you follow
it's all
Santos
just wavelengths of information.
You follow Santos Bonacci?
Never heard of him, mate.
Dude, that is Santos.
He sounds like Santos, bro. I ain't knocking Santos, dude. He's a smart dude. You know what I mean? It just sounds like Santos.
Big word up to Santos. If that is you, if you're out there.
It's
I like Santos as well.
Dude, my mom met Santos, dude. My mom met him, dude.
He's gone.
Whatever.
Forget about him. He's gone. Sold out. Not coming back.
Did he? Fuck, dude. It ain't so, Joe. He dude. I
around and get some Illuminatis after he's done being a wicked witch.
Fuck, bro. Say it ain't so, dog. Fuck. I really looked up to that dude, bro.
Yeah.
Here's what he was, bro. Like I said, nothing surprised me, dog. I never thought my chick would go with a heliocentric after fucking almost 5 years of being flat Earth. She brought me to the flat Earth, but like I said, nothing surprised me, dog. You know what I mean? Everybody's got a price, I guess.
Hey, Vanu, I didn't mean to jump down your throat, mate, but like when you start saying things like that, you've got to expect a reaction because, like when you start saying you know what this is and you know what they did, you have to have some type to back it up. You know what I mean?
But you sound really far away from the microphone.
We can find the answers.
I'm nudging in the right direction.
Look within ourselves.
Yeah. Well, I'm nudging you in the right direction about the toroidal fields. And I'm surprised you guys don't know about this in this server. Because I love Earth Awakening's Geo's server. And there's lots of toroidal earthers in there.
That we don't know, because I can guarantee you there's people in here that know quite a bit about that kind of stuff.
Yeah, well, there you go. So maybe back me up a little bit and don't act like I'm crazy as if I'm some globe earther bringing something that's new. Like, this is old news, man.
You definitely sound hey.
Well, to be fair, this could be old and you could be right about it and still be crazy.
Yeah, define crazy, bro. Everyone thinks you're just as crazy as me, so.
Probably.
Anyway, I'm looking at more dimensions than 3D. I'm looking at the
I think
five
I think I wear the crown of crazy though. I wear the crown, homie. So you're good, Doug. We're not knocking what you're saying. It's just like there's people bringing.
Why this guy thinks he's mad in the text chat? Like,
I am telling you guys, I've talked to that dude before, bro. I'm usually like spot on about this shit. He says he hasn't, but
bro,
you know, whatever.
Maybe we should ask him if he's sure that he's talking on Discord at the moment.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of other servers I've heard that really dive into this subject. It's just this isn't. I mean, me personally, this isn't like one of the servers that like dives into that because it's more theoretical sounding, you know. But whatever, it is what it is. It is what it is. Is what it ain't. You know what I mean?
It'd be the day to come.
Bro, I'm just happy I still have my dogs, bro. They're like my kids. Like, I'd be miserable sleeping in bed alone, but if it wasn't for my dogs, bro. I know it has nothing to do with Flat Earth, but fuck, I love these dogs,
bro,
dude.
Do you like let your dogs lick your face?
I mean, to a point. If I keep letting them, they'll just try to French kiss me. I don't let them like. I'll give them a couple licks and that's it. You know what I mean? You know,
on your lips?
They're like. My face is like cracked to these dogs, bro. So you can, I gotta like you know what I mean? I can only give them a little bit at a time, you know.
But when they lick your mouth, like when they lick your lips and stuff, do you wash it afterwards, or do you just leave it there to dry?
Bro, no, absolutely not, dude. Dogs don't get sick, bro. Dogs are grounded twice as much as us. That's why they have 4 pads on the ground, dog. I mean, and just animals in general don't get sick, bro, unless they're exposed to high amounts of EMF and they live in 2nd or 3rd story buildings, bro. You know what I mean? Or unless you're just giving them fucking crap.
So you just like leave it there on your lips, and then you end up like licking your lips, and then you just like basically kissed your dog, French kissed your dog.
Yeah,
it's kind of nasty if you ask me.
Oh, they don't call me Flat Nasty for nothing.
Romantic.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
That's why they call me Flat Nasty, I guess.
Daggers put Banu in Cogdiz.
Timbo, I couldn't understand why you said your accent's so thick, but I love you, dog.
Did they put Vanu in Cogdiz?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know. They were arguing on the text chat. So they should put it in Cogdiz.
Oh, he's on detention. It says detention.
Oh, he said a word that I honestly, have no problem saying. But I don't know if it's banned in the server. If it is banned in the server, then it's kind of stupid, to be honest. But
he doesn't want to be here. He doesn't want to be here, but he stays here, so we're showing him the door.
Yeah, like I said, I've talked to this dude before, bro, and it's just circles, dog. You know what I mean?
Just look at the comment. He called Daggers a faggot. So
it's been fun. Don't come back.
To be fair, if the text chat isn't blocking the word faggot, then that means it's fine. So why was he put on Cogdiz?
Daggers was just on here too. Daggers almost never comes on here.
Text chat for saying you can't say faggot on the text chat.
You can. He just did. It's not filtered or anything.
Does he have like perms or something? Like fag perms?
I don't know. I hear his hair is very curly though.
Wait. I can't. Is Daggers in the chat arguing with Vanu?
It was on the text chat.
Yeah, no, not the live stream.
That statement didn't get him.
Voice text.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it wasn't? What?
No, this server is genuinely awful. So Daggers said, so piss off then.
Okay. Thanks for making it better. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
So lifting it up.
7 days. That's fuck, just enough for the toroids to come in full circle, I guess.
One of those people, like,
I feel like it's a little
starts talking about toroids, and then like he doesn't know where he's going with it. Like there was
Hold
on. To be fair, he's not here to defend himself, so I don't think it's right we criticize what you were saying.
You're right.
Word.
Dude, Dagus, I'd love to hear your voice.
While I'm defending him, I will say that I feel like 7 days is a little much for that. But it is what it is.
I think this isn't his first rodeo, though. That's the thing. Before,
who knows?
He's got priors, potentially.
But Dagus changed his name, and he's got those NASA A's, and that shit's sharp, big dog. I like that shit.
I do like that too.
That's how I have the word flat on my knuckles. I got it with the NASA script, so it's just the upside down V. Pretty dope, dude.
Man, his name reminds me of like kick-ass MMA fighters. You know, Dagestan.
Yeah. You know, there's a dude who makes beats on YouTube, and it goes Dagas Beat Maker.
Hey, you done any more debates, Flatterday?
Me?
Yeah.
Just that last one where like the dude, it was like, did you see that one where the Glober was like, we're like tiny ants on a big speck? You saw that?
Yeah, he was eating on his bed or something.
Epic.
Oh, bro. Yeah, bro. I'm the only one who can get away with eating on a debate and make it look cool. It's just fuck. You know what I mean?
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, we listened to it one morning, and
yeah.
Hold on, you were eating on it during the debate, and you won, or what?
Bro, okay, so normally I'm the most outlandish, like, character on the debate, bro. People are like, oh my god, Flat Nasty ruined the debate, right? Because he's eating, he's fucking barefoot, like, he's just outlandish, right? But they said at this debate that I was the best debater, and I was dude, they were like saying, like, if Nasty was the most calm, had the best points, and then that debate was garbage, dude. If I was shining on the debate, that shit was trash, dog.
You're the most clapped by far on that one.
You know what I mean? Like, bro, they made me shine, bro. They made me shine, bro. They made me look like Witsit. Like, I was like, you know what I mean? That's how fucking bad it was.
You were probably on point, too. You were probably on point. What were you eating, then?
Well, no, normally on, like, the debates when I'm debating Fight the Faggot Earth or fucking McToon, I'll crack open a banana or an orange, and on McToon's channel, I fucking had a full-course meal. And he had to tell me
this one that you were, like, on point and killing it and looking better than the rest. What were you eating?
Only because they were so bad. You know what I mean? I'm not pumping myself up and saying, like, I was, like, killing it, but, like...
But what were you eating?
If you put a Honda next to like 3 old fucking beat up Pintos, the Honda's gonna look nice, bro. Do you know what I mean?
But some Hondas are nice, man.
You know what I mean, though. Like, I didn't eat on this debate. I was like, I minded my manners. I didn't put my bare feet up in front of the camera. Nothing, bro.
How well did you know your partner? Did you?
What were you eating?
Watch the debate before or anything?
My partner on the debate, bro, all he did was scream and yell and interrupt the other Glober.
I know that, but what I'm asking is, did you know him before the debate?
Nah, I never met him before. Nothing. What's weird is he said he debated me before, and I just let it go. I was like, I never met him or anything, dude. It's really fucking bizarre, bro.
It's hard. You have to go out of your way to.
What was the debate topic?
Go out of your way to make photographers like look bad, because we have everything on our side. The truth.
I know, dude. I know. And these people were in it was me, and it was like me and this other white dude who had like a weird accent, and like he was just like he made the Globe look so bad, like worse than anybody you could ever imagine for the Globe, right? But then the Flat Earther and the other Glober were 2 Hispanic dudes that seemed like they'd bumped heads before, and they were basically screaming at each other, insulting each other, threatening each other. Yeah, I was just like, fuck. I couldn't get a word in, so I just silently sat there and waited until the moderator was like, well, why didn't Flatter-Day Saint say something? And I was like, oh, fuck. But yeah, it was... I hate to say it was my best debate.
I feel unfulfilled because you didn't answer the question of what food it was.
Oh, when I've eaten, or what was that dude eating?
What were you eating during that debate?
He was eating cereal.
I didn't. No, I didn't eat during that debate. I've eaten a full course meal when I debated McToon, and I've eaten like oranges and shit when I was debated FTFE.
There you go. Now you know.
But I didn't eat anything during that debate. Dude, I was on my best manners, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Because Jackie, when she was here, she was like, dude, you can't eat on debates anymore and stop like smoking weed on the debate. And I'm like, oh God. She's like, nobody's gonna take you seriously. I'm like, dude, nobody takes me seriously anyways, dude. Fucking, if I'm not having fun, why am I doing it? But I took her advice and I was on my best behavior and fucking anyway.
What's up, man?
You're going to be coming up for that one.
She's still benefiting you.
You what?
I said, even after she left your ass, she's still benefiting you.
She still is, dude. I said some really mean things to her in the text message. Fuck. Yeah. I mean, dude, I went over there, dude. I kicked in the door, dude, and I just started swinging like a month ago, dude. And, like, it didn't get her back, bro. So I'm like, all right, well, my natural instincts, I'm just gonna have to put them on hold and do like what 98% of people on Earth do is like when someone they love leaves them, for another person, they accept it. I mean, and they don't get violent. That was my first instinct, violence, bro, bloodshed, and like it didn't work, bro. If anything, it pushed her further away. So. I mean, like, why am I going to go do that again, dude? You know what I mean? Fuck, whatever.
Why'd you leave, though?
Huh?
Why'd you leave?
Fuck, dude. I don't know. I can't really pinpoint it, dude. Like, I cheated on her years ago, and, like, she found out, and I admitted it to her. But I think she's liked this dude for a long time, and I think it it allowed her to, like, do what she wanted to do. I don't know, bro. I can't call it, bro.
No, I feel you. A lot of things.
Sorry, fellas. She's married. To science.
Swear to God.
Is he a certified Glober?
Dude, yeah, like she called me up tonight. She's like, I really miss talking to you because I could talk to you about anything. And like, I try to bring up flat Earth like subtly to this guy, and he like tells me like to keep my beliefs to myself. And like, what does it matter if it's? I'm like, oh my God, why are you these bongos?
Oh yeah, dreamy.
Right? Fuck,
You're
dude.
never
Like,
gonna get over her. Honestly, you're never gonna get over her if you keep on talking to her.
I know, you're right, dog. You're right.
And like another piece of advice, it's usually a lot easier and better to start a new relationship with someone new than to try to fix an old relationship.
Yeah. No, you're right, dog. It's just like I'm picky, dog. I mean, I've had sex couple girls who were Globers, dog, and I'm just like, one chick had Star Wars tattooed on her back, bro, and I was just like,
I feel you. If you were like the reason, if she did like nothing wrong, and you were the reason that shit like went sour, and she's just like hung there for as long as she could, like you can't find a single fault in her, then you could seriously consider trying to make it work and getting back together.
Nah,
but if she fucked up, she got like disrespectful and stuff like that as time went on, and then
I'm just gonna say she uses substances, dog. I'll leave it at that, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the person she's with uses substances too. And I've fucking gone cold turkey off all that shit. I just drink beer here and there and smoke weed, dog. I'm off that hard shit, dog.
And even that, you guys work on yourself. Stop that. Find a Pentecostal bitch, get married, have a family.
Bro, I hit up.
Better yet, just convert to Islam, man, and I'll get you like a really nice honey.
Wait, really convert to a what?
Convert to Islam, man. Become Muslim. I'll find you a really nice Muslim girl, man. She'll be the best woman you've ever met.
Really? Muslim,
man,
huh?
Muslim girls are
you serious?
For real, man. They're raised right.
Are you Muslim?
Yeah,
I haven't taken that off the table yet, so
that's cool. I just consider myself a born again flat earther, dog. But I mean, that's cool. I don't knock nobody's belief system, dog. You know what I mean? But yeah, I don't think I could never see myself with a helio chick, dog. Like maybe just for one night or something, enjoy. But like, dude, it's just like I feel like I'm really down. I don't know, dude. Like I feel like I don't know. I can't go. Yeah. You guys, anybody feel me? Anybody with a heliocentric chick? Oh, dude. Yeah, dude.
Just basic. Like pumpkin spice latte,
no.
basic fucking bitches.
Yeah, dude. It's just like, it's kind of depressing, dude. I feel like you're slumming it in so many different ways, dude. I've slummed it before, dog.
But at the same time, though, the reason they just believe in the heliocentric shit is because they just like, they're trusting. They'll just.
Yeah.
That's a good quality of woman. You want a woman that just trusts you and just like believes, blindly believes you. You want an agreeable type of girl that's just like, trusts you implicitly. So if she's
someone new just jumped in and they've got an interesting tagline. So Nicole de Hunt. Do you want to open your mic?
Yeah, come in, dog.
Open your mic.
Not now. I'm driving right now. I'm just listening to the chatter.
That's all right, mate. If we're stupid, you should be able to, make us look stupid while you're driving.
No. It's too dangerous to do that. Two things at the same time.
I love your voice. Oh my god, your voice is good, dude. I love your voice, bro. Keep talking.
Yeah, but no. See you later. See you later. There is traffic and cars around. So.
Oh my god, Timbo,
I will come later.
Okay.
D'accord, mon ami.
Timbo, I don't know how you found him, but he's a gem, bro. Don't let that dude. He's a keeper, dog. His voice, dude. Oh my god! If I could mimic that accent, bro. Fuck, bro, that shit was so dope. The way he sounded, bro.
Okay, look, we both.
He's a keeper. I don't even care if he's a Glober, bro. I would just listen to him, dude. His fucking voice is badass, dude. Fucking Timbo, you scored with that one, Timbo. Props to you, dog.
I'll read you his. So Brenton, daddy shit engineer, atheist, and then he says sarcastic. He said flirt is a plague to human knowledge.
Oh God, I love it.
That's why I dragged him in.
Oh, dude, I fucking thank you, bro. Yeah, nice, dude. Nice. Where do you guys pick up these, like, is this in other chats or something? I'm so dumb about Discord, bro. All I know is the live stream text. I don't go in any other things, even though I probably have access. If I'm silver, do I have access to that shit?
Yeah, but what I do, I just watch the screen because people come in and out. So.
Oh, you're talking about the YouTube screen.
No, on the Discord where people jump in and out. Yeah.
Okay, I don't see him in the live stream text, but I hardly look at it. I see Orion though. Dude, I've been asking Orion all night. Like, Orion makes me not want to be violent when I hear his voice. I'm telling you, Flatty's the voice of the devil and Orion's my angel, dude. If Orion's voice, like, it changes the circadian rhythm in my. I know it sounds weird. It's not. I'm not trying to be gay, but like,
man,
his voice.
It opens up your root chakra.
Dude, something about his voice, dude. He makes me want to be a better. Dude, Orion's voice makes me want to be a better person, dude. I don't know. It's so weird.
I like your style. You make a.
And when I hear Flatty's voice, dude, he makes me like want to go on a fucking killing spree, dog. I love Flatty though. He hasn't been on for a minute, but
yeah, it's a pretty cool accent. He's Welsh, isn't he?
Who, Flatty?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's badass, dude. Flatty's he's like one of my biggest fans, dude. He's always complimenting me on my music. Dude, the other night he was driving and there was this chick in the live stream who's like from Ladies Night, and she was complaining that there's no good flat earth rap. And I was like, dude. And I realized they took away my bot control a long time ago. I was like, whatever. I don't care about any of that shit, dude. I don't care about silver, gold, brown, or bronze, platinum, whatever the fuck. But I was like, so Flatty's got the bot control, and I hit him up. I was like, dude, can you play a song so this chick can hear it? And he was driving, dude, and he pulled over, and he fucking did. I was like, dude, I fucking love you, Flatty. That's so fucking cool.
There's so much.
Jonah just jumped in. So, Jonah, if you can open your mic.
What?
Jonah just jumped in. So, Jonah?
Oh, yeah. Gina? Oh, Jonah. Okay.
Yeah, that's
I thought you said Gina. I was like, is that a play on words? Gina? Okay, Jonah.
For vagina. Joiner.
Yeah, I mean.
There we go.
Join the conversation.
Oh, I think you got scared. Oh, Jonah, what up?
Hello.
Hey, Jonah, how you going?
Jonah, what up, big dog?
So, I'm a little tired, but I wanted to know more about Flat Earth.
Okay, you sound pretty peaceful, mate, so go ahead. What's your question?
Is Earth really flat?
What does it look like to you?
Well, I bought a globe from New York, but I don't know.
Yeah, look at the bottom of it. It says not for educational purposes. What does that tell you?
Hello, Timbo.
How you going?
Can you speak up?
You me? Yeah, go ahead, mate.
No, speak up.
Jonah, what question do you have, Jonah?
Wait, I asked.
Oh, okay. So you asked two questions though, and one of them was more of a statement.
Okay.
You asked if the Earth was flat.
Yes.
Well, I mean, if nobody ever told you we lived on a globe, what would your senses tell you? How would it appear to you?
Go on. Get down.
Okay. I hope I didn't offend him. Actually, I don't hope anything.
I think it sounded a bit like a computer, actually.
Yeah, probably. Brain overload. Because, like, when people come in and say, is the Earth flat? I'm like, well, just what do your senses tell you? Do you trust your senses? I mean,
my question is, do you want to listen? Or do you just want to ask a couple questions and then peace out of here?
Yeah, probably that's all you wanted.
Yeah, I think Star should come up with the best question ever. And it's why, when you're speaking to someone, it's why do you think that we're all flat earthers? I think it's a great question.
That's a good question, yeah. That's a good question.
Obviously, a simultaneous hallucination makes the most sense.
Yeah, fuck yeah, it does. Yeah. Or the hatred for government. Level. Hatred for government, that's what it is, you know what I mean?
Hallucinate seeing too far.
We just want to be different. Yeah, mass hallucination. We all drink the Kool-Aid. Jonah, if you're listening, we all drink the Kool-Aid, bro. And we're begging for more.
Not sure if anyone's spoken to God Strikes Again, but VC Verify. If you're there, you can open your mic. Want to have a chat? God Strikes Again. That's okay.
We got God Strikes Again. God 01 Strikes Again.
Name, you were in here before. Do you want to try? You got control of your mic now? So.
Yeah, I got a question though, real quick. Unless he gets on, who's Fourth Dimension Beats, bro?
He makes beats.
Does he really? Like rap beats?
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, he sounds like a cool dude. So.
Are they as good as Toby's beats?
Dude, a name like that, there's got to be fire beats.
Are they as good as Toby's beats?
Oh, I don't know. I've never heard them yet.
But
he sounds like a cool dude, so hit him up.
Hey, Toby, what does a LARP mean?
Like a live action role play.
Wait, so you're in live action role play?
I was using it in the terms of like he's a form of a troll.
A LARP? When you say light action, is that like light, like a flashlight?
Oh, live action. My bad. Live action.
Oh, live action role play. Oh, like you referring to like video games?
That's like when the guys meet up and they like put on their armor suits and out in the field and stuff. And they
my god! Like the people that go to freaking Comic-Con. Oh my god!
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Dude, Orion is in here and he won't even say anything, dude. I know you're listening, Orion.
Orion doesn't like you. Get over it.
Right? Fuck, I just want to hear your voice, dog.
This is too much tomfoolery.
Fuck, dude. Maybe
he's the voice of reason.
Orion, there he is. Fuck, he's gone. God damn.
I'm just chilling, man. I'm just drinking tea and making memes.
Oh my god, you're making me a better person already, bro. I'm fucking serious, dog. Did you guys hear his voice?
He's making memes, bro.
It's kind of a funny thing. I've discovered on accident that there's like a lot of like I think old magazine covers or something that say like directly on them Walt Disney in like the corner, and then they're like referencing like space travel and stuff. Like, I mean, I know he was like one of the founders of NASA, but I mean, like, I didn't realize that Walt Disney made like the fictional vacuum of space such a big part of his main business, you know. Or I'll post some more of them.
Propaganda doesn't sleep.
Ladies and gentlemen who just witnessed that, you guys just listen. You guys just witnessed the white Morgan Freeman. I'm not even kidding you, dude. Seriously.
Yes.
You guys like his voice? His voice is awesome, don't you think? No? Am I the only one who thinks Orion's voice is dope?
No, I'm on board.
It's a nice voice, but the whole white Morgan Freeman thing I don't get.
Well, because like Morgan Freeman, like when you hear Morgan Freeman's voice, you're just like, okay, I trust it. Like it soothes you. Like whatever he says, it doesn't matter. Like you're just like, okay. Like Orion's got this voice. It's like super trusting, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know. He sounds like, dude, he sounds so It's
he's
not like
president for no reason.
Would you be cool with your leaving him alone with your girlfriend with that trusting voice?
Yeah, definitely, bro. Like he's the number out of anybody on this server. I'd leave my girlfriend or my ex-girlfriend alone with Orion. I hands down, I trust him just because of his voice.
You have to choose someone from the server. But I'm saying if you didn't need to choose it at all, is it trusting enough that you would trust him with your girl alone?
His voice alone, yeah. And his picture too, yeah, definitely. Plus, he's got a picture of himself, so like that alone makes me trust him. You know. You know what I mean? There's not too many people. There's not too many people who have pictures of themselves. It's me, Elijah, Glatflobe, Orion, and then I don't know. I don't know Timbo. If that's a real picture of Timbo, he looks like he could kick some ass.
Yo, look at my PFP. I have a picture of myself.
You do?
Yeah.
Wait. What? Who said that?
Me, man. I'm percent. I have 50%.
Is that a picture of yourself just with the lights off?
No, man. I'm percent, and that's picture percent.
I was gonna say that's me with my lightsaber, and I just got done killing Anakin, so that's a picture of me.
Okay. It's just
I'm just really little.
Yeah, I can't really see your face, but it's all good.
Nah, you can zoom in a little bit, but you can see my lightsaber. Kind of cool.
That's cool. Down here in Southern California, we call lightsabers when we turn the switch off, bro, to save electricity. For what? I don't know, dude. They have like all these like electricity like savings, like I don't know, trying to save electricity when it's free. But I think you're referring to lightsaber like something that's like a wand or something. Oh, dude, no, he left. Why did he leave? Oh, he's going to change his picture, huh? Fucking Toby's cool as fuck.
I've gone up to VC check-in. There's a couple of new guys.
Okay. I've never gone to VC check-in before. I've always heard people talk about it. Do I have access to it as being silver?
Yeah, of course.
Maybe one day I'll go in there. I don't know.
I don't go up there. I think pretty sure you need to be gold to do the check-in anyway. But I go up there and talk to them. So of course.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I'll never be gold, bro, ever. But all I wanted was a lyrical genius plaque. You could take all my other plaques away except Master Lyricist. All I wanted was lyrical genius, and
you got it the other day, didn't you?
I asked for it on my birthday, and Helio laughed at me, bro. I was like, you can take away my silver. I don't care about any of that shit. I just give me Lyrical Genius, bro. And Helio laughed at me. And I was like, all right, that's cool. Whatever. I don't know. I mean, it's just really, I guess
This
it's
is
only
rude.
me.
Honestly, it's just rude. It's inconsiderate and rude.
What was?
Man, what you just said was, you know, it was
rude.
Yeah, I got you, man. Got your back.
Oh, okay. All right. But you don't have the ability to give me a Lyrical Genius, right?
I mean, if I did, would it be fair? Like, would it be just?
Well, I mean, I don't know. What do you mean? Would I be able to wear that hat?
Would it be deserved?
Oh, I think so. Fuck.
Of course you do. You asked for it.
Yeah, I guess you're not supposed to ask for stuff, and yeah, I figure. Yeah.
No, I mean it's fine to ask for something that if it's like true, right?
Oh, so you don't think it's true?
You've yet to convince me.
Have you ever heard any of my songs?
No.
Oh, well, fuck. I don't think there's anybody in there who has bot control. Oh, fucking Timbo. Timbo's got bot control. Timbo, can you play one of my songs so I could try to get this Lyrical Genius?
Yeah, which one?
I know. You got to be really careful about which one you play. But I could post one that has no C19 whatsoever.
No, to be fair, if I was going to actually,
if no one else minds,
like, be serious about giving you a Lyrical Genius role, I would have to like listen to it in private and actually like probably listen to it again if there's multis and metaphors and double entendres and like play it backs. I'd have to do my due diligence.
Yeah.
Besides, maybe they want to continue the conversation. Who knows? If everyone wants to listen to it, then by all means.
Oh no, it's cool. I was just trying to get that Lyrical Genius plaque, dog. It's cool. Maybe one day I'll get it. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that there'll be some couple of new people coming in soon. So
yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Yo, did you use the battle rap back in the day?
Nah, I'm gonna just post it in the thing. Don't play it if you don't want to. I'm just posting it to give it to
I'll play it. Like I'll listen to it.
Yeah, like you could enjoy it in the privacy of your own home, dog. You know what I mean? Jimbo, do you want me to help you with VC check-in?
Toby and T-Water up there.
Okay.
I think you can. So you can drag your songs. You copy and paste your songs into Red Pill Music.
Okay.
There's a section called Red Pill Music, and just put it in there because when people are looking for things to put on the bot, they'll go through there and look for music and stuff like that. So,
well,
Red Pill Music for Blue Pill moods.
Helio just answered my question, so it's cool. He said he's not going to make a role exclusively for me. That's all right.
Hey, Flatter Day. I hope the meme I just posted, I hope that makes you feel better about your girl leaving you.
Oh my god, dude. Your voice makes me feel better, bro. But yeah, made with.
At least she has it better off than Smurfette.
Yeah. Wait. I don't know if that makes me feel better or not, bro. It kind of doesn't really make me feel better. It makes. I don't.
It's even worse. It's rubbing salt in the wound, man.
Yeah. I mean, if it wasn't you, Orion, I'd take offense to it. But goddamn, your voice like makes me want to be a better person, dude. Fuck. Flatty, dude, when Flatty gets on, dude, he makes me want to while out, bro. Seriously. When I hear his voice, dude, I want to while out.
We're still like coming down from that.
I know.
Does anybody want to? We have a couple new people. Anybody want to ask them like the 3 questions? Switch gears here a little bit.
I can have a chat with him if you want, or if Orion wants to do it, then.
Dude, dude, I want to hear Young Tal talk. The meme and the name alone.
Podo? Can you see Podo?
Yeah, I see Podo, but Young Tal, the name and the fucking picture he has really disturbs me, bro. I'm not cool with that. Whatever.
What is it?
Let me just look at it.
Some people don't like looking at their phones all the time.
Okay, well, I'm not gonna say what it is. It just it rubs me the wrong fucking way. But whatever. Maybe
verbal description's really my learning.
Yeah, and it helps your articulation as well when you're describing something and trying to get a person to imagine it with their mind's eye.
Exactly.
Yeah, it looks like, dude. You know what I mean? Correct me if I'm wrong, but it looks like some PETO stuff, dog.
Okay. That doesn't really narrow it down at all, man.
I don't know. I get rubbed the wrong way easy about that kind of shit, though, dog.
Toby, they right? Or?
That is kind of weird, man.
Bro, that's the way you chose to describe it. Like, that doesn't do justice. You're not helping the person that's imagining it. You're just like putting in a weird image. Come on, man.
All right, it's like a Dora the Explorer stuffed animal. I don't know.
So with Young Tal.
Yeah, I mean,
there you go.
Where I come from, dude, people get bone crushers, dog, and you know what I mean. But whatever.
Let's hear his totally legit backstory for his picture. All right, go. It's totally not creepy.
Hey, Flatty, you were talking about Flatty, and he just popped in.
Wait, where's he at?
He's in there, mate.
What's up, brothers?
I don't see him. Oh, there he is. Dude, so Flatty, I was telling him how Orion's the little angel on one shoulder and Flatty is my little devil, dude. Flatty makes me want to while out, bro. And Orion makes me want to go to church and everything. Flatty makes me want to while out, like walk down the street with a bottle of vodka, ripping my shirt off, screaming at the sky and breaking car windows.
Yeah.
Seriously, dude, I was like, Orion and Flatty are the voice of reason and the voice of total chaos, dude. Fuck yeah, dude. I like what you did with your name. That shit's dope, dog. That shit is so sick. Hey, Flatty, peep this Young Tal and the icon they got. Tell me if I'm out of line by saying it looks a little strange, dog.
I see what you ask him. Ask him what the story on it is.
The shit rubs me the wrong way, bro. I don't know about y'all. Maybe I'm jumping the gun, but
it's a little weird, yeah.
Ask away. Young Tal, jump in. Explain your picture.
Bro.
Will be nice.
Young Tal, if you may.
Yeah, that shit's just... that shit's just screaming.
They haven't the role to speak.
Oh, he doesn't have a role to speak?
Oh, they might just have it for the VC room. You're right.
Hey, Flatty, looking at your all your things, dude, you've came a long way, bro. You know what I mean?
Does anybody in here want to know how to do that? Anybody give him the perm?
Flatty's got some fucking rolls, homie.
Maybe just one at a time to be safe.
Sorry.
What'd you say?
I said give one of them the new guys perms, maybe just one of them at a time or something.
You mean they can't talk
this whole time?
Like Big Worm.
Are they server muted or locally muted though?
Oh, so you were up there, Toby, with T-Wad. So
anyways,
did he not give them a VC verified?
No, I don't think I gave him a chance to.
Yo, Young Tal's pictures, isn't that Dora the Explorer?
Kinda. It's like her head.
Yeah, this shit rubs me the wrong way personally, but I'm a hothead, homie, and I don't put up with that kind of shit.
Like I'm saying, he'll have a simple answer for it. He's had tons of time to think of one, so it'll be not creepy, not rapey.
Dora the Explorer now.
Yeah, there's nothing creepy about that whatsoever, bro. It's totally legit talk.
Yeah, let him defend himself in this court.
Yeah, no, you're right. All right.
He could say something like, I think it's, I'm attracted to it. And be like, boot and ban them,
Yeah, there's nothing weird about that.
Yeah, it's more like spore worm.
Wait. If Orion just said there's nothing weird about that, then there isn't. Okay, Orion. Like, I trust what you say, bro.
I can be sarcastic. There's nothing.
No, I know. Okay.
Rules against that.
He was being sarcastic there. That means he can't be sarcastic.
I don't know, dude. He's like the white Morgan Freeman, bro. Seriously.
Orion, give that young talent
like the
VC
European Jim
verified.
Perry, dog.
Yo, little peep on young Tal.
All right, I'll try, but I'll admit I'm not very good with these controls.
Oh my god.
You got this, brother.
Anybody but you puts that meme up, dog, we're fighting, bro. Orion puts a meme up, I'm like, yeah, I guess it does make me feel better. Fucker. Fuck.
Okay, so young Tower, anyone who wants to be verified, I need you to type something in the VC check-in text. I need you to do that in order for me to give you permission to speak in here.
Tower. Fucking Casey.
What the hell going on in here, man? This crazy.
Helio.
Y'all talking crazy up in here.
Yo,
Yeah.
young Tal's an up and coming rapper. Any guesses as to what his debut album's called?
What?
Young Tal?
From Rags to Bitches.
Dude, what the fuck?
Hey, what's going on, man?
So Young Tal is that does mean you're a brand new towel?
Basically.
Yeah, he's a fresh towel.
Fresh one.
Yeah.
Like you get at the clinic.
You get a rag at the clinic.
You get the brand new towel.
Yo, so when do we talk about like the Earth and stuff? You know what I mean?
Earth, yes, Earth. Yeah.
Yeah.
And stuff. We're talking about stuff.
Earth and stuff. Earth. When we talk Earth here, we talk about it as
like a map, like like flat.
No, sure. The Earth presents itself the way you perceive it as a level stationary plane. Have you ever perceived the Earth as
no, dude,
other?
I just look at it, yo. I just live here, like.
Yeah,
I don't study the floor.
Hey,
I've talked to this person
welcome
before.
to the club. Welcome to the club. We all live on this level stationary plane. That's the way it presents itself to me. Now, Earth doesn't have to present itself. It's just what we experience. It's level and stationary, whether you're standing on the ground, whether you're flying in an airplane, traveling.
I don't fly no planes, though. I just chill on the floor. Okay.
Okay. All right. So,
obviously, listening's not one of your strong points either.
Huh?
Well,
obviously, listening's not one of your strong points, is it?
Yep. Young Towel, what is up with the name in the picture? Dog, I just gotta ask. It's eating away at me, bro.
Why is it eating away at you?
Does it just happen? It doesn't look right, bro. You know what I mean?
Why doesn't it look right?
And he's got Young in the name. I'm just not putting that together.
Well, Young, that seems, it's Asian, right?
He's not Asian.
Young,
Bro, he used to be a rag, and life was hard, and he saw a big towel, and it talked back, and he said pardon.
I mean, the picture alone, dog.
Why's your name Latter-day Saints? And why you got like some 50-year-old Covigna? Like, what does that mean?
Co-vagina, bro. It is what it is.
Yeah. Okay.
That's a picture of me, bro.
Yeah.
That's
I'm not
my
gonna lie,
picture.
but you're mad ugly.
Cool, that's cool. But it's me, and it's the way my creator created me.
Who's your creator?
The same person who created all of us.
Allah.
Who's that?
Yeah, I'm looking up.
I don't know the name, bro.
Allahu Akbar.
So
designer.
Young. If you've got some questions about the topics over here, or you're just here to
No, like, I came here to talk about the Earth, and then this guy just started talking about like Young Tal was rubbing in the wrong way. Like,
Okay, well that's all right. Well, that's your name, so it's gonna attract some attention, isn't it? So if you've got some questions, then ask away, mate, and people will answer. What do you want to know?
I was wondering how the Earth connects if it's flat. Like, I'm genuinely wondering, bro. I took like geology class.
Connect?
Yeah, like you know how like if the Earth is flat, then like it's gotta be like a square or something, or it's like
gotta be a square.
Or is it like a Minecraft Infinite World?
Hey, Young Tal, are you the guy on SoundCloud, Young Tal?
No, I don't have a SoundCloud.
Okay, never mind. I just found somebody else. Same name.
Really? Yeah, you know why? Because I made that joke that you're an up-and-coming rapper, and your album was called "From Rags to Bitches." That's a joke, man. I just made that shit up. That was off the top.
All right, so Young Tal. So, if you want to ask a serious question, then you can, but that's a bit silly. So, what do you think flat Earth is?
Like the Earth is flat, yo. It's like a door. It's like there's no lumps. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, but where do you think it is? What do you think it is? What picture comes to mind when you think?
So, you ever like drop a piece of toilet paper in the toilet? That's what I think of it. It's like the toilet water. It's like the universe, and then there's like the toilet paper. It's like the Earth. You know, it's just like thrown around.
What's the toilet bowl?
I swear, silly time just ended. You missed it.
No, seriously, I'm wondering what like the shape of the Earth is like.
Well, hey, Young Tal, for one thing, let's start with flat. You know, flat is not a shape, right?
Right, but that's why I'm wondering what the shape is, because I know flat's not a shape. That's why I'm asking.
All right, cool. So we experience the Earth as a level stationary plane. Sometimes we call it flat, just kind of to trigger people to get them in here and talk about it. Now, we know flat's not a shape. That means Earth doesn't have a shape. It's our level stationary plane.
Well, hold on. Your logic is flawed on that. Your logic is flawed on that. It could have a shape. It could be a massive cube, like he said, or anything with a straight, like a level surface.
Could
you don't know?
No.
Yes.
No, it can't.
You don't know if there's an edge or not.
It cannot.
Wait, so it's like Amelia. Wait, hold up. So it's like Amelia Earhart, like a fairy tale, or what?
No, she moves from point to point.
An airplane
lady that went around the
They
Earth.
call it an airplane for a reason. They call it an airplane for a reason.
What? Because it's in the air.
Yeah,
it's in the air and it travels across a plane.
Helio, that's not why they call it that, Helio.
Really? Why do they call it that?
Because it's a planar surface that's used to generate lift. The wings are a planar surface.
So it's planar, but it goes over a curved surface?
I'm just saying the reason why an airplane is called an airplane is because wings of an airplane are shaped like a plane.
No shit. That's my point. Thank you.
That's not what you just said.
That's what you said.
Yeah, I agree.
It's designed to travel over a level plane.
That's not what I said, Helio. Helio, what I said.
Well, that's
listen,
not what I said either. I mean,
the wings on an airplane are shaped like a plane. They are a planar surface, especially the
what
older.
are you saying? They're shaped like Doritos. They're just triangles on the edges of planes, yo.
Yeah, but
like the wings. It's like a boomerang.
Ailerons where they lift up and down. I mean, designed to cause lift.
Is this guy worth your conversation? We were having a better conversation before he was in here.
Don't do that, man.
No, that's cool.
True, though.
We can ask him 3 points if you want to see if he's serious.
Not you, Helio. I was talking about, yeah. The guy's talking about Doritos now.
No, that was just an example, yo. Okay, so let's go back on topic. Like, I was genuinely wondering what the shape of the Earth is, yo.
What do you think it is?
I don't know, bro. That's why I'm here.
Guys, let's answer his question directly. Let's not drag this through the mud for hours. So the answer is unverified.
But don't we have like planes and stuff to like draw the Earth, yo? Like we have like satellites, and then like Amelia Earhart, she like went around, or like she like mapped the Earth or whatever.
No,
So
she didn't.
So do you understand that you can go in a very large circle across a flat and stationary Earth, and then end up where you started, and then believe that you went around a globe, but you just made a really big circle on a flat and stationary Earth? Do you understand that you
like
can
a
do
record player?
Yeah, like making
I
a
understand.
circle on a record player.
I understand that, but if there's like 7 continents and like we haven't discovered like the end of the world yet, won't there be like more continents or something, or like another ocean?
Potentially.
Oh, so we just haven't found it yet?
Well, it's when you say we, it's like, well, it's better to just point out that we're not allowed to independently travel beyond the 60th parallel south. Independent exploration of land or sea beyond the 60th parallel south is illegal completely. You're not allowed to do it ever because of the Antarctic Treaty that, originally 14 countries and now like 40 something countries are all part of. So it's not like there is or there isn't, or somebody knows or somebody doesn't know. The reality is it boils down to, are you allowed to figure these things out for yourself? And the answer is no, you're not allowed to.
So you're saying we discovered like a little like row of the Earth, but like we haven't discovered like the rectangle. So you're saying it's like, like an eraser? So you're saying we went from like left to right, but like not from like top to bottom? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know what you're asking me. There is no vacuum in space.
Hold on, real quick correction, Orion. Airplane. The plane has nothing to do with like flying in a plane. It's the plane part comes from wandering, like same word as planet in Greek. Planos means wandering, so it's like wandering in the air, basically.
All right, then I stand corrected.
So who first discovered?
What is this guy trying to ask? I don't get it.
I didn't understand it. I think maybe he's talking about circumnavigating the north, but not the south, or something.
Oh yeah, so circumnavigation has been known to happen east to west, but never has anyone even claimed to go circumnavigate north to south.
Bro, I don't even know what circumnavigation is.
One thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system.
You know how we got like the
leave the Earth.
Bro, that wasn't the time for the like sound thing.
Go ahead. You know how there's like a world map? Is that real or is that fake then?
Say what you're saying again.
Like the world map, is that real or is that fake?
Which projection? They're all not accurate.
Oh, is there like an accurate version then?
Well, they claim that the globe is an accurate map, but
right. So is there like an actual accurate one?
Who knows, man?
I thought you guys had one though.
No, because it's the reason why is because it's very hard to get an accurate distance measurement for like over water, and 80% almost of the world is water.
Can you just get like tape measures and stuff? Like they got like technology and stuff.
How are you gonna do that over water, over large swaths of ocean? How are you gonna do that?
Hold on.
I don't know. You know, like the cars, how they got like the miles per hour stuff. You can just put one of those on like a boat or something.
Okay.
You can't though, because you have water currents which give you headwinds and tailwinds, and they affect the measurement. And even on cars, you can't just really go by that because you still have changes in the elevation.
Tachometer, right? That's
that will change that.
Right? Check on them.
No, so the Earth is flat. You can just hop on a plane and then you do the measurements or whatever. You just fly straight.
Even on planes, you have headwinds and tailwinds, which will slow you down or speed you up, and you have no idea like what your measurement's going to be.
Then how do you measure land?
The way they measure distance with planes is by time.
Well, I mean, I can drive. I can
measure distance with a plane.
But if you're driving in a car, you can approximate how long it's going to take you to go from one city to another in a car.
Right, but there's like wind and stuff.
Oh, the wind can have
the wind factor with cars isn't as bad because you actually have wheels on the ground, and that's your odometer's literally measuring the ground as you're going over it. The issue with cars though is that there's changes in elevation. The ground's not completely level, so you're hold up. I'm almost done, Helio. You don't have to interrupt me. I'm almost done. So with cars, because of the changes in elevation, your like reading is going to be larger than the actual straight line distance to whatever destination that you're going to.
Has nothing to do with curvature, though.
Wait, I thought there was no curvature, yo. Isn't the Earth like flat?
Yeah, it's flat. But over land, it's not flat necessarily, depending on where you are.
So is Mount Everest real or fake then?
Well, when people say flat Earth, we don't mean the entire surface of Earth is two-dimensional. You understand that, right?
So you're saying the Earth could be looking like a KFC bucket? Like, as long as it's not like a perfect circle and chilling?
No. The answer is no.
Hey, Helio, can I answer this question a little more directly?
Much more direct than no, but go ahead.
You did, but I was going to say, so it's undetermined what's really far beneath the Earth. Like, the furthest anyone's ever drilled down anywhere is 7.8 miles. And so...
so you're saying it's not like a piece of toilet paper, it's like thick, it's like...
My God.
Okay, yeah, this is just a troll. Hey, did someone else have a question?
He just keeps making shit up that we didn't say. So, yeah, it's fucking crazy.
What are you talking about?
What question did he ask? I missed it.
Whenever somebody says, so you're saying, they're trying to shove words in your mouth. Yeah. So you never respond to that bullshit. No. Rephrase how you talk to us, man, because that you don't understand what you're doing. You're probably doing it unconsciously. You don't realize what you're doing because you've been programmed to do this. But this is a way that they basically defend this stupid shit. So you stop using that in your sentences and just talk to us like a normal person. There ain't no thing you're saying. Just ask the question, bro.
Bro, to be fair, it's not every time someone says, so you're saying that they're going to straw man you. It happens a lot of the time. It's not every time.
I don't.
But it's whether
I don't care about crows. I'm chilling. Okay, I was just asking questions.
We're moving on. Ready? And Poto, what question did you have?
Yeah, I had a question. So, is the moon real then?
Yes, the moon is real. But it is.
No, you ever look in the sky? It's right there, you stupid idiot.
Young Tao, you're going to let us talk to Pong or Poto, or you're going to mute yourself and let us talk to Poto, or I'm going to mute you. That's your choices.
You're right, though. That deserved that sort of response.
Bro, what are you saying the moon's fake? It's in the air.
Okay.
All right.
Who the hell says that?
They're working together. They're working together. Poto and Young Tal are working together, bro.
Sorry,
let's hear what Poto has to say. Come on.
Sorry, who is Young Tal?
I mean, they're working together.
Don't worry about it. You're talking about.
Yeah, now you're just making it obvious.
No.
Yeah, don't.
No, I just genuinely have questions about flat Earth, then I'm getting it.
Why aren't you asking about the moon again? Why are you focused on this individual? You're making it weird.
Hey, Percent. Can you put yourself on mute right now, please?
Am I making too much noise slurping my shit?
Yeah.
My bad.
No,
I
was just curious, like, who first discovered, like, flat Earth? Like, who thought of that? You know, like, who discovered it?
Well, it's just kind of, I think it's always been flat. I mean, whoever discovered it, I think would have been the first people, and I don't know who those would have been because I'm not really I'm not religious. I'm an agnostic for the most part. I don't pick any religion, so that's really more of a philosophical question than like something you can actually answer in any definite way.
So then, why is there the argument for like a spherical Earth? You know, like. If
mind control,
someone discovered that it was flat, then like where's the argument for the spherical Earth coming from?
That's where I can hear this
where it comes from originally, it's kind of hard to say. Like a lot of the like most recent incarnation of this kind of way of thinking and teaching came from the Catholic Church over the last 500 years. You know, so you could kind of look towards the Catholic Church and the history of them and heliocentrism over the last 500 years. But it's kind of hard to say. Like, you know, it's kind of a force of habit with most people. Most people just don't think of it. They just accept it and teach it to their children, and their children grow up and they teach it to their children, and their children grow up, and most people just don't think about it.
So
can I add to this point quickly?
So where's the proof that the Earth is flat?
Well, it's technically all around you. So let me ask you this. Do you see curvature of the Earth with your own eyes?
Hello?
Hey, hold on, guys. Wolfgang's trying to talk, and he's mod here. And I hear Jonah. We hear you, brother. Everybody kind of like.
Hi.
Take turns. Wolfgang wanted to.
My trolley senses are tingling with this girl, anyways.
No, that's cool.
Yeah,
Wolfgang noticed it too, and you know he's probably been listening for.
I don't understand you guys with 5 of you talking.
Let Ryan go. Hey,
guys,
I'm trying to say.
What are you talking about?
Can like one person talk? You know.
Rice.
Okay, guys, excuse me. Can you be gentlemen? Put yourselves on mute. I just asked her a question. Wanted to give her a chance to answer it. Do you see the Earth as curved with your own eyes?
Yes.
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
All right, so like from the ground, from an airplane, you think you see the Earth as curved?
Yes.
All right. Well, then the question, so I don't, is the thing. I've never seen any curvature of the Earth, but it's only a subjective thing at that point. So then if you see curvature of the Earth, or you think you see curvature of the Earth, then the question arises, has anyone ever measured the Earth directly and detected curvature of the Earth? So do you know of that?
No.
What about the other way, though? Do you have proof that there is no curvature?
Well, we have falsified the radius with long-range observations, so...
Observations?
Yes, long-range observations that are not possible on a sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles, which is what they claim at the globe.
Bro, you don't gotta spit numbers, like just, you know. Like, you know.
So, well, to bring it in more simple terms, we see too far for the Earth to be a ball.
Wait, Jonah, you think that number's arbitrary, Jonah?
Well, you see, when you spin random numbers at me, you know, it's kind of hard to understand.
Well, Jonah, I'm just simply saying, when I said 3,959 miles radius, I'm just simply...
I go by kilometers.
Whatever, dude. I'm just 660 for you. Like, do you understand that? Like you should know this in kilometers form, or anyway.
So I have another question. So if the Earth is flat, then how? If you continue walking, then at one point you'd have to fall off, wouldn't you?
Well, no, because there is no vacuum of space to fall off into. So
bands. It just goes on and on and on. Like you just keep walking, and it's just
no,
usually flat.
No, not that either. No. Well, we're not claiming that. We don't know that's not true necessarily, but we have no logical reason to assume that. So I'll explain that one first. So if someone is to make the claim that anything, whether the Earth or anything else, is physically infinite, then they would have to demonstrate it to be infinite. So if you could show me an infinite number of apples or an infinite number of buckets of dirt or something like that, if you could somehow, some way show that to me in physical reality, then I would have a logical reason to assume that the Earth or something else could be infinite. Now, you know and I know that what I just described sounds like Harry Potter magic. Obviously, you can show me 10,000 apples, you can show me 10 million apples, but you can't show me an infinite number of apples. You can only show me a limited number in physical reality. So the concept of anything being physically infinite is just a concept in your mind. It's not been demonstrated. And since it's not been demonstrated, there's no logical reason to assume that it's possible in regards to the Earth or anything else. So I'm just saying, we're not making the claim. I'm not making the claim. No one else is in here is making the claim that the Earth is not infinite, but we will point out to you there's no reason to assume that it is. And as far as the whole vacuum of space goes, we have gas pressure here on Earth, 14.7 psi at sea level. This is gas pressure in the X value form. Now, gas pressure in the X value form, whether this form or the form around your car tire or your bicycle tire, or the gas pressure you find inside of a helium balloon, any of these things are consistent gas pressure in the X value form, and they only have been demonstrated to exist inside containers with fixed volumes. So as far as I know, we live inside a container with a fixed volume. I can't make any claim as far as what the shape is, what the material is that makes it the container. I don't know how big it is. All I know is that in order to have consistent gas pressure in the X value form, it requires a fixed volume and, a container.
Wait, could you summarize what you just said?
Well, what I'm saying is, if you were to go in one direction, eventually, more than likely, you'd run into a wall of the container that gives us gas pressure. I don't know what those walls would be like, but we just know that we're inside a container because we don't have a demonstration of gas pressure without a container.
So how come nobody tried that?
Sorry, what? What did you say?
You said, if you were to continue walking, you'd, wall gas pressure, right? So has anyone tried that?
Well, it's possible that somebody has, but not told you or I or the general public. But I don't know. The answer is I don't know.
You don't have to try it. It's a natural function of gas pressure. It has to have a container to have pressure. Gases, in their natural state, flow in all directions. They sort of bounce off each other. But when you have pressure, it's the gases. You measure gas pressure as the force that's put on the walls of the gas, the container that is containing the gases. And the reason that question is brought up is because in the spherical Earth model, they say, well, we're the third rock from the sun spinning through solar system and all that kind of, and there's no container above us, and we're next to a it's not a vacuum, but next to a pressure system that is quite, there's a huge differential in pressure in the what they call outer space. So why isn't the gas just going off into outer space? And when there's no container, no barrier in between the gas pressure that we experience on Earth compared to outer space, especially in contrast to how large outer space is, compared to this little ball of Earth. Why do we have gas pressure here on the surface of Earth with this huge differential pressure in quote unquote outer space? That's the basic bottom line of it. So why wouldn't the outer space just draw all of the gases from Earth?
Could I just jump in very quickly just to check that Podo's following that? So we're not claiming that it's a disk in space. We're not claiming that it's a flat shape. floating in space. It's a contained system, right? So it's enclosed. We're not saying exactly how big it is, where it starts, where it ends, because we can't check that because it's illegal, right? You and me can't go traveling past the 60th parallel south because there's a treaty that says we can't go there. So we can't know what's beyond that. Do you understand?
Wait, okay, so what's the shape of the...
Shut up and go to bed!
Yeah, Podo, no one's claiming a shape of the Earth. The flat isn't a shape. It's not the ball that they tell us. It measures flat.
Shape?
Say that again?
Are you saying that Earth doesn't have a shape?
I'm not saying it doesn't have a shape. I'm saying we don't claim a shape because you couldn't know that without traveling the full surface of it, measuring how far it goes, where it terminates or doesn't. You can't know that because you can't travel it. But the surface measures flat, so it can't be a ball. Right?
Right.
You see when you've got a glass of water on your table?
Yes.
And you look at the surface of that water?
Yes.
And it's totally flat.
Yes.
You scale that up to a bathtub, it's still flat, right?
Okay, but they still have a...
Hold on. Then you go up to a swimming pool, water's still flat. Then a lake. What's the surface of a lake? Flat, right?
But they're still contained in something, so they have a shape to it.
Well, I'm not talking about the shape. I'm talking about the nature of the surface. It's level. It's flat, right? That's what water does.
But the thing is, I'm not asking about the surface. I'm asking about the shape.
Well, I've just told you, you can't know what the quote-unquote shape is because you would have to travel the whole thing and see if it has corners, edges, whatever.
I think she's saying the shape makes it a sphere.
Actually, you'd have to do even more than that. You'd have to do that, Wolfgang, but you'd have to also exit the Earth and go underneath it and observe it from a reference frame we can't get.
So why not?
You're only confined to the surface. You are confined to the surface that you live on and a particular portion of that surface, no further than 60 parallel south. Right? So you don't know what shape this whole system is. No one does.
The 60th parallel.
Yeah, so that's like if you go to South America and you want to keep going south and you get to Antarctica, 60th parallel south is before Antarctica. So essentially, you can't go to Antarctica and you can't go beyond Antarctica.
Why?
Because it's illegal. Right? And then you ask, well, why is it illegal?
Over
to protect the environment, of course.
We'll do it.
To protect the penguins. That's why you can't go.
But there are pictures of people in Antarctica.
Yeah. You can take a tour to a little periphery section, not the main ice shelf, but a little island kind of area that sticks out like 100 or 200 miles.
Of the Earth being flat is important enough for the government to be involved. So why is it illegal to go past the 60th parallel?
Why don't you ask your government? Why don't you say, hey, why can't I go to Antarctica? Yeah, bro. Ask your government. We didn't make the rules. Look up the Antarctic Treaty.
It has to do with the Earth, it's a world issue, not just the government.
Yeah. All the governments. What is it now? 50, 60 government has agreed. They signed the treaty.
Past the 60th parallel?
All the governments work together in Antarctica.
Hold on. That question needs to be addressed. We're not saying nobody's gone past the 60th parallel south. We're saying you and I and regular civilians are not allowed to independently explore beyond the 60th parallel.
So is there any data on what's past the 60th parallel south?
Well, there's rumors.
This is when you need to get into the history. Sorry, Orion. just quickly, because I was going to mention this before. When all this started, this was in the 1950s, right? The U.S. military took a Navy fleet south, and they were the first people, according to the public record, that went onto the ice shelf, and this was under Operation High Jump. And it was called High Jump because they had to do a high jump from the sea up onto the ice shelf, which is like 200 meters of ice. So it was a big operation, and they did that in the 1950s. And then right as they did that, just after, they created the Antarctic Treaty, which meant that no public travel was allowed beyond 60th parallel south. And then a year later, they created NASA, which meant that you couldn't go up. So the upper atmos became military purview. So commercial flights and everything were limited to a certain altitude. This was just after they went and explored south, and that was under Admiral Byrd. And he said, and this is all just from his word, we don't know that this is true, he said that there was more land beyond the south and loads of resources, all this kind of stuff. He did some interviews talking about it, and then he died. And it's been illegal since. A couple of people have tried to go without permission. A guy called Jarl Andhøy, who's a Norwegian explorer, he went without permission with a team of people, and they all died, except for him, basically. And then he got thrown in jail. So...
From what?
Yeah. For going without permission to be on 60th South, breaking the treaty.
There's a lot more to die from than the government.
Say that again?
I feel like if you're in Antarctica, there's more to die from than just the government. So.
Yeah. It's super dangerous to even go there. It's like 100-mile-an-hour winds, minus 100 degrees Celsius. The conditions are killer. And the treaty says that you can't bring vehicles, you can't bring fuel, you can't bring animals, you can't bring sled dogs. You can't leave behind anything, right? If you take a poo, you need to pick the poo up and take it home with you. This is what they're saying. If you were to even get permission, and you can't get permission, costs millions of dollars just to do the forms. And they can just reject it after you've done all that, and you don't get your money back, right? So they've pretty much made it impossible to actually go and find out what's beyond Antarctica. Now, you should be asking, well, why have they done that? If it's just a barren Iceland, the world's most barren desert, and there's no flora or fauna, basically, that survives there, except some penguins on the very edge, why could we not go and check it out? That's what you should be asking.
Sorry, what should I be asking?
Why can you not go, why can people not go south and explore Antarctica?
That's literally what I asked you, bro.
Yeah. I told you ask your government. So we didn't make the rules. They said it's environmental. They want to protect the environment.
This is public information that it's illegal for legal.
Yeah, you can look this up.
So what's your opinion on the people that believe that the Earth is not flat?
Well, we all believe that the Earth was a globe. It's the same thing. You're told it as a child, like you're told Santa Claus exists. And for a time you believe it until your parents say, no, okay, there's no Santa Claus. This is similar. We're all taught it. And the people who are teaching it aren't lying. They were taught it too. They believe it. It's just not true.
So what is your opinion on people that believe that the Earth is a sphere?
I think they haven't looked into flat Earth yet.
Have you ever considered the thought that you guys might be wrong?
Yeah, we all thought flat Earth was wrong. We all believed in the globe.
So then what made you believe in flat Earth?
Well, we figured out that it measures flat, not curved. You know how balls have curvature? Earth doesn't. So it's pretty clear.
Have you ever thought of the fact that the Earth is just so large that where you're standing from, you can't always just see the curvature and that it will look flat?
Yeah, we thought of that. How large do you think it is?
Yeah, I don't know, look it up on Google.
Yeah, exactly. See, the people who believe in the globe don't know even how big it's supposed to be. The people who don't believe in the globe, like us, we know that it's supposed to be 3,959 miles at the equator, 24,900 miles circumference. We know the numbers for the globe better than the globe believers. So, yeah, we've taken into consideration how big they say it is. So over 10 miles, for example, how much curvature drops?
Yo, why am I getting attacked?
You're not getting attacked.
No, this guy in this live stream voice text is attacking the way I speak.
Hey, behave, guys, gentlemen.
Guys in the voice text, don't be talking shit when they're talking. Because it's just going to distract them.
Yo, what's his name? Obvious it be? Like, he's sending me evidence from Wikipedia.
Okay. Well, it doesn't matter. Just focus on this at the moment. So, yeah, the globe numbers are common knowledge. They're publicly available information. You can look it up on Google, like you said. That would be good for you to do, since you think you believe it. So then you can test how much curvature there's supposed to be over a distance, right? So over 10 miles, how much curvature drop do you think it should be between point A and B? 10 miles. Just take a random guess. Centimeters, feet, meters? What do you think? 10 miles. How much drop?
I am not a physicist.
How much does a curve bend? Okay, so like a centimeter? 10 centimeters? A meter? Just a guess? What do you think? There's no right or wrong answer. Well, there is, but I don't expect you to know. Okay, so they say it should be 67 feet. Right?
Sure.
67 feet. So that means if you're on one side of a lake that's 10 miles wide and your friend is on the other side of the lake, your friend is supposed to be hidden beneath 60 feet of curved water. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, sure.
Right, so if I took a pair of binoculars or a telescope and tried to look across the lake to see my friend, should I be able to see him if he's beneath 60 foot of curved water?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
So if I went to take a pair of binoculars or a telescope and I want to look at my friend across that 10-mile lake, should I be able to see him if he's supposed to be below 60 foot of curved water due to Earth curve? Should I see him?
9.
No, because he's supposed to be below the curve by 60 feet. But in reality, when we take a zoom lens and we go to that lake and we look at our friend, we do see him. He's there, which means the curve isn't there. There is no curve of water. It's flat, just like it looks. And you can scale this test up and do this kind of test wherever you live, and you can see that there's no curve. So if there's no curve, consequently, there's no ball, because balls have curve, right? So it's pretty simple, and they've been done with lasers, radio waves. Marconi was sending radio waves 10,000 miles from the UK to Australia in the early 1900s. These things they didn't expect to work because they said, oh, well, the Earth curve is going to stop them from getting there. But they worked because there is no Earth curve. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right. Well, if you've got more questions, feel free.
Do you know what the horizon is?
I do know what the horizon is.
The apparent place where the sky appears to meet the ground, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, on a globe Earth with curvature of the Earth, the horizon is the curvature of the Earth, isn't it? Is that what you believe? Like when you see a ship disappear from the bottom up, that's the curvature of the Earth, right?
Sure.
All right. So you think the horizon is the curvature of the Earth, right?
Sure. No.
Well, or wait, actually, let me scratch that last question. Forget I asked that. The horizon is limited with how far away it can be on a globe Earth, right? Because of the curvature of the Earth.
Stop talking in the live stream text. Listen to what Orion's telling you. So have the voice conversation. Don't get distracted, because you're not going to be listening to what he's saying if you're typing in the chat. Okay?
No, you're totally right. I am not listening.
Yeah. Well, show some respect, yeah, because people are taking the time to explain something to you. The least you can do is pay attention.
Lovely.
So the horizon, it should be a limited distance away because of the curvature of the Earth, right?
Yeah, you're right, Podo. Those globe images are propaganda. That's what you've been falling for all your life. You know those cartoon images of the globe? You know they admit they're Photoshop? Come on, Podo, don't get bitchy just because we're telling you the Earth isn't a globe. It's not our fault.
Yo, who are you calling a bitch?
I didn't call you a bitch. I said don't be bitchy, which is kind of what you're being. Just chill, right? We're just having a conversation. If you don't want to hear it.
Right, a conversation.
Yeah.
I think you guys need to learn what conversation actually is.
You don't have to be rude.
Well, I mean, it's people talking. This is what we're doing. Like I said, if you've got questions, feel free to ask questions.
What I've been doing, bro.
We'll carry on then. What's your next question? Maybe I could ask you, what do you think the best evidence that Earth is a globe is? What's the thing that's making you so sure?
I don't think our attention span is long enough to have this kind of conversation.
Dude, stop.
Well,
ad hominem.
Let's see if you can answer the question. Just what's the best evidence that the Earth's a globe?
And you guys talk about disrespect.
Come on, focus. Best evidence that Earth's a globe. What is it? Is there evidence that Earth's a globe? Anyone? No? I mean, you're sounding so sure that we're crazy and it must be a globe. So what's the evidence?
Silence speaks volumes, doesn't it?
That's that.
Yep, crickets.
So it's a religion. A belief. Something you have faith in. Not something you have evidence for. I don't know. What about you, Clock? What's happening?
G'day. Nice to finally hear your voice.
Yeah, thank you. How's it going? You all right?
Yeah, it is good. I wish our text arguments could be a bit more civil. I think we just have to wait until we're both on voice call next time.
Well, it gets it does get kind of crazy in the text channels. I agree. I think it's better on voice anyway. But
yeah.
We were just asking Podo what she thinks the best evidence for the globe is. So if you feel like you know what you think the best evidence for the globe is, feel free.
I have a picture of like the Black Swan platforms I'd like to send you.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I don't have image perms, so I'm just going to DM it to you.
Yeah, DM it, I'll post it for you.
Just to say, there wasn't anything uncivil about the text chat. I was just posting some supporting imagery for Wolfgang and Orion, and Poro was just blindly calling it propaganda, not actually understanding what was being shown to her.
Well, she was right, because you were posting the globe images and she called it propaganda, so...
Yeah, right there, but way back when I started posting, everything was propaganda. Doesn't have the first clue what real propaganda is.
Yeah, actually it's got to that point where it's not fun to speak about Flat Earth anymore once you realise it all makes sense.
That is propaganda to an Agent Smith.
Oh, did you send it to me?
Yeah.
I haven't got anything. Oh wait, yes I have. Yeah, so it's the Black Swan rigs with the horizon in front of the rig. So the Earth was a globe this day, but not the other day.
Yeah. What I want is for you to explain why the horizon has moved in this photo.
Because the horizon isn't the leading edge of a sphere. So it's not a physical curve of water that boats are going over. That's why it can move from day to day, depending on the conditions.
Pardon?
So the horizon is an apparent optical phenomena, not a physical curve of water that boats and things are going over, which is why it can move from day to day, like we see in the images.
That's convenient.
Yeah. Well, not for the globe, because the globe says that it's a physical position based on a curve of Earth.
You just said it was an optical. You just said it was an optical.
Yeah, not physical, which is what the globe says. You know, when they say, "Oh, look, the ships are going over the horizon."
So you have your physical one, which is true, and then you have your optical one, which you can see from your perspective with conditions at that time.
What do you mean?
Your apparent view, your apparent horizon is what you can see from that position with those conditions on at that time.
Well, it's kind of redundant to say, because by definition, the horizon is apparent. It's the apparent location between sea and sky. So we see one horizon. You're talking about seeing multiple horizons.
No.
Right. So we see one horizon. So why are you talking about multiple horizons?
Because on different days, the apparent horizon changes somehow.
There's still one horizon. Yeah.
Yes. So there is
the apparent horizon. No. Remember, you just said it changes from day to day. How could it be physical if it's changing day to day? Is the Earth shrinking and growing?
There's a physical one that you can.
Where's the physical one? I don't see a physical one. I see one that's moving day to day.
Okay.
Where do you see the physical one? Have I dropped out?
What?
I said, where do you see the physical one?
Well, I don't see it. I see the apparent one.
So why are you saying there's a physical one?
Because that's what you have, actually.
No, like, why are you saying that when you said you don't see
illusion, it? When you look at an optical illusion, and then you...
No, but you're saying there's a physical one, but you don't see it. So how do you know there's a physical one? Because you can see physical things.
Well, if you go up really high, and we're not looking at really low things where you've got atmospheric ducts, it's fine.
What do you mean?
You can see
see it.
Physical horizon.
Where have you seen the physical horizon?
Oh, I've not. I've never been in a plane.
So why are you claiming that you can see one then?
Because I'm trusting of other people, I guess. which is a bad trait here.
Well, we don't just. I mean, saying I've heard this story from someone, that's not evidence of anything. That's just saying you've heard a story. We're talking about the horizon that we see, which you've agreed is apparent, not physical. That doesn't agree with the globe model, which says it's physical. So when you see a boat going over, you can't say, look, it's going over the curve. No, that's not physical, remember?
Are we arguing semantics?
No, we're talking about the horizon.
There is the actual horizon, which when you take away refraction is there, but then there's the apparent horizon, which is your weird one that's been messed up by your optical illusion.
Your weird one. It's the only one. It's the only one you've ever known. So if that's weird, and the one in your imagination that you've never seen is what makes sense, quote unquote, that's kind of crazy. Well, why are you saying there's a physical one, but you've just never seen it? How do you know it's there then?
As the people do the maths.
The people do the maths?
Yeah. I'm not sober, sorry.
What does that mean? The people do the maths. You're saying there's something physical there which no one can see, but it's there because people did maths. What maths? What are you talking about?
When people do their equation to figure out the horizon, they compare the dip to they compare the dip of the horizon to where it should be.
What do you mean where it should be? What are you talking about?
I don't know the words to describe this to you.
But you're saying there's a physical horizon that you just don't see. So how do you know there's a physical horizon that you just don't see?
The apparent horizon is the physical horizon, which is changed by refraction depending on the conditions you view it.
So it's not physical. Someone mute. Who's that? Right now?
That's awful.
That was some nice feedback.
Yeah, that's crazy. So yeah, basically, the horizon we observe isn't lining up with the globe model, because the globe model says the maximum distance the horizon could be for a 1-foot observer would be 1.2 miles, and we have observations of it being beyond the rigs over 9.4 miles.
Yeah,
so that doesn't work on the globe.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. They're supposed to be obscured by curve. They're supposed to be
and then you've got atmospheric dust.
No, you don't. That's like saying that if I was standing behind a wall a mile away, if the conditions were correct, you could observe me in front of the wall. No, that doesn't occur.
Well, when you get people in front of their like little carbon shields and then they turn invisible, that's refraction. That's light bending.
What are you talking about?
Have you seen people with carbon like plexiglass shields and then they stand behind them and the light bends behind them?
So that's what you're claiming the air is doing. But then things would just be invisible, not seen at all. You're talking about invisibility.
Are you putting words in my mouth?
No, you just said an invisibility shield, basically.
Told you the light.
But anyway, that's. I mean, that's. I mean, that's just total speculative nonsense. If I asked you for a paper on what you just said, you wouldn't be able to give me one. If I asked you where you got that from, you wouldn't even be able to tell me. This is just something you're just saying. There's no property of refraction or any type of refraction that's even claimed to do what you're trying to claim is happening. If you want to claim that is the case, then go and find a citation and a demonstration that demonstrates that a person could be standing behind a physical obstruction but appear in front of it due to refraction. So no, you don't have a physical horizon That doesn't exist. That's why you don't see it. And doing baseless calculations to assume that doesn't prove anything. You can do calculations on anything.
Okay.
You can calculate it for a cube.
May I know your theory for what the horizon is?
It's an apparent location between the sea and the sky.
Why does it change?
Due to atmos conditions.
Okay. When I stand on a mountain, why are all of these mountains not visible?
Which mountains? How far away? How big are they?
Okay, I'll go grab numbers.
I mean, you still have a limit to your vision, right?
Yeah.
You can't see forever.
Why do I have a limit to my vision? Besides it just being too small.
Well, I mean, there's potentially limiting factors of the opaqueness of the atmosphere over a distance. Like, for the same reason why if you go diving underwater, you can't see more than, like, let's say 20 feet in front of you, because the water is building up over that distance and it eventually obscures what you can see. The same is happening in the atmosphere. It's just, like, much thinner, but it still happens. Also, the angular size of whatever it is. Yeah, go for it.
Clock, you've got a limit to your vision because of the physical size of your eye. You can only intake so much light at so much angle and resolve so much. If you wanted to see further, you'd physically need a bigger eye. Just the same way we want to see further with telescopes, we get a bigger one.
Yeah, like when you zoom in on a camera and make a ship appear over the horizon.
The only reason that can be done is because it's not physically obstructed by anything.
Okay.
We just don't see forever, and that's just how it is. But obviously that's problematic for the globe.
No, you're using angular resolution wrong.
Okay, care to explain it correctly then?
No, I want you to try to explain it instead of trying to pick apart my argument.
Well, I was just answering your question. Why do we have a physical limit to our eyesight?
Because
our eye is
population. Why don't you try to confirm your theory?
I'll post you something.
But we do have a channel if you're interested on perspective and optics. If you scroll down to the additional information channels, it'll be under P for perspective or O for optics. I can't remember which one.
Yeah, I was skeptic, and then they helped me.
Well, yeah, it's just about, well, it's a bunch of different sources on how the human eye works and how optics work in general, the vanishing point, perspective art, this kind of thing.
Hey, can I ask this guy something quickly? What reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat?
Oh, you don't?
Oh, all right. Cool.
Like, it doesn't affect you. You don't do massive calculations.
What?
It doesn't affect you. You're not like a bridge constructor.
What? No. What? Did you not hear what my question was?
Ask it again.
Okay. What reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat?
So, do you want a reason why you would want to doubt, or a reason why you would doubt?
A reason to doubt. Do you know what that means?
Yes.
Okay, so what reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat?
From your small perspective, you would never know unless you're an astronomer or a massive architect.
From my small perspective, I wouldn't know unless I was an astronomer or an architect. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Why would it matter to you?
I'm not. I didn't ask you if it matters to me. You're going off onto some tangent. Would you stop that?
Okay.
Do you think the heliocentric philosophy is only like important in regards to construction and calculations, Clock? Like it doesn't define people in any other way?
Correct.
Okay, well then you obviously don't understand it. You know that believing in the heliocentric creation story, which would be the Big Bang, makes you regard yourself in a certain way.
Okay, so how does a architect demonstrate the Earth to be a ball, if you think one can or has? You implied that they do.
Yeah, when they make cable bridges and they have to angle it. They have to angle the two anchors.
So is there an arc segment measurement done of the Earth to, as part of this?
I don't know.
Yeah, it just seems kind of like it's hearsay is what it is. What you're saying is just you're just saying it, but
Maybe it's good to ask it this way: is it possible that any kind of angle that's used in bridge construction is used for maybe something like tension, weight distribution? Is it possible that it's something to do with that, or is it 100% only due to Earth curvature?
It's 100% only due to Earth's curvature.
Okay, could you provide a citation and some documents for that?
Sure.
Yeah, maybe some blueprints as well.
Yeah, like the
Earth datum lines. This should be good.
Yeah. Just post it in the live stream voice text. You see that?
Okay. The Verrazano Narrows Bridge is 1 inch and 5/8 inches further apart at the top than the base.
What's the span? What's the supposed curvature drop?
Documents that's showing that they're doing that for curvature.
Why would it be prepared for a flat Earth debate?
So why did you make the claim?
Why did you come in to have the debate if you weren't prepared?
Because it was funny.
Well, you just made a very specific claim.
It's funny, right?
I said, is it possible that it's due to something else, some other engineering practice other than Earth curve? And you said, no, it's 100% Earth curve. And I said, okay, what's your data for that? I don't have any data for that. Why would I have data for that? So why did you claim it?
Because it's normal.
Because it's normal.
Yeah, sorry, I've kind of just shut down.
Yeah, we know, Clock. Don't worry about it.
That's all right. That's all right.
Normal to be a zealot?
You didn't really start up to begin with anyway, so don't worry.
Not a zealot.
I am a normal. It's all right, Clark. You be a normal.
Are you honestly asking him to substantiate his claims, Wolfgang? How dare you?
I know that's pretty rude in this day and age.
Don't you know normal people just go around claiming stuff they can't
I'm not allowed to
substantiate?
ask you to do that. It's not fair.
Yeah, it's not fair for us to ask you to substantiate your claims. That's right. That's true. Very rude.
I think we should focus on the other part of his answer. He said astronomers. So how would an astronomer I mean, they look at stars, they name stars, but how would they prove the Earth to be a ball? How do you think that would work?
I think anything that proves gravity proves the Earth is a sphere.
Well, nothing proves gravity, so you're fucked there.
Well, you got to be a little more specific than that. I mean,
what was that, Club?
That's why it's a law and has its own constant.
It's not a law. It's not one of the laws of physics.
I said it has its own law, not the theory of gravity is a law.
But Clark, how would dropping a pen prove that the Earth is a spinning ball?
Because it's attracted to mass.
How would that idea prove that it's a spinning ball that you're standing on? You're only seeing it drop onto a flat surface.
It would crumple into a ball.
What?
Because then the flat Earth would crumple into a ball.
Are you spiraling?
What are you talking about?
I'm sensing some spirals.
I'm asking how, if you dropped a pen, that would tell you that the flat stationary surface you see is somehow now curved and in motion because you dropped a pen. That doesn't make sense.
Gravity would make the Earth a ball.
Well, what do you mean? Like dropping a pen would make the Earth a ball?
It would be evidence of gravity, which would mean the Earth has to be a ball.
So dropping a pen would make Earth a ball?
It's evidence.
Evidence
it's not very good
of the
evidence,
Earth being...
evidence.
So how does dropping a pen evidence that the Earth's surface is curved?
It's evidence of gravity.
But it's just evidence of a pen falling. You just see a pen fall. Does that tell you about the Earth?
It?
Well, what do you mean?
Well, I'm telling you I think it's gravity. How about you tell me what you think it is, and then we can debate on that.
Well, I think I see a pen fall.
It's a pen falling.
I observe a pen falling. I don't think that tells me anything about Earth being a shape. How would it? Like, what are the steps between pen falls and Earth spinning ball?
There's one.
What's the step?
Your step between is if gravity exists, Earth has to be a ball.
So you just ask yourself the question, if gravity exists, and then you say yes, Earth is a ball. But that's not really a step of doing anything, that's just asking yourself a vague question. Quite meaningless, actually. What is that step? How are you asking that question? Let's start with what you think gravity is. Could you define it?
The force of attraction between mass.
So like any mass is attracted to any other mass?
Yep, that is how it works.
So are you attracted to a car?
Yes, that is what it does.
So what does it feel like when you're attracted to a car?
I don't feel it. It's tiny force.
So you're not attracted to a car? What about like a mountain?
Are you ignoring me? What's wrong?
Do you turn on the car, or does the car turn you on?
What about like a mountain? Do you find yourself like going towards mountains? Because of their mass?
That is how it works. You're making the concept sound ridiculous, but like that's just normal. That's how the law of gravitational attraction works. Mass is attracted to mass. You've got your Higgs boson, and they give the particle mass, and then they're attracted to each other.
So you think it sounds ridiculous?
Why is the universe flat then? That's what mainstream science says, the universe is flat. So why is it flat if that's true?
You mean the geometry is flat?
The geometry of the universe is flat, you're saying?
No, do you mean that?
I mean that the mainstream belief about the shape of the universe as a whole is that it is flat. You can Google this, though, on your own so you can see it and look it up yourself. I don't want to share stuff because
this is an irrelevant tangent.
It specifically says that the geometry is flat. If the geometry was round, you would be wrapping around yourself and going around infinitely. Like, you'd be able to say hi to your back.
What?
Another amazing claim.
Okay.
What is the correct?
If the geometry was not flat, it would wrap around on itself.
So
do you hear this as it comes out your mouth, Cloak? I'm sorry. Continue.
Ad hominem.
You're saying the
so do you know of anyone to ever directly measure the Earth and detect curvature?
I haven't met them.
Yeah, neither have we. No kidding, huh? Well, if you ever find that, bring it to me, because I'm not opposed to the idea of the Earth being a ball. I just don't want to blindly believe it.
Right. Are you religious by any chance?
Nope.
Okay. Well, at least you've got that going for you.
Yeah, but
are you talking about ad homs, and all you've been doing, Clock, is these underhanded comments for the last half hour? So
no, I'm Australian.
Yeah.
Your Australian friend. It makes sense.
No, you said a few things that are obvious slights that you think we don't notice. So
it's just my culture.
Calm down, mate. We've got Australians in here. They're not cunts like you.
Thank you.
Anybody telling you any extraordinary claim, like like claiming the Earth is a ball, even though you don't see it as a ball, claiming the Earth is spinning, even though you don't feel it is spinning. Anybody making these extraordinary claims should present to you extraordinary evidence. Otherwise, you shouldn't believe those things, or any other extraordinary claim that is presented to you without evidence.
Do you think there's something wrong with asking for the fundamental evidence that demonstrates the Earth to be a ball, Clock? Because that's all we're doing.
No, there's nothing wrong with that, because I ask you for the evidence that it's flat, and you just say, go outside.
But the burden of proof is not on us.
Yes, it is.
What we experience in our lived life is a flat, stationary Earth. It's the base axioms of our existence. Anybody making a claim against them axioms has the burden of proof. Doesn't matter. You come along, it's a cube Earth, a pyramid Earth, a globe Earth, whatever claim, burden of proof is on them. I'm just reporting to you what I actually directly experience, what my senses tell me about the Earth I exist upon. It's flat and stationary. So we're just asking for that evidence, that's all. You clearly don't know. You've been asked by Orion, do you know of anybody, any time in history that's measured the curvature of the Earth, found the R value? You said you don't know. You don't know of them, so...
Yeah, well, I've told you guys about the Al-Biruni, and then you say it's dumb.
But that's not a direct measurement of the Earth, is it?
It's an estimation.
A calculation?
Yeah.
Based on assumptions?
Well, how much money do you think
in the first place
to go around the world with a ruler?
We're not asking you to go around the world with a ruler. You don't need to get ridiculous with it.
Yeah, no, dude. Look. We're asking for an arc segment measurement, like of the surface, a section of it. That would be a curved line with a straight edge above it.
Very important for spheres and balls.
Yeah. Kind of like how you can measure an arc segment of the surface of a basketball, just a small section of the surface. So we're asking.
So you want a meridian arc?
An arc segment measurement. I don't know what a meridian arc would be.
Okay.
Ether, that's such a troll from the scientism priests, isn't it? You know, they go so hard, like when Flat Earth was kicking up, you know, to just, you know, push it back into the ground, and then they come out, but the universe is flat, you know, just to keep the laughs going on their followers. Not hearing you, by the way.
Is that better?
Can you hear you, Toby? Not you, sir.
There we go.
Oh, gotcha.
I had to switch my mic. When I use the soundboard, I have to change it so that the soundboard's getting your mic. So it's not. It's a pain in the butt when I do it. I need to fix it so that it's not. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you now.
Oh, okay, cool. I need to get a lot more sound bites because I'm going to start reusing them if I keep on clicking buttons. Some of them I think I'm going to delete. They're useless. They weren't that funny. Other ones I'm saving for later. Speaking of which, I'm going to play this one just because I think it'll be fun.
Space. Space. I'm in space. I'm in space. Where am I? Guess. Guess, guess, guess. I'm in space. There's a star. There's another one. Star. 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 Getting bored of space.
I'm protected cause I made this hat from aluminum foil. Where it had this foil lined in case an alien's inclined to probe your butt or read your mind.
Huh. That one was supposed to stop at just the beginning. I think I might have actually put the entire song on that one instead of just the clip. Maybe I put too much in there. I don't know. I reckon since it's almost 6 o'clock in the morning, everybody's about to head out, go to bed, or go do whatever. There's usually like a small window of time where not many people get active in here.
Yeah, EU time zone's pretty slow.
Yeah, I've noticed it gets like this about the same time every morning. It's about 5:30 for me.
You hear me? Hello? Can anyone hear me or no? Got some questions over here. Hey, I thought you guys were gonna let me ask some questions.
It's not black.
Hey, shut up. Hey, shut up. Okay. You guys shut up.
Hold on.
Hold on. Sorry, these guys behind me are being annoying.
No,
okay?
you made me say it.
I got some serious questions, okay?
Next we have a interview and an audience with him.
Right, hold on. Because Young Towel, there's loads of background noise. I know your friends are probably spazzing out, but get them to be chill if you're going to be speaking, because that's really annoying. Right.
Oh, okay. So what I was asking these guys that they couldn't answer for 30 minutes was if something is flat. If something is flat, it has to have an edge, right? Like a table
what do you mean by an edge? What do you mean by an edge?
There has to be a point where it's no longer. Can you guys actually shut up? It's annoying. There has to be a point where it no longer connects to the rest of it, and it's just gone. Like, look. Have you ever seen a table that's flat that doesn't have an edge? No, it has to have an edge. You guys stop.
So let me ask you quickly then. Does the universe have an edge?
Yep. How about you stop asking me questions and answer mine? Because I never said the universe is flat.
Yeah,
if
but
the universe is flat, then that'd be a valid question. But
Listen to what he's saying, though. Listen to what this dude's saying. Wolfgang's got you. Listen to him.
They do say that the universe is flat.
Who is they?
NASA and all those idiots.
Okay, then maybe it is flat. Okay, but like,
right. Okay, so then where's the edge of the universe? Where's the edge of the universe?
We haven't been there. We haven't been there. It's unexplored.
Well, same here. We haven't been there.
How is the Earth unexplored? It's been mapped.
Because it's illegal to go past 60th parallel south.
Okay, people still do it. The reason the universe is unexplored is because we literally do not have the means to get there. We have the means to go past the 60th parallel. There's no death bounty that kills you once you pass it. Yeah.
Look, you have the means to go past 60th parallel south.
I mean, yeah, if you're smart enough. You know, Elon Musk wasn't born rich or anything. He didn't have extra permissions, dude. He built himself.
His dad,
dude, he was Emerald Boy.
His dad owned Emerald Mines in Africa. What are you talking about?
Okay, so he had a silver spoon up his ass from birth.
Bloody Emerald Mines.
Okay, so he's a normal guy who's rich, right?
Right. Okay.
So a normal guy who has money is able to build spaceships.
Okay.
And then go up that far, right?
Go up how far?
As far as he wants those spaceships to go, as far as he's able to take them. So
how
what's
do you
stopping
know that?
Because I've seen those spaceships go up, you stupid idiot. You've seen
a rocket on TV?
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, they do a parabolic arc, right?
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure people have seen the rockets in person too.
Look in the live stream voice text.
I'm pretty sure you can just show up to where the SpaceX headquarters is and watch the rockets go up.
Look, I'm showing you what the rockets do. They go up and they go down.
Yeah, they go up high enough to see the Earth.
They go down. They go in an arc.
Yeah, they go down so people aren't trapped up there, yo.
No. They go down almost immediately when they launch, like a golf ball when it's hit. That's the arc that they do.
What you mean when it's in the initial work stage, when it's not fully complete?
Look in the live stream voice text. The text channel just. Oh wait, you can't see.
Dude, there's 500 text channels, dude. Which ones do you want me to look in?
Look. I'll give you the. Sorry, you don't have the role yet. I'll give you the role, and you'll be able to see it. Right. So the text channel just above this voice channel, which you should see now, live stream voice text.
Okay.
You see that picture?
Oh my! AI created those. AI created images.
So the rocket's taken off, and they go in that arc. Yeah.
These degenerates literally download these images off Canva.
See, it's called parabolic.
Degenerates made by Canva.
Okay, so let's say there was a rich flat earther, right? He could very easily just get a plane or like buy a rocket, whatever he wants to do with his money. But no, there hasn't been a single rich flat earther that has even tried to.
No, you can't do that. It's illegal. That's what I'm telling you.
How is it illegal? Is it illegal to get a spaceship and then go to space?
Yeah. After a certain altitude, it's military airspace, right? Commercial jets can't go up as far as they like. It's military.
Who's gonna stop you from bringing a rocket to space? If you're capable of doing that, who's gonna stop you? What are they gonna shoot you down?
The government. Why do you think it's only government organizations that are doing it?
Is SpaceX a government organization?
That wasn't flying. That was falling with style.
They're subsidized. They're subsidized by the U.S. government, and they use NASA's facilities.
Stop. The world is used by one government.
So you're saying the Earth has an edge. We just haven't found it. You're saying
I'm not saying anything. I don't know of any edge. Like you don't know of any edge to the universe.
Well, it has to have an edge if it's flat, right?
There's only one.
Well, I mean, theoretically, it could do, but you can't go and explore it. I mean, you might think you can, but you can't.
No,
you could try.
If it's flat, it 100% has to have an edge. That's just a proven fact.
Okay, well, go find it then.
So you're saying it has an edge, it's just not found?
Well, I don't know what's beyond Antarctica. I've not been there. Have you?
No, I haven't.
I don't know.
So you're saying... Okay, so what makes... Oh my god, you guys are so dumb. So it's a flat Earth that has an edge. You just haven't found it because the government's stopping you.
Well, I'm saying the government stops you from traveling beyond 60th parallel south under the Antarctic Treaty, yeah. That's public knowledge. It's not debated.
Why do you think they stop you from doing that?
I don't know. You'd have to ask them. Maybe there's an edge. Who knows? But it's not a disc in space, right? And whatever's south, it doesn't really matter. We measure the surface of the Earth, and it's flat, not curved, so it can't be a ball. Water is level, so it can't be a ball. Pretty simple.
Oh my god, you guys sent that same picture 500 times, dude. But like, if the Earth is flat, the only way to prove the Earth is flat is to find an edge.
No. It's to measure the surface. Can you not prove your table is flat unless you look at the edges of the table, or can you just measure the table?
That's like KFC bucket. Yeah, you can. If you haven't discovered the whole table, yeah, you can't.
Yeah. But you still know the table's flat. You still know the table's flat.
How do you know that?
Because it measures flat.
No,
but what if it's so big that there's a portion that's not flat?
Well, how big do
you're looking at it wrong. You want to find an edge. You want to find an edge, but no. Show us the curve first, because you guys are the ones claiming it's round. So don't ask us where the edge is. You show us the curve.
Dude, look, the majority knows it's round. So how about the minority tells us why it's not round?
Yeah, and the Emperor's New Clothes, everybody wanted to act like the king was wearing something beautiful because they didn't want to look stupid until the kid pointed out he was naked.
Appeal to majority is a logical fallacy. So if you want to orient your entire worldview on a logical fallacy, Young Towel, feel free, but we're not going to do that.
Oh my god, so your buddies in whatever chat you guys put me in could not answer why the Earth is flat for like 50 minutes, okay?
They could. It measures flat. It measures flat, that's why.
No, they didn't. All they did was ask me why the universe...
Okay, well, I don't care what they said. I'm telling you, it measures flat, so that's why.
So I'm just wondering how all of you guys have different viewpoints when...
Well, when it comes to that, everyone agrees it measures and observes flat and motionless. There's no disagreement.
Oh my god, dude. Why do you guys have people like T-Wad have gold plus rolls? Seriously saying the stupidest things.
Guy, could you stop moaning about people? What is, like, you're acting like an upset, I won't say it, but listen, it's not about personalities here. We're talking about the information, the evidence. If you want to talk about personalities, go to another server.
Nobody was talking about personalities, yo. If you want to find an edge, then you so easily can if you know the dimension of the Earth, yo.
Well, why can't they find the curvature of this ball?
Oh my god, dude. Curvature doesn't matter, dude. If you find
curvature doesn't matter if it's a ball.
Look, if the Earth is flat, then you find an edge.
Why does curvature not matter? Why doesn't curvature matter? Don't you believe you live on a ball?
Dude, if the Earth is flat, then there's an edge. And if you know the dimensions of the Earth, then you can find...
Yeah, but if the Earth is a ball, then it should have curvature, shouldn't it?
You're not answering my question because you guys seem to be the experts here. I think you guys.
Yeah, we already went through the edge question. You agreed that you don't know the edge of the universe. It doesn't really make a difference.
Yeah, because I never claimed the universe is flat. There's a big difference.
Yeah, you do claim the universe is flat because you subscribe to the heliocentric cosmology, my friend.
No, I didn't. I didn't subscribe to anything. I just said.
Oh, so you don't believe in the globe?
I don't believe in anything yet. I just believe that the Earth is not flat.
Okay, well then where's the curvature if it's not flat?
Dude, how about you find the edge?
We don't need to because there's no curvature.
Okay, fair, I don't need to find the curvature since obviously no edge that's been discovered. So until the edge is discovered, curvature does not matter. That's a
it still measures flat though.
To be fair, it could be flat without an edge if it's like an infinite plane or like Pac-Man type Earth. Who knows?
We think the Earth is infinite and we haven't found it.
It could be, I'm saying.
So we're saying that there's no curvature.
You hear what you're saying? You think the Earth is infinite? Bro, you think there's a Minecraft world? Yo, because it's not.
Bro thinks it's Minecraft.
Bro, you think the flat universe is infinite? Why are you laughing at the concept?
Dude, I don't understand. So you think the Earth is either infinite or it doesn't have an edge? Or if it doesn't have...
we were saying it measures flat, so it's not...
Because the universe is not infinite, is it? Is the universe infinite, bruh? No, we never said that. Stop trying to put words in our mouths, man, and just listen. Calm down. Calm down.
Discussion about the Earth being flat.
No, you don't understand. You have to unwrap your head around the ball that you've been sucking your whole life and listen to us. The universe. All right, listen. Though, hear me out. All right, the universe is like all of existence, right? Above is all the star crap that you got, and below, Earth. Period. All the way to the edge of the universe, and that's it. What's beneath it? More Earth. What's above? More sky. More stars, more crap. It goes all the way to the edge of the universe.
There must be an edge then. So there must be an edge.
Wherever the hell it is, but you'll die before you get there. It's so far away.
It's not the edge of the universe. It's the edge of the observable universe. We haven't found an edge to the universe. The universe could be infinite, just like the Earth,
yo.
Yeah, both could be infinite. We don't know.
The universe is irrelevant in this
universe, right?
Dude, this is a flat Earth Discord, not the flat universe Discord. The universe is irrelevant.
No, you don't understand. Okay, I'm just using. Okay, fine. You want to call it the firmament or whatever because the firmament and the universe is the same thing. It's just sky. Aether, it's sky. It's all the same thing. Different words, same thing. Sky, up, above. Whatever's up, up, up. Okay, so down, down, down. More solid things. Up, up, up. More lightweight things. Go up, up, up.
I'm almost on the side.
And you go all the way to the edge of the universe. It's just imagine that you're in a freaking video game then, and then you take your brain off to the edge of the universe, and then imagine what that looks like then, because that's the question you're asking us.
Where do you keep getting universe from? Because I'm talking about the Earth here.
Yes, they're the same thing.
How are they the same thing?
Because the Earth was without form and void, then divided into multiple things.
So you're saying the Earth is infinite then?
No, nobody said that.
They're the same thing. The Earth must be infinite, right?
The universe is not infinite, dude. Nobody said the universe is infinite. And since the Earth is the foundation of the universe, so it's like a house, like that. You know how like a house has something under it? Yeah, it's the same thing.
Okay, then where's the edge of the Earth then? If it's a house, there must be
the edge of the universe. Why can't you like stretch your brain out to the edge of the universe and then say, "Hey, here's the edge of the Earth too"? It's the same thing. It's the same thing.
He heard house and got confused. Basically, the guy's saying that the universe.
That was a metaphor for when you build a house. I'm sorry.
Yeah. You're basically saying that the sky is the ceiling and the Earth is the floor or the ground.
Okay.
All the way to the edge.
Where's the walls?
All the way. What is it? All the way to the edge.
House, bro.
So basically you're saying the Earth is infinite.
No, I'm not saying it's infinite. Nothing's infinite. That defies like the laws of physics.
Okay, then where's the edge?
Young Towel, listen, you're getting excited. Wait a minute, Ether, wait a minute. Yeah, listen, Young Towel, I know you're getting excited because you've realised that you can't actually make an argument for the globe. But you need to stop giggling like little schoolgirls because you're not really advancing the conversation, okay? You sound like an adult. I don't know why your friends all sound like little girls, but tell them to settle down and you be chill as well. Your edge argument isn't a gotcha. you've essentially conceded that there's no curvature of Earth. So you're agreeing that it's flat. You've already came so far as to say you don't believe anything. You're already realizing the globe is a joke. So just settle down.
I have never said anything about the globe. Okay, I just said that it's not
because you
flat.
don't want to talk about it because you already realize you don't know why.
No, because I have no knowledge on curvature. Okay, I'm just asking. Where's the edge?
So why do you believe in the globe then? Why do you believe in the globe? If you've got no knowledge.
When have I ever once said that the Earth is a globe?
Hold up, bro. You said it's not flat. If it's not flat, then it must be blank.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm asking where the edge is. Because if there is no edge, no, I'm asking where the edge is because if there is no edge, then it must be round. I'm not saying it's round.
No, it can't be round because
I'm not saying you're saying it's round, but you're definitely saying it's curved because the law of non-contradiction states if you're saying it's not flat, then it must be curved.
Okay,
everything
so
that's not flat is curved.
Yeah, but there's no curve. So
if you're saying it's curved, then you have to show us the curve.
Okay, so where's the edge? If it's flat, it must have an edge, right?
Look to you, man. You're trying to act like you're not making a positive claim. When you say it's not flat, that's a positive claim that it's curved. But you're neglecting your burden of proof. You have a burden of proof on your positive claim to show that it's curved. Where the fuck is the curve?
This can go on forever. You have a burden of claim in the sense that you can't find the edge.
We said it could be either infinite or have an edge. It could be either one. We're not making a positive claim like you. We're not saying it has an edge or it is infinite. If we did, then we have the burden of proof. But we're not putting our foot in our mouths like you are, man. So where's the fucking curve?
You know it's a fact that if something flat, it has an edge, right?
No, that's not a fact. Because you can have an infinite plane.
I'm just beating him. Percent chill because he's just trolling at this point because he's already realized he has no argument. So he thinks the only thing he can do is talk about an edge. He doesn't want to talk about the curvature because he already knows he doesn't have an argument for curvature.
Yeah, he's falling back on his resin, really. He's scared.
Young Towel, come on. I'm sure you can do better than this, right? If you don't know what the curve is, why are you believing it? We're not claiming an edge, right? We don't need an edge. We need curvature for it to be a ball. If there's no curvature, it's not a ball. What it is after that, who cares? So...
Yo, you dumb.
Okay, so how is that not true? Okay, so it's either infinite or it has an edge, right?
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to know that it's flat or curved.
Yes, hell.
How does it not matter to know that it's flat or curved? There's a
because you can measure the surface and see if it's got curvature.
Okay, you can also look for an edge, which would be 100% evidence.
No, you can't though. No, you can't do that though. But you can measure the surface, right? So why can't you measure the surface? Why wouldn't you measure the surface?
Because it's very difficult to measure the surface of an Earth this big. It would be much
no, it's
easier
not. How is it very difficult? Why is it so difficult?
What would be easier, measuring the Earth's curvature or just finding an edge?
What would be easier, going to a lake that's near your house or going to Antarctica? I wonder, young Towel. You have to be this dumb.
You're acting like going to Antarctica.
So you can go to a lake. You can go to a lake near you, and you can measure whether it's got curvature. No.
Have you guys ever hopped on a plane before? Because it doesn't seem like you have.
Wolfgang, dumb as hell.
Oh man, you kids are upset, aren't you? So you can't go to a lake and test whether the lake is curving or not.
You know, you seem to be avoiding my question of the.
Do you think a lake curves, young Towel?
I don't know. I don't know anything about curvature.
You don't know, but you think you live on a ball, don't you?
Actually,
I've never said that.
I've flown a plane before.
So you don't.
I've flown before.
So you don't believe you live on a ball?
So
I came here with no.
Your whole statement about you bet that none of us have ever been on a plane before. I've flown one before. Next.
Yeah, he's obviously just trolling because he's upset. So why don't you believe that you live on a spinning ball?
Do you not understand? Okay, I came here. I said I don't know what we live on, but
why?
What
about the spinning ball pictures?
How about you let me finish? Okay. How about you let me finish? But I said if what we live in is flat, then it 100% has to have an edge or be infinite. It's clearly not infinite, so it must have an edge.
How would you know?
Because the Earth is mapped. Have you ever been somewhere that you've never seen before?
Oh, how far did you go? How far did you go?
Has there been any place in the map that has been mapped since like the past century? I don't think so. How can anything be infinite?
Argument, bro. Earth must be a ball.
Jesus, man. So you think the Earth is infinite? That's what you're saying?
No, you think the Earth is a spinning ball, but you don't know why.
No, how about you stop rebounding things and answer?
Do you realize that you experience the Earth as flat and motionless? Have you realized that yet?
I notice everything you guys say is a question to my questions. Instead of answering anything I say, you just come in with more questions. Do you think
because we need to know that you can think and use your brain.
Is the Earth infinite? Is it yes or no question?
How would you figure that out?
I don't know, but there would be a pretty good reason to believe
you don't know. So it's a pretty pointless question then.
It's pretty
red herring, man.
It's a pretty pointless question then.
How is it pointless? If the Earth is flat, it's either infinite.
Because I just asked how you would verify it, and you said I don't know.
Y'all cowards.
So you can't verify
it. Wouldn't verify, but there would be no reason to shut down.
You can't verify it. So you're asking unverifiable questions, so that's why it's useless.
Wolf King just got
it's unverifiable, but it's very. You can travel a very way, and if it's new land every time, you can infer that the Earth is undiscoverable or infinite. Neither.
Not a globe, right?
Yeah.
You can't infer the Earth's a globe.
No, not unless you can't find an edge. Or if you.
Why do loads of people think that the Earth is a globe?
Why do you keep bringing the globe up? There's a competition about whether the Earth is flat or not.
No, because the globe is what everyone believes, right?
The Earth is a donut.
No, okay, Jesus, man. Do you not understand? If the Earth is flat, that's a discussion of the server. Whether the Earth is flat or not. No, the discussion of the server is that the Earth is flat.
No, I'll tell you what the discussion of the server is. The discussion of the server is where we live, yeah? What Earth is. And what it's not.
Flat Earth Discord.
Yeah. So, we discussed the Earth.
That's like having a Rolex store and then saying the store is about keeping track of time, yo. That makes no sense.
Young Towel, but you should be realizing that because why wouldn't you want to talk about the globe that you believe in? Because you're already realizing you don't know why you believe in it.
Whoever once said that the Earth is a globe, yo? I said I came in here to verify whether the Earth is flat or not. And there's two methods of doing so. It's either infinite or it has an edge.
And I told you to go to a lake and test it. Right?
Sorry, you came in saying the Earth is curved.
Going to a lake will not verify whether the Earth is infinite or it has an edge.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter, bro. You came in saying
yes, it does matter. If the Earth is flat, it must have one of those two. Neither of those have been verified. So how can you truly believe it's flat?
It measures flat.
Okay, real quick. Are you claiming that the Earth is curved? Yes or no?
Where's the logic in it has to be?
Y'all try to.
It's a simple yes or no question. Are you claiming that the Earth is curved?
You know, it's funny how you got to tell me yes or no question when you haven't answered a single damn question.
None of us are claiming that the Earth has an edge or is infinite. We're not making a claim. Now, are you claiming that the Earth is curved? Yes or no?
How can you not make a claim when you believe the Earth is flat? You have to make a
claim. Simple as that.
Guys,
how can you not make a claim? If the Earth is flat,
because we're not
it has to be one of those two, right? It has to.
Yeah, and we're not going to make a claim which one it is. It has to be one of the two, but we're not going to claim which one it is. Now, are you claiming that it's curved? Yes or no?
Why aren't you gonna claim which one it is?
Why you keep on dodging the question, bro? You scared?
Because you're the expert here, right? I'm just a newbie. Okay, I'm in here to get answers.
Compared to you, I am an expert. So listen to the teacher, man. He's asking you a question.
Are you saying it's curved? The teacher need to ask questions. The teacher needs to give answers.
We're gonna less triggered teacher.
Right now. This is a pop quiz.
Why would you test me on material that you haven't taught me? You shouldn't test on material that you haven't taught me.
The Earth is curved. Yes or no?
Bro, we can't hear you when you're eating your mic like that. Okay, collect your thoughts, bro.
Are you claiming the Earth is curved? Yes or no?
All right, a little bit more slowly.
As well. Listen, don't let the troll bait you because he's obviously scared of the question of curvature. So he already knows it's not a globe.
Dude, you guys are obviously the ones scared of the questions because you guys haven't answered whether the Earth has an edge.
We can all see that you don't want to talk about how.
Lab boys say that might be a fear reaction.
Yeah, I'd prefer not to talk about something I don't know.
Yeah, I know you.
Like how you guys aren't talking about the edges or the.
You can take it from us then, since you don't know about it. We've tested it. There is no curvature, so it is flat, right?
Yeah, you came in hot saying it's not flat, meaning it's curved. And now you're taking that back. You're scared to say, yeah, that's what I said, that it's curved.
Dude, it can't be flat if there's no edge or
no, it is
not
flat. No, remember, you don't know about it, young Towel. You just said you don't know anything about it. We do. It's been measured.
Yeah,
There's
I don't
no
know anything about curvature, but I know.
Yeah,
that
because well, we do. There is none. We do. So don't worry about it. We've taken care of that.
People?
If you don't want to know about it, if you don't know about it, you can go and research it. Right? There's plenty of resources on the server.
I seriously have one question here, and it has not gone answered. Okay, how about you listen?
It's been answered multiple times, man. We don't know if it's infinite or has an edge. We don't know. We're not making a claim to that.
But it has to be one of those two, right?
It has to be one or the other, yes. But we're not making a claim which one it is. Now, are you saying it's not flat? Yes or no?
I'm not saying anything. I'm asking questions.
All right, I appreciate you taking back the claim that you made earlier.
Guys, you're getting triggered again, buddy.
I'm not getting triggered, man. Sometimes you just need tough love, you know?
Tough love.
Well, he's already agreed he doesn't know anything about the curvature, so that's fine. There is none. So we know that it's not a ball. We didn't claim an edge or infinite, so that's it.
I do appreciate him taking it back.
If there's no curve, there's no ball. No curve, no ball.
You have to claim one if it's flat. It does not make sense otherwise.
No, we don't. You don't get to tell us what we have to claim, young Towel. You silly boy. You don't get to tell other people what they have to claim. That's moronic. We're telling you there is no curvature.
You're the one making a fantastical imaginary claim about a curve that you can't even prove exists, and then you dodge the question and won't prove that it exists.
I don't know why you guys keep bringing up curves, because I did not see a thing about
because you keep on bringing up an edge of a universe that's billions of miles away, according to mainstream science, and you want us to show you it, yet you can't show us.
Nobody said the edge of the universe, Joe.
Yeah, the edge of the universe.
He's already conceded. He's already conceded the curvature, so he knows it's not a ball. So it's fine.
And you kept on bringing the edge up over and over and over again.
It can't truly be flat unless it's either infinite or has an edge.
You can't prove that it's round unless it has a curve.
Can we agree on that?
Nope. We'll agree to disagree.
You can't agree that the Earth can't be flat unless it has an edge or is infinite.
Yeah, it measures flat, so it is. But remember, you don't know about the curve. You already said you don't know anything about the curve, so you can't say anything other than flat.
Both sides have to be true in order for the Earth to be flat. There can't be a curve.
No, you have to have a curve in order for it to be round. You have to have a curve. Are balls curved? Yes. If it doesn't have a curve, is it a fucking ball?
No.
Okay. How can something be flat if it doesn't have an edge or is not infinite?
All right.
He's so scared, man.
Yeah. So I mean, that's a good demonstration. I mean, he can't talk about the curve, but he'll argue in every other direction that it has to be a curve, but without saying it's got a curve. But he already conceded he doesn't know anything about the curve. He doesn't know that there is.
Why do they worship balls, dude?
Yeah, it's a bit weird. So Young Towel's a bit triggered. His mates have gone a bit quiet because now they're like, oh, I guess Young Towel was kind of winning because he was asking where the edge is, but really he doesn't know what the curvature is, so how can it be a ball if there's no curve? Yeah, it can't be. But maybe come back when your boyfriends aren't there, Young Towel. See if you can have a sensible discussion without trying to...
Wait, why is he quiet? Was he muted?
Impressive. Yeah, I muted him because he's just trolling.
Okay, then don't talk about him. Don't talk about him. If he can't defend himself, just leave it.
No, it's just sending him his final message. Don't worry about it, percent.
Not cool.
I mean, if I let him go,
it's
you'll
been
end up
fun.
Out, so.
Don't come back.
I'll give him another chance if you want. Percent? Do you fancy?
I don't care about giving him another chance or not. I'm just saying, like, don't mute him, then just like keep on talking without him being able to defend himself. That's not cool. It's basically like effectively backbiting.
Right. Okay, young Towel, are you chill?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I've been chill. Your buddy Percent.
Who's ready to make some science?
Yeah, your body's fake.
Shut up. Okay, anyway.
Wait, say about me?
Hello, server. Hello, fake.
Yeah, you're the
okay, so we're gonna move on. We're gonna move on from the edge question because it doesn't tell us anything, right? So, what other questions do you have?
It does. It says a lot.
Anyway, back to testing.
No, it doesn't.
Can we not agree that in order for something to be flat, it has to be infinite or have an edge?
We already agreed to that.
No, we're not.
Do you have
so it would either be flat or it would be curved. There is no curve, so it can only be flat. So it doesn't matter. The edge doesn't come into it. It's the surface in general.
Yes, it does.
If it's If it's curved, then that can be measured.
Okay, look.
Here's a question for you. If something is curved, do you agree that either is infinite or has an edge?
No. What are you saying?
Then you're wrong. You just haven't thought about this properly, man.
No, look. How about you listen to
what's the hold up? Is a ball infinite?
I don't know. Okay, I'm not here to argue whether the Earth is a ball.
The surface of a ball, the surface of the sphere, is it infinite? Yes or no?
I'm here to say the Earth is not flat, not that the Earth is a ball. So I don't know why you guys keep getting.
That is the biggest cope, Young Towel. That is the most pathetic cope that we ever get. You're not gonna say it's a ball, but it isn't flat. I mean, that is the weakest thing you can do.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say something I'm completely not sure.
So you want to but that's literally saying I want to disprove your argument, but I can't disprove it because the only way you could disprove it would be to prove that it's a ball. Right?
It's either
flat or curved. Not part of the test.
The only way
you can have a conversation about God, you can just say he's agnostic.
Jesus, man. Okay, look.
That's how dead the globe is.
If you think the Earth is flat, then it literally has to be either infinite or have an edge.
But you observe it to be flat. You observe it to be flat, Young Towel.
Illogical.
Look, and
what's the point?
I'm saying you guys cannot be 100% sure it's flat without having either of those be proven.
Incorrect.
How is that incorrect?
All right, so I'll give you an example. Let's say we're an ant in a forest, right? Now, this forest, we don't know, as an ant, we don't know if it goes on forever or has an edge, right?
Okay.
Can we still say that the ground in the forest that we're walking on is flat or curved?
You can assume it's flat, but you won't know for sure until you find either.
We won't know if it's curved until we measure curvature, right?
No, you won't know.
It's not relevant whether the force lasts forever. Hold up, whether the force lasts forever or has an edge isn't relevant to us. It doesn't tell us about the ground that we're on, right? Because it could be curved and still go on forever, just like a ball does.
I'm talking about the entire Earth here, not a small portion of it. Until you find the edge or determine that it's infinite, you can't be sure for 100% that the entire thing is flat. I'm not saying that the part you measured cannot be flat. I'm saying the entire thing cannot be flat until you find the edge. Or
No. But the part we measure can't be flat if it's a ball. That's the second part of it. So we know it's not a ball.
That's not true, man.
It is true. That's the point. It is true. Based on the size that they tell us it is.
You ever got sandpaper before and sandpaper the size of a ball? The Earth is not a completely round ball. It's not going to be flawless or seamless, okay?
What kind of ball is it?
I don't know.
What are you talking about? Young Tao, you're right. But that's on land, okay? Water wouldn't have these depressions that make it look flat on a curved surface, right? But the water is measuring as flat. It's not measuring as curved. So that's why you have an issue.
Right, but my issue is not to disprove. Okay, my issue here is to say that you cannot be sure the Earth is flat because you cannot find an edge or determine it's infinite, okay?
But water is measuring as flat, so we can say that.
I never once said you guys are completely incorrect about being false. I said you guys cannot be sure it is flat because you haven't found either of those two. And until you have, you cannot be 100% sure.
Young, who's made the claim to you that either there's an edge or it's infinite?
It's just true.
What flat earther in here?
It's 100%
Who's made that claim? No, you've made it up for yourself then, is what you're saying.
Okay, name one thing
Nobody here's made that claim.
Name one thing that's flat.
I don't have to. I don't have to kind of like walk myself to whatever delusions you want to make a reality.
How about you name one thing then, if it's false?
I don't have to. I don't have to. It's a fantasy in your head. I don't have to.
You don't have to, or you can't. You don't have to, or you can't.
No, I don't have to.
Yeah, that's pretty
It's
fun.
totally irrelevant.
I don't think anyone here can name one flat thing that doesn't have an edge or is not infinite.
I can. He's brain.
Oh, no one's disagreeing with that. Why do you keep on attacking a straw man?
Because my guy, Obvious Ippy, is coming in here saying that it's not true, and it obviously is.
He said no one has claimed that it's either one of those things. No one's claimed which one from those. Obviously, those are the only two possible options, because that's the law of non-contradiction, right?
You just said,
no one's making a claim.
You just said anything that's flat. Wait.
He just straight up said.
He just said anything that is flat has to be infinite. Dude, a table's flat.
No, we didn't. We said infinite or have an edge. What are you lying about, bro?
I don't understand. You guys all say the most different things ever, okay? Like, the Earth either has to be infinite or have an edge. And
no, you're saying that, Young. You're saying that. You're coming in with that stuff. None of us here are saying that.
Yeah, Young,
Why?
we're about
Wait.
And I'm not disregarding what you're saying.
Why?
Well, hold up, guys. He's right. Any surface, regardless of whether it's curved or flat, either is infinite or has borders. Anything. Okay? Even a ball is infinite because it keeps on going. You fall any direction, it's going to keep on going.
Ball's not infinite. A ball is a ball.
It doesn't have an edge. Where's the edge of a ball? You don't got one. It's infinite. So it doesn't matter what the surface is. It's going to either be infinite or have an edge. So yes, that's true.
Well,
We're not going to claim which one because we don't have information to say which one it is.
Right, no one's claiming that.
I'm going to go get some coffee. Be back in a minute.
Yeah, so Young, it's a red herring because we're not claiming that either way. That's your claim. Fair enough. You can make that claim. We're not making that claim. We are claiming that there has to be curvature for it to be a ball, and there is no curvature, so it can't be the ball.
It's not a matter of claim, just literally a proven fact. Can you name
this thing? The claim is that Earth's a globe.
No, it's not. The claim is that something cannot be flat if it doesn't have an edge or is infinite.
No. See, now you're trying to change the claim because you've already.
When have I ever wandered off
that? The globe isn't a good argument.
When have I ever wandered off that statement? I came in here, I said...
Young, why do you want to die on this hill? Why are you obsessed with this hill?
I literally came in here and I said, it cannot be flat if it's not infinite or does not have an edge.
It measures flat.
It's
so
one of the two, bro. It's one of the two.
Okay, neither have been proven, which means you cannot prove.
Yeah, but we know
your reason is beyond stupid, Young.
How is it beyond stupid?
It's beyond stupid. I just told you to take a table that's 50 miles long. I don't know if it's an edge or it's an infinite table, but I can measure the nature of the surface of it to be flat. So why are you saying that you must know the outer boundaries of some object before you can measure what the nature?
Listen to this.
Why?
So you don't know for sure, but you're assuming it's flat because of because you measured it. But you don't know if there's an edge or if it's infinite, which means you cannot.
There's no assumption if he measured it. He measured it to be flat, and so there's no assumption there.
Okay, yes, no. The key thing, Towel. The key thing that you're missing here is water. Water is level, and it doesn't matter like what the edges are, if there are any, or if it's infinite. If we measure water to be flat, then it's game over. I agree with you. You can have land that is curving or for a long time, or it looks flat for a long time, but it's actually curving. So you need to know the edge or whether it's infinite or whatever to make a claim regarding that. But with water, you don't. Water is level, and we measure it as flat. So we have an issue. You with me?
I understand you measured water, but my thing still stands. Bro, I never came in here once saying that your water thing is false because I don't know anything about it. Okay, I never said it's false. I never argued against it.
Your thing doesn't connect to our thing. That's the thing we're trying to tell you. Your thing is unrelated to our observations and measurements and what we have found in reality. Yours is a hypothetical that has no relation.
It's not hypothetical.
Speculation.
It's not a speculation.
It is hypothetical saying if it was only land, then yes, we would need to know whether it's infinite or has an edge to be able to say that it's flat. If it was only land, I agree with you.
How is it hypothetical when it's actually
because Earth is only land? That's why it's hypothetical. That's the only way your kind of like question is relevant and applies. If the Earth is only land, but we have water, which serves as what?
So you think this place doesn't have an edge and isn't infinite?
No, no one said that. Now you're putting words in other people's mouths. People are telling you that we have not gone to the ends of the world to see if there's an edge, if there's a wall, or if it's infinite, or if it just ends there. So
we don't need
your false dichotomy of what you believe would have to be there if the world was flat, it has no relation to what we have measured in reality.
So you're saying just because you found the footprint of Bigfoot doesn't mean you have to actually find Bigfoot? He's just there.
Yeah, man,
No, I'm saying if you measure your table to be flat, it doesn't become a sphere because you couldn't find the edge.
Yeah, in that case it must be infinite if you can't find the edge.
Young, you tell yourself whatever helps you sleep at night. It doesn't mean and nobody here is making any definitive claims about the nature of the world in these areas, these places.
Also, it doesn't mean it's infinite. It just could mean that the scale is so big that it would take you too long to find the end. So you have just not found the finite end, and you have assumed that it's infinite. So it's all a hypothetical assumptions on your part.
So there is an end and you haven't found it, so you cannot be sure.
I don't know. We don't make claims on the end. I told you this already, so stop making straw mans. Now you're doing it maliciously.
Yeah, it doesn't have any bearing on whether it's flat or not, Young Towel, as you know, so stop trolling.
At this point, like, it's obvious, like, you're making a fool of yourself, man. Come on. You're better than this. Yeah, man. This is explained. It's very clear. It's been clearly explained to you many times, without saying like that there's an edge or it's infinite. It doesn't really matter because we're not claiming that the Earth is only land, which would give us like this kind of doubt. We have a standard, which is water. Water's always what we agree on this.
What you posted makes absolutely no sense because has to have an edge or it's infinity. Yeah, what I said is unless you find and prove it, what the Earth being flat cannot be proven for sure. I never said that it's a ball because you haven't found it.
You need to think about your position more and think about water and land and how one kind of how they're different from each other. What you're saying would be valid if it was only land with its elevation and the elevation changes and peaks and valleys and mountains and hills and whatever else. You would need to know the thing in totality to be able to say whether it's flat or curved or what have you. I'm with you. But with water, which is breaks the mold, it's the standard. We agree that it's level. Water keeps its level always. So the question is that level curved or flat? And it measures flat.
Have you guys personally measured thousands of miles of water?
Not thousands of miles.
Yeah, and the same way that you don't believe in NASA or any of these rocket things because you haven't seen it with your own eyes, the same thing applies to
thousands of miles of water. And tell me the methodology.
Right.
So why does it have to be thousands of miles?
It has to be a large enough sample to be a big enough fraction of the Earth.
Okay.
Yeah. How big do you think the Earth is if you need 1,000 miles to see if it's curved or not? That's retarded. You don't understand what you're trying to argue for here. The Earth isn't claimed to be infinitely large sphere. It claimed to have finite proportions, and therefore the Earth would have to necessarily curve away from you at a set rate and would cause things to disappear at a set rate, which cause lasers to deviate from the surface at a set rate. We don't see this set rate in reality. It's just in the math.
Exactly.
So it has finite proportions.
Bro, look.
So it can't be
you got to understand, man. Listen, you got to understand.
Talking about the ball,
the default is flat. Flat's the default. You're the one who has to prove it's curved because by default it's flat. That's just the observable truth. So if you can prove there's a curve, all right, I'm all with you. Prove me that it's a curve, and I'll say it's a ball. Show me the ball.
I'm not here to prove there's a curve. I'm here to argue that you guys can't 100% be sure it's flat.
We can 100% be sure it's not a fucking sphere with a radius of 3959 miles. How about that?
That wasn't what I'm here for. I'm here
that's what we're actually here for. We're not here to prove flat Earth to you.
And my counter argument to your argument
to prove that the globe is a lie
is that the default state is flat.
If you
you're the one who has to prove.
Yeah, look, if you believe in something, you defend it. You don't attack everything else. Okay, that's how it is. If you're a Democrat, your job is not to make fun of Republicans. It's to
so why don't you defend your ball? We're not here saying we believe in flat Earth. Come and believe in us. We're telling you there's evidence that the Earth is flat. You can go out and test it for yourself. You don't have to have any belief about it. We were told to believe in the globe from a young age, so we used to have a belief. So you're inverting and projecting.
Jesus, man, seriously, you guys still haven't answered the question of the edge or the infinity.
Hey, Young, after this question, why don't you ask me how I created reality? Because you seem to think you're sitting amongst gods that can answer these questions when we have no idea, just
I'm not
like you.
expecting you to answer these questions. because you literally cannot find the edge or determine the Earth is infinite. I'm here to say that because
I haven't been there. Do you understand?
Exactly. Because you haven't been there,
so I make no claim about it. Why are you making claims about it? You've been there even less than me.
Look, because you haven't been there, you cannot for 100% conclude that the Earth is flat, is what I'm getting at.
I made no claim about the edges of the Earth. Nobody near did. What are you not getting, bro? Come on.
Maybe not you specifically, but
you came in hot saying that the Earth is not flat, right? Which would that only means one thing. Hold on. Let me just say this. That's like, and we're telling you that, you know, because of what we observe, all of our empirical evidence, it presents itself as flat and motionless. We're saying that that's the default, right? And you're saying no, that's not the case, and you haven't provided any evidence. It's akin to you coming in and sounding like a male, and we're saying, you know, you sound like a male. That's our empirical evidence. The default is you're a male, but you're claiming, no, I'm not male. And then you're saying, but I'm not going to say I'm female. You're too scared to say that you're female, but you're claiming that you're not male, right?
No, because that's basically what you're doing. Theories here. There's a pretty big difference.
Are you a male or are you a female?
If I was the Earth, that would be applicable, but it's not. Because I'm not the Earth, okay?
That's why it's an analogy. You're saying it's not flat, but you're too scared to say it's curved.
I'm not too scared to say anything. I'm just unsure.
What do you think you live on?
You're sure it's not flat, but you're unsure whether it's curved? What else could it fucking possibly be, bro?
I never said I'm sure it's not flat. I said you can't prove it's flat.
You said it's not flat. With conviction. Are you taking that back?
Dude, can you prove it's flat until you determine that there's an edge or it's infinite? No, you can't.
Okay, hold up. Are you saying it's not flat?
What do you believe the general nature of the majority of the known world is, the surface?
Do you guys, for 100%... Okay,
I'm asking you a question. Can you answer it, please, Jan?
What did you ask?
What do you think the general nature of the surface of the Earth of the known world is?
I don't know, dude. Personally, I don't care until I came in here and realized.
Well, you seem to know about edges, so I'm sure you have a take on this. So just give me your best take. What do you think you're standing upon, the general nature?
I think because we haven't found an edge or determined the Earth is infinite, that it can't be flat yet. Until we do.
Yeah, you guys are fake. There's better flat Earth servers.
Still not answering. What do you think the nature of the surface you're standing upon is?
I don't know. All I know is that it cannot be flat until either of those are true.
Bro, he's not asking you to make a knowledge claim. He asked you what you think, just to speculate and say what you think it is. Like, you're too scared to even say what you think?
Yeah, how can I really think when I haven't got the world vision or whatever? I literally sit on the surface of the Earth. Okay?
You can't make a best guess as something you've been walking around on all your life, but you're going to come in here and assert what has to be in places of the world that none of us have ever experienced.
Oh my God! See, the all over the place. You're asking for my thought, and then you guys have your straight up. You guys think it's
true. We should ask you if the Earth is infinite or has an edge, because you're all over the place.
Yeah, we didn't make any claims about the edges or it being infinite. We don't have any claims on that. We just have claims on the thing we actually claimed. You know, the surface that we measured is flat and isn't curving. So that is proof that it's flat. And again, regardless of if you have a really flat bowl at the bottom, if you measure the bottom of the bowl, you measured the flatness of that bottom of the bowl. Regardless of the edges curving up at the end, that doesn't change the fact that the bottom of the bowl is flat. Do you understand that?
Okay, so I have a pretty general question. Do you 100% believe that the Earth is flat? 100%, you're confident? Without a doubt?
Yes.
No evidence has been presented to the contrary.
Because you literally cannot be 100%
that confidently.
I literally can, and I am, and your delusions about other people do not change that fact.
Go find me a curve and I'll change my mind.
Oh yeah. My God. Young, you don't want to tell us what you think you're standing upon because you don't want to set a baseline for this conversation you have to stick by. You just want to gish gallop around with this nonsense.
Would you rather I give some random BS?
I don't think you stating whether you think you're standing upon curved a curved surface or a flat surface is random BS when it's the main point of this server. So the very first question we ask people that come in here.
One
Again,
thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth.
Why can't we leave the Earth?
Yeah, we're not going there.
Ask your science guy.
So Young, yeah, you don't want to be held to anything because, of course, if you say it's curved, you're going to have to prove that.
I can't.
It's flat, you're going to have to prove that too. You know, but
why would I want to be held to anything I'm unsure of?
So we can actually have a constructive discussion. Is that not why you're in here?
Right, so you can attack me for beliefs that aren't mine, that I just spat out.
No, everybody has beliefs. Trying to understand each other's beliefs is how we communicate with each other. We find out our baselines between each other, and then we communicate on them grounds.
Right, but this isn't a matter of belief. It is a matter of facts.
You're just using words now, right?
What do you mean? How can this be a belief?
You've been speaking for 20 minutes about something that's anything but fact. Asserting it is fact, and now you're gonna. So again, do you want to answer the question, or I think we should? I don't know if anybody else wants to waste time with you. So, what do you think the general nature of the ground you stand upon is for the known world?
I don't know, because why would I be in here otherwise? I'm not here to convince
right, you're just a fucking time waster then, bro.
I'm not here to convince you guys. I'm here to get answers. Why do you think I'm here?
Look, hey, can I say something to you real quick, bro? I know I come off as being abrasive, but I'm used to so many people just coming in just to troll because they think it's effing funny. And so I can't really tell the difference with your arguments. But if you're not trolling, then I apologize. And if you are, then, whatever. But I do want to say that I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I got a little loud and stuff before, because I'm just passionate about what I believe in. And many of us are.
I mean, that's cool. That's probably where you're defending with your life.
Keep talking, man.
All I'm saying is, like...
But yeah, let's just keep going forward, man.
Look, man, I'm not saying the Earth... Look, I'm not confidently saying the Earth isn't flat. Okay? I'm just saying, how can you be 100% sure until you find the edge or the infinity thing?
I gave you an example before. Like, you can have a flat surface... You can measure the flat surface, you can change the edges, you can stretch out the edges, and it's not changing the measured flat surfaces. Those are not changing. No matter how much you mess with the edge, you stretch it, you cut it off there, or you raise it up there. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, he gave you the example of a bowl, like, that you eat cereal in.
Oh my God. So basically, dude. If it's so big that you can't find the edge or it's infinite and you measure what you see, then you
no, we're not saying it's... We never said it's so big and infinitely big. We didn't make any claims about the size of the Earth. We are here debunking those claims.
So why would you measure that small portion instead of just...
we've measured the surface of the Earth all over the Earth in portions big enough to invalidate the globe, and... When we look for any curvature, there is none. So when there's no curvature, what is it?
Dude, you understand.
You have to be clear that we're measuring water, because he does have a point. If you're measuring land, it could be just a giant depression of land, which seems flat, and you would need to know
that would be topography. Yeah, you're right. If you only had land, but
we have water.
The spheres are required to bend the water into a spherical shape, so they would show the convexity of the sphere.
And Young,
how about the ocean floor, though? It's
hold on, to your claim that like thousands of miles of water or whatever. That's not the case, because the rate that the globe gives us is 8 inches per mile squared. That's the curvature, the drop. That's the drop that we should see. So you don't need very much water at all to be able to debunk that. If you have 10 miles or so, you can debunk that, because that 8 inches per mile squared, it's exponential. It adds up pretty quick.
When you do exponents, 1 squared is 1, 2 squared is 2. You can't just assume that it doubles by the first 2 numbers, because that's not how it works.
What are you talking about, man? I never said that. 8 inches per mile squared. So that means the first mile is 8 inches. The second mile is 8 squared. You know what 8 squared is?
Yes, I do. But what I'm saying is that you cannot take a small portion and then conclude it and then stretch it out, because 3 squared.
If it's water, you can, because water always maintains its level. Water doesn't have elevation changes like land does. It doesn't have mountains and, whatever, unless it's a tsunami. You get me, bro?
I understand, but there's several things you need to prove before concluding something like the Earth is flat. Yeah, the water is one step, but until you truly find the edge or the time.
No, see, again, you're just going back to the land thing. You just debunked that with water. You can't just hand away water.
No, you did not debunk it. You came in with another example.
False dichotomy. Excuse me. You're presenting a false dichotomy. You are allowing for no other possibility.
No, it's not a false dichotomy, because he's right that it either has to be infinite or edge. It's just a red herring. It's irrelevant.
It is a false dichotomy.
Well, there's always the third option of end. We don't know.
Right. He's not allowing for...
No, hold up. If it's not edge or infinite, what else could it be?
Not only is he not allowing for any other possibility, he's saying that there is only 2 conclusions. There's only 2 ways to possibly prove the Earth is flat.
No, I'm saying a flat Earth must have one of those 2 traits. I'm not saying that has.
Okay,
just a red herring.
All right. Okay. So no. Hold up. Let's say he's right. Let's say he is correct. All right. There's only 2 possibilities there. It must have an edge, or it has to be infinite. Fine. Mm-hmm. Does that exclude Earth from being flat? Does that exclude any other way to find out if it is flat?
No. And there's a false dichotomy, because the end is the end of the world, the universe, essentially. There would be no edge. There would just be nothing. Like, you wouldn't be able to pass beyond that. Like, with an edge, with an edge, there's an implication that there's either a rim down or a rim up, and there's something beyond it. So there are at least 3 options.
What? No, you're assuming that the universe has an end, and you don't even know that. The universe could be infinite too.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying, like, there are 3 options. Like, it stretches on forever. It changes into something else, and there's an end to what we call the Earth, or the whole world just stops.
Well, it can't stretch out forever and then change to something else.
I'm not saying it does both. I'm saying those are the 3 different options.
I pointed out to him in Cogdist that the definition says the outermost extremities of an object, or the furthest point from the center, right? So technically, standing on the edge. And he just dismissed that explanation. He didn't want to accept that. No.
You're desperate to hold on to your ball, buddy.
Well, hold on. Why are you playing into that? Why would you grant him the globe to say that you're standing on the edge?
I'm not saying it's a globe.
No, but you said the furthest point from a center.
Well, I'm on the outermost extremities that I can reach. As far as
you're at the center,
material surface goes, I'm not going to go up into the sky and find any ground.
What?
I'm not going to go up into the sky and find any ground.
I heard you, but it was nonsense.
This thing that I'm standing on is the furthermost extremities of physical reality that I can actually verify.
Furthermost extremity of physical reality. How?
Because I can't go up into the sky and find any more ground. This is it. This is the end. That's the edge of whatever this is. I'm standing on it.
I guess.
That's normal.
So unless he wants to define edge, is he talking about a ledge? A place where it just drops off and you fall off?
Not necessarily. It could be an edge as in, like, the ice wall type thing.
That would be an end.
He means edge as in barrier, not as in, cliff or drop off or.
So that would be the third option then in his dichotomy.
No,
well, that would be an inside edge.
It's either barrier or infinite.
All the inside. If we're enclosed, then each part of that inside of that physical enclosure is the edge, including the ground.
Yeah, sure. If you want to view it that way, but when you said furthest part from the center, and you were trying to put that on the flat Earth,
that's saying what the definition is. The definition.
Yeah, that's for a circle, or a globe, right?
Well, a circle. You can do that over a flat plane. It's just the way it's worded. It's used a lot by the globers.
No, but if on a flat plane, you won't know where the center is unless you've mapped it out. And an infinite one doesn't have a center. So that's why it's it didn't really make sense to bring that up.
Well, if he's going to assume that Earth is an object and force me to have to choose between one or the other,
that's a false dichotomy.
You're right. In his dichotomy that he presented, if he's going to force me to view the Earth as an object,
I just want to let you know,
then it must have a center, right?
Y'all seriously arguing out here in mid-60s, y'all burning your lives away. Absolute degenerates.
Bro, if you're gonna say some stupid shit, at least wait until he's done. Okay?
Yeah, absolute degenerates. Yeah, nice body, buddy.
Says the person that had nothing good to say and just degenerated the conversation. You're a hypocrite.
All right.
Try again later.
Yo, y'all are so good. It's crazy. I can't believe it.
You're talking trash and you have a trash mic.
I can't believe it.
Do better, bro.
Oh my! What are you, 8?
That sounds like projection.
You guys going off about trash mic. What are you, 10?
Do better.
Oh, you got
Tragic,
me.
but informative. Or so I'm told.
I just gotta let you know.
You're too upset for this chat.
We're on one call.
Just shut up. You're too upset.
Well, don't worry.
Certain things that we can't know. Just like in the heliocentric model, there's things that they can't answer, and I put that to you in the CogDis chat. I put that to you, and I said, and I was honest, and I said the same here. I don't know if there is even an edge. I don't know that answer. I can't answer it, just like you can't answer when I say, where's the edge or the end of the universe? What's beyond that end? Can you fall off it? Can you go through it? What's the universe expanding into? These questions can't be answered, not even by astrophysicists. Nobody.
Yeah, let me give you, before... Oh, he just left, damn it. I wanted to tell him, you can have a table... You can measure it and see that it's very, very flat. And the edges of the table can be rounded, they can be sharp, but they can even be upturned. It doesn't change the fact that the center of the table and everything that you measure in the center of the table is flat.
Yeah, I would replace the table with an aquarium or something, or a swimming pool, just so it's water. Because with water, with land only, or with something material, something solid like ground or a table or what have you, his argument is actually viable. That you would need to know the answers to be able to say for sure. Because it could just be a segment.
I wouldn't say that, because you're mapping out topography. That's. You can easily map out the topography, and sure, if there's an indent, sure, you would see an indent in the topography. But
his point is
you map it relative to a standard, which would be sea level. So it's all relative to that standard.
Exactly. My point is, you have to have water as the reference.
Yeah, you have to use it as a standard. But that's how we get elevations on land and all that. We have water as a standard.
Yeah, that's my point. So if you have a table with no water, or no reference, then his argument is still viable. It could be, that you have, if you have
it's not viable because we know how big the table is. That's the problem.
No, that's my example. Bro, it's an analogy for the Earth. If you have Earth only with no reference, no water, right, then his argument is still viable because it could just be a very flat portion, a large flat portion of a curved Earth. It could be that.
That's
why you need the water, right?
Yeah, but we're not dealing with that hypothetical. That's why in my example, I'm accounting for all of that in this table example, an analogy, because we measured the water, so that's where the measurements of flatness are coming in, and those are represented by the flat table. So we've already measured the table to be flat, and he's saying, oh, they can't be flat because the edges could be rounded, they could be sharp, they could be upturned. That would change the measurements. That's delusional.
Nope. Couldn't keep a straight face.
You guys ever like drive on like a mountain and it looks and feels like all your senses tell you you're going downhill, but the car's actually going uphill? Guess not.
Sorry, say again?
So have you ever been driving on a mountain and it looks like your senses are telling you that it's going downhill, right? Like the way that it looks in the horizon and everything. Looks like you're going downhill. But in reality, the car's still going uphill.
I don't know that I've experienced that.
Because like it's like a decline in an already inclining mountain, right? But the decline, because it's so big, it looks like you're going downhill. You're still but in relation to like, level, like water or sea level or whatever, you're still going uphill. It's still a net increase in elevation.
What's your point with it, though?
It's just, I'm not making any point. It's just like a random thing that I thought about when we were talking about this elevation changes and stuff like that, and depressions in large areas. It's just an interesting thing, It's counterintuitive when you're actually driving it.
Yeah, I can't really remember a time personally experiencing that myself, but
you only realize it because like the car's going.
Done a lot of mountain driving, to be honest. So
yeah, you only realize it because the car's like the RPM's not where it should be if you were actually going downhill and it seems heavy and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's why I was gonna say that you would sense it through the car,
Yeah. I wonder if there's a name for like that phenomenon.
I don't know if Timbo just coined it there, gravity hills. Did you make that up, Timbo?
Yep.
Specific gravity hills, you mean?
I'm bleeding, making me the victor.
I must apologize for Wimp Lo. He is an idiot. We have purposely trained him wrong, as a joke.
That's one of my favorite movies.
That's every Glober that leaves here. Just gushing blood, man. I won the debate.
Yeah, I literally think of that scene like a lot when listening to Globers.
I don't know what movie that is. What movie is it?
Kung Pao. It's a guy who took a old Chinese movie and then pasted himself into it. I think he might have taken two, but it was pretty funny.
And then dubbed it however he wanted.
Yeah, he used visual effects and stuff, and occasionally he would create his own scenes in between, and mess them in. So it was really good, and some of the dubbing was just hilarious.
The I'm bleeding, I'm the victor thing could make sense, though, depending on the context. Like you said, he's dead. I'm bleeding. I am the victor. Though I doubt that's what happens in the movie. Okay, I go now. Bye.
Later. I'm going out. I'm going out a little bit as well. These GIFs are from that movie.
Good night, guys.
Good night, y'all. Stay blessed. I'll be around.
Yeah, I'm just going to the store. I'll be back.
I think I'm going to go grab a cup of coffee real quick. Need a refill.
Hey guys, what's up?
What's up?
Well, I'm up a roof. I'm 3 stories high. It's beautiful.
Oh, that's
beautiful blue.
Stay safe, man.
Sure, yeah. No, I never risk anything. I don't have to. But how about that moon last night?
I was unfortunately blocked from seeing it due to overcast type clouds.
Oh man, we had the clearest, crispest, coldest night. It was down to -5 where I live in England. It was like you could read by it. It was the brightest moon, I think, for about 2 years here. Absolutely stunning. Beautiful.
Nice. You should have took some pictures.
My dad did with his P900, but I haven't got one of those. So I'm never that bothered about pictures. You know, people do that better than I do. So I just like looking at it.
Yeah.
Just going for a walk. Even this morning at 5 o'clock this morning, it was strange because you had the brightness of the moon, which was incredibly bright. You could see for a kilometer pretty much. But then the sun came up at the same time, and then the lights kind of merged at one point. Really, really strange. There was a pink sun coming up on one side and the bright moon on the other side, and this really eerie light where you couldn't tell whether it was moonlight or daylight. Beautiful, really cool.
Nice.
So I'm just repairing someone's roof. If this is making too much noise, just let me know. I've basically got to dry a bit out before I can glue it back together. Well, that sounds okay. Is that all right on the mic? That's not too noisy, is it?
Making too much noise.
It's not too much background noise. I always worry when I'm working if it'll make too much noise coming through on the mic.
Sorry.
Yeah? Okay, great. So what I noticed about the moon is that it seems to arc so much higher in the sky than the sun does. And I wondered if anybody had, a stab at why that might be the case. Why the moon seemed at a higher elevation than the sun. it's I've just moved back to the countryside specifically to make more observations regarding the sky, because I really know very little in terms of sort of basic astronomy and observations. So just like whether anyone, if there is a difference in elevation angle to the moon and to the sun, and if anyone knows anything about that, then please educate me. But I'm aware that it's probably the dead of night in America, which is where most of our 24/7 Discord radio brothers reside. So at this time in the morning, it's usually just myself chatting. I always feel like someone's listening, so it's not a one-ended conversation, but quite often I get to the end of what I'm saying and then there's just silence, which is nice. Pretty cool. I know as long as the airways are being filled with something, then it's all good. But if anyone has any information on the elevation angles to the moon in comparison to the sun at the same time, then I'd be most welcome. However, I don't like dead air, so if nobody's got anything, I will start singing. Maybe a sea shanty. Usually what happens on the Awakening server. The Earth Awakenings? That's a good server, that is. That's a cracking server. Good like this server's good. They don't really mind the singing, but I'm not sure how 24/7 Flat Earth Radio feels about it. What do we do with the drunken sailor? What do we do with the drunken sailor? What do we do with the drunken sailor? Early in the morning. Kick him in the arse and shave his face. Kick him in the arse and shave his face. Kick him in the arse and shave his face. Early in the morning. Hooray, and up she rises. Hooray, and up she rises. Hooray, and up she rises. Early in the morning. What do we do with the globe, retard? What do we do with the globe, retard? What do we do with the globe, retard? Early in the morning. Teach him 101 in perspective. Teach him 101 in perspective. Teach him 101 in perspective. Early in the morning. Hooray, and up she rises. Hooray, and up she rises. Hooray, and up she rises. Early in the morning. What do we do with Neil deGrasse Tyson? What do we do with Neil deGrasse Tyson? What do we do with Neil deGrasse Tyson? Early in the morning. Any suggestions? What do we do with the drunken Tyson? What do we do with the drunken Tyson? What do we do with the drunken Tyson? Early in the morning.
Why can't they just show the curve? Why can't they just show the curve? Why can't they just show the curve early in the morning? And it's way too early for me to be singing. Gonna get another cup of coffee. BRB.
Hooray, and up she rises. Hooray, and up she rises. Hooray, and up she rises. Early in the morning. 24/7 Flat Earth Radio. The Discord server for all your Flat Earth needs. If Mickey's not here, then somebody will help out. Apparently the Earth's a donut. For donuts. That was a hilarious / very tedious long conversation about trolls. I've never really met a troll before. I don't know whether that's the thing, whether if you've never met a troll before, you are the troll. I do worry. Liv in the chill text, she thinks I'm a doxer. And I had never really heard of what a doxer was. And now I'm quite proud because basically it's like getting information out of people, which I always thought was just a conversation. So it's a fine line between like bits of information that you shouldn't be interested in, even though, whether you've got brothers or sisters is interesting information. How on earth anybody uses that to actually screw somebody over, I don't know, but I'm sure there's lowlifes out there doing that. Yeah, the whole. I'm pretty old, like I'm 40 next year, so the whole idea of trolling or doxing someone, it's pretty hilarious to me. But okay, it's all sort of new education I've never had before. But word up to Chill Chat. Andy, hold my beer. What a ledge. I presume he'll be asleep right now. What do we do with gas pressure without containment? What do we do with gas pressure without containment? What do we do with gas pressure without containment? Early in the morning. Gas go down, gas go boom boom, gas go down, gas go boom boom, gas go down, gas go boom boom, early in the morning. Hooray, and up she rises, hooray, and up she rises, hooray, and up she rises early in the morning. What do we do with a drunken Nathan Oakley? What do we do with a drunken Nathan Oakley? What do we do with a drunken Nathan Oakley early in the morning? Smash the like button and share that shit. Smash the like button and share that shit. Smash the like button and share that shit early in the morning. Hooray, and up FED, hooray, and up FED, hooray, and up FED early in the morning. Anybody else here a Flat Earth Debate regular? Word up FED crew. Holla, holla. The cutting edge of Flat Earth debate. Flat Earth Radio, Discord 24/7.
Oh my.
Hey, Beb.
Yep, I'm back.
What you got? Black coffee, white coffee, cappuccino, latte?
I put creamer and sugar and stuff in my coffee.
That's not a coffee.
I know.
Dessert.
I'm too much of an American to be able to drink it bitter.
Oh man, you Americans, it's like everything is a dessert. You're not interested unless it's...
How dare you? But you're right. I mean, I've turned the thing into a freaking Starbucks. Only mine isn't GMO and doesn't have babies in it or anything.
GMO babies, they're the worst. Look out for them. Crunchy Mother's worse, aren't they?
I heard that GMO babies taste good, but
Oh, of course they do. It's like Kentucky Fried Chicken. That tastes amazing. That's GMO out of its butt. Like, that's GMO as it gets.
Slimy yet satisfying.
Oh, man, it's so satisfying. Oh, yeah. But at least, the sugar's only on the outside. It's, pump full of water and whatever, but...
In a world where everyone eats babies.
Right, I'm going to have to go. My work colleague's back, and I'm going to have to talk to him. Here we go.
Stay blessed, man. Stay blessed and watch out for zombies.
Blessed be GMO babies.
GMO babies. Last year, I busted my ass. The ice was so slick that it looked just like glass. This year, to save me from tears, I think I'll just be more careful.
Mayan elder wearing traditional Mayan garb walks into a bar. He sits down and strikes up a conversation with the bartender, and the bartender says, "Hey, you don't look like you're from around here. Where are you from?" The Mayan elder says, "Earth," and the bartender says, "So what do your people believe in?" And the Mayan elder replies, "Well, our people believe that the earth rests on a giant crocodile sitting in a lake of water lilies." And the bartender says, "Wow, that's fascinating. Tell me more." An Anishinaabe elder, wearing a traditional feathered headdress, walks into a bar. The bartender says, "Hey partner, where are you from?" And the Anishinaabe elder says, "Around these parts." The bartender says, "The last guy I had in here believed the earth was on a crocodile. What do your people believe in?" And the Anishinaabe elder replies, "Well, our people believe that the earth sits on the back of a giant turtle resting in a great ocean." Bartender says, "Wow, that's incredible. Tell me more." A gentleman sitting at the bar then walks up to the bartender and says, "Hey, I heard you talking with those native wisdom keepers about the earth. Do you know what I believe?" The bartender says, "No, what?" The bar patron says, "I believe that the earth is flat." The bartender says, "The earth is a ball, you idiot. Get the fuck out of my bar."
Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff. 32 minutes past the hour. Liftoff on Apollo 11.
Welcome, everyone. For those of you who are not familiar with the work I do, feel free to check out my YouTube channel, Marty Leeds 33, or my main site, martyleeds33.com. On my YouTube page, I have a folder entitled Begin Here if you want to further your exploration into the worlds of gematria, symbolism, numerology, mysticism, theology, and more. No real worries if you are not aware of what it is I do, as I won't be doing too much numeric work in this video. But if you are wondering what all that weird math is that occasionally pops up, well, there's your answer. The following video is for educational purposes only. For those of you that might not be aware, and for a select few of you this may actually come as quite a shock, but there is a heated debate going on currently with an exponentially growing group of people who believe, and many who are absolutely convinced, that the earth is flat. There are literally hundreds of thousands of people who are exploring the notion that this Mother Earth that we live on does not revolve around the sun and is in fact a motionless flat plane, and the stars, sun, and moon, literally the entirety of the cosmos, revolve around the Earth, a model called geocentrism. A majority of these folk are very dedicated to their cause and are making their case with passion and gusto. There are hordes of independent researchers online who are posting videos with much evidence to support their claims, and average everyday people have taken up doing scientific experiments for themselves to test the veracity of the claims made by scientists and space agencies across the known world that the Earth is part of a heliocentric or sun-centered system. Blogs have been written, podcasts recorded, comment sections flooded. Hell, there's even been several books written about it. These people are dedicated and very serious about supporting a new flat Earth model to replace our currently accepted heliocentric system. But as you will come to see, this presentation really isn't going to be about questioning the rotundity of the Earth. It's actually a video ultimately about civility and discourse and the human heart. But we'll get into all of that in just a bit. For many, the initial response to hearing the idea that people are actually considering the notion that we live in an Earth-centered or geocentric universe usually takes the form of something like the following. Who in the bloody hell thinks the world is flat? What kind of moron believes such nonsense? Have you ever been up in an airplane and seen the curvature of the Earth? Stupid. Shit is round like the other planets. Ever hear of the Hubble telescope? Dummy. The majority of us, at least those who receive their education from a federally mandated academic curriculum, have been told since kindergarten about the rotundity and sphericity of the Earth. In fact, globes often find their way into classrooms across the world. The Earth being a spinning globe and going around the sun was and is taught as absolute fact. But if you were like me, you probably often question whether or not you really learned anything in school. There are many people who ridicule the idea of even having a discussion or debate on this subject. For many, there is a sheer absurdity of even questioning the rotundity of the Earth in the first place. A vast majority of the public, many of whom more than likely consider themselves educated, feel that such considerations are for the brain dead and primitive. To even consider the notion that the Earth is flat, for many, is a complete waste of time. And that is exactly why we are going to investigate this subject today. Is there any great flaw or fault in restating our assumptions and clarifying with scientific precision the things that we have come to know to be quote-unquote true and without question? What is so wrong with critically examining fundamental and widely accepted ideas about such things as the shape of the Earth and the nature of the system that we reside in? How often have we ever even considered questioning the celestial mechanics of the world in which we live? Are we supposed to take at face value the promulgations made by governments and self-proclaimed authorities of science, informing us about the heavens above? If you were like me, you take to heart what the great George Carlin said about governments. How much does the average person even know about the movements of the planets, the sun, the moon, and the Earth? Quite some time ago, as I first started exploring the flat Earth model, I posted something on my Facebook account asking my friends a simple question, and it was essentially this: does the moon rotate on its axis? Now, this seems like it should be a pretty easy question to answer, one that an educated populace would be able to answer without so much as a glance at a textbook or looking the answer up online. But funny enough, the answers in the comments section varied so wildly and so completely that it made me realize that most people are going through life clinging, sometimes desperately, to models, ideas, and paradigms that they really know nothing about. And this is a serious problem. So what do we do about this problem? Well, the best way I have always learned to get to the bottom of things is to apply the scientific method, using reason and logic as my guides to make tangible the best answers to the proposed questions at hand. The whole flat Earth movement and phenomenon affords us, meaning the whole of mankind, the perfect opportunity to place each and every one of us at the center of a grand scientific experiment. This social movement allows mankind the opportunity to put himself through a litmus test. A litmus test is defined as a decisively indicative test and is traditionally used to determine the acidity or alkalinity of chemical substances. Or in other words, it decisively indicates the nature of the subject tested. Hey, is it alkaline or is it acidic? Is it A or is it B? Is it black or is it white? And as we may come to find, sometimes these things aren't so cut and dry as we thought. Not only does the debate of the rotundity or flatness of the Earth provide humanity a perfect opportunity to reapply our own scientific knowledge and engage in the learning process once again, things we can only construe as intellectually progressive exercises, it also presents ourselves with a litmus test, challenging our own application and understanding of the scientific method. Our litmus test will be A. Are we using the scientific method, not relying on preconception or bias to arrive at our conclusions? Or B. Have we failed at such a noble objective? And let us make no mistake about it, the pursuit of science is not relegated to the universities and institutions of higher learning. Science, by definition, is the intellectual and practical activity encompassing the systematic study of the structure and behavior of the physical and natural world through observation and experiment. Anyone can make those observations and experiments. Science is a method of investigation, not a set of beliefs. Science is not monopolized by governmental institutions and by men in white lab coats. Science belongs in the hands of each and every human being on this earth, regardless of what anyone says.
First of all, if you're a fucking guy that's making YouTube videos about the Earth being flat, that shit isn't research. It's just not. It's not. You're not a scientist. You're not wearing a lab coat. You don't work for a major university. Just because you're some fucking jack-off alone in your room obsessing about nonsense, that's not research.
Damn, I'd hate to be one of those fucking guys on YouTube making a video on the flat Earth who obviously has nothing important to say. The fact is, science and its basic methods are easy to follow and abide by. The pillars of the scientific method consist of asking questions, doing background research, constructing a hypothesis based on the testing and analyzation of that data, drawing a conclusion and reporting the results. Scientific research must be repeatable, verifiable, demonstrable, as well as able to undergo a healthy amount of scrutiny and criticism. Simple as pie. What often gets in the way of the pure pursuit of science is the human ego. Cordiality and congeniality are lost when the unadulterated quest for truth gets tainted by all sorts of corrupting forces such as money, power, greed, and pride, all things quite prevalent in the current collective human condition. We must always keep emblazoned in our minds the understanding that ridicule, belittlement, derision, disparaging and derogatory remarks, ad hominem attacks, and the like have no place within scientific inquiry, nor in social civility. In the noble pursuit of science, if one attacks another for simply making an inquiry or asking a question, you can be sure that that individual is not, in any way, shape, or form, engaging in the scientific method. Period. We must abandon any inclinations to revert to childishness and always be constructive with our debates and discussions. Whether we recognize it or not, humankind has a moral stake in being kind. The word itself reminds us of this absolute truth.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
What I wish to do here is simply present 10 interesting points of contention that I have personally found compelling throughout my own investigation of the Flat Earth movement. This video is not intended to be an unbiased scientific investigation because ultimately that investigation rests in your hands and in the hands of the community at large. Since we will only be covering 10 unique questions surrounding the nature and construction of our earthly system, this investigation is obviously anything but conclusive. But I do feel that addressing and highlighting these 10 particular aspects will make a strong enough case as to why so many people have begun to seriously question our proposed heliocentric system. It must be noted that there are so many different facets to consider when it comes to understanding the very dynamic system that creates our blessed little home here in the universe. Obviously, when confronted with such a dynamic system as our solar/geocentric system, there is a bevy of varying phenomenon that one has to take into consideration. Things like the phases of the moon, the path of the sun, the cause of seasons, the retrograde motion of planets, the mechanics of the pole star, flight paths, the cause of tides, eclipses, etc., etc., etc. Without a doubt, there are countless things that must be taken into consideration before we may draw any sort of final conclusion on the matter. The goal here is not to cover each and every one, for time dictates otherwise. There is now a growing and bountiful outpouring of videos on YouTube with varying degrees of quality and truthfulness that anyone may go and explore if they so choose. If you have questions about the proposed flat earth model not covered here, which you surely should and will, there are numerous sites that cover each and every one. When undergoing your investigation, I would only add this. When combing through the endless videos and material on this subject, you will come across many characters. There are deceivers, liars, people with wild and outlandish imaginations, people who have done little to no homework, people who place blame where blame is not to be placed, people with squirrely revelations and mad prophecy, people who claim to have answers, and people who work full-time at propagating disinformation. There are also a lot of very loving and kind people out there, many trying to make sense of an often senseless world, and so many who simply seek truth. In short, and in other words, be careful. It's a jungle out there. The 10 different topics I personally found compelling and the ones we will be examining in this video are the following. Number 1, the model, heliocentric and geocentric. Though there are many other systems other than these two that have been purported throughout time, such as simulation theory, concave Earth, etc., we are going to be looking at these two particular ones exclusively because of the fact that we have been taught the heliocentric model and the flat Earth movement has caught the most steam recently. We are going to give a brief overview of both models as best as my meager mind understands them. Number 2, horizon, perspective, and viewable distances. We are going to take a look at, well, how human beings look at the world, what we can see, how far we can see, and how the world appears to us. Number 3, sun hotspot in the Earth. We're going to take a quick look at a video from a high-altitude weather balloon and look at how the sun appears to us in this film. Number 4, angles of light and the sun's rays. We're going to take a look at the rays of the sun and the claim that the sun is 93 million miles away. Number 5, NASA and the space agencies of the world. We are going to examine 2 short videos supposedly taken of the Earth from space, provided by the Japanese Aerospace Exploration Agency and the National Aeronautics Space Administration. Number 6, the sun and the moon. We are going to take a short scroll through the myriad questions surrounding the relationship between these 2 heavenly bodies and our Mother Earth. Number 7, proof of the Earth's spin. We're going to ask the question, can we determine from our position on Earth that the Earth spins at roughly 1,000 miles an hour? Number 8, the existence of gravity. We're going to watch a university professor explain how the gravitational constant was discovered and take a look into what is known as the Cavendish experiment. Number 9, an analysis of a time-lapse video of the sun. We are going to watch a brief video showing a time-lapse of the sun and analyze what we are seeing. Number 10, the astrolabe. The astrolabe is an ancient astronomical computer, and we are going to take a look at its functionality today. Okay, so here we go. Number 1, the model, heliocentric or geocentric. What I'm going to try to do here is present very succinctly the general outline and model for both the heliocentric and geocentric systems, again, as best as I understand them. We will take a quick look at basic explanations for the phenomenon we see, as well as look at a quick history of both, and I will try to do this as commonsensical and tersely as I possibly can. So the first model we intend to investigate is the heliocentric system, the system that we have all come to know and the one that we learned about in our state-run educational curriculum. In the heliocentric system, the sun, or Helios, resides at the center of the system, with that sun flying through space at nearly 500,000 miles an hour, or 483 miles per hour to be more precise. The Earth, one of the planets in an entire system of planets, revolves around the sun at roughly 67,000 miles per hour, in a large orbit taking 365.24 days to complete. This elliptical orbit around the sun finds the Earth 93 million miles away from the sun in summer, and 3 million miles closer to the sun, or 90 million miles away during winter, a fairly counterintuitive phenomenon called aphelion and perihelion. The band of stars that we see overhead at night is called the Milky Way galaxy, and is the spiral galaxy that our solar system is a very minute part of. The stars we see in the night sky are millions of light years away, a light year being the measure of time it would take light to reach a destination. Our galaxy is just one of literally trillions of galaxies that exist in the ever-expanding universe, giving rise to the notion and statistical probability that Earth, and the life that exists upon it, though unique in its own way, is probably nothing special, as there are many solar systems and many Earth-like planets out in the heavens. The Earth itself is an oblate spheroid, tilted at 23.4 degrees and rotates counterclockwise on its axis to the tune of roughly 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. This rotation is said to cause day and night. The moon rotates around the Earth, with the moon itself rotating on its own axis. And even though the moon spins on its axis, we never see this rotation, and hence we never see the dark side of the moon, and this is due to the fact that the spin of the moon is tidally locked to the Earth's rotation. The heliocentric system is a rather newly adopted system, having first been introduced in the mid-1500s by Nicholas Copernicus in his book On the Revolutions of the Celestial Spheres, released upon his death in 1543. The ancient Greek Aristarchus had proposed a heliocentric theory in roughly 250 BC, possibly working off the theories of the mythical Pythagoras, who supposedly lived a few hundred years prior, but his theories fell out of favor, with many adopting the geocentric model as proposed by the likes of Aristotle and Ptolemy. The geocentric or flat Earth system puts the Earth at the center of the drama, with the sun, moon, and stars above revolving around it, just as mankind perceives it. The sun and moon at varying speeds with one another make roughly concentric paths around the center of the Earth, with many postulating a magnetic pole or source dictating these paths. The rising and setting of the sun is caused by perspective. with the sun rising as it approaches the viewer's vanishing point along the horizon and sets as it moves away from the viewer and ultimately out of sight. The sun stereographically projects onto the plane of the Earth and acts as a spotlight, which is the cause of day and night. The sun and moon are roughly the same size and same distance away, just as they appear, with current figures given for those objects to be roughly 32 miles in diameter and approximately 3,000 to 4,000 miles away. The moon, like the sun, is its own light source, and the phases of the moon are more than likely caused by the moon itself, and not by reflected light from the sun, as understood in the heliocentric model. The Earth is stationary, and the stars in the heavens revolve around the Earth, hence why the pole star, or Polaris, always remains visible no matter what season it is on the Earth. The Earth has a central pole, being the North Pole, with the southern magnetism being attributed to an ice wall or shelf surrounding and holding in the oceans, what is deemed Antarctica on the globular model. Many flat Earth proponents point out the fact that Antarctica is essentially off limits to independent investigations due to the Antarctic Treaty of 1961, signed jointly by many of the most powerful nations in the world. The flat Earth model has no need for gravity or stars billions of light years away because the stars are close and contained within the Earth-sky system. Relativity also becomes irrelevant because there is indeed an up and indeed a down, just as we experience here on Earth. There are several members of the geocentric community that make it a point to note and clarify that they do not necessarily believe that the Earth is not a sphere, but rather that the flat landmass that mankind stands on is not wrapped on the outside of the sphere, but instead a flat plane existing within a sphere, much like you would see in a snow globe. Many flat earthers postulate a literal firmament or dome that contains the heavens above, which parallels and is in accord with many different mythologies and religious scriptures.
Somebody
The
around?
flat earth model has been in existence for thousands of years, has been adopted the world over by Mayan, Hindu, Jain, Buddhist, Egyptian, Norse, Native American, Chinese, and numerous other cultures. Both the Holy Bible and the Quran seem to strongly suggest a flat earth cosmogony. The previous is, as already stated, a very brief and abridged explanation of both models, as best as I can understand them, and further exploration and research is encouraged by those who may be unfamiliar with the inner workings of each one. Ultimately, when undergoing our own hands-on scientific investigation into this subject, when presented with particular questions about the mechanics of these models, if we are to uphold the grand pillars of the scientific method, we should simply provide the most concise explanation to the queries. As we move on, and as you move on with your own investigation, the question that you should always hold in the back of your mind is simply, as a heliocentrist, how do I explain this? As a geocentrist, how do I explain this? And hell, if you're a Mayan elder, you should probably explain how all of this looks from the back of a crocodile. Okay, let's move on. Number 2, horizon perspective and viewable distances. The horizon from our perspective, 360 degrees all the way around, always appears flat. No matter how high you climb in elevation, the horizon will always rise up and be level with your eyes. High-altitude balloons have traveled upwards of 33 miles in elevation, and when the curvature of the camera lens, usually a GoPro fisheye lens, is accounted for, which changes the horizon line from convex to concave to flat as it bounces, we find that the horizon remains completely flat and no curvature is ever seen. How can this phenomenon be best explained? The flat Earth model explains this by the fact that the Earth is a plane, not a planet, and therefore what is viewed with the eye is consistent with the actual flat, extended plane on which we live. The best explanation from those in the heliocentric camp explain this occurrence by the fact that no one has just gotten high enough in elevation to see the curvature, due to the immensity of the Earth. The horizon only looks flat because we are seeing a very small portion of the massive Earth. Pics from NASA and other space agencies also show the curvature of the Earth as well. Personally, I must say that, though the heliocentric explanation at first hand may seem plausible, it is not consistent with the math as given to us by spherical geometry. People all over the world, myself included, have reported seeing distances that, according to the basic mathematics of a sphere that has an equator of roughly 25,000 miles or so, should just not be visible. Objects 20, 30, 60 miles away and further have been spotted, many of which at sea level, that just should not be seen according to the math. Ships that have supposedly sailed over the curvature of the Earth, when zoomed in with a telephoto lens, can clearly be seen, which is completely inconsistent with the heliocentric or globular Earth perspective. Number 3, sun hotspot on the Earth. In this very popular video that has made its way around the Flat Earth community, a high-altitude balloon was sent up by the company Dogcam Sport to shoot footage of the Earth in an effort to promote their online camera company. As far as I am aware, this video is real and is not fabricated whatsoever. We can clearly see in one part of the footage that the sun makes a hotspot on the Earth. The question this video poses is, if the sun is 93 million miles away from the Earth as claimed by modern astronomers, then how in the world is the sun creating a singular, circular, very clear hotspot on the Earth? The Flat Earth proponents explain this simply by saying the sun is not 93 million miles away. It is actually rather close, and so this phenomenon we see makes perfect sense. If the sun is 93 million miles away, then the rays that would reach the Earth would engulf the Earth equally and be parallel to one another, as shown in this graphic. Though I've looked fairly extensively for an answer to this anomaly by the globe Earth proponents, I've yet to find one that is personally satisfactory. Number 4, angles of light in the sun's rays. In this picture we see the rays of the sun bursting through the clouds, and it is very easy to see that the rays converge to a point that seems to exist just beyond the clouds. Many people experience this phenomenon every single day, and I must say that personally it is quite a beautiful and magical sight. We must conclude that if the sun is 93 million miles away, the rays that would reach the Earth at a 90-degree angle, with all rays parallel to one another, as just mentioned. The Flat Earth community explains this occurrence by the fact that the sun is close to the Earth, once again roughly 3,000 or so miles away, and the viewable light is converging directly back to the sun itself. The only answer I have found that describes this phenomenon by the globe Earth theorists is that the sun's rays are reflecting off the various layers of the Earth's atmosphere, with those layers being the exosphere, thermosphere, mesosphere, stratosphere, and troposphere. The light rays, once they reach the Earth, are dispersed, which is caused by light refraction, or the bending of a wave when it enters a medium where its speed is different. I take issue with this explanation personally because if such were true, should we not see divergent rays all over the sky instead of this phenomenon simply happening locally? Number 5, NASA and the space agencies of the world. For this one, we are going to ask one simple question. Can NASA and the numerous other space agencies of the world be trusted when it comes to the information that they provide? Most news programs, media outlets, and your average everyday nightly news-watching citizen will accept without question or controversy the claims made by any and all of these space organizations. Images and data sent from the New Horizons satellite floating towards Pluto billions of miles away, the Curiosity rover on Mars picking up samples of the Martian surface, the Hubble telescope snapping pictures and videos of quasars, pulsars, nebula, etc., all throughout the universe. Assertions of water on the moon and other Earth-like planets existing all over the cosmos, all of these claims are usually taken at face value without any serious investigative team ever questioning their scientific legitimacy or demanding verifiable proof for the information offered as absolute fact. Average everyday people don't often ask questions like, hey, how does the International Space Station handle traveling speeds of 17,500 miles an hour around the Earth in the thermosphere that is said to reach temperatures of 3,600 degrees Fahrenheit? How does the International Space Station ground itself without ever touching ground as it continually builds up a static electric charge cruising around the Earth? How does the Cassini satellite cruise through the rings of Saturn unscathed, while we are told that the rings of Saturn are made of billions of pieces of ice, dust, and rocks, some as small as a grain of salt, while others as big as houses? It is questions like these, along with so many others, that have many people in the Flat Earth movement doubting the whole 9 yards. I will be playing 2 quick videos. The first one is provided by the folks at the National Aeronautics and Space Administration and is a supposed shot of the dark side of the moon as it passes before Earth in a roughly 25-hour period. The second one was released by the Japanese Space Agency and is supposed to be a video taken of Earth rotating in space. Let us take a look at the first video. This video is said to have been taken by a satellite floating somewhere around 1 million miles from Earth. As you can see, even though the video is supposed to be of a 25-hour period, the shot is perfectly still and the cloud formations hardly, if ever, move in this entire span of time. Besides looking just absolutely fabricated, it must also be noted that the moon crosses a great distance over the Earth in this video, which is completely inconsistent with what we are told the orbit of the moon should take around the Earth, which is a period of approximately 28 days. Also pay attention to the fact that not a single star is seen in the background. Where are they? There are numerous anomalies and inconsistencies with this video, and even the untrained eye can see that this footage has some serious issues with its authenticity. The second video is provided by the Japanese Space Agency, and shown here is supposedly a video of the Earth as it spins, creating day and night. If you take notice, the camera is once again perfectly still, not a nudge, shake, bump, or shift in the viewpoint, which in itself seems completely illogical considering that this was supposed to have been taken from a weather satellite drifting in orbit in the vacuum and infinitude of space. As you can clearly see, the clouds all move together in perfect harmony, almost as if one enormous weather pattern swept over the entirety of the Earth. Notice that when the day turns to night, no lights can be seen on the Earth. Is this because the satellite is too far away to detect them? Also notice we do not see any of the supposed 1,800 satellites orbiting the Earth, nor do we see the International Space Station that is supposed to be traveling at 17,500 miles an hour. Also take note, just like the last video, the absence of stars in the background. Though we can see stars here on Earth very clearly, and astronauts at NASA recently admitted seeing stars in space, it is a complete wonder why we do not see a single one in any of these videos. I have personally shown these videos to non-conspiracy minded people and asked them point blank if they believed that the footage that they were viewing was real or CGI, and the response I received every time was a laughing, absolutely not, that is fake as hell and obviously computer generated. The internet is littered with sites, once again of varying quality and accuracy, that have heap loads of evidence that calls into question literally everything these space agencies do. From the International Space Station to the Apollo moon landing hoax, there's an excited, passionate, and fast-growing demographic of people that are calling bullshit to the claims the governments of the world are making, and they are backing up their grievances with mountains of evidence. I have done an entire video on my own personal feelings towards NASA that you can find on my channel entitled Curiosity Roving Through the Claims of NASA, which is a concise and to-the-point video addressing many concerns and anomalies with the information released by this American space agency. I feel that it is well worth your time. The fact is, when examining whether or not the Earth upon which we stand is part of a geo- or heliocentric system, we must take into deep consideration the possibility that the very people who tell us about the heavens above are lying to us about what they know. Only someone engaging in the true scientific method would understand that this factor, in order to make the most complete and thorough study possible, must be accounted for. Number 6. The Sun and the Moon. The image here is presented to give you a rough perspective of the proposed sizes and distances of the Earth and our Sun in the heliocentric model, as given to us by official sources. The Sun is on the right there with its approximate size, and the Earth is on the left with its approximate size, given here in English miles. That line in between the Earth and Sun is to denote a measure of 1 million miles, which means there would be 92 million more of those lines between the Sun and us here on Earth. This is a distance of such enormity that I cannot even draw to scale on this screen and make the Earth visible to the naked eye. For this topic, we're going to take a much more philosophical and honestly theological approach. The Sun and the Moon as united polarities have been celebrated throughout history. I think it's safe to say that there is not a culture, nor tribe, nor civilization across the known world that does not pay homage or draw particular attention to these two heavenly bodies. Now, I am not necessarily trying to advocate the belief in a God here on this point, but standing back and looking at the relationship of these heavenly bodies with our Earth and analyzing it with a purely mechanistic and engineering mindset, either one of these models, whether geocentric or heliocentric, at least in my humble opinion, clearly expresses elements of design, intelligence, and intention. In the heliocentric model, we have a sun and moon appearing the exact same size in our sky from our perspective on Earth, with a whopping nearly 93 million miles difference between them. The idea that this Goldilocks zone that the Earth is in, or this perfected balance maintained long enough for such biological complexity to arise, is somehow just happenstance and accident and the result of simple laws of physics, seems, to be downright blunt, absolutely absurd. What is there more evidence of here? Design or chaos? Intelligence or haphazardness? Holistic functionality on a micro and macro scale, or a jumbled volatile mess? If you were in Vegas and you had to bet the farm on whether or not such a perfect, exquisite equilibrium between the sun and the moon was created with A, intelligent design, or B, consciousless randomness, what would you choose? The geocentric model also delivers us into notions of a creator as well when we analyze how its proposed system works. A flat plane with a possible dome overhead encasing the landmass, a sort of terrarium if you will, that within it has two spheres or disks rotating around it, creating a cycle in which life may continually flourish and then pass away, not to mention the entirety of the stars above rotating around this whole thing. I mean, how are we supposed to imagine this as accident? Like I said, I'm not trying to convince you of anything here, but to me, it's hard to imagine, whatever model we use to explain our world, that there is not intelligence at work here. How can man, as an intelligent animal, somehow use his intelligence to come to the conclusion that the nature that he was born from is unintelligent? That seems like really, really bad logic. I honestly have so many questions surrounding the sun and the moon that they are too numerous to address here. I will say this though, understanding their beauty is simple. To rest on my poetic laurels here, no matter what model we use, and no matter how the mechanics of these objects ultimately plays out, the sun and the moon to me are declarations of cosmic grace. To track the phases of the moon and the cycle of the sun requires no telescope nor complex mathematics. It just simply requires you to look up into the sky every day and every evening. Number 7, the spin of the Earth. The question is, can we tell if the Earth, from our perspective, is spinning or not? Can we somehow detect, calculate, and measure from where you and I stand the supposed spin of the Earth? Now, the Flat Earth community claims that the Earth is motionless and still, and that no motion of the Earth can ever be detected because, by fact, there is none. Many even go so far to say that without the information from the government space agencies of the world, a person cannot even prove himself that the Earth somehow encircles the sun. This quote from Albert Einstein on the spin of the Earth sums up our question pretty nicely. The struggle so violent in the early days of science between the views of Ptolemy and Copernicus would then be quite meaningless. Either coordinate system would be used with equal justification. The two sentences, the sun is at rest and the earth moves, or the sun moves and the earth is at rest, would simply mean two different conventions concerning two different coordinate systems. Besides images from the space agencies of the world, the heliocentric proponents often point to the Foucault pendulum for evidence of spin. Here's a quick video explaining how the Foucault pendulum works.
A Foucault pendulum is a pendulum with a specially designed pivot, designed so that it can swing back and forth in any direction around the vertical. So that's in contrast to, for example, a grandfather clock, where the pendulum has to swing in a particular plane. Let's imagine that you have a Foucault pendulum and you're at the North Pole of the Earth. When you set the pendulum swinging, you determine a plane in which the pendulum is swinging. And that plane is fixed. So as the Earth rotates underneath the plane of the pendulum swinging. And so if you now go back and imagine that you're standing on the Earth, you see the plane of the pendulum rotate every 24 hours. Now as you go to lower latitudes away from the North Pole, the time that it takes the plane of the pendulum to rotate around lengthens. And in fact, at the equator, the plane doesn't rotate at all. At the latitude of Hanover, it takes 35 hours for the plane to rotate. So if you look at this pendulum here, if we look at it a few minutes from now, we won't even be able to detect that the plane of the pendulum swing has changed. But if you come back in an hour, you will definitely see that it's moved a little bit. And if you come back in 9 hours, this plane of this pendulum here will have rotated by 90 degrees, a very distinct change that you can easily see.
The design of the Foucault pendulum is fairly simple. The pendulum is a heavy mass on the end of a very long chain, suspended so it can swing freely in any direction. And through this simple system, it is said that we are able to measure the rotation of the Earth. According to the heliocentric model, the atmosphere is said to spin with the Earth, and hence the air above and the ground below are a closed system, and thusly spin and are linked together as the Earth rotates. This science is well substantiated within the physics community, and this quote-unquote fact is not questioned. The entire mechanism and science behind the Foucault pendulum is based on the fact that the Earth spins below the pendulum and the pendulum continues independently to spin on its own plane. The functionality of this machine flies directly in the face and is a complete contradiction to what is offered up in modern physics. Unless my understanding is severely flawed, for the Foucault pendulum science to be correct and thus be a valid instrument to measure the Earth's spin, that would mean that a helicopter could float above the Earth for 3 hours and arrive at a destination several thousand miles away, which we all know is impossible. Foucault pendulums are working in science museums across the world. I'm going to leave you here with 2 quotes. The first one is by Nikola Tesla, and the second one by, once again, Albert Einstein. Earth is a realm. It is not a planet. It is not an object. Therefore, it has no edge. Earth would be more easily defined as a system environment. Earth is also a machine. It is a Tesla coil. The sun and the moon are powered wirelessly with the electromagnetic field, or the ether. This field also suspends the celestial spheres with electromagnetic levitation. Electromagnetic levitation disproves gravity because the only force you need to counter is the electromagnetic force, not gravity. The stars are attached to the firmament. Question: have you ever felt the Earth spin? Number 8, the gravitational constant. Gravity, the force that draws everything towards one another. The formulation of the theory of gravity was brought forward by scientist, alchemist, Kabbalist, and philosopher Isaac Newton. Sir Isaac Newton, as Wikipedia states, is widely recognized as one of the most influential scientists of all time and is a key figure in the scientific revolution. His book Principia Mathematica, or The Mathematical Principles of Natural Philosophy, first published in 1687, laid the foundation for classical mechanics. The gravitational constant itself was not calculated or determined until the late 19th century, done so by a scientist named Henry Cavendish. I'm going to let this university professor give you a quick background into the history of Mr. Henry Cavendish and his experiment to find the gravitational constant, or Big G.
One of my favorite scientists is Henry Cavendish. Even though he was part of the rich dukes of Devonshire, that family, and incredibly rich, he went to Cambridge to study natural sciences, or natural philosophy as it's called. But he had a very curious condition in that he could hardly talk to anybody. So when it came to his Viva exam after 3 years of study, he fled Cambridge rather than sit in front of the examiners because he was petrified of them. This is not the normal sort of person. He couldn't talk to most people. He couldn't talk to women at all. His housekeeper would get a recipe for something or other, and he'd say, no, lamb tonight, leg of lamb, and leave a note for her. He wouldn't say it, he'd write it. He would dine in the evening with his friends, and he would talk to them, but if he didn't know somebody, and you wanted to ask him a question, apparently you had to go to the Royal Society, and he would be in the room, and you'd address the room this question about physics, and you postulate, and if he felt in the mood, he would reply to the room. He was a very strange man. He did most of the experiments quietly on his own, keeping his notebooks, and it was only after his death and a persuasive campaign by Clerk Maxwell, the famous Maxwell of Maxwell's equations from Cambridge University, that he actually got the notebooks from the estate of the Dukes of Devonshire and discovered after the event that Cavendish had discovered the unit of capacitance, discovered dielectric constants, he discovered Dalton's law of partial pressures, he discovered or written about Coulomb's law, all before these guys had done it and just left it unpublished in his notebooks. Towards the end of his life, he did a crucial experiment, which is represented by these lead balls. He lived in Clapham Common, which is nowadays a very poor part of London, but there it was quite fashionable. And he built his own place. His library he built somewhere else because he didn't want anybody borrowing his books from his house. Otherwise, he would have to ask the book back and he didn't want to talk to them. So his library was 4 miles away. At the back of it, he had a big garden shed, which might seem like the size of my house. And in it, he had 2 lead balls, like this, suspended from the ceiling. Only this is not to scale. This is, lead balls. Now, the real problem is that he wanted to measure the attraction between 2 objects due to gravity. In other words, there's a gravitational attraction between you and me, or between me and this lead ball. So he had to be a long way away to look at the experiment, otherwise he'd interfere with it. So he had an aperture, a place where he looked through, and he put a telescope out there, and he stood outside in all weathers, and he was in his 60s doing this, staring through the window to take his measurements over a year. There's another set of lead balls inside there. This experiment really is very difficult to get to work, and a technician has sawed it apart because he got so frustrated. And then right in the middle there's a bit of glass, there's a mirror which should be suspended from a torsion wire. So you'd set it up like this in his shed, and you put it like that, and this lead ball would attract that lead ball, and this lead ball would attract this one. And so it would be pushed a little bit this way and twist the wire, and that would be pushed a little bit that way, and the wire would twist, and as the wire twists, the mirror, which is dangling in there, would twist a little bit, and light which comes in would be reflected off at a slightly different angle, and all he had to do was measure the angle. He then had to move it the other way round. Oh, he didn't move this bit, he moved the lead balls round so that you had an equal and opposite effect on the other side. So instead of you'd have that configuration. He had this is a very complicated technical thing for the time. 18th century we're talking about, and he put that way round, and then it was pushed the other way, and you could then see the displacement. Moreover, you could measure the period of oscillation of this, and from that get all the properties of the wire, the torsional constant. And that enabled him to measure big G, the gravitational constant, to an accuracy of 1%. And nobody improved on that for 100 years. He didn't describe it as that. He described it as though he was weighing the Earth. He was calculating the mass of the Earth, so that when you're attracted to the Earth through gravity, it's the product of the mass of the Earth, this big gravitational constant, divided by r squared, the radius of the Earth squared, which we normally know as acceleration due to gravity. And that quantity is essentially big G, and he measured it.
Wikipedia tells us that the Cavendish experiment was the first experiment to measure the force of gravity between masses in the laboratory, and the first to yield accurate values for the gravitational constant. This experiment, and the constant derived from it, has laid the foundation for all the current science and theoretical physics dominating the intellectual landscape of today. The entirety of modern physics, in essence, is anchored, one way or another, on the gravitational constant. Big G is used to measure the weight of galaxies and planetary bodies. It is even used theoretically to calculate the very instance of the birth of the universe. In fact, CERN, or the Large Hadron Collider, is a multi-billion-dollar particle accelerator built underground on the border of Switzerland and France that is said to simulate the conditions at the moment of the Big Bang, which is the currently accepted cosmological creation story dominating the minds of modern physicists. It is quite remarkable that all of modern physics is based on an experiment that is not continually being tested and retested to authenticate its veracity. Should there not be a continual Cavendish experiment being conducted to make absolutely sure that this experiment is concrete enough to establish such a fundamental in physics? If investors and governments are willing to spend billions and billions of dollars on CERN, why doesn't modern physics demand such money and focus go to verify one of its fundamental laws? I'm going to leave you with this very illuminating quote about the Cavendish experiment, and this comes from a gentleman named Miles Mathis at milesmathis.com. The Cavendish experiment is routinely included in a short list of the greatest or most elegant experiments ever done. Like all of the other existing dogma, it has surrounded itself with a nearly impenetrable slag heap of boasting and idolatry, most, if not all of, sloppy and unanalyzed. This was true even before the internet arose, but now it is true to the nth degree. Like everything else, the Cavendish experiment has added to its armor 1,000 Wikipedia-like entries and glosses by 1,000 mid-level physics professors. Of the many thousand recent reruns of the experiment, not one appears to have begun with any level of skepticism. Not one is actually set up to test or extend the experiment. Not one starts with the assumption that Cavendish might have been wrong. Despite the stated sacred nature of the scientific method, actually having an open mind about any standard model theory now appears to be equivalent to heresy or sacrilege. Number 9, an analysis of a time-lapse video of the sun. The video you are watching right now comes from a YouTuber named P-Brain. The crux of this gentleman's video is aimed at explaining how the path of the sun through our skies, including sunrise and sunset, can be easily determined by simply understanding the laws of perspective, as well as the orbit that the sun takes around the center of the Earth, as understood in the geocentric model. As you can see in this clip, the sun gets smaller and smaller on the horizon, and the light fades away and travels with it as it veers off to one side of the horizon. Flat Earth proponents claim that this is exactly what the sun does in a flat Earth model, and further, if we are to assume that the sun is 93 million miles away, the idea of attributing this phenomenon to the turning of a sphere at such vast distances does not really seem to make logical sense, since from whatever longitude and latitude we are in, the sun should fade evenly across the horizon. This video from the International Space Station shows this phenomenon from space. As you can clearly see, the sun fades evenly across the horizon. I only want to touch on this point here and direct you to this perspective for further investigation, because if you have not approached this model before, it is extremely beneficial to understand it from this viewpoint. Though this is not necessarily an endorsement to this particular man's work, I would highly recommend watching a few of the videos he has put together. Number 10, the astrolabe. The astrolabe is an ancient astronomical computer that has many uses, including, as told to us by Wikipedia, locating and predicting the positions of the sun, moon, planets, and stars, determining local time, giving local latitude, and vice versa, surveying, and triangulation. The astrolabe was used during classical antiquity, the Islamic Golden Age, the European Middle Ages, and the Renaissance for all of these purposes. The early astrolabe was supposedly invented by Apollonius of Pergam around 220 BCE, which means that the astrolabe has been prevalent throughout history for over 2,000 years. Astrolabes can be purchased or built today and can be used with precision on our modern night skies. We are going to watch a brief clip from a video given at a TED conference about the astrolabe, its history, uses, and functionality. You can find the complete video on the official TED Talk site, and I would highly recommend watching the video in its entirety.
So an astrolabe is relatively unknown in today's world, but at the time, in the 13th century, it was the gadget of the day. It was the world's first popular computer, and it was a device that, in fact, is a model of the sky. So the different parts of the astrolabe in this particular type, the rete corresponds to the position of the stars, the plate corresponds to a coordinate system, and the mater has some scales and puts it all together. If you were an educated child, you would know how to not only use the astrolabe, you would also know how to make an astrolabe. And we know this because the first treatise on the astrolabe, the first technical manual in the English language, was written by Geoffrey Chaucer. Yes, that Geoffrey Chaucer in 1391 to his little Lewis, his 11-year-old son. And in this book, little Lewis would know the big idea. And the central idea that makes this computer work is this thing called stereographic projection. And basically the concept is, how do you represent the three-dimensional image of the night sky that surrounds us onto a flat, portable two-dimensional surface? The idea is actually relatively simple. Imagine that the Earth is at the center of the universe, and surrounding it is the sky projected onto a sphere. Each point on the surface of the sphere is mapped through the bottom pole onto a flat surface where it's then recorded. So the North Star corresponds to the center of the device. The ecliptic, which is the path of the sun, moon, and planets, correspond to an offset circle. The bright stars correspond to little daggers on the rete, and the altitude corresponds to the plate system. Now, the real genius of the astrolabe is not just the projection. The real genius is that it brings together two coordinate systems so they fit perfectly. There's the position of the sun, moon, and planets on the movable rete, and then there's their location on the sky as seen from a certain latitude on the back plate. So that's just one use. It's incredible. There's probably 350, 400 uses. In fact, there's a text that has over 1,000 uses of this first computer. On the back, there's scales and measurements for terrestrial navigation. You can survey with it. The city of Baghdad was surveyed with it. It could be used for calculating mathematical equations of all different types, and it would take a full university course to illustrate it.
The astrolabe is a computer, a calculator, a perfect measuring mechanism based on a geocentric, stationary model of the Earth. This piece of artistic and scientific brilliance needs no accolade, nor pomp or circumstance to announce its own craftsmanship, for its modern-day workability itself proves the genius of its design. A very profound question we must ask ourselves is, if the sun is traveling at roughly 500,000 miles an hour, and the Earth rotates around it at roughly 66,000 miles an hour, how is it even possible to map and track the same set of stars for thousands of years? If we are to assume that the ancients created this calculator with a complete lack of understanding the true heliocentricity of our solar system, and merely created this calculator of the heavens as understood from their perspective and viewpoint, how is it possible they could have crafted such an instrument that maintains such precision over thousands of years? To somehow think that an instrument of such a high and accurate degree of calculability merely works today out of dumb luck or by accident is rather obtuse. Whoever created this instrument, whatever culture or person made it, their knowledge and ingenuity has withstood the test of time. It would seem that the heavens and the working of its cycles have been known and measurable for a very, very long time. On my now retired podcast, the Marty Leeds Mathemagical Radio Hour, I got the chance to speak with John Major Jenkins. John is a Mayan scholar who has a deep passion for the Mayan peoples, their culture, their heritage, history, rituals, and cosmology. John has done unparalleled, extensive, and exhaustive work reconstructing the ancient Mayan cosmology. The ancient Mayans held the belief that the Earth was a flat plane having four corners, a general theme and concept shared by many other cultures throughout time, and they also mythologized that the Earth rested on the back of a crocodile that swam in a pool of water lilies. The Mayan calendar gained popularity because the calendar reached a very prominent point, what was deemed as the calendar's quote-unquote end date, with this date translating to December 21st, 2012, or the winter solstice in our current Gregorian calendar. This quote-unquote end date of the calendar was no more of an end date than when the clock on the wall reaches noon and the clock starts its cycle over again. According to an immense number of traditional Mayan scholars, prophecy revealed that the time period that we currently live in would be a time of great change and transformation. Now, many people probably remember the hoopla, hype, and propaganda surrounding the whole 2012 meme and the supposed end-of-the-world scenarios repeated exhaustively on news channels, books, and podcasts, and internet sites across the world. There was even a blockbuster Hollywood movie starring John Cusack about 2012. To be clear, there never was any Mayan doomsday prophecy. No Mayan pole shift. No Mayan apocalypse scenario. None whatsoever. Nope. Just the scattered artifacts of a civilization with a superb mathematical and astronomical understanding of the cycles of time. The Mayans' true teachings about this time period was and is something that John Major Jenkins always clearly expressed and echoed throughout his lectures and writings. John was always well-reasoned and very clear about his attitude towards the intellectually deficient ballyhoo surrounding 2012. The prophecy of the Mayan wisdom keepers exclaimed that the conclusion of what is known as the 13 Baktun cycle, the time period around 2012, would be a time of great awakening, with this period including a 72-year variance around the alignment. The elders never claimed that anything would particularly happen on the date of December 21st, 2012. They just believed that the particular celestial alignment of the sun rising in the dark rift of the Milky Way galaxy was the marking of a great transition and a great change of ages for mankind. The Mayans calculated changes through a very complex and dynamic system of calendars that related and linked astronomical changes in the heavens to those here on Earth. In sacred traditions, the heavens and the earth were linked, and so what was happening above was intimately linked to what was happening below. This astronomical alignment of the December 21st solstice sun rising in the center of the dark rift of the Milky Way has a whole new added weight when the geocentricity of our Earth is taken into serious consideration. The ability to track and calculate perfectly vast cycles of time, thousands upon thousands of years, makes a whole lot more sense when you understand that the Earth below you is stationary. We all must stop for a moment and take note of what is currently happening within the psychic weather of our time. Say what you will, the fact is there's a great awakening happening right now in mankind's collective consciousness. Masses of people, in an almost desperate attempt to find answers to the world around them, are starting to shun their long-held faith in belief structures, operating systems, and organizations they have been born and raised into. Mankind is once again coming to know himself and the world around him. Within even the last 15 to 20 years, especially with the creation of the internet, millions upon millions of people are now exploring the occult sciences like never before. Even within the last 5 years of my life, I have seen an enormous upsurge of interest in subjects like lost civilizations, alchemy, sacred geometry, Kabbalah, mythology, archaeoastronomy, astrology, conspiracy, secret societies, symbolism. The list goes on and on and on. We live in an age where the esoteric arts are starting to take center stage in people's explorations, investigations, and examinations of the world they live in. This awakening is something that has been ramping up for quite some time now. And this shift that is happening right now, at least according to the unparalleled mathematical and astronomical minds of the Mayans, was calculated a very long time ago and was written in the stars. Though I have no idea how John Major Jenkins feels about the concept of the Earth being flat, I must say it would be hard to argue that if there is any validity to what the Mayan elders were saying, and we are indeed living in a time of great transition, there can be no doubt that the Flat Earth movement is certainly going to play an enormous part of this supposed prophesized shift. Or not. Today, through the power of the internet and through the widespread dissemination of information, we now have average everyday Jack and Jills, people not constrained by paradigms and politics, not shackled by the stale and lifeless institutions supposedly dedicated to the pure pursuit of science, average everyday people going out into the world, making real discoveries, finding real knowledge, and bringing it back to the people. These people are doing grassroots work, obtaining knowledge through self-pursuit, through their own blood, sweat, and tears, and sharing the lessons they have learned along the way. We live in a unique time. A person, by simply spending 1 or 2 weekends solidly perusing the right videos and channels on YouTube, may be exposed to more information in those weekends than many have procured across several lifetimes. Though we must as well be surgically discerning when it comes to the information that we gather and trust, the ability to learn has never been greater. We should be grateful we live in a time that the great book of occult knowledge is being opened wide by so many scholars, researchers, and seekers who pursue their interests for no other reason than the great and undying passion they have for truth. I can decidedly say that I certainly no longer believe that the sun is 93 million miles away, that we revolve around it at roughly 66,000 miles an hour, and that the Earth is a sphere 25,000 miles at its equator. The entire model that I had been told was absolute fact, I now have enormous reservations with, and honestly cannot even begin to defend it anymore. The amount of paradoxes, anomalies, dubious, problematic, and unproven ideas one has to swallow in order to wholesale endorse such a model is now very clear to me to be too extensive and numerous to continue putting any sort of faith or focus on such an explanation of our earthly system. This model is something I have spoke passionately about in the past. In fact, here is me exclaiming that the sun is 93 million miles away.
Now, the sun is 93 million miles away. It's 93 million miles away.
I honestly have absolutely no reason to believe that anymore. If the geocentric model proves out to be true, there can really be no question that this deception is, invariably, one of the greatest conspiracies of all time. If such is true, mankind has been sold a lie since the day we were born, and that lie was a lie dreamed up by extremely intelligent dark occult forces, people who have been at work for over several generations. And what is ultimately being hidden and stolen is man's destiny, purpose, and direct proof of his place at the center of all creation. For those who believe it is just too impossible for a conspiracy of such magnitude to exist, and that an elite bloodline or corrupt group of individuals could not fabricate and engineer such a complex conspiracy over several lifetimes, you must consider the following. The York Minster Cathedral, one of the largest Gothic cathedrals in Northern Europe, was completed in 1472 and took 252 years to complete. If a building project of such magnitude can continue on for hundreds of years, over several generations, why would you suppose the engineering and building of a conspiracy could not do the same? For those asking what is the point of lying about the shape of the earth, I would offer this. Throughout my studies, research, and long process of spiritual growth, I came to an immovable understanding and intrinsic recognition of the scintilla and spark of the Great Spirit within all things. It is something that I have held within the center of my heart. It is something that I see without eyes. It is unwavering in my psyche. Such a revelation has empowered me like never before. I found that spark of the Creator within when I was still under the erroneous impression that the earth was a spinning ball, cast out in an infinite and endless universe. I can only wonder how much easier my pursuit might have been if I had not been lied to and instead was taught that everything in the universe literally revolves around the drama of mankind. If I would have been taught that the earth is the center of everything, I can only imagine it would have been that much easier to find the center of myself. For several years now, I have created content, books, videos, podcasts, and the like, in an effort of trying to help people understand that man is no accident, that he is created with a great purpose and has a great force within him. I've tried to teach and express passionately how the work of a grand architect is all around us and can be recognized and understood, and that this all-unifying force, with all of its mighty wisdom, has put mankind central to the entire mystery. Now, to get people's attention to understand some of the subjects I talk about can often be tricky. Gematria, symbolism, numerology, these are all subjects that from the outset can seem pretty difficult to grasp. But when you tell somebody that they've been told their whole life that they live on a ball and that they don't really live on a ball, well, that is a talking point that can get someone's attention real quick. And how one deals with that situation after getting someone's attention is where the human heart comes into play. The great secret of life is not an elusive one. Everyone knows it well, for it is lodged deep within our chests, and our inner voice reminds us of it all the time. This dimension we inhabit is a moral dimension. Existence itself delivers us into a gradation of experience that includes intense pain and evil and immense joy and love. And man, maneuvering through this oft-perceived madness, regularly finds himself rejoicing in sin and agonized by love. We are given great highs and great lows, and our ultimate task is to navigate through these oceanic swells, anchoring every decision and every action with the goodness of our hearts. What is the purpose of life? What is the meaning of existence? What on earth are we doing here? These questions often plague the seeker, and it would seem that we humans have overcomplicated the matter to the point of losing our bearings on this plane of existence. The answers to our most seemingly profound questions are not so convoluted and perplexing. The word earth is an anagram for heart. What are we doing here, you ask? It is no grand mystery to recognize that man's goal on earth is simply to find and secure the love he has in his heart. The crux of Egyptian philosophical thought, secured within the Book of Going Forth by Day, was centered on the human heart. Upon entering the gateway of death, the ancient Egyptians believed that the human being would undergo a ceremony they deemed the weighing of the heart ceremony. In this ceremony, one's heart would be weighed against the feather of Ma'at. The Ma'at were 42 moral codes that the Egyptians were to abide by and were principles that helped guide them throughout life. If one's heart weighed less than the feather of Ma'at, one would then ascend to the heavens and return to the source of all creation. There is good reason why the Egyptians did not call this ceremony the weighing of the brain ceremony or the weighing of the material possession ceremony. Truth does not come from the acquisition of information or acquiring material wealth. Truth comes from within one's own heart. If one follows his heart, it will not steer him wrong. For all you English gematria hounds out there, the weighing of the heart ceremony equals 132, and there are 42 principles of Ma'at, the very feather that is weighed upon the scales. 132 divided by 42 is 3.142, or pi. This Mother Earth is a moral dimension. Mankind's litmus test is a litmus test of his heart. It is a test of his morality. Every moment we are given the choice to either A, lead with our hearts, or B, not. So for the record, I don't really believe that